Chapter 37. Harry currently found himself in his room. He was laid back on his bed, Jet resting on his chest, and the two were enjoying the comfortable silence. Harry planned to later go to the owlery and spend some time with Hedwig. The snowy white owl was a major part of his life, just like Jet or Daphne or Angela. Harry always took time out from his week to visit her, daily if he was not busy and could get away with it. Harry, at the moment, was thinking about his summer. The school year would be over soon. He would be returning for another enjoyable summer with Tonks and the family. That thought alone brought a smile to his face. But he also could not help but think about everything that had happened this past year. For Merlin's sake, he bloody killed a basilisk. He wanted to brag about that. He so wanted to brag about that. He wanted to tell people just to shove it in the face of those who had accused him throughout the year. He wanted to use it to prove that he was a great wizard, but at the same time, he also did not want to. Partly because he didn't yet want anyone to know about the chamber or the bracelet until he had ample time to look at both. Another reason was the fact that Roman, Ginny, and the Caro twins were involved, and they didn't need the attention. And when Harry really thought about it, he realized he didn't care for the attention. If he did get positive attention, then so be it. But that was not his goal. He did not need to be someone like that blonde peacock Lockhart. No, he did not need fame. He just wanted to be great. And he was already on his way to that, if not already there. Harry's right hand absently went over and began petting Jet on the head. Harry could not help but wonder what, if anything, could happen to Jet since the lovable snake had shoved his fangs into Harry's arm right when he was full of basilisk venom. Harry had had Madame Pomfrey, Ted, Andromeda, Tonks, and even Dumbledore himself inspect Jet, and they all said that Jet appeared to be in perfect health. Jet himself had said that he felt normal and not the slightest bit different. "Harry," a voice called. Harry looked up and saw Angela waiting at his doorway. Harry shifted Jet into his lap and sat up. "Are you busy?" she asked. No, not really," Harry said with a shake of his head. "Just thinking about this summer." Do you mind if I talk to you for a bit?" she asked as she stepped into the room. "Not at all," Harry said. "Thank you, but this is something I'd like to discuss with you. Alone," she said as she glanced at Jet. "You do realize that he cannot tell anyone anything he hears between us?" Harry asked slowly, while raising an eyebrow. "Perhaps not, but he shows more intelligence than half the people in our house, and this is something I don't really want anyone, snake or otherwise, to overhear. Besides, you'll likely fill him in on it later." Angelina shrugged. "At least she realizes how intelligent I am, better than most of these other humans," Jet hissed. Harry frowned and looked back and forth between Angela and Jet for a few moments. "Fine," Harry said to Angela before turning to Jet. "Hey, buddy, do you mind if we have a few moments alone?" Harry asked. "Fine," Jet hissed as he crawled off of Harry and down onto the floor. "I'm going to go and play with my pet," Jet said before he slithered out of the room. "So, what can I help you with?" Harry asked once Jet was gone. "Well," Angela paused and closed the door. She cast several privacy charms on it before she walked over and sat on Harry's bed. "Do you remember when we were in the hospital wing?" "Yes," Harry spoke in a slow voice, wondering where she was going with this. "You might remember me kissing you," Angela continued. "As a matter of fact, I sincerely hope that you do remember because I am not sure I would know how to react if you forgot that fact." "That's one thing I don't think I would ever forget," Harry said with a small chuckle. "I was rather surprised when it happened," Harry admitted, "though I cannot deny that my first kiss was a good one," Harry said with a small smile. "I am glad," Angela smiled back. "It was my first too," she admitted. "Really?" Harry blinked. "Why is that so surprising?" she asked. "Well, it's just that you're so beautiful. I'm surprised you've never kissed anyone else before." "I've never found anyone who I thought was worthy enough," Angela responded with a small shrug. "So, you liked my kiss then?" she asked with a coy smile. Yeah, loved it," Harry said with a quick nod. "Good." Angela smiled before she leaned over and planted a brief but sweet kiss on his lips. "Angela, Harry began but was interrupted by another quick kiss. I am very appreciative, Master, and I cannot thank you enough for what you have done for me, Angela said as she raised her right hand and caressed the side of his face. My mother was very worried about me becoming your vassal. She feared I would be little more than a house elf or a sex slave. I'm glad you proved her wrong. You proved that you are the great wizard I see you as. Harry coughed as his face turned red slightly. I wouldn't force you to have. You know, with me, I don't really even know much about it, to be honest. You don't, Angela frowned. Tonks told me that she would be giving me the talk this summer. I am guessing that that talk will probably clear up any confusions I have, Harry said with a small shrug. Hopefully, Angela nodded, wondering what a talk between Harry and the pink-haired girl she had saw would be like. But as your beautiful and incredibly loyal vassal, I would like to help you. Oh, and how do you plan to do that? Harry asked. Well, I can help you experiment and practice, Angela said as she moved closer and wrapped her arms around Harry's neck. I must assist you. It is my duty, I'm sure you understand. She winked before she pulled him into a kiss. Oh, and by the way, Angela broke off a few seconds later. I have heard that it is far more enjoyable if we use our tongues. Show me what you got, Parslemouth. She grinned before pulling him into another kiss. You wanted to see me bait? Harry asked as he stepped into Professor Babbling's office. It was odd knowing that he could call Professor Babbling bait, but it did feel more natural than if he had called Professor McGonagall Minnie or Professor Snape save. Harry, she smiled brightly before gesturing him to sit. Take a seat, she said. Harry nodded and did so. How are you doing? She asked. Pretty well, all thing considered, Harry replied. Bate knew that he was referring to the recent events at the school, between the Chamber of Secrets, the student population turning on him and that peacock Lockhart. She was surprised at how well Harry was handling everything. He was certainly handling it better than she did. When she had found out what had happened, she waited until she could get Harry alone and hugged him so hard that she thought she nearly broke something. And that was while she was alternating between telling him off for risking his life and expressing how glad she was that he was okay. That's good, she said after a moment. Now you're not in trouble or anything, but I was wondering if we could just talk. We don't have to if you're busy or anything like that. By the way, where is Jet? She asked, noticing that the snake wasn't with Harry. He's taking a nap at the moment. He had a big breakfast, Harry explained. And no, I'm not busy or anything. Good. Now I was wondering if you wanted to join my runes class when you come back for your third year, she asked in a hopeful voice. I've already signed up for it, Harry smiled. I'm taking runes, arithmancy, and care of magical creatures. Really? I should warn you that the first two are very challenging subjects, Bate replied. Well, I'll still have the option to change my subjects around, won't I? Harry asked. Yes, that is true, Bate nodded. There are usually a few that drop them within a few months, some after a year. The subjects are challenging but rewarding. If I'm being honest, then I suppose that if I ever do drop a subject, then it will likely be arithmancy. Oh, can I ask why? Bate replied, raising an eyebrow. Well, it is much more theory-based than the others, Harry replied. I understand that the other two will also have theory, but not the same amount as arithmancy. It is, from what I have heard, basically a lot of maths. Caring for magical creatures sounds fascinating, and so do runes, which I understand can be used for a variety of things like wards or making brooms fly. That is true, Bates smirked. But with that being said, I would not be so quick to dismiss arithmancy. Oh, why? Harry asked in a curious voice. From what I understand, you have basically been told that the subject is mostly just a lot of mathematics and using numbers to predict the future, correct? She asked in a knowing voice. That was how it was described, yes, Harry nodded. Well, it also has other uses, Bate replied. For example, spell creation. People who create spells learn how to do so with the help of arithmancy. Really? Harry asked in an interested voice, leaning forward. He couldn't help but imagine creating his own spells. The possibilities were endless. Yes, Bate smiled, amused and glad at how attentive Harry was being. There are other things it can help you with, but I would advise you ask Professor Vector. the arithmancy teacher, about it. She'll explain it better than I can, and for your sakes I think we should both agree to not mention how you said her class was boring." Bate finished with a grin. "I did not say it was boring," Harry protested. "Just that it didn't sound as interesting as the others. I can hardly be blamed if the school does so poor a job at advertising their classes, something I do intend to mention to Miss Vector." Of course, blame the school," Bate said with a roll of her eyes. "Her class is already seeming better than yours," Harry mumbled. "Hey," apparently he wasn't quiet enough. Gilderoy Lockhart was not a happy fellow, no, not at all. Why? You might ask. Well, a big reason might be the fact that he was sitting on an extremely uncomfortable floor in an Azkaban prison cell while dressed in the most horrid and dull gray prison uniform ever to exist. A few days ago, he was at his all-time best. He was famous, rich, and handsome, and everyone wanted him or wanted to be him. He had sold a number of books. He had plans to write more, and he was working at the premier school of magic and was showing the students just how wonderful he was so that they would buy more of his books. Well, he knew that most of the boys didn't care for him, and quite a few girls had lost interest in him, but the boys were just jealous nobodies, and the girls would have come back around given time. Though there was one boy that Lockhart had been interested in, that was Harry Potter. The boy who lived, Lockhart had wanted to get the boy on his side, so the two could take advantage of their fame to get even more fame, but the boy just appeared far too uninterested in acting like a celebrity. The boy preferred to be a great wizard instead. Didn't he understand that famous celebrities were great wizards? But now that was all ruined. He had only been hopping to have some fun with Miss Zabini. The girl was so beautiful, so alluring, she was turning heads even at her age. Was it so wrong to want a piece of that? Why should some unworthy nobody get to experience all of that before Gilderoy Lockhart? Lockhart knew that she was Harry Potter's vassal. That fact filled Lockhart up with unbelievable amounts of jealousy. How on earth did Potter get such a pretty girl to essentially agree to do whatever he wanted for the rest of her life? It's not fair. If anyone deserved a sex slave, then it was him, Gilderoy Lockhart. Unfortunately, before the fun could begin, he was interrupted by a first-year Slytherin and Harry Potter himself. The boy was a vicious little bastard. He had ruined the good looks that Lockhart had prided himself on, the good looks that had helped him get as far as he had in life. His face was his brand, and Potter had burned half of it off. And if that wasn't bad enough, then add in the fact that he was now suffering and rotting in the hell hole known as Azkaban. Not even in one of those simple low-level wings either. No, he was put in a high-level wing. Just a level or two under the likes of the Lestranges and Black. The Dementors flew around here regularly, and right now Lockhart was enjoying what little peace and rest he had before the Dementors came back. "Hello, Gilderoy," a voice said. Lockhart blinked and shook his head before he looked up and saw a robed figure enter his cell. "How are you doing today?" a soft yet female voice asked. Who are you?" Gilderoy said as he backed away until he unintentionally slapped his head against the wall. "Ow!" he hissed as he began rubbing his head, only to hiss again when he touched his burns, which had still not fully healed yet. "You know who I am, Gilderoy," Mrs. Zabini said as she lowered her hood. She flicked her wand and the cell door closed. "You might remember my daughter, the girl that you tried to rape," Mrs. Zabini calmly added as she double-checked her privacy spells were up. The good news was that they were, well, not really good news for Lockhart. "As for how I got in here, the answer is quite easily," she said before she cast a paralyzing spell, removing Lockhart's ability to move everything from the neck downwards. What are you going to do to me?" Lockhart asked in a trembling voice. "Oh, there are so many options," Mrs. Zabini purred as she knelt in front of him. "I could maybe rape you like you were about to do to my daughter. But that's not my style, plus you'd probably enjoy it, you filthy pervert. Don't even entertain the idea that I will allow you to even touch my body, even if you weren't a burnt and filthy rapist. No, I'm going to make you suffer," she said before she pulled out a potion. "What is that?" Lockhart stuttered. "This is a lovely little potion that will force your mind to relive every bad memory you can think of, and you will continue to do so for a month at least, possibly a month and a half. I can't help but wonder what that would be like for a person living in Azkaban with all of these Dementors flying around. They'll be attracted to you like moths to a flame," she said with a vindictive smile. "No," Lockhart screamed. "No, please don't," he cried. "Shush, Gilderoy, it'll all be over soon," she said before she grabbed him by his hair and yanked on it hard so his mouth was facing upwards. She forced the potion down his throat, only being fully satisfied once she was sure that there was no more left for him to drink. With a smile, she pocketed the potion before standing up. She placed a silencing charm on Lockhart before aiming her wand at his crotch. "The potion was because you attacked a member of my family. The following is going to be because you tried to rape my daughter," she said before she fired castration charm at him. The spell wouldn't actually castrate him, but it would definitely make him feel like he had just been castrated. Lockhart began screaming in silent but extreme pain, his mind bombarded by horrible memories, including but not limited to the time he had already spent in Azkaban plus Harry Potter burning him. While that was happening, his body was screaming to him, saying that something very, very bad had happened to the most favorite part of his body. What made it worse was the fact that Lockhart could not move his body. He could not attempt to curl up and use his hands to even slightly reduce the pain. "Obliviate," Mrs. Zabini whispered, wiping away Lockhart's memory of her coming into this cell. She smirked before she pulled her hood up and walked out of the cell. She locked it, then made her way out of Azkaban. She estimated that the silencing charm would last somewhere between 8 to 9 hours. The paralysis charm would last between 5 to 6. But in the end, it didn't really matter. Screams were common things to hear in Azkaban, and the only guards that come up here for the most part were the Dementors. It wouldn't take long for Lockhart to lose his mind. Overall, Mrs. Zabini was satisfied by the results she has gotten. Now she could go home and relax. There was also the matter of Potter, the boy who had saved her precious daughter's life in more ways than one. Mrs. Zabini wondered how she could repay him. A few ideas came to mind. Harry was currently with his fellow Slytherin second years on the Hogwarts Express, enjoying the ride back. Harry was reading a book while Daphne was stroking Jet, who was sat on her lap because his pet needed attention as well, as she talked to Tracy. Suddenly, their door was open. Everyone looked up to see Roman Lestrange standing in the doorway, a nervous but determined look on his face. "What do you want?" Pansy sneered. For a second, it looked like Roman was going to respond to her, but he seemed to have changed his mind as he instead turned towards Harry. "Am I interrupting anything?" he asked. "What do you want?" Harry asked as he tilted his head to the side slightly. I understand that you have a vassal," Roman spoke. It looked like he was forcing his voice to stay steady. "And what do you care about that?" Harry asked. I have researched vassals, what they are and what they do," Roman admitted. He gulped before he continued speaking. "I wish to be your vassal," he said, stunning the compartment into silence. "You wish to become his vassal?" Tha repeated with disbelief, as if he wasn't really sure if he had heard right. "Are you sure you know what that means?" Harry asked, very much surprised, but unlike the others, he seemed capable of hiding his. "I do," Roman said after taking a big breath. "You don't have to decide now. I can wait until next year. I hope you will say yes." Roman nodded before he closed the door and walked away. "You've got another person wanting to be your vassal," Draco said as he shook his head. "No, Draco, I am not accepting you as my vassal," Harry said in a jokey tone. "This year wasn't too bad," Harry said to Tracy and Daphne as they stood at the train station. The train had arrived a short while ago. Harry had said his goodbyes to the other Slytherins and was now waiting for the Tunks family while Tracy and Daphne stood with him. "I mean, if you ignore the attacks, and the school turning on me, and me shouting at the school, and the rapist, and the basilisk, okay, maybe it was worse than I thought," Harry sighed. "Here's hopping next year will be better," Tracy replied. "It's hard to imagine it being worse," Daphne replied. "Don't jinx it," Harry responded. "Anyway, Harry," a voice interrupted. Angela turned up and stopped in front of Harry. "I think I saw your family coming this way." "Oh, thanks," Harry smiled. "Not a problem," Angela smiled. "By the way, my mother has asked me to let me know that you're invited to our house." "Oh," Harry raised an eyebrow. "Yes, we'll send you an owl for when you can come." Angela replied. I've got to go now, I'll see you later. She smiled before she leaned down, pulled Harry into a kiss. Harry returned the kiss. He liked to think that he was at least somewhat good at kissing after all the practicing the pair had done in their limited amount of time together. What? But… Tracy stuttered with disbelief as she looked between the two while Daphne's jaw dropped. Did you just kiss him? Daphne eventually asked once Harry and Angela had separated. Of course I did, Angela said with a knowing smile as she looked at Daphne and Tracy. My master is a young and growing boy. He needs experience in these sort of things. It is my duty to assist him in all matters that I can assist him in, so unless somebody else is going to take over. Angela trailed off. She winked at both girls before planting one last kiss on Harry's lips. Goodbye, Harry. Hopefully we can practice some more. She smiled before walking off. Bye, Angela, Harry called. He turned back to Daphne and Tracy. Aye. Harry stopped when he suddenly realized that Daphne now had her face less than an inch away from his. Duff! Daphne leaned her face closer, and for a moment he thought that she was going to kiss him on the lips. But she suddenly froze. An odd look came across her face before she leaned her face to the side and kissed his cheek before she stepped back. I will see you later, she coughed before walking off to her family. Tracy, Harry frowned. Do you know what that was about? I feel like I should what that's about. Not sure, a blushing Tracy said. I've got to go now, Harry. I'm leaving with Daphne's family, she said. She began to walk away before suddenly changing her direction, so she was walking back to Harry, but then she moved back in her original direction before she stopped and once again walked towards Harry. It looked like she was trying hard to decide on something. Are you okay? Harry asked, wondering what she was doing. Maybe it's a weird human mating ritual, Jet guessed while being wrapped around Harry's right arm. Y'all fuckers be crazy. Where the fuck did you learn the word y'all? Harry asked, but before he could get an answer, he felt Tracy kiss the cheek that Daphne didn't kiss. Goodbye, Harry, Tracy said before she quickly turned and rushed towards Daphne and her family. Harry, Tunks said in a happy voice as she stopped next to him and wrapped an arm around his shoulders. I saw all of that, she grinned. 3 girls, attaboy, I'm so proud of you and you are going to tell me everything. Do I even have a choice in the matter? Harry asked in a dry voice. Nope, Tunks said brightly, chopped 38. After a heartwarming greeting with Ted and Andromeda, the Tunks family took Harry home, though the conversation on the way back was very interesting. Tell me about the girls, Tunks begged with a hopeful look. No, Harry replied in a bored voice. Tell me. No. 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 Tell me. Yes. Wait, really? No, Harry said just as they entered the house. So, forgive me for stating the obvious, but there is something that you want Harry to talk about that involves girls, Ted said as they all sat down in the living room. Yes, Tunks grinned. I saw little Harry. I'm not little, Harry protested. You are by adult human standards, Jet pointed out. Get kissed by 3 girls, Tunks continued with a wide smile. One of them was about to kiss him on the lips, but then she chickened out and kissed him on the cheek. Harry tried to interrupt, but Tunks quickly talked over him. The one after her started walking around for a few moments like she was trying to work out what to do, and then she kissed his other cheek. But the first one, that older girl Angela, she gave him a full-on kiss on the lips, Tunks said as if she was finally allowed to reveal a top-secret government secret. And he kissed her back, Tunks cheered. Now hold on a second, I did not kiss her back, Harry interrupted before any more could be said. Did you not? Andromeda asked. No, I kissed her lips, Harry replied. Wow, I was in my 5th year when I got my first kiss, Ted said. Her name was Elizabeth. Elizabeth, Andromeda said under her breath. Wasn't my first kiss, Harry replied. And before you ask, yes, Angela was my first kiss, but we've been kissing a lot. Practicing attaboy Harry, Tonks said in an approving voice. So, what number kiss was that? She asked with a smirk. The kiss you saw was our 10th time kissing, Harry answered. I think, Harry added uncertainly. You think? Andromeda asked. She insisted we practice a lot, Harry said with a shrug and a small blush on his face. Harry, Tonks squealed as she pulled him into a hug. I'm so proud of you. My little brother is going to get a harem, she said proudly. Numphadura, Andromeda said in a tired voice before she turned to Harry. So, you and this girl Angela, are you two boyfriend and girlfriend now? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Not really, Harry said with a shake of his head. Our relationship is pretty much just master and vassal and friends. Friends that just really like kissing each other, Harry added. And will it ever go beyond that? Andromeda asked. That is an answer that will be answered by future Harry, Harry shrugged. But first, what's a harem? Harry asked Tonks, who gladly began explaining. Tracy Davis was currently sat in her room, finishing off the last remaining bits of her homework. She didn't enjoy homework. In fact, the only person she knew who would probably enjoy homework was Hermione Granger, and Tracy had no desire to be like her. But with that being said, homework did help calm her mind. And she needed it because her mind was racing with tons of thoughts, all centered around one person, Harry Potter. Tracy remembered their first meeting like it was yesterday. She and Daphne had simply been looking for a place to sit when they found a mostly empty compartment. They entered, and then they met Harry Potter, the boy who lived. But he wasn't at all like what anyone had been expecting. Some had expected an arrogant git, someone who had been pampered and spoilt all of his life. Some were expecting a magical genius, possibly capable of wondless magic. The majority were expecting a kind-hearted and noble Gruffunda. Tracy didn't really think that Harry was arrogant, at least not overly so. Harry was incredibly confident in his abilities, but he had earned the right to be so through hard work, and he didn't go around acting like he was invincible. In Tracy's opinion, what Harry had was just the right amount of confidence. Harry certainly hadn't been pampered or spoilt all of his life. Tracy wasn't the biggest fan of violence, but she would be more than willing to show Harry's relatives what she thought of them. She supposed that Harry was a magical genius. He might even learn wondless magic in the future, but she also knew that he worked hard to get where he was. Sure, he had natural talent, but that only took him so far. The rest was through pure hard work and determination. Was Harry kind-hearted? Tracy liked to think so. Harry never really went out of his way to be mean to anyone. In fact, he was the only one who stood up for that Lestrange boy. The fact that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was a Parselmouth with a pet snake and was in Slytherin House was probably the biggest surprise for everyone. Tracy did think that Harry had Gryffindor qualities. He was certainly brave and noble, but he wasn't rash or loud like Weasley. Tracy could admit to herself that she had a crush on Harry. She had one ever since he had saved her from dying in their first broom flying lesson. She thought he was nice before that, but ever since that moment she had fallen for him. At first she was hoping that if given enough time she would eventually get over it, but it showed no signs of dying down. Harry was handsome, smart, a great wizard and a great friend. But the problem was that Tracy didn't even know if Harry was interested in her like that. Why would he be? He had Angela, a pretty older girl who would be willing to do whatever he wanted and kiss him whenever he asked. And Angela wasn't the only girl in the running. Tracy knew that Daphne, her best friend, was also interested in Harry. Daphne and Harry were far more alike. They both loved dueling and competing with each other. Both were also irritatingly attractive, and many other examples. Tracy at times felt resigned to the fact that she would probably never get with Harry, but when she was with him, she couldn't help but be hopeful. Why can't life be simple? Tracy groaned. Oh, for fuck's sakes, Tonks said under her breath. She had wanted to take Harry on a day out so the two of them could spend some time together. Unfortunately, when she brought him into a burger shop, they had unfortunately run into Adam, a muggle ex-boyfriend of Tonks and his girlfriend. And now, while she wanted to spend time with Harry, she was forced to listen to Adam go on and on about how he and his new girlfriend were so happy together. It sounded like he was trying to make her jealous, trying being the key word. Yeah, me and Jess are very happy together, Adam said in a smug voice. He reached his arm out so he could wrap it around his girlfriend's waist, only to pause when he couldn't find her. "Jess!" He looked around, trying to find her. Ahem, Tonks cleared her throat. "I think I know where your girlfriend is gone." "What, where?" Adam asked. "I believe she is over there, getting wooed by my brother," Tonks said with a smirk as she pointed to the seat where Harry was sitting. Adam frowned and looked in Harry's direction and saw his girlfriend sat opposite Harry. She was blushing wildly while he held her hand in his and kissed the knuckles. What does it say about you when a 12-year-old treats your girlfriend better than you?" Tonks innocently asked. Adam glared at her before storming over to his girlfriend, not noticing Tonks following after him. "But surely someone with a face as pretty as yours doesn't need makeup," Tonks heard Harry say to Jess. She resisted the urge to laugh. "Oh, stop it," Jess blushed. "You're going to give me a big ego if you keep talking like that." "I like to treat people the way they deserve to be treated," Harry smirked. "So do you." "What the hell is going on?" Adam demanded as he stopped in front of them. "Ah, Jess," Tonks greeted her as if she had known her all of her life. "I see you have met my little brother, Harry." "I have," Jess smiled. "What happened to your face?" Adam suddenly asked as he glared at Harry. "Adam, don't be rude," Jess admonished. "It's fine," Harry waved it off, ignoring the urge to get up and kick the prat in the balls. I don't really remember. This happened to me during a terrorist attack that I unfortunately ended up in the middle of when I was younger," Harry said in a sad voice. "Oh, you poor thing." Jess gasped before she got up and walked around before pulling Harry into a hug. Harry returned the hug, making sure to wink at Adam and Tonks as he did so. "Re-ig-hit," Adam said through gritted teeth. "We're going now," he said before he grabbed Jess by the arm and pulled her away. "Bye, Jess. Love the dress," Harry called as he waved to Jess, who managed a wave back before she was pulled out the shop. Harry and the other customers heard the two arguing outside the shop for a few moments before the noise died down. At least it did until the sound of a slap followed. Tonks frowned, wondering if she had to go out and break things up. "What was that for?" She heard Adam shout and saw him walk by the window with a red mark on his face. "We're through, you asshole," Jess's voice replied just before footsteps were heard. Deciding that the situation had resolved itself, Tonks sat down opposite Harry. "So," Tonks said with a straight face, "did you start flirting with my ex-boyfriend's girlfriend?" "I might have," Harry said, also with a straight face. "Ahem. Indeed. Did you do it because he was annoying me?" "That was a factor, yes." The two stared at each other for several seconds with neutral-faced, devoid of any emotion, right before they both burst out laughing. Daphne Greengrass sat in her room, writing out a letter that she would be sending to Tracy. As she wrote her letter, she thought about someone she had been thinking about a lot recently, Harry Potter. More specifically, she thought about their last meeting when he was kissed by Angela. On the one hand, she understood that it made sense for Angela to kiss Harry. She was an older and good-looking girl, and she was his vassal. It was her job to care of him. But with that being said, Daphne could not help but wish it was herself that had kissed Harry instead. In fact, she nearly did, but she chickened out at the last minute. That was probably why she wasn't sorted into Gryffindor. Daphne knew she had a crush on Harry. He was smart and kind and very easy on the eyes. He was a great wizard, not because he was born with the power of Merlin or anything, but because he worked hard for it. Daphne would, without a doubt, say that Harry was her best male friend. The two of them got along like a house on fire. It felt like they just connected. Daphne never thought she would get along so well with a boy. She admittedly came to Hogwarts with the expectation that they were all idiots. An example would be Draco. Daphne had met Draco a couple of times before Hogwarts due to their parents attending the same balls. Draco at the time had been an arrogant and annoying git, but now he was far more behaved, mostly because it was very much clear to him that Harry would kick his ass if he went out of line. Daphne felt like she was in a special position. She, unlike most of the school, knew the real Harry Potter. She knew the boy who liked to learn and have fun. She saw how his emerald eyes lit up when he was learning new magic, and how he enjoyed teaching her new magic. Daphne had to admit she liked getting taught by him. His enthusiasm seemed to never waver when he taught her, even when she struggled on learning a spell. Daphne knew that many girls were interested in Harry for various reasons, his fame and money being the two main reasons. Daphne personally thought that those girls shouldn't be given the time of day by Harry. He deserved far better than that. They just wanted stuff from him, but Daphne knew that she genuinely cared for him. Harry was kind, charming. He had saved her best friend's life for Merlin's sakes. During the dueling club with that peacock Lockhart, he had let her help him. He had actually let her help. She had been worried that he would surprise her by saying something like, "I don't want a girl's help," or "girls can't duel." She had wondered if he would refuse and take Angela instead. That would have made sense seeing as Angela was far more experienced, but he didn't. He gladly accepted her help. He respected her and she respected him. Heck, even Harry's familiar liked her. Jet was basically her pet too. Daphne wondered what it would be like to kiss Harry. Angela seemed to have enjoyed it, a little too much in Daphne's opinion. It felt like the girl was just trying to show off the fact that she was the one who was kissing Harry. And that comment about somebody else taking over, was Angela implying what Daphne thought she was implying? Was she just trying to annoy her? Was she trying to get Daphne to kiss Harry? It's not that Daphne wasn't tempted. She was. She knew that she liked Harry, but what she didn't know is if Harry liked her as well. And how the bloody hell was she supposed to ask him that? Blurt it out. Write a letter. Why can't life be simple? Daphne groaned. Surprise! Andromeda and Ted shouted when Harry and Tonks came back from the cinemas. Harry had asked her if they could stop for a bite to eat, but Tonks had insisted they come straight home. Now he knew why. "What is this?" Harry asked as he saw a lot of mouth-watering food on the table. "We figured that we would surprise you," Ted smiled. "This is our way of saying welcome back." Thanks," breathed out just as Tonks stepped next to him and pulled him into a one-armed hug. "Glad you like it," Tonks grinned. "And that is not our only surprise," Andromeda added. "Now, admittedly we weren't sure about what we are about to offer you, but Nymphadora pointed out that you would probably attempt it yourself at some point, and we'd rather you attempt it with us watching over you than on your own." Plus Arcturus came over, Ted sighed. He had heard about the idea and insisted that we at least give you the option. Well, replace, insisted with demanded. I am really thankful, but perhaps you could tell me what the option is," Harry suggested, trying to keep his eyes off the food long enough to finish this conversation. He would get that food. Well, we wanted to give you the option to learn some advanced magic." Andromeda smiled as she pulled out a book and handed it to Harry. Harry looked down at the book and read the cover with wide eyes. Animagus transformation," Harry blurted out in shock. "You're going to help me become an animagus." Harry grinned cheerfully as he looked at Andromeda with bright green and hopeful eyes. "If you want." Andromeda nodded only to find herself pulled into a strong hug from Harry. Thank you," Harry said into her shoulder repeatedly. "You're welcome, dear." Andromeda smiled. Truthfully, she was still a bit concerned about letting Harry try this, but she knew that Harry would likely want to do it at some point. Plus, when both Nymphadora and Arcturus agree on something, then that says a lot. Still, she was glad it at least made Harry happy. Besides, he'd only be learning about it. She would help him with the potion, but it was very unlikely for him to even transform before the age of 17. "Jet," Harry hissed happily when he let go of Andromeda and saw Jet slither into the room. "I'm going to become an animagus," he grinned. "Oh, that's wonderful. Are you going to be a snake?" Jet asked. Maybe. Not sure, though," Harry admitted. "Tell me if it's a snake," Jet said before he continued slithering on. Chapter 39. In the Tonks household, Harry and Tonks were both sat cross-legged on Harry's bed, with Jet curled up and resting on the floor next to the bed. The two were wearing muggle clothes, with Tonks wearing a simple pair of white knee-length shorts, a dark gray shirt, and had her pink hair in a ponytail. Harry, on the other hand, also wore a pair of knee-length white shorts, but also wore a dark blue tank top. He would usually keep his hair black, but today he decided to be a bit different and gave himself white highlights. Harry's room was much nicer than before. The bed was big enough to easily fit 2 people. He had a rather elegant-looking desk, several shelves full of books, a cupboard that was half full with Muggle clothes and half filled with wizarding clothes. His window offered a nice view of the street outside. Harry hadn't really cared much about decorating the walls, but the one thing he did want was the charm that was placed on the ceiling. The ceiling, instead of being a simple ceiling, would now show the outside sky and would only activate at night, so Harry didn't get blasted with sunlight if it was too bright. "All right, say ah," Tonks said as she lifted a mandrake leaf in one hand and held her wand in the other. "Ah," Harry said as he opened his mouth, holding it as wide open as possible. "All right, just stay still," Tonks said before she placed the mandrake in his mouth, pushing it onto the roof of his mouth. Tonks aimed her wand and cast a sticking charm on it so it stuck to the roof. "Okay," Tonks said as she removed her hand from Harry's mouth. She cast a cleaning spell on her hand. "So, it should be stuck now, but we'll make sure to reapply the sticking charms every day. How does it taste?" she asked in a curious voice. "Wawaland," Harry replied. "What?" Tonks blinked. Harry coughed and cleared his throat. "Sorry, I meant to say rather bland," Harry said. "So, I have to keep this in my mouth for a month, right?" Harry asked. "Yep." Tonks nodded before she turned to the book on how to become an animagus and began reading part of it out loud. It says that part of the process by which one became an animagus is holding the leaf of a mandrake in their mouth for an entire month, using the leaf for the creation of a potion, reciting the incantation, Amato Animo Animato Animagus on a daily basis, and drinking the animagus potion during a lightning storm. So yeah, 1 month. Tonks shrugged. "Mum will help you without the potion, but most of it you can do yourself. Dad's worked out when the next lightning storm will be, and we should be able to do it fairly soon, unless you spit the leaf out or swallow it. Because if you do, then we got to start again," Tonks said, adding the last part as a warning. "Got it," Harry nodded, though Tonks didn't need to explain that part to him. He had read the book and knew that it was a very difficult process. "Good, now what's next after waiting for a month? This is about the potion. The wizard or witch has to spit the leaf in a phial within range of the moon's pure rays. To the moonstruck phial, the wizard or witch must add one of their own hairs, a silver teaspoon of dew that had not seen sunlight or been touched by human feet for 7 days, and the chrysalis of a death's head hawk moth. The mixture had to then be put in a quiet, dark place and could not be in any way disturbed. The next thing that had to happen was for the wizard or witch to wait for an electrical storm, whenever that might be. Tonks finished. "Sound tasty," Harry said in a dry voice before a thought occurred to him. "Hey, can you put like a spell on the leaf so that food and drinks don't damage it?" Harry asked. "That sounds much better than just being careful, and it's less likely to damage the leaf and reduces the risk of us starting over again." "You just want to eat my mum's food," Tonks said knowingly. "I'm sorry, but if she makes that stuff, then that woman is an angel." "I'll tell her you said that," Tonks smirked. "As for the spell, I could, but I don't really know if the leaf needs to just stay in your mouth, or if it constantly needs your saliva, or whatever you're supposed to call the liquid in your mouth as well. So if I block the food, I could end up blocking the saliva. With that being said, I think temporarily putting it up before you eat would be fine, but we'll ask Mum just in case," Tonks replied. "Cool, so what animal do you think I'll be?" Harry asked in an excited voice. "With cheeks like yours," Tonks said in a thoughtful voice as she leaned over and pinched Harry's cheeks. "A hamster, definitely," she grinned. He was so adorable. "Shove off," Harry laughed as he slapped her hands away. "No, but come on, seriously, what do you think?" "I dunno," Tonks frowned thoughtfully. "I would say you'd be a snake, but that would be kind of predicable." "Little bit, but I wouldn't complain," Harry shrugged. "I bet you wouldn't," Tonks snorted in amusement. "Maybe a big animal like a wolf or a tiger. I hope it's a big animal." "Why?" Harry asked. "Because then I could ride you and use you as a teddy bear," Tonks said without a hint of embarrassment. "What animal do you think I would be if I did it?" she asked. "A pig," Harry answered immediately. "You what?" "You like pink." Harry shrugged before he laughed a little, unable to stop himself. "Oh, you cheeky little." Tonks lunged at him and began tickling him mercilessly. "No, stop," Harry laughed as he tried and failed to fight her off. "Or brutality." Harry screamed, but that did little to stop Tonks. I'll show you, pig, in a second, Tonks said under her breath before she continued tickling him. Who's the pig? Who is the pig? Not you, not you, Harry gasped out as she tickled him. Good, Tonks said in a satisfied voice as she let go of him. That was not fair, Harry chuckled as he sat up. Fair mare, Tonks said dismissively. But you did make one mistake, Harry said as he began stretching. What's that? Tonks asked. You forgot that you're more ticklish than I am, Harry commented before he lunged at her and began tickling her. Harry, Tonks screamed as Harry began tickling her. Taste of your own medicine, Tonks, Harry grinned. No, stop that, she tried in vain to escape. Choke on my vengeance. How does it taste? Harry said in a low and dramatic voice as he continued to tickle her. I will get you back for this, Tonks gasped out between laughing. I do not doubt that, so better make this worth it, Harry said before he continued to tickle her. Harry, Ted said, when Harry and Tonks arrived for lunch later, just as he and Andromeda set the table. You've got a couple of letters from Hogwarts, he said as he placed them in front of seat. Oh, thanks, Harry said as he sat down. Wait a sec, Andromeda said before Harry could reach for the letters. She walked over to him and placed her hands on either side of his face. Now open your mouth and say, ah, she said. Ah, Harry said as he opened his mouth. Good, it's stuck on nice and properly, Andromeda commented. Mum, Tonks spoke. Harry was wondering if it was all right to put a spell on the leaf so that food and drinks don't damage it. Temporarily should be fine, Andromeda said as she waved her wand and cast a spell over Harry's lead. There, I'll remove it after you've eaten. We don't want to leave it on for too long. It could affect the transformation, she said just as Harry closed his mouth. Thank you, Harry smiled as he leaned up and kissed her cheek. You're welcome, dear, Andromeda smiled brightly. Ted watched the whole thing with a smile on his face. He knew his wife loved having Harry around. In fact, so did he. Harry, say what you want about him, was a good kid, at least in the opinion of the Tonks family. Sometimes Ted felt like Harry acted older than his years. He could see a bit of Arcturus in the boy, but he liked the fact that Harry acted like a regular kid when it came to his wife and daughter. Eventually, Harry's birthday came. It was an enjoyable day with the Tonks family taking him out all day to celebrate, and he received a lot of presents from all of his friends. He even received some chocolates from Draco. Harry had gotten Tonks and Jet to inspect the chocolates, and both said that there was nothing wrong with them. That made Harry thoughtful. Perhaps Malfoy Sr. had not told Draco what had happened between them. Or maybe he had, and Draco was simply just acting the part of a good friend. Time would eventually show the truth. But the good mood of the day didn't last long as the next day it was revealed in the Daily Prophet that the mass murder Sirius Black had escaped. That sent many people into a panic as Sirius Black not only betrayed to Potters to Voldemort, or you-know-who, as the public called him, but he was also responsible for the deaths of many Muggles and was considered to be you-know-who's right-hand man. If that wasn't enough, then add in the fact that he is the first and so far only person to have ever escaped from Azkaban prison, a supposedly unescapable place guarded by Dementors, which were basically soul-sucking demons. Ted never really knew Sirius Black beyond a few meetings, and the man had seemed like a decent fellow during those meetings. But Ted didn't know him well enough to form any opinions on the man. The same could not be said for the female members of the family. Tonks had met Sirius a few times when she was a kid and had good memories of him. It had broke her heart when she heard that he had become a mass murderer and went to Azkaban. In fact, that was a large reason behind why she wanted to become an Auror. She wanted to stop people like Sirius from hurting others. Andromeda probably knew Sirius the best out of all of the family. The two were cousins and got along well when they younger. Plus, Andromeda was connected to Sirius in a way that she wasn't with the rest of the family. She and Sirius were the rebels of the family. While Andromeda had run off to marry a Muggle-born, Sirius had been the one who dared to get sorted into Gryffindor and ran off to the Potters. If that was not enough, then he had also sided with Albus Dumbledore during the war. But now she knew that that was apparently an act. He was just trying to gain the light side's trust, or at least that was what everyone was saying. Andromeda hoped in her heart that everyone was wrong and that Sirius was innocent, but she knew that someone like Sirius had to have had a trial. He was a member of the noble House of Black after all, so if he was found guilty, then there must have been a reason for it. Even bribing people against Sirius wouldn't have affected the results of the trial too much when it was the current heir of the Black family on trial. Harry, on the other hand, was conflicted on what to do about Sirius. On the one hand, he wanted to go after him, punish the man who had betrayed Harry's parents, make him suffer for leading Voldemort to them. But on the other hand, he recognized that Black was a dangerous wizard, and if an Auror caught him then, Black would either go straight back to Azkaban for the rest of his miserable life, or he would be subjected to Dementor's kiss. Dementors were gliding, wraith-like dark creature, widely considered to be one of the foulest to inhabit the wizarding world. Dementors feed on human happiness and thus generate feelings of depression and despair in any person in close proximity to them. Their ultimate weapon was the Dementor's kiss. The kiss would remove the soul from a person, leaving the victim as an empty shell, as good as dead. Harry wanted to catch Sirius Black himself, but he knew it was better to just stay out of the way. With that being said, if Sirius Black happened to get in his way, well, Harry was sure that he'd be forgiven if Sirius ended up having to be carried away. Plus, the fact that Harry's was finally able to remove the mandrake a day later meant that he was closer to his animagus transformation. That would be a nice surprise for Black. A few days later, Harry and the Tonks family arrived in the Leaky Cauldron. They had only just got in when they were greeted by Tom, the owner and barman. Hello, Tom smiled. How are you all today? Doing just fine, Tom, Ted replied. We're just taking Harry to buy his school supplies for the year. That's nice, have fun, Tom called as the family left. It was roughly an hour later when the family came back in. All done, Tom asked. Yep, Ted nodded. We'll be off now, Tom. Wait, Tom said quickly. Before you do go, there's somebody who wants to talk to you all. He's been waiting upstairs for you all, Tom said before he gestured to come closer. It's the Minister of Magic, Tom whispered. What does he want with us? Jet asked from his position on Harry's shoulders. Probably to talk to us about Black, Harry hissed just before he and the family followed Tom into a private room. Tom left them just before they entered the room. Once they were inside, they found the Minister of Magic sitting in a chair behind a desk, with an Auror standing on either side of him. Harry, Fudge spoke as if he had just spotted his favorite nephew. He got up and began walking to him. It's good to see you, Fudge was about to reach out to shake his hand, but faltered upon seeing Jet on Harry's shoulders. It didn't help that Jet was looking at Fudge like he was a giant mouse. Take a seat, he said before he gestured to the sole seat opposite where Fudge was sat. I hope the rest of you don't mind, but I would like to talk to Mr. Potter in private, he said to the Tonks family. They stay, Harry said before he walked past him without a backward glance and stopped at the seat. Fudge looked like he wanted to argue, but seemed to think better of it and walked over to his seat. The Tonks family shared a look. All of them knew that Harry could act like Arcturus when it suited him. This would probably be one of those moments. Please sit down, Fudge said to the Tonks family as he stood in front of the desk and looked at them, or more specifically Harry. Ted waved his wand a couple of times and summoned 3 more seats from across the room for them to sit in. Ted sat at the end with Andromeda sat on Harry's left and Tonks sat on Harry's right. Now, how are you all? Just dandy. Now may I ask what you want? Harry asked in a blunt manner. Well, Mr. Potter, we have a killer on the loose, Fudge replied. Sirius Black, I'm aware. Harry nodded before he gestured for Fudge to continue. You are aware of Black's history? Fudge asked. I'm aware that he is an evil bastard, yes, Harry nodded. Harry, language, Andromeda said with a small sigh. Did he really have to speak like that in front of the Minister of Magic of all people? Sorry, Harry said, not sounding very sorry. Now, I assure you that we are all doing our best to capture Black, and he should hopefully be captured soon, Fudge said with a small smile. But with that being said, there are concerns about your safety. I can handle myself, Harry replied. Perhaps, Harry, but Sirius Black is a mass murderer. A dangerous one. We don't want anything to happen to you. Fudge said, and it was true. It would be absolutely horrible for his career if he was unable to stop the boy who lived from getting murdered. Who is we? Harry asked in a suspicious voice. Myself and the people of the wizarding world. Fudge spoke as if it was glaringly obvious. Now there have been some concerns raised about your guardianship. I beg your pardon, Harry and the Tonks family said at the exact same time, causing Fudge to blink before he was able to continue. There is no offense intended, of course, but your guardians are related to Sirius Black, and while I do not intend to accuse them of anything, many are worried about their connection with Black. I knew they were related to him for ages, Harry pointed out. That may be true, but it is safer if you are moved. I'm sure you understand. You'd be safer away from them. Fudge smiled as he ignored the offended looks from the family. He was about to say that Harry should move in with the Malfoy family this summer, just like Lucius had suggested to him. But before he could do so, he was interrupted by Harry. Say that again, Harry said in a cold and low voice. I beg your pardon, Fudge asked just as Harry stood up. Say that again, Harry repeated as he walked towards Fudge. Now, Mr. Potter, Fudge stopped talking just as Harry stopped in front of him. The Aurors drew their wands but did not do anything beyond that. Say that again, Harry said as he was now about an inch away from Fudge. Fudge couldn't help but gulp as he looked into Harry's green eyes. He could see the power in them, just like when he looked into Dumbledore's. That was just not fair. No 13-year-old had the right to be intimidating. If that wasn't bad enough, then add in the snake who looked like he was one command away from attacking. Mr. Potter, I meant no offense, Fudge said in a quiet voice. I'm sure you didn't, Harry replied as he took a step back. I will be staying with the Tonks family. That is not up for debate. Mr. Potter, please, this is a serious matter. Are you really willing to risk your life? Seeing as that is what is at stake, yes. The Tonks family is my family. End of discussion, Harry said. If he looked back then, he would see smiles on each member of the Tonks family. But would you at least consider staying in the leaky cauldron so we can have some Aurors look after you all? Fudge asked in a hopeful. Harry frowned as he remembered the potion he needed to take, and the fact that the lightning storm would be happening tomorrow. Plus, the house had a good amount of wards on it, including the ones that Harry had paid for and had fixed by the goblins, so Harry was fairly certain that Black wouldn't be able to get in. And even if he somehow managed to do that, then Harry doubted the guy who spent years in Azkaban would be in any state to fight off Tonks, Ted, and Andromeda, 3 people who were more than good with a wand. Those 3 would be a challenge on their own, but add them in along with the wards, Black's physical health plus Harry and Jet, and it was near impossible for Black to get in. Honestly, Harry felt it was more likely for Black to sneak into the leaky cauldron, where he could hide amongst the greater number of people. No, we have a prior engagement tomorrow. Goodbye, Minister, Harry said before he turned and calmly walked out without a single backwards glance. Harry waited outside until the Tonks family exited the room. Blimey, Harry, that was the Minister of Magic, and you looked at him like he was a little first year, Tonks whispered in amazement as they began walking away. Guess your inner animal is likely one that takes no bullshit from others. I would hope so. Harry laughed just before the group turned the corner and headed down. Once they were downstairs, they were about to walk to the flue when they were spotted by none other than the Weasley family. Harry, I think they are calling you over, Andromeda pointed out with a frown as she gestured to Mrs. Weasley, who was waving at Harry, gesturing him to come over. Damn it, Jet hissed, Chapter 40. What the fuck are they doing here? Harry hissed to Jet as he looked at the Weasleys. The elder Weasleys were smiling at him, while the children, with the exception of Ginny, were all glaring at him, including Ron, who was holding his pet rat Scabbers in his hands. Our lives are strewn with cowpat from the devil's own satanic herd, Jet suddenly declared. Where the fuck did that come? Harry blinked. I was watching Blackadder with you and Tonks, remember? Oh yeah, Harry nodded. What do you think they want? Harry asked as he looked at the Weasley family. I am not sure, Jet admitted. Perhaps they intend to kidnap children, paint their hair red and claim them as their own. You know, I can somehow believe that. Be careful around them, and for God's sake watch your hair, Jet hissed. If it even starts to turn red, then we book it. Agreed, Harry replied. Harry was largely tempted to just walk past them and pretend that he had not even noticed them, but sadly, that would not work. For one, it was obvious that Harry and the three Tonks family members had noticed them. The second reason was because the Weasleys were all in between the family and the flu. This'll be fun, Harry muttered. Relax, Hair Bear, Tonks whispered. If worst comes to worst, then we'll just hex and curse our way out. Really? Harry asked in a hopeful voice. There will be no hexing or cursing, Andromeda said with an eye roll. Ah, Harry and Tonks whined at the same time. Ted shook his head as he snorted with amusement. The family began walking forward for the inevitable conversation with the Weasleys. Ah, Harry, Mrs. Weasley smiled, greeting him like they were family. It is so wonderful to see you, dear. She would have reached over and gave him a hug if not for the fact that he still had Jet on his shoulders. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley greeted with a handshake. Mr. Weasley, Harry politely replied. It's good to see you, Mr. Weasley said before looking at the Tonks family. You all as well, are you all doing school shopping for young Harry? He asked. We're already done, Ted replied. We're just on our way back now. Ah, about that, Mr. Weasley coughed. I had talked with the minister a short while ago, and he had requested that if Mr. Potter wasn't to go to a safe house, then my family and I would stay here and help guard him. You know, with the situation with Sirius Black, Harry drawled. You told him, Mrs. Weasley asked the Tonks family in a disapproving voice. Why would we not tell him that a mass murderer is out and could be after him? Tonks spoke in a way that made it clear that she thought it was an incredibly dumb question. No boy should hear that a madman like Sirius Black is after him, Mrs. Weasley said, as if it was obvious. Do you honestly want him to go to school knowing that? Mrs. Weasley, Andromeda spoke in an irritated voice. In a perfect world, Harry would not have to worry about Sirius Black at all, but this is not a perfect world. I do not know how you raise and care for your kids. If hiding potential dangers from them is your preferred method of parenting, then so be it. But it is not ours. When my daughter was young, I told her that fires could burn, so she wouldn't purposely put her hand in one and get burnt. There is no way we are not going to make Harry aware of such a big risk to his life. Andromeda finished. Everyone watched as she and the Weasley matriarch engaged in a silent battle of wills. If Harry was a betting man, then he would have put his money on Andromeda winning this. Hi, Harry, Ginny said with a small wave, hopping to lower the tension in the room. Ah, Ginnerva, good to see you. Harry smiled as he took her hand and kissed her knuckles, causing her to blush. Hey, get off her, Ron suddenly shouted as he stood up. For Merlin's sake, I am right here, there is no need to shout, Harry said in an irritated voice as he let Ginny's hand go. So, Ginny, how has your summer been? Harry asked. Fine so far, Ginny said with a small nod. How about yours? She asked. One of my better ones, Harry said with a smile. How is Roman? Have you two been writing to each other? Yeah, a little bit, Ginny nodded, and I've sent a few letters too. Wait, Lestrain, that's who you've been writing to this summer, Ron demanded. Yeah, not that it's any of your business, Ginny snapped, causing Ron to snap back as he remembered that his sister could raise her voice as well. Right, I think we should go before Ginger McCloudmouth opens his loud mouth again, Harry suggested to the Tonks family. You won't hear any arguments from me, Ted said before he gestured to the flu. Wait, Mr. Weasley frowned. If you're not going to a safe house, then that means Harry is staying here, correct? If you're going to get your stuff, then I can help you. We are not staying at a safe house, nor are we staying here, Ted replied. But the minister said. We are well aware of what he said. Andromeda cut him off before a smirk briefly appeared on her face. Harry was able to persuade him to allow us to continue as normal. We are perfectly safe and fine, and while we appreciate the offer, we do not need your help." "All right, that's our cue to go," Harry said to Tonk's family before quickly walking past the Weasley family before rushing over to the flue, the Tonks family quickly following after him and quickly fluing away. Even Tonks did not want to suffer through the madness that was the Weasley family. "Okay, Harry," Ted said later that day as Harry and the others, with the exception of Andromeda who was cooking in the kitchen, sat around the table a few minutes before dinner. Ted had the Animagus book out and was reading from it. "The book says that we are supposed to keep the potion in a dark, undisturbed place until the next lightning storm. We have already done that. It's in the basement, so that should be fine. The potion is supposed to turn blood red at first lightning strike. When that happens, you quickly say the incantation and grab the potion and drink it. The book advises being out of sight and somewhere with a lot of room, so the basement again. I've cleared it all out so you will have plenty of space. This won't hurt Harry, will it?" Tonks frowned as she spoke in a worried tone as she wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders. "Will it?" Jet asked in a worried voice from his place on the table. "Well, a little bit," Ted frowned as he looked at the book. "According to the book, he will feel fiery pain and an intense double heartbeat. The pain will only be temporary." "Well, that's at least better than permanent," Harry said in a dry voice. "Yep," Ted nodded. "All right, it also says that the shape of the creature that you will turn into will appear in your mind. The instructions then warn, you must show no fear. It is too late now to escape the change you have willed." That sounds fun. "Anyway, then you will transform. It says that when you want to transform back, then you need to visualize yourself in human form." "Could I visualize myself with a buff Arnold Schwarzenegger body?" Harry asked with an eyebrow raise. "Only if you want it to go wrong," Andromeda said as she brought the food over and began placing it on the table. "What she said," Ted nodded. "Now the book says that with practice, you will be able to slip in and out of your animal form at will, simply by visualizing the creature. When you first transform, try to avoid panicking, otherwise the animal mind may gain the ascendancy, and you could do something stupid or dangerous." "Got it, Harry." "Got it," Harry nodded. "That's enough of that," Andromeda said as she took the book away from Ted. "We will start eating. We can continue this discussion after dinner." "You won't hear me passing up the opportunity to eat your food." Harry smiled at Andromeda, who gladly returned it. "It's nice, though it does get boring after a while," Tonks replied. "Blasphemy," Harry all but yelled. "Thank you for defending my food, Harry." Andromeda chuckled before she adopted a serious look on her face. "Harry, if you choose to not become an animagus, then none of us will think any less of you. You can still back out if you want." "I appreciate that, but I want to do this," Harry replied. "If you're sure," Andromeda said after a moment. "Any guesses on what you're going to be?" Ted asked. "A predator of some kind would be my guess," Harry answered. He really couldn't see himself as a prey animal. "But from what I understand, I don't really get to choose. It will depend on multiple factors such as my personality, body, mind, magic, and so on." "Yeah," Tonks nodded. "Just remember to keep your clothes on. We don't want you to lose them when you transform." Tonks grinned. "I wouldn't lose them," Harry snorted. "I bet a galleon that you would." "Deal." The next day, the three Tonks family members waited in the hallway that led to the basement. Currently, Harry was down in the basement and was drinking the potion for his transformation. Jet was not allowed to be down there, so he was currently sat on Andromeda's shoulders. "I wonder what it tastes like," Tonks mused out loud. "The potion," she added in the form of an explanation when her parents looked at her. "What do you think it tastes like?" she asked. "I don't know," Ted replied. Maybe it tastes like Merlin's Bloody Harry, underused nutsack." The group heard Harry yell from the basement. "Huh," the family collectively blinked. "This shit tastes horrible. Fucking hell," Harry's voice cursed. "Is he okay?" Andromeda asked in a worried voice. "I'm sure he's fine," Ted said in a reassuring tone. "Son of a gum-chewing funk monster," Harry's voice echoed from the basement. "You still sure?" Tonks asked, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, there's the fiery pain. There is the fiery pain, fuck." Not as much as I was before, Ted admitted with a sigh. The three did not say anything, but instead waited for the next batch of curses from Harry, but they didn't come. Is he okay? Tonks asked again after several minutes of silence. I don't. Whatever Andromeda was about to say was cut off by the sound of a large roar from the basement. Oh, hey, Tonks gulped. Big animal it is. What do you think it is? Andromeda asked. Will I have to clean fur now? I'm not an animal expert, Ted admitted just before another roar was heard. A bear, a lion, I don't really know. Before anyone could respond, another roar was heard, this one being much louder than before. That was a big one, Andromeda said in a quiet voice. The three continued listening, but a whole minute passed without any noise at all. Harry, Tonks softly called. There was no answer. Several long and drawn-out moments passed without a single response. What if something has happened to him? Tonks asked her parents in a worried voice. Any further response was cut off by the next sound to come out of the basement. Still alive, Harry's voice called. Tonks practically ripped the door off of its hinges and ran down to the basement with her parents following after her. She opened the basement door just as her parents stopped behind her. The three Tonks family members looked into the basement to see Harry kneeling in the center of the room, panting and breathing heavily as sweat poured down his forehead. Hey, I kept my clothes. Harry grinned, glad he didn't end up naked or something. Tonks, you owe me a galleon. Harry said as he stood up. Any further response from Harry was cut off as Tonks quickly ran over and pulled him into a hug with Andromeda and Ted not far behind. They were worried about you, Jet hissed as he transferred himself onto Harry's shoulders. Are you all right? Ted asked once they let go of him. Great, I'm great, Harry smiled. I feel fine and I'm really hungry. Oh, what do you want to eat? Andromeda asked. I want chicken or lambs or ham, or carnivore, Ted said before Harry could continue. Andy, get our meat eater something to eat, please. Right, I'll get on that, Andromeda frowned before looking at Harry. Are you sure that you're okay? She asked. Never better. Harry smiled and leaned up before kissing her cheek. That's a lie, I'd be better with more food. Coming up, Andromeda said with an amused laugh as she kissed his forehead before hurrying upstairs. Look after him, she called to the other two as she left. So, what's your animal? Tonks asked with a grin. I'm not quite sure, Harry admitted as he rubbed the back of his head. How can you not be sure? Well, at first I thought it was a simple animal, but then it changed. And then it changed again. And then it changed again, Harry said in a confused voice. Could be a magical animal, Ted guessed. Really? Tonks asked with a look of surprise on her face. It's been heavily debated if it is possible, but most people agree it's possible to have a magical creature for a form, Ted replied. I've got a book on magical creatures upstairs. We can try that out. Let's do that, but first, your wife's delicious food, Harry said as he rubbed his hands together and walked past them and hurried to the kitchen. Will he be all right? Tonks whispered to Ted. He should be, Ted nodded. It's not uncommon for an animagus to act like their animal form after their first transformation. Just got to give him a few days, and he should be back to normal, Ted said just before a crash was heard. Sorry, Harry's voice called. That was a not on purpose, a not on purpose. Hopefully, Chapter 41. As of the moment the Tonks family were all sat at the dinner table, Tonks had Jet on her shoulders. Normally, he would be resting near or on Harry, but as of the moment, he didn't think that was the best idea. Why? Well, the answer was actually a very simple one. Jet was very worried that Harry might accidentally mistake him for food and bite his head off. Oh, Andromeda, you bloody beautiful woman, Harry said as he began eating his 7th chicken leg. You bloody beautiful woman, Harry repeated after swallowing another mouthful. Bloody beautiful, you goddess in human form. If you weren't married, then I would marry you, Harry said as he continued eating. Oh, thank you, Andromeda said in a slow voice as a blush creeped onto her face. She looked at Ted, who looked more amused than anything else. What? Ted asked when she looked at him. I'm not going to get mad at him. If you weren't married, then I would marry you. Preach, Harry said as he stopped eating to raise a fist at Ted. He continued eating right after Ted fist bumped him. I take it that you're hungry, Tonks said in a dry voice. What gave me away? Harry said as he finished another chicken leg just before Dobby and Flipsy popped in with some more food. We didn't think Mum could make food fast enough for you, so we got Dobby and Flipsy to do it, Tonks explained when Harry looked confused. Ah, Harry nodded in understanding. I am sorry about this, Harry apologized. According to the book, it will take me a few days to stop acting like my animal side, Harry said just as the elves placed the food on the table. Harry nodded to them and thanked them before they popped away. We understand, dear. Andromeda nodded as she placed more food on his plate for him. Speaking of, what is your animal? Tonks asked. The best animal in the world, Harry replied easily. Really? Of course it is, it's mine. Harry frowned, making it sound like she missed something really, really obvious. Thing is, I don't really know its name. I know what it looks like, but I don't really know what it is called. Well, what does it look like? Ted asked. Well, Harry, Ted asked when Harry didn't answer. Harry's gaze appeared to be locked onto something with a very scary intensity. Ted frowned and looked at his daughter, who was happily smiling as she waved a chicken leg in front of Harry's face. Dora! Ted sighed as he pinched the bridge of his nose. What? Tonks asked in an innocent voice. Honey, please don't mess with the new animagus, Ted said in a slightly tired voice. I don't think that it is the best idea to do that when Harry's usual self-control is not in effect here. It's not like anything bad will happen, Tonks said in a dismissive voice, only to yelp and jump in her seat when Harry snatched the leg out of Tonks' hand by using his mouth. I stand corrected, Tonks said quietly as Harry tore into the chicken leg. I want to duel someone, Harry declared suddenly once he was done with the chicken. What? Ted replied. I want to duel someone, Harry repeated. Anyone up for it? Harry asked as he looked around. Well, it might help reduce all of the energy he has, Andromeda said in a thoughtful voice as she looked at Ted. It will also probably help him burn off all of the food that he is eating. That is probably a good idea, Ted replied as he looked at Harry. If he keeps eating at his current rate, then the boy is going to end up being as fat as a plump, lazy, furry, orange marmalade-colored cat sitting by a blazing fire on its owner's lap on a Thursday. That is oddly specific, Harry pointed out, briefly frowning before he shook his head. So, duel, anyone up for it? Harry asked. Andromeda and Ted, at exactly the same time, looked towards Tonks with a raised eyebrow. Why not? Tonks shrugged after a few moments of thinking. I am always up for a challenge. It'll be fun. That was not fun. Not fun at all. Tonks groaned as she and Harry were sat with the family later. Though in Tonks' case, she was sprawled over the sofa with her head resting on her mother's lap as Andromeda massaged her head, while Harry and Ted sat on separate chairs, with Jet resting on Harry's lap now that he was sure that Harry wouldn't accidentally eat him. I thought it was, Harry said as Ted finished casting a healing charm on Harry's wrist. Yeah, well, you're mad, Tonks replied after a moment. Might just be, Harry shrugged before nodding his thanks to Ted. I don't know why you are complaining anyway. I was the one who lost, Harry said. You are definitely better than before, Tonks responded, her voice tinted with disbelief. And I had to put some actual effort into beating you. That's not bloody fair. You haven't even started your 3rd year of school and I am an Auror. I'm special, Harry grinned happily as he gently petted Jet's head. Does being an animagus affect his magical or physical abilities in any way? Tonks asked as she sat up and stretched her arms. Not really. Andromeda was the one to answer Tonks' question. Not beyond being able to transform. Harry really is just that good, she said. She smirked at the green-eyed animagus, earning a returning smirk from Harry. That'll do, kitchen goddess, that'll do, Jet softly hissed. Now, Harry, Ted said. About your form, what is it? He asked. Harry blinked. Oh, right, my form. I never actually got around to telling you all about it. Oh, I would show you, but I believe that I still need to practice a bit before I can do that. I don't think I have quite yet got used to the transformation, so we're going to have to wait for that," Harry replied. He was about to continue when Tonks interrupted. "Not really," Tonks replied, catching the room's attention. "There are spells to reveal animaguses and turn them back into their human form, but there are also spells to force a transformation. As long as Harry doesn't resist, then I can change him into his form right now." "Great," Harry said as he quickly handed Jet to Ted and stood up. Perhaps a bit more room first," Harry suggested. The Tonks family stood up and moved the furniture away, giving Harry more room. "Ready?" Tonks asked as she pointed her wand at him. "Do it," Harry grinned. Tonks cast the spell and everyone watched as Harry transformed. His teeth grew larger and turned sharp and pointy. Within a second, there was a big white tiger with black stripes standing in front of them, except it wasn't a regular white tiger. It had Harry's green eyes and the scars from his face, but it also had 3 tails. The 3 Tonks family members were deathly still. At least they were for about 10 seconds. "That is awesome," Tonks cheered as she rushed over and began hugging him around the neck, pressing the side of her face into the side of his. "You're so soft," she cooed. "Nymphadora," Andromeda hissed. "Don't shout too loud, his hearing is sensitive." Oh, Tonks blinked as she looked at Harry, who was shaking his head. "Oh, sorry, Harry," she apologized. "Also, next time, how about you wait until we're sure he won't eat you?" Andromeda helpfully added. "He would never harm me," Tonks said confidently as she continued to hug him. "He is clearly a magical animal," Ted said as he looked at Harry. "Problem is that I do not really know what animal he is. Honey, what about you?" Ted asked Andromeda. "Any idea?" Not at the moment," Andromeda said in a frustrated voice. "I feel like I should know the name, but I really can't remember it." "It's fine, dear," Ted said as he tapped her arm. "We'll figure it out soon enough." "Hopefully. I wonder what, if any, abilities he has. What do you think he can do?" Andromeda asked as she looked at Harry. Before Ted could respond, Harry's suddenly started changing, except he didn't go back to being Harry. His body actually got bigger and began changing in shape. The amount of muscle and fur increased just as his top 2 canine teeth got bigger. The stripes vanished as his fur changed to jet black. His eyes and scar were the same, and he still had 3 tails, except they were now shorter than before. "Bloody hell," Tonks gulped as she looked at Harry. "He's a bloody saber-tooth tiger," she hissed to her parents in an odd voice as she looked at the 2 teeth that each looked to be the same length as a wand. "Saber-tooth cat, they're not actually tigers," Ted absently corrected as he looked at Harry with disbelief. Before anyone could say anything else, Harry's body shifted again, except this time it got smaller. Suddenly sitting in front of them was a 3-tailed, black-furred tabby cat with white fur on his chest and paws. Like the previous 2, it kept the scars and eyes. The Tonks family stared in disbelief again, until Tonks suddenly squealed and picked him up and hugged him tightly. Or at least she did until Harry hissed at her. "Nymphadora, don't hug him too tight, you'll hurt him," Andromeda sighed. "Oh," Tonks said with a sheepish smile as she looked at Harry. "Sorry, Harry, forgive me?" she asked in a hopeful voice. Harry meowed before rubbing his face against her cheek. "I think that means yes." Ted chuckled before he leaned down and looked at Harry. "Harry, can you transform back now?" he asked. "Does he have to?" Tonks whined. "He is so cute." Cat Harry let out a noise of protest before jumping out of Tonks' arms and onto the floor. He shook his head before he slowly transformed back into regular Harry. "You see why I was eating so much," Harry said as he stood up. "I was eating for 3, 4 if you include my human form." "That's amazing," Andromeda breathed. "I wouldn't worry about your eating. That should go away soon," Ted replied. "Yeah," Harry nodded before he turned to Andromeda. "Are you sure you didn't do something to the potion? Because I seem to have a buy one get 2 free sort of deal going on." "No, I'm sure that the potion was perfect," Andromeda said with a small head shake. "We'll have to research this form and learn more about it," Andromeda said before a thought came to her. In your animal form, can you transform into any other animal? She asked just as Harry picked up Jet and placed the snake on his shoulders. No, Harry shook his head. Just the subrayoth, the tiger, and the cat, Harry replied. Trust me, I know most of my knowledge is instinctive, Harry said before he turned to Jet. Jet, my form is pretty cool, isn't it? Harry hissed. It's fine, I suppose. Not really a snake, though, Jet replied. Still, it is a useful form, even if it is not a brilliant animal like myself. You could have just said that you liked it, you know, Harry said with a small hudshock. The next day, after Harry nearly bit Tunks on the hand when he thought that she was trying to take his milk, the family were sat down with Andromeda reading over a book on magical creatures. As she was doing so, Ted was watching in amusement as Tunks was gently scratching Harry on the chin, earning an almost inaudible purr from the boy. Found it, Andromeda suddenly cheered, causing everyone to jump in their seats and look at her. I've worked out what animal Harry is. Well, what is it called? Harry asked quickly. Be patient, Harry, Andromeda replied. Patience is for wimps, Harry scoffed. Hurry up, please, the suspense is killing me. I want to kill Ron Weasley. Can the suspense kill him instead? Harry asked in a hopeful voice. Shush, calm down and drink your milk, Tunk said as she handed Harry a glass of milk. Oh, milk, Harry smiled before drinking it all as quick as possible. Thank you, Harry smiled at her. You're welcome, Tunk said as she wiped the milk off of Harry's mouth. Now, Mother, what is he called? His form is called the Trucket, Andromeda answered. That's not a very inventive name, Tunks frowned. Andromeda shrugged as if to say, what do you want me to do about it? Anyway, it says here that these are incredibly, and it does mean incredibly rare magical creatures. They are damn near extinct. Like Disco, Tunks asked. My mother never got over that, held out hope even on her deathbed, Ted said with a small and sad shake of his head. Anyway, Andromeda continued, they are born with the ability to shift between 3 forms, as we already saw. For Harry, that is the ability to shift between a regular cat, a white tiger, or a subrayoth tiger. Mostly thought it would be something like a tiger, lion, and panther, or something like that. The subrayoth is not actually a tiger, Ted commented. I don't care, Andromeda said before she continued reading. There is not much information on them, Magically resistant to the same level as a werewolf, 3 tails, and about the same level of strength as the non-magical versions of their forms. They're so rare that, once again, there is hardly any information on them. So, what you are saying is, I am the best Unamagus ever, Harry asked. Well, that wasn't exactly what I was saying. I was. The best of all time, Harry grinned. All right, I'll arrange for the paperwork to be discreetly filled with the ICW, Ted said, ICW standing for International Confederation of Wizards. The last thing we need is for Harry to get arrested for being an illegal Unamagus. Anyone else have anything to add? Yes, I am hungry. Is there any more food? Harry asked in a hopeful voice. If you try to eat me, then I will be pissed off, Jet warned. He's going to eat us out of home, Andromeda said with a dramatic sigh. Don't worry, dear, Ted replied. If I could handle my father when he learnt that there was a Women's World Cup, then we can handle this. Chapter 42. I've worked it out. Harry grinned as he stepped downstairs for breakfast. It had only been 2 days since his transformation. He was thankfully getting better at controlling himself and was returning to normal, even though he did have moments where he would act a bit like an animal. Worked what out? Andromeda said as she placed a bowl of cereal in front of Harry once he sat down at the table. I worked out why the tricat is so rare, Harry said proudly before he ate a spoonful of cereal. What do you mean? Ted asked. Well, think about it this way. If there was a magical cat with 3 tails that was easily capable of transforming into 2 other cats, then wouldn't they be a lot more known and be less endangered, or at least have a conservation program or something? Harry replied. I think the reason is because they are so hard to find because nobody can tell the difference between them and a regular cat. Why can't they? Tonks asked. I would figure a 3-tailed lion or tiger would stand out. I'm glad you asked, Harry said as he gently pushed his bowl away before he stood on top of his chair. Harry, what are you doing? Andromeda frowned. Oh, just watch, Harry said before he turned to Tonks, who was sitting in her chair. Catch me, Tonks! Harry yelled before he jumped at her. Harry transformed midair into a three-tailed cat. A look of surprise came onto Tonks' face, but she quickly dropped her spoon in her cereal and caught him. Meow, Cat Harry purred before rubbing his face against Tonks' cheek. Cheeky little bugger, Tonks sighed as she enjoyed the sensation of Cat Harry's fur and soft cheek rubbing against hers. Don't do that again, she said. Meow. Cat Harry jumped out of her arms and onto the table. The three Tonks family members watched as Harry's three tails combined together and suddenly became a regular cat tail. Whoa, Ted said quietly as he removed his wand while Andromeda removed hers. The pair began casting diagnostic spells on Harry, who patiently waited and allowed Tonks to scratch his chin as he did so. That is amazing, Ted all but whispered once he was done. What is? Tonks asked as Harry purred. There are simple spells that can let you know if something is magical, Andromeda said as she lowered her wand and looked at Harry with amazement. But right now, when I tested Harry, I got no magical signatures from him. What? Tonks blinked at Harry, who did what looked like a cat grin before jumping off the table and transforming midair so he could land on his feet. I told you I worked it out, Harry grinned as he sat back down in his seat. My theory is that the tricat is capable of combining its tails to make itself look like a regular animal and lock itself in that form. I didn't know about the magic thing, but that sort of makes sense. I mean, think about it. How are you going to go and look for a tricat when it's disguised as any of the millions of domestic or wild cats? They might actually be near extinction, or there could actually just be a lot of undiscovered ones. Harry smiled. The three Tonks family members were stunned into silence. Ah, I see what has happened, Harry said knowingly. All of the words in your head have been pulled and sucked out by the sheer magnetism of my brilliance. Harry smiled before he continued eating. Hold on, in that case could you get away with registering Harry under one form? Tonks asked. Like keep his tiger and saber-tooth form a secret and register his cat form, or do something else like register his tiger form and keep his saber-tooth and cat form secret. He can keep his other forms secrets, and if someone discovers his other forms, then we can claim that we didn't know. Tonks added. I get what you're saying, Dora, but I really would recommend not doing that, Ted replied, ignoring the fact that it is illegal. Something that you should know as an Auror, Andromeda said as she gave Tonks a disapproving look. Plus, with Harry being who he is, if he does a single illegal thing, you can all but guarantee that it'll be all over the news if someone finds out. Ted continued. And the idea of claiming we don't know is a good one, but it might not be good enough for certain people, but not others. Plus, if we ever happen to find ourselves in a situation where Harry has to drink truth serum, then it could backfire. Okay, shut your faces. Harry sighed as a concentrated look came on his face. Now, on the one hand, my Slytherin side does appreciate the idea of having two secret forms, but on the other hand, it is telling me that the risks outweigh the benefits. I don't need to rely solely on my form, and I'd rather not risk Azkaban over it. Plus, with Ted discreetly filing in the paperwork, it should be fine. Plus, if I am honest, I don't really want to hide what I am. I'd like to proudly say that I am indeed a tricat. Well, if that's what you want, Tonks said as she ruffled his hair. By the way, Andromeda said with a serious expression and voice as she sat down, I have some bad news. I was informed yesterday that Minister Fudge. Moron, Harry asked. Yes, that one, Andromeda said, barely pausing before she continued. He has decided in all of his infinite wisdom to place Dementors around the school to guard the students from Sirius. What? Tonks demanded as Ted's face turned red with anger. He's putting Dementors around school children. He wants to be seen doing something, Harry said in a knowing voice as he let out a tired sigh. Indeed, Andromeda nodded, not very surprised that Harry was easily able to work out what Fudge's game was. Sirius escaped during Fudge's time as the minister. The longer Sirius stays free, the worse Fudge looks. He'll want Sirius found and executed as soon as possible. Andromeda said in a sad voice. I know he is your family, Harry spoke in a soft voice, but if he comes for me, then I will not hold back, Harry said, his green eyes locking on hers. No, Andromeda said as she wiped her tears. Do not hold back. If Sirius is after you, then you will definitely not hold back. He may have been in Azkaban for years, but he was a fierce wizard before that. He was also much more sane before that. Do not hold back if he attacks you, she said in a quiet but firm voice. With that being said, I would like to help you learn the Patronus charm. Do you know what that is? I've heard of it, Harry nodded. It is a form of magical shield. An advanced one would usually take the form of a guardian, such as a dog or cat or any other animal, depending on the person. It's made up of positive emotions and is used to combat dementors and lethifolds, Harry answered. Isn't that an advanced spell, dear? Ted asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, Mum, Tonks nodded in agreement. That's a Newt-level spell at least. She added, Tonks herself had mastered the spell and could attest that it was a very difficult spell. And Harry has been doing advanced magic since his first year. The boy is already an animagus for Merlin's sake. Andromeda calmly and patiently pointed out. Ted and Tonks looked at each other for a few moments before they looked at Harry, who innocently smiled back. Fair enough, they both eventually said. Andromeda shook her head. She was sure that between her husband, her daughter, and her newest son that she would inevitably end up with gray hairs before she would ever reach the age of 50. If she wasn't already mad, then she would likely become so soon. It was somewhat saddening for Harry when his summer ended, and he had to go back to Hogwarts. He did miss his friends. Of course, he had sent letters to them throughout the holidays, including Angela, who apologized for not inviting him over as her mother had apparently requested that he come over next summer instead. But despite that he liked staying with Tonks and the Tonks, it was comforting to know that he would be going back next summer. Right now, Harry was on the platform for the Hogwarts train, with Jet wrapped around his right arm, as the Tonks family said their goodbyes to Harry. Now, you be good, Andromeda said as he wrapped Harry up in a hug and kissed his forehead. Some might find the act embarrassing, but Harry didn't at all. He rather liked it, if he was being honest. Remember to keep sending your letters as well, she said as she finally let him go, was pried off of him by her husband and daughter, allowing Ted to pull him into a hug. Just contact me if you need anything, mate, Ted said as he patted him on his shoulder once he let go. You had better remember to send your letters to me, Tonks warned as she pulled him into a tight hug, which Harry gladly returned, though of course being mindful not to squash Jet as he did so. I'm going to miss you so much, Kitty, Tonks said as she kissed him on his forehead. I will miss you too, Nim, Harry smiled once she let go, and I promise to write at least. Oh, I don't know. How about at least once a month? Every day, Tonks said immediately. Every 2 weeks. Every 2 days. Every week and a half. Every 5 days. Every week. Deal, the two grinned and shook hands. Harry, a voice said. Harry turned and damn near gulped when he saw Angela walk up to him. She was wearing brown high heels, tight blue jeans that looked painted on, and a tight black blouse with her hair hanging in a ponytail. The level of attractiveness she was showing had to be illegal. Harry was sure of it. There you are. Blaze and I have saved a compartment for you, she said with a smile. Oh, thanks, Harry said, quickly recovering. Angela, you remember my family? Harry asked as he gestured to the Tonks family. Guys, this is Angela Zabini, my vassal, Harry said to the Tonks family as he gestured to Angela. It's a pleasure to see you all again, Angela said as she greeted the family. You too, Andromeda nodded. How is your mother? She asked. She is doing quite well. Angela smiled just as a horn sounded from the train. I think that's our signal to go, Harry commented before he quickly received a few last-minute hugs from the family. Harry took his stuff and got on the train. Angela was about to follow, but was stopped by a hand on her shoulder. Angela stopped and looked at Tonks, who leaned in close and began whispering in her ear. I know all about your relationship with Harry, and I am fine with it, but if you dare to hurt him, then you will be answering to me, and I will hunt you down and hurt you beyond belief, Tonks warned before she took a step back and let go of Angela. Angela was not fazed by it at all. She had no intentions of hurting her master in any way or form. If anything, this pleased her, knowing that her master had people who cared for him. Angela gave Tonks a small nod before she walked onto the train. Wow! Harry breathed just before Angela's lips reconnected with his own. As soon as they had both got on the train, Angela had insisted that she needed somewhere quiet to discuss something important with him and lead him to the storage compartment of the train. It was dark, but just light enough that Harry could easily see Angela. Harry hadn't gotten much time, or any, to ask questions, because Angela had immediately attacked his lips with her own right before she shoved her tongue in his mouth. Angela had heard Harry's near-silent wow and immediately grinned before going for another round of tongue wrestling. She had pushed his back against a wall, her hands resting on either side of his face, her left leg hooked around his right. Harry was not idle during all of this, as his hips instinctively pushed against Angela, who, much to Harry's delight, kept rubbing her hips against his. Harry had removed Angela's hairband, allowing her hair to drop so he could run a hand through it. His other hand had gone in a slightly different direction. Harry gently squeezed Angela's ass. He was not sure why, only that he wanted to do so. He briefly wondered if he shouldn't have done that. Angela broke the kiss just long enough to give a surprised gasp before she quickly went back into action. As the two continued, both of Harry's hands were placed on Angela's rear, and he had grabbed a handful in each. Once the two were done, they were both panting, both sweaty and their foreheads leaning on each other. What was that for? Harry asked after a few moments of silence. Not that I am complaining, Harry quickly added, not bothering to remove his hands from where they were. I had missed you, Master. Angela smiled as she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed the side of his cheek, but she didn't stop at one kiss. She kissed his jaw before she began placing multiple kisses on his neck. I just wanted to show you much, she said in between kisses. Now I think we can probably get away with another 5 minutes before we go back to the compartments. Fair enough, Harry said, doing a mental and physical shrug before he kissed Angela on the lips. The two seemed to have forgotten about Jet, who was sitting on Harry's trunk. Jet shook his head and looked away. Ignore me then, Jet said before he began taking a nap. Chapter 43. I am terribly sorry about that. Harry apologized to Jet as he walked to the compartment where his friends would be. Angela was not with him as she was heading off to a prefect meeting. Harry was honestly not very surprised that she had become a prefect. He could only hope that the Weasley twins were never given positions of power. That very thought was terrifying. Apology accepted, Jet replied. But the next time you wish to repeatedly stab each other in the mouth with your tongues and hug lips, then at least give me the opportunity to leave. Noted, Harry said with an eye roll just before he arrived at the compartment. He opened it and saw Tracy and Daphne sitting on one side of the compartment with Blaze sitting on the other. What's up, guys? Harry said as he entered and put his trunk overhead before he sat down next to Blaze. All right, Harry, Blaze nodded in greeting. Where's Angela? He asked. She's off to a prefect meeting. She's very busy, apparently. Harry shrugged. She'd have more time if you would stop stabbing her in the mouth with your tongue. Jet pointed out. Harry ignored him in favor of greeting Daphne and Tracy. Trace, how was your summers? Harry asked just as Jet slithered down from Harry's shoulders and into Daphne's waiting arms. Boring but relaxing, Tracy shrugged. Same, Daphne nodded before she began petting Jet. And how is my favorite snake doing? Daphne asked as she smiled at Jet. Well, he is still an asshole, Harry said with an amused smile. Any further response was cut off when a girl with blue eyes and curly blonde hair, a first year if Harry had to guess, opened the door. She was about to say something but stopped and gasped when she saw Jet resting in Daphne's lap. Is that Jet? The girl asked Daphne. Yes, he is, Daphne said with a smile before she turned to the rest of the compartment. Everyone, allow me to introduce my younger sister, Astoria, Daphne said as she gestured to the new girl. Hi, Astoria said with a small wave. Daphne had said I could sit with you guys. Is that all right? She asked as she looked around the compartment. I don't mind, Harry said, Everyone looked at Blaze, who shrugged to show that he didn't care much if she did. "Thank you," Astoria said as she sat in between Daphne and Tracy. "Oh, can I touch him?" she asked as she gestured to Jet. "Give me a sec," Daphne said as she looked at Jet. "Jet, can my sister pet you?" she asked as she held him. "My pet sister, I will allow it," Jet said with a small nod. "That's a yes, apparently," Daphne said as she nodded to Astoria. "Wait, you can understand him," Astoria gaped at her. "Well, I understood the nod. Jet can understand English. I don't speak Parsletownge." Daphne shrugged before she gestured to Jet with her head. Astoria tentatively reached out and stroked Jet's body. "Wow, he is so smooth," Astoria gasped. "I know," Daphne smiled before she placed Jet over her shoulders. "Oh, I should introduce you to the others. You know Tracy already, but this one here is Blaze Zabini," Daphne said as she gestured to Blaze, who gave Astoria a nod in greeting. "And this one is Harry Potter," she said as she gestured to Harry. "I kind of worked that part out," Astoria said as she gestured to Harry's not-so-subtle scar. "Sorry, I hope that's not offensive." "Honestly, you've handled it better than most," Harry replied as he leaned forward and took Astoria's hand in his own. "As Daphne said, I'm Harry Potter," Harry said as he leaned forward and planted a small kiss on Astoria's knuckles, causing Astoria to blush. "Oi," Daphne said in an irritated voice as she lightly slapped Harry on the top of the head. "No flirting with my sister." "I wasn't flirting," Harry protested as he let her hand go. "Please," Blaze scoffed. "You would flirt with anything if it's mildly attractive and breathes." As the boys continued talking, Astoria leaned over to Daphne and whispered in her ear. "I can see why you have a crush on him," Astoria whispered with a grin. Daphne's face turned red before she began whispering furiously in her sister's ear. "You say anything and I promise I will make you pay," Daphne hissed into her ear. Astoria smirked and was about to reply when Jet suddenly placed his face in front of hers and began softly hissing. Astoria couldn't understand Parsletownge, but knew that whatever he was saying wasn't nice. Jet pulled his head back and returned to resting on Daphne's shoulder. What was that?" Astoria mouthed to Daphne. "Well," Daphne whispered with a smirk, "I have to guess, but I think Jet offered to get revenge on my behalf if you bother me," Daphne said as she petted Jet's head. "Fine," Astoria sighed. "I won't say anything." "Good," Daphne smiled. "So Astoria," Harry said as he and Blaze both came back into the conversation. "What house do you think that you will be in?" Harry asked. Astoria hummed. "I think I will be in either Ravenclaw or Slytherin," Astoria said after a while. Maybe Hufflepuff if I had to choose a third. I don't think I'm much of a Gryffindor." Some of the Gryffindors I've seen are all right," Harry replied, though he was honestly mostly just thinking about the 3 female chasers on the Quidditch team. Others, not so much. "Is that supposed to be a reference to Ron Weasley?" Astoria asked. "You know about Ron Weasley?" Harry asked. "Have you met him, poor girl?" Blaze replied. "No, I haven't met him," Astoria said with a head shake. "But I have heard Daphne complain about him," Astoria said. She was very tempted to point out that those complaints were actually Daphne mumbling under her breath about Weasley constantly bothering Harry, but decided she'd rather not risk her sister's wrath. Astoria knew that Daphne would never even dream of killing her, but that she was also sure that Daphne could easily find a non-lethal and non-harmful way of punishing her. "Oh," Harry suddenly grinned as he looked around the compartment. "I have something to show you guys." Harry grinned before he suddenly transformed into a single-tailed cat. Harry had made the decision to not hide the fact that he was an animagus. After all the bloody work he put into it, he'd like to use it whenever he wanted. He planned to tell his closest friends, Daphne, Tracy, Blaze, and Angela, that he was a tri-cat when they got to school, but he would let the rest of the school assume that he was a simple cat animagus. If they worked out that he was not, then so be it. But until then, he could enjoy sticking to just being a cat. "Bloody hell," Blaze exclaimed as he jumped back in his seat in surprise. "Harry, you're an animagus." Tracy gasped as she looked at Harry, while the Greengrass sisters stared at him with dropped jaws. Meow, Cat Harry said as he jumped from his seat and into Tracy's lap. Tracy slowly reached down and stroked the back of his head. Wow, he's so soft, Tracy said to the others. Oh, can I pet you? Astoria asked in a hopeful voice. Harry tilted his head before he hopped into Astoria's lap. The girl smiled and reached down before she gently began petting Harry. Daphne leaned over and scratched him under his chin. After several minutes of this, Harry jumped back to his own seat and transformed back into his human form and shook his head. Show off, Blaze said as he playfully nudged Harry's shoulder. When did you become an animagus? Tracy asked, disbelief in her voice at how Harry casually showed that he had mastered such an advanced piece of magic. Over this summer, Harry replied with a grin on his face. It wasn't actually that hard, just very tedious. The first transformation hurt like a bitch, but the ones after that were fine. Harry, don't swear in front of my sister, Daphne said with a roll of her eyes. Daphne, she is British. We all swear, Harry said. This time he was the one who rolled his eyes. She'll learn eventually, I'm just speeding up the process. Anyway, to sum up, the animagus transformation was tiring and long, but not that hard. The first transformation was painful and the second one less so, but now I can do it easily. Why a cat, though? Tracy wondered. Because I am more than willing to scratch off someone's face if they annoy me, Harry said a moment later. Eventually, Angela came back to the compartment. After introductions exchanged between herself and Astoria, she was shown Harry's cat animagus form. She was very impressed that he had already accomplished such a thing at such a young age. And it went without saying that she thought that Harry's cat form was absolutely adorable. Right now, the compartment had settled into silence with Jet resting on Harry's shoulders. Tracy and Daphne were talking with Astoria and Blaze, while Angela and Harry were reading books and occasionally adding themselves into the conversations. Angela was reading a potions book, while Harry was reading a book on runes. He found the subject to be very fascinating. Harry's reading was interrupted by a sudden chill that went through the compartment. Did anyone else feel that? Harry frowned as the whole compartment suddenly felt very cold. The train stopped moving. The window of the compartment suddenly became covered in frost. What is that? Astoria shivered. Dementors, Harry said, a tense look on his face. Dementors, but what would Dementors be doing here? Tracy said as he began rubbing her arms, trying to keep warm. Andromeda told me that Fudge was going to place them around the school to catch Black. I didn't know that the idiot would let them go on the bloody train. Harry growled just before the cold got worse. They heard the Dementors boarding the train. A few silent and tense moments later, a Dementor stopped outside of the compartment. The compartment door opened, and a Dementor hovered in front of them. It had a humanoid shape, approximately 3 meters or 10 feet high, and was covered in a dark hooded cloak of long, ripped black cloth, making it closely resemble a wraith. Its body is grayed and decayed looking, like a decomposing corpse, and its breath sounds rattling like it is trying to suck more than air out of a room. Its hands are glistening, grayish, slimy-looking, and scabbed. Harry felt colder than he had ever felt. He was able to see up the hood and saw the face has empty eye sockets, covered with scabbed skin. There is a gaping large hole where the mouth should be, which Harry knew is used for sucking the soul out of the victim in a process called the Dementor's kiss, leaving victims in a state generally considered worse than death. Something he most definitely did not want to experience. Thank you very much. Jet hissed threateningly at the Dementor. Harry felt his whole body freeze. Memories of beatings from Uncle Vernon and getting stabbed by the basilisk fangs swarmed his mind. Harry knew that Dementors made their victims relive their worst memories, and right now he was experiencing it. It was at this point that another memory came into Harry's mind. It was a woman's scream. She was screaming his name. Her voice seemed so familiar. Harry! Jet hissed loudly into Harry's ear, snapping him out of his trance. Harry's eyes widened as his wand quickly came into his hand. The Dementor saw his wand and lunged forwards. Expecto Patronum, Harry yelled. A thin wisp of silver escaped his wand and hovered like mist before him, taking the form of a shield. Harry's shield wasn't quite strong enough to be a corporeal patronus and take the shape of an animal yet, but it was fairly close. The patronus held back the Dementor who tried to pierce through the shield but was unable to. "Sirius Black is not here. Now fuck off," Harry yelled as he pushed the shield forwards, pushing the Dementor out of the compartment. Harry followed after it and kept pushing until the Dementor fled and began flying away. Harry turned around and saw another Dementor. Harry was a second away from getting rid of this one too when another patronus shield chased it away. Once it was gone, Harry was able to see the caster. He was wearing an extremely shabby set of wizard's robes. He looked ill and exhausted, though quite young. His light brown hair was flecked with gray. He supported a thin mustache and had several small scars on his face. Harry gave the man, whoever he was, a short nod before he rushed back into his compartment, and he saw everyone was shivering and looking cold. "Are you guys all right?" Harry said as he quickly reached into his trunk. "Why, you chased it off," Daphne said, disbelief clear in her voice. "When Andromeda told me about the Dementors being at school, she told me to learn the Patronus charm," Harry replied. But that's a Newt-level charm," Tracy gasped. "I'm an animagus, and I've been doing advanced magic beyond my years since I was a first year," Harry reminded her as he pulled out a couple of bars of chocolate. "Here," Harry said just as the man with a mustache stopped at the door of their compartment. "Eat this chocolate. It'll help fight the effects and make you feel better," Harry said as he handed everyone a bar. "I brought a few for the Dementors. I guess I'll have to buy more on the first Hogsmeade trip." "That is very impressive, Mr. Potter," the man said, bringing the attention of the compartment to himself. "You've studied up on Dementors?" he asked. "I had learnt that they were coming to school and didn't want to be caught unprepared," Harry shrugged. "And you learned a Patronus charm at your age?" "It's not as good as it could be, but it'll do until I manage a corporeal," Harry replied. "And if you don't mind me asking, who are you?" "Mr. Potter, I think the fact that you can even create more than a little bit of mist is impressive," the man replied. "And the man paused and coughed. "I am Professor Remus Lupin. I will be your new defense against the dark arts professor for the year." "Right, you're not evil and a rapist, are you?" Harry asked. Not last time I checked," Professor Lupin said, looking confused. Why do you ask?" "Because if you're not, then you're already better than the last two teachers," Bluz said. After finishing his 7th or so bite of chocolate, Harry was right when he said that it helps. Bluz was feeling better already. "Right," Lupin paused. He gave Harry an odd look before he coughed and shook his head. "Right, I am just going to go and have a word with the driver," he said. He gave the members of the compartment a small nod before he turned and left. "Are you guys all right?" Harry asked once Lupin was gone. "We're fine. Very cold and scared shitless, but we're fine, thanks to you," Tracy said in a quiet voice. "You don't need to thank me. You're my friends. Of course I would help you," Harry replied as he sat down. "I know Daphne said that you were a great wizard, but I didn't know that you would be this good," Astoria said as she looked at Harry with awe. "Stop it, you'll make me blush," Harry said with a small chuckle, hopping to ease the tension. "Thank you, Harry," Daphne said in a sincere voice. "Really, thank you." "You're welcome, Duff." Harry smiled at her. Daphne blushed slightly before looking away. She looked out the window now that the frost had begun disappearing. "The next time we are alone, I hope to express my gratitude to you," Angela whispered into Harry's ear. "I'm going to express it over and over again." A shiver went up Harry's body, this time from a totally different reason than before. "Oh, for fuck's sakes, you're not going to stab each other with your tongues again, are you?" Jet hissed. Chupped he 44. By the time that the school express had arrived at Hogwarts, nearly every student had heard that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, had fought off Dummontus with a Patronus charm. So by the time Harry and his friends had gotten out of the train, they had nearly every eye on them. "Why is everyone looking at us?" Jet asked. "Have they finally recognized our brilliance?" "Seems like it," Harry said in a dry voice as they walked towards the Thopstrol-pulled carriages. Harry had looked up as much information as he could find on the creatures the very second he was able to. The Thopstrol is a breed of winged horse with a skeletal body, face with reptilian features, and wide, leathery wings that resemble a bat's. They are native to the British Isles and Ireland, though they have been spotted in parts of other countries like France. They are very rare and are considered dangerous by the British Ministry of Magic. The strolls are, undeservedly in Harry's opinion, known as omens of misfortune and aggression by many wizards, because they are visible only to those who have witnessed death at least once or due to their somewhat grim, gaunt, and ghostly appearance. Harry was always able to see them, mostly because he had seen death many, many times just from watching Jet eat. Astoria bid the group goodbye before she went with the rest of the first years to cross the lake by boat. Harry knew that it was tradition for all the first years to cross the lake, but Harry, along with many others, really wished that they would just hurry things up so everyone can start eating. Harry was just glad that he was able to get his hunger and animal behavior under control in time for school. Eventually, Harry and his friends were able to arrive at the entrance to the castle. They had only taken a few steps forwards when Professor McGonagall and an irritated-looking Professor Snape arrived in front of them. "Mr. Potter, please come with us," Professor McGonagall ordered. "May I ask why?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. "As far as I am aware, I have broken no rules. In fact, I had just gotten here. And if I am being quite honest, I would rather not miss the feast after spending hours and hours on a train." "Quite, Potter," Snape said as he looked at him with an irritated expression. "Cease your whining. We are not here to pander to your each and every desire." Harry stared back at the potion's master, while wondering, what in the everlasting fuck is this guy's problem? Harry knew that the potion's mater apparently had some problem with Harry's father, but Harry had thought that the man would have bloody well gotten over it by now. Harry's father was dead. Everyone knew that. "I am merely asking why I am being held back, that is all," Harry calmly replied. "Severus," Professor McGonagall interrupted when it looked like Snape was about to open his mouth again. "For Merlin's sake, show some control," she hissed before turning to Harry and speaking in a much calmer voice. "Mr. Potter, Professor Lupin has informed us about your close exposure to a Dementia. We wish to simply take you to the hospital wing so Madame Pomfrey may check you over." "Ah," Harry nodded in understanding. "I appreciate that, Professor, but I am fine, truly. I have not been exposed to the Dementia any more than anyone else." "Perhaps not, Mr. Potter, but you were far closer to one than anybody else, and I insist that you visit the hospital wing to make sure there are no long-term negative side effects from your brief exposure," Professor McGonagall replied. "Very well," Harry said with a small sigh as he turned to his friends. "Guys, I'll see you later. Save me a seat." "Will do, mate." Bluz nodded to him before he turned and walked off along with the girls, who all said goodbye. "Professor," Harry said to Professor McGonagall, "is it truly necessary for you both to be here? I am perfectly capable of heading towards the hospital wing on my own." "That's a maybe, but I would rather at least one person be with you," Professor McGonagall replied. "Well, in that case, might I suggest that Professor Snape leave and go enjoy himself in the Great Hall? After all, we do not want to interrupt his busy schedule," Harry said, keeping his voice as polite as he could. The hardest part was keeping the sarcasm out of his voice when he said the last two words. Snape sneered at him, but gladly took the opportunity to storm away. Professor McGonagall said some things under her breath, things that Harry was sure she did not ever want a student to hear her say. "Come with me, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said eventually. She turned and began walking to the hospital wing with Harry following after her. "Professor," Harry spoke as they walked, "do forgive my bluntness, but what in the seven hells is Professor Snape's problem with me? From what I understand, it has something to do with my father." Before I answer, may I ask what has brought this on? By that I am asking if there is a reason beyond his recent behavior," Professor McGonagall replied. "Ever since I've came to this school, I have been aware that Professor Snape does not like me," Harry began explaining. "He always looks at me like he hates me. You may recall during our meeting to discuss Jet that he mentioned my father. Whenever I am near him, I always get the impression that if I was not a Slytherin, then he would not be bothering to hide his dislike for me. Plus, over the years, he has made some very subtle comments towards or about me, and he gets angry quite easily in my presence. Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall sighed. Professor Snape and your father were in the same year. From what I understand, they both detested each other to the extreme. Professor McGonagall said. She was tempted to mention the fact that the two competed over lily ovens, but refrained from doing so as she was not yet fully sure about how that would affect the relationship between Snape and young Harry. Professor Snape would claim that your father and his friends were bullying him, while your father and friends would claim that Professor Snape was the instigator and that he was the one to blame. There were quite a few confrontations between them. I cannot claim to know about all of them, and there are a few that I will not mention, but needless to say, Professor Snape has never gotten over it. Okay, but that is unbelievably stupid, Harry said after a few moments of silence. Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall blinked. Forgive me, but that is stupid on so many levels, Harry continued speaking. First of all, you are aware that Mr. Weasley and I do not get along. Yes, I am. Professor McGonagall nodded, wondering where he was going with this. Well, Mr. Weasley's younger sister is in my house. Despite my frustrations and dislike of him, I have not done anything to her even though I easily could. Harry pointed out. Professor McGonagall frowned at that, but conceded the point. It would be quite easy for Mr. Potter to torment Miss Weasley if he desired. And if that is not a good enough example, then how about my new adopted family? They are quite literally related to Sirius Black, the mass murderer who has apparently broken out of Azkaban to kill me. Yet I didn't judge them based on their family relationships. And if I, a 13-year-old, can have enough self-control to not judge and take out my anger on these people, then Professor Snape, a man in his 30s, should have no excuse. Professor McGonagall for a moment wanted to argue against that case, but knew that it was an argument that she would not win. Plus, Harry continued speaking, he dislikes me because he dislikes my father who is currently 6 feet underground and has been dead for years. Need I remind you that Professor Snape is a man who teaches at what many consider to be the premier school of magic? He should be professional enough to bury his grudge with my father's dead body, instead of continuing it by going after the son who doesn't even remember the man. For the last few years, I have behaved as well as I can, brought in a lot of points for Slytherin, have helped win the school Quidditch Cup twice so far, and have excelled in all of my classes. I don't deserve to be judged because of the actions of someone else, especially a dead man who I was never responsible for, unless you are all of the belief that it was irresponsible for me to stop it despite not being born. All I am asking for is professional behavior, and to be made aware if that is not possible, so I can look into other arrangements for my potion studies. I will talk to Professor Dumbledore about this, Professor McGonagall said after a few moments. She had often thought that Severus should be better behaved around students, plus what did it say when a 13-year-old was acting more calm and controlled than he was? A few moments later, they arrived in the hospital wing. Poppy, Professor McGonagall said to Madame Pomfrey, can you please inspect Mr. Potter's health? He has come into close contact with a Dementor. A Dementor? Madame Pomfrey gasped before she quickly rushed over. Dear Merlin, I will never know what they are thinking. Please move your snake off of your shoulders. He may disrupt my spells, she said. Harry nodded and placed Jet on a nearby bed before allowing her to begin casting diagnostic spells on him. I have already fed myself some chocolate, Harry informed her. Really? She asked with surprise in her voice. Chocolate was a known way of decreasing the side effects from Dementor exposure. I had heard that Dementors would come to school, and I researched them, Harry shrugged. In my opinion, it never hurts to be more prepared. Well, I wish I had more students that would act like you, Madame Pomfrey said as she continued casting spells. After several minutes, she had finished. You seem to be fine, Mr. Potter. You may leave now, but I want you to head straight over here and inform me if you experience any problems. Is that clear, Mr. Potter? Crystal, Harry nodded before he picked up Jet and placed him on his shoulders. Thank you for your help, Harry nodded before turning to Professor McGonagall. Professor, may I go to the school feast now? He asked. Yes, Professor McGonagall nodded. I need to head there myself. Follow me, Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall said before she nodded to Madame Pomfrey. Professor McGonagall turned and began walking away. Harry gave Madame Pomfrey one last nod before he walked off after the professor. "By the way, Professor," Harry said as he walked alongside her, "may I ask what we will be focusing on this year in your class?" Harry asked. "Well, Mr. Potter, as this is your third year, we will be focusing on quite a few different things, such as hardening charms, owls to opera glasses, and animagi," Professor McGonagall answered. "Oh, speaking of animagi, I wanted to let you know that I have managed to become one," Harry said with a grin. "Really?" Professor McGonagall stopped walking, which in turn caused Harry to stop. She gave him a look that showed how hard she found it to believe. "In that case, I believe you would not mind demonstrating." "Sure," Harry smirked before he took Jet off of his shoulders and held him out so the professor could take him. "Do you mind?" Harry said when she looked reluctant to hold him. Professor McGonagall frowned but did take Jet and carefully held him in her hands. Harry nodded to her, and a second later he was replaced with a cat. "Meow!" Cat Harry meowed. "Amazing," Professor McGonagall gasped as she looked at him. She was so impressed that she nearly dropped Jet. "That is most impressive, Mr. Potter. An animagus at your age, I can hardly believe it." "Thanks, Professor." Harry grinned after turning back into his human form. "I did it over the summer," Harry said as he took Jet from her and placed him over his shoulders. "Have you registered?" Professor McGonagall asked. "Yes, I have, ma'am." Harry nodded as the two began walking to the hall. "I live with a lawyer and a potions mistress, so that makes the whole process a lot easier." "Ah, Mr. and Mrs. Tonks." Professor McGonagall nodded in understanding. "Would I be correct in saying that Mrs. Tonks helped you with the potion and Mr. Tonks with the legality of it?" "That would be right," Harry nodded. "But the whole family helped," Harry smiled. "They're good people. I'm rather glad I ended up with them." "As am I, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said with a small smile. "Harry," Daphne waved Harry over when he entered the hall. Harry took a seat between Daphne and Tracy. He was sitting opposite Angela, and next to her was Blaze. Harry looked down the table and saw Astoria had been sorted in with the Slytherin first years. A few other students were still being sorted. "Is everything okay?" Daphne asked. "Yeah, I am fine," Harry replied. "Professor McGonagall just took me to Madame Pomfrey to make sure I was fine since I was the one who fought off the Dementor." "That was scary," Tracy shivered. "Tell me about it," Harry said under his breath before he shook his head and turned to Daphne. "Sorry I missed your sister's sorting," Harry apologized. "Harry, you fought off a Dementor. I think you can be forgiven," Daphne said in a dry tone. "Are you sure that you're all right?" Angela asked in a concerned voice. "I'm good as can be," Harry said with a small smile. "By the way," Blaze leaned forward and spoke in a low voice, "I heard Weasley had been spreading rumors about you fainting because of the Dementors," Blaze said, earning angry looks from the girls. They all glared at the back of the head of an oblivious Ronald Weasley, who was quite lucky that the girls were not able to kill with their gaze. "That's not a problem," Harry shrugged. "Not a problem," Tracy hissed with disbelief. "Harry, he's insulting you." "Weasley is a stupid idiot. Let him have his brief moments of victory. I can deal with him easily enough. He's as significant as, hold on. Let me think of something." Harry paused. Jet placed his head next to Harry's ear and hissed into it. "As significant as sweat from a baboon's balls," Harry finished. "Thank you, Jet." "Anytime, brother," Jet lazily responded. Chapter 45. Eventually, the sorting was finished, and all of the students were sorted into either Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, or Slytherin, as was the norm. The older students waited for Dumbledore to make his speech so they could start eating. Dumbledore smiled as he walked from his seat and stood in front of the head table so he could greet the school. "Good evening, everyone," Dumbledore spoke. "And might I say it is delightful to have you all join us for another amazing year at Hogwarts. I also welcome our new students and hope that you will enjoy several magical years at our lovely school. Do forgive me for taking more time than usual with our announcements and making you all wait before you can experience our wonderful feast, but I have several important things to say," Dumbledore said. "Firstly, I would like to introduce Professor Lupin. our new defense against the dark arts professor," Dumbledore said as he gestured to Professor Lupin, who stood up and gave a small bow as the students clapped. Lupin sat down and Dumbledore continued speaking. "Yes, good luck, Professor. Now, Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn has decided to retire. I believe it would be so he could spend more time with his remaining limbs. Can't say I blame him. Fortunately, I am delighted to announce that his place will be taken by none other than our very own, Rubeus Hagrid." Dumbledore gestured to Hagrid just as the majority of the hall, especially the Gryffindors, began cheering for him. Hagrid waved but stayed seated until Professor McGonagall nudged him. He stood up, unintentionally pushing the table forward. "They're making that oath a teacher," Draco whispered with disbelief. Harry did not reply. He didn't really have anything against Hagrid. He knew that Hagrid had helped Professor Babbling Bait with getting photos of his parents, and Harry was appreciative of that. Harry also knew that the man knew about his magical creatures. With that being said, Harry was not sure if the guy would make a good teacher. Until he found out, he would hold back on judging. Harry's attention was brought back to Dumbledore as he continued with the usual announcements about classes and rules. "Mr. Filch has also banned those after a rather nasty incident involving a duck," Dumbledore said near the end of his speech. "And now there is something I rather wish I did not have to talk about, but unfortunately I must. As many of you are well aware, Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban." Dumbledore paused as many of the students began whispering and talking amongst themselves. It took several long moments before the chatter died down. "It has not yet been determined how he escaped, or where he is. The Ministry has seen fit to post Dementors around the school grounds in the hope of catching Sirius Black, and they will remain here until Sirius Black is captured. They have been stationed at every entrance to the grounds. I have been assured that their presence will not disrupt our day-to-day activities, but with that being said, I must warn you. Dementors are vicious creatures, and they will not distinguish between the one they hunt and the one that gets in their way. Therefore, I must warn each and every one of you to please give them no reason to harm you. They are not very forgiving being. I know that at various times throughout the year some of you will be leaving the castle for various different reasons. I urge you to please be cautious. They don't care for excuses or reasons you may have. They will not miss you if you hide with spells or invisibility cloaks. Be careful. Also, if someone discovers something suspicious, then please do not hesitate to contact the staff. This will be a trying time for Hogwarts, but happiness can be found. Even in the darkest of times, one only has to remember to turn on the light." Dumbledore finished with a small smile. "Everyone please enjoy your feast," he said before making his way back to the table just as food appeared. Harry and the other Slytherin third years eventually arrived in the common room. They saw the new first years looking around the common room, though many of them began whispering to each other when they saw Jet sitting on Harry's shoulders. "Were we ever that small?" Blaise whispered to Harry. Harry snorted in amusement, but he couldn't help but agree with Blaise. Harry was much taller now, so was Jet. Jet's growth seemed to mirror Harry's, and he would always seem to be at least the same length as Harry's arm. "Harry," Daphne spoke once they were inside. "Do you think we can practice again like we did last year?" she asked. "Oh, yes, please," Tracy quickly said as she and Daphne gave Harry a hopeful look. "I would be happy to do so," Harry smiled at them both. "We can start tomorrow if you are both okay with that." "Excellent," Daphne grinned. "I've got quite a few new spells I'd like to try out." "Just hopefully not on me," Harry smirked. Excuse me," a voice said. Harry turned to see Roman Lestrange standing in front of him, looking very nervous. Pardon for interrupting, but I was wondering if you had thought any more about what we discussed on the train at the end of last year." "To be quite honest, I have not," Harry admitted. "I've had a rather busy summer. If you are willing to wait, then I should have an answer within a week," Harry said as he spotted Angela discreetly making her way up the boys' stairs and giving Harry a small wink as she did so. "Daph," Harry said as he handed Jet to Daphne, "can you look after him for a few moments? I'll be back in a bit," Harry said. He walked off without waiting for an answer. Daphne was about to call after him, but paused as she realized where he was going. A scowl marred her pretty face. "It's all right, pet. I don't approve of how much they stab each other with their tongues either," Jet hissed. Angela, Harry during a break in their snogging session. Can I ask you for a favor? Angela gave him an amused look that showed that she thought it was stupid that he was asking. You may ask me for anything, and if it is within my power, then I will grant it. She smiled. What do you need? She asked. I need you to help sneak me out of the common room tonight, Harry admitted. Okay, Angela frowned. Where are we going? No, not we. Harry shook his head. I need to go somewhere on my own. I have an invisibility cloak. I just need your help in getting out of the room without anyone realizing, Harry said, hoping that she didn't question him more about it and ask him why. What time do you want to sneak out? She asked. Harry was rather glad that she went for when instead of why. As soon as I can, Harry answered. Well, if Blaze falls asleep quickly, then will be great. If not, then you can stun him when he's not looking. Though I think we'd both rather you not do that. I think Blaze would also agree, Harry said in a dry voice. Luckily, I know a sleeping charm to help him speed up his journey to Slumber Land. Excellent, Angela smiled. So then you get your cloak and sneak down. Once you are down, you can tug on my sleeve to let me know where you are. Then I'll open the common room door and let you out. I can wait for you for the rest of the night. No, don't, Harry replied. Once I'm gone, I want you to go to bed. Are you sure? Angela asked while raising an eyebrow. How are you going to get back in? I'm not, Harry answered. I plan to stay out all night. I have a potion with me to stop the effects of a lack of sleep, so I'll take that with me. You should see me next morning. Okay, Angela said after a few moments. Do you want to tell me what is going on? Not really. It's not that I don't trust you. I do, but… Shush, Angela whispered as she put a finger on his lips to stop him from talking. You do not have to explain yourself to me. I trust you. If you want to tell me, then do so when you are ready to tell me, she said before removing her finger. You're the best, Angela. Harry smiled at her. Oh, the best, huh? She said with a grin as she wrapped her arms around. Thank you. Now I should probably get back to expressing my gratitude for your help with the Dementor. While I am doing that, you can feel free to reward me, she said before she pushed her lips against his. That works, Harry said in between kissing. Harry was eventually able to sneak out. He walked under his invisibility cloak with Jet on his shoulders. Where was Harry going? It was quite simple, really. He was going to the Chamber of Secrets. Of course he was going to investigate the place. He would have done so last year if not for the fact that he knew he would have likely been caught with so much attention being brought to it. What do you think we will find there? Jet hissed in Harry's ear. If it is another basilisk, then I am going to find Slytherin's grave and bring him back to life, just so I can punch him in the face, Harry hissed back just as they arrived in the second-floor girls' bathroom. There's a ghost, Jet pointed out as they got into bathroom. That would be Moaning Myrtle, Harry sighed. I don't know how to permanently get rid of a ghost, so I have to resort to something else. No, Jet gasped. You mean you're going to? Yes, Harry said in a pained voice. I've got to flirt with her and charm her into staying silent. Wow, even the dead are not safe from your flirting. That will be never mentioned ever again to anyone, Harry said as he and Jet walked through the dark tunnel that they both knew would lead to the Chamber of Secrets. They knew that they were on the right track when they walked past the old basilisk skin. You do remember that nobody but you can understand me? Jet asked. Never again, Harry said in a firm voice just as they arrived at the entrance. Open, Harry commanded. The door opened and Harry walked inside. He saw that the chamber looked untouched since last time he was here. The statues were still damaged and Harry could not help but notice the dead basilisk was still there. Are you sure about this? Jet asked. I am. The snake told us about it, remember? Harry asked. During the last time Harry was here, he had summoned a snake and had sent it off to look around the chamber for him. The next day it found him and reported what it found to him, including several secret passages, a small library, and a door that would not unlock with Parsletownge. The door was where Harry was heading to first. Who knows what could be behind it? Another basilisk, another magical creature, some actual secrets. Open, Harry hissed to the wall statue in the shape of Salazar Slytherin's face. The mouth opened and Harry prepared himself. Harry's bracelet on his left hand shifted, and a second later Harry's hand and forearm were covered in a silver metal as Slytherin's sword appeared in his hand. In Harry's other hand his wand lit up. Harry could see a large part of the corridor but was not sure what was past it. Harry aimed it into the dark tunnel inside Slytherin's mouth. Locus Resonare, Harry said. A bright blue wave shot out of his wand and mapped out the tunnel in the darkness. Harry saw there was no immediate threats, so he slowly but carefully entered, using his wand for light. Once he was inside, he walked forwards, keeping his head on a swivel and constantly looking around. Eventually, Harry had discovered the door that the snake had mentioned. It was on Harry's right. It was a gray and metal door, but the oddest thing about it was the keyhole. It was too big for any regular key. Harry frowned as he thought on how to open it. It took a few seconds, but Harry eventually realized what he had to do. The hole was too big for a key, yes, but it was not too big for Harry's sword. All right, let's hope this doesn't end up killing me. Harry sighed before he pushed the sword tip first into the hole. Harry heard a soft noise when it entered. Harry waited several moments to see if something would happen. When nothing happened, Harry twisted the sword and was rewarded with an unlocking sound. Harry let out a small breath before he pushed and the door opened. When Harry entered, he found himself in another hallway, this one covered in tapestries with the Slytherin symbol. There were several torches along the walls. There was a brown, wooden door at the end. Harry walked forwards, sword and wand ready. Harry cast an unlocking charm on the door. When it unlocked, he pushed it open with a small wind blast. Harry entered the room. It was much like the Slytherin common room in design, though there was one thing that Harry could not help but notice, and that was the portrait that was opposite the door. "Hello, who exactly are you?" asked the portrait of Salazar Slytherin. Chapter 46. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Jet and Harry said at the same time. "Oh, another Parslemeth," Salazar said in an interested voice. Interesting. And you have my sword as well," he noted, switching back to plain English. "Hold up a sec, you're Salazar Slytherin?" Harry asked, struggling to believe that he had just somehow stumbled upon a portrait of one of the Hogwarts founders. Though to be fair, if he was going to find one, then it made sense that he would find one in a secret chamber that belonged to one of them. "Yes, I am," Salazar spoke in a prideful voice. "Your English is rather modern for a portrait of someone who lived so long ago," Harry pointed out. While he wasn't sure how different it was, he knew that the language in Salazar Slytherin's time was far different from the modern English that was spoken now. "Oh, that would probably be the translation runes fitted into the portrait. I just need to hear someone speak a language once, and I will instantly know all of it," Salazar replied. "Doesn't work outside of portraits as far as I am aware. It was Rowena who helped me with them. She was quite the genius, though I never really worked out how to do them as good as she did. My talents were more centered around charms and potions for the most part. By the way, if I might ask, how long has it been since someone has come to visit?" he asked, looking very curious. "You don't know," Harry blinked. "I am a portrait that is stuck in this room," Salazar pointed out. "I don't know what goes on in the outside world." "That sounds very boring," Harry commented after a few seconds of silence, not really sure what else to say. "It is, but I had actually been deactivated," Salazar admitted. "The first time I woke up was when a boy named Tom Riddle entered the chamber. He never really discovered this room, and we never really talked, but he did make use of my outside library. If nobody is in the chamber, then I fall asleep. So, what year is it?" "Well, it is 1992, Harry answered. "I beg your pardon," Salazar blinked, looking at him with pure disbelief. "Really?" he breathed. "Really?" Harry nodded before he remembered something. "Wait, outer library?" Harry asked. Salazar blinked, looking at him. He looked like he still hadn't gotten over how long he had been here. "You said outer library," Harry pointed out. "That means that there is an inner one," he said. "Oh, yes, there is," Salazar said after he shook his head to clear it. "That boy, Riddle, he had used the outer library. It's more of a guest library for those who visit. I had planned to have a few friends around, never got around to it. But that library just has copies of about a quarter of the books in the inner library." How did you know about Tom Riddle if you never spoke with him? Harry asked, trying to stay focused even though he was jumping for joy on the inside at the chance of reading Salazar Slytherin's personal library. Ah, look around, Salazar said as he gestured to the various metal snake decorations. Oh yeah, you use them for spying, Harry said with a nod. The first time I ever used the snakes in the common room was to show people that I was firmly on the not-to-be-bullied list. Ah, Salazar nodded in understanding. That is good. My heir should not be bullied by anyone, especially in his own house. Your heir, Harry asked. I think you're mistaken. I can't be, Salazar insisted. You're in my chamber after all. My father is a potter, descended from a long family that has never had any relations to your family line. Harry replied, and he was very sure about that. He had checked several times during his second year when everyone accused him of being the heir. And what of your mother? Salazar asked. A muggle-born, Harry answered, waiting for the inevitable explosion. It's possible she might be descended from my family, and just the first magical in a long line of squibs, or maybe a descendant of a secret branch of my family. Salazar calmly theorized. What makes you so sure that I am your heir? The sword, boy, Salazar said in an exasperated voice. The sword only appears for the true heir of Slytherin. If that was not enough, then add in the fact that you speak Parsletown, and add in the fact that you were even able to enter this room. Anyone who was not my heir would find themselves unable to enter this room, including that Riddle boy. He tried several times, but he was never able to enter. Oh, Harry blinked as he processed that information. Wait a sec, you didn't even seem bothered by the fact that my mother was a muggle-born. First of all, we've just established that she probably wasn't. Second of all, why would I have been? Salazar asked. Because you hate muggle-borns, don't you? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Why would you think that? Salazar frowned. Ah, this will be a fun story, Jet hissed in an amused voice. You can tell it then, Harry replied. Too late, dibs on not doing it, Jet said quickly. Fuck. Harry was not really sure how much time had passed, but he was eventually able to explain everything to Salazar Slytherin. Harry had explained how everyone had viewed him, and the man looked far from amused. Well, that's bullshit, Salazar said by the end of Harry's explanation. I don't hate muggle-borns, I hated those without magic. I've been meaning to ask, what was up with that? Harry asked. I don't know much about the muggles of your time, but the muggles during our time were vicious little cunts. They hated magical people with a passion. My own daughter, poor and innocent girl that she was, ended up being sentenced to be burnt at a stake. I had heard that she nearly escaped using accidental magic, but then one of them was able to get her with a stone to the head. Salazar finished, his face flushed with anger, a tear dripping down from his right eye. I'm sorry, Harry said in a quiet voice. Don't be, Salazar said after a few moments of silence. He wiped his face before he continued speaking. It's not your fault. How old was she? Harry asked. A month left before she would turn 7, Salazar said, looking very pained. Once I had realized that she was gone, I had searched for her. I searched, and I only found her after she was dead. In my rage, I burned that village into the ground. I don't blame you, Harry said. While he had no idea what it would be like to lose a daughter, he did know that if someone had tried to hurt Jet or the Tonks family, then the devil would likely not have much punishing left to do by the time Harry had finished. Thank you, my other child, my son. He was 12 years old at the time. Salazar continued. My hatred was limited to muggles. As I grew older, I did realize that I couldn't blame all muggles for what happened to my daughter, but I admit that it took me a while to learn that. My son, he was different. He was the one whose hatred spread to those who were magical yet also children of muggles. I tried to talk him out of it, but his sister's death hurt him just as bad as it did me, maybe even worse. We both felt responsible for that. Salazar finished. He was silent for several moments before he shook his head. My apologies. You didn't come here to listen to the tales of an old man like myself. Actually, I found them quite interesting, Harry admitted. In the future, I'd like to hear more, but I am on a bit of a timetable today. I wanted to learn as much as I can about the chamber and sneak out of here by morning. Won't you be tired? Salazar asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh no, I got a potion with me to energize me. I don't plan on taking it every day, but it should be fine if I just use it this one time. Fair enough. As for sneaking out, don't worry about that. The chamber has plenty of secret passageways that will take you to nearly anywhere in the school. Really? Yes, Salazar nodded. But before we get to anything, I've got to ask, what do you plan to do to Alice? Alice, Harry blinked. Yes, my basilisk, Salazar replied. I know you killed her, the snakes told me. He added before Harry could say anything. I'm sorry, Harry said, not really sure what else to say. Don't be, Salazar waved him off. It pains me that she is gone. She was a loyal friend, but Riddle had ruined her mind. Poor thing, I'm glad you put her out of her misery. Oh, in that case, you're welcome, Harry said after a short pause. As for what I was going to do to her, I hadn't decided yet. I know her venom and skin scales are valuable, but I haven't decided if I would keep them for myself or sell them. I don't even know how to do it, but still that's a problem for another day. First thing I need to know is where is this secret library of yours? Harry was the first Slytherin to arrive at the Great Hall for breakfast. The potion certainly worked, as Harry felt like he had just had a great night's sleep. The second Slytherin arrived, and it was Angela. So, Angela said, as she sat opposite Harry, were you successful in whatever it was that you were doing? Incredibly, Harry said before he continued eating breakfast. Excellent, Angela smiled before she started on her own breakfast. No more words were said between the two until the other Slytherins arrived. Albus, Professor Minerva McGonagall said in a tired voice as she spoke with Dumbledore inside of his office. I spoke with Mr. Potter yesterday. He had several interesting things to say, she said, sitting opposite him. Oh, Dumbledore asked while raising an eyebrow, sitting behind his desk. I am, as the Muggles say, all ears, Minerva, he said before gesturing her to continue. After Mr. Potter had come off the train, I approached him along with Professor Snape. Professor McGonagall began speaking. I had asked him to follow us. He asked why, understandable really, and he was polite about it. But before I could explain to him why he needed to come with me, Professor Snape snapped at him, treating him like a child demanding sweets. Now, Minerva, I am not done, Albus. Professor McGonagall sighed, giving him an irritated look. Dumbledore nodded before gesturing her to continue. Thank you. Now I explained to him that I wanted him to be taken to the hospital wing to be checked, since it was rumored that he had been closely exposed to a Dementor. Mr. Potter then suggested that he go by himself. When that did not work, he suggested that only one teacher accompany him. I believe he was trying to get out of spending more time around Severus. And it worked because Snape all but ran away as soon as the opportunity to leave had presented itself. I took him to Poppy. Then once he was allowed to leave, I escorted him back to the school feast. On the way there, he asked me about the lessons he would get this year. He also reveled something that I did not expect at all. And what would that be? Dumbledore asked. The boy is an animagus, Professor McGonagall answered, shocking Dumbledore. It is true, he has a cat form, black with bits of white fur, and he still has his scars. That is impressive, Professor Dumbledore said, after a few moments of silence. If I had to guess, then, I would say his guardians had likely helped him with the potion and legal aspects of the transformation. They did, Professor McGonagall nodded. The boy is even better than his father when it comes to my class, but that is not where my concern lies. Then where does it? With Severus. Minerva, Albus, for Merlin's sake, listen to me, she snapped, slamming her hand on his desk, causing him to jump in his seat. Professor McGonagall took several calming breaths before she spoke. Mr. Potter, when I was taking him to Poppy, had asked me what Severus's problem with him was. I asked him why he was asking me this, and he responded by saying that he had always known that Severus did not like him, and he feels that if he was not a Slytherin, then it would be very likely for Severus to openly hate him. He also claims that Severus gets angry quickly while around him, and that Severus has been making subtle comments towards or about him. I tried to explain that Severus and James hated each other. I left as much details as I could as I knew it was not my place to say so, but I did give him the general idea of the situation. Do you know what he said to me once I had finished explaining? His exact words were, "That is unbelievably stupid." "What?" Albus asked, sounding confused. Mr. Potter pointed out that he and Mr. Weasley do not get along. Professor McGonagall began explaining. He also pointed out that Mr. Weasley has a sister in Slytherin, and if Harry wanted to then, he'd easily be able to torment her to get back at Mr. Weasley. And if that was not enough then, he pointed out that he was also living with people that he knew to be related to Sirius Black, but he didn't judge Miss Weasley or the Tonks family on who they were related to. He argued that if he at the age of 13 could do that, then Professor Snape, who is in his 30s, had no excuse. And I am in complete agreement with Mr. Potter. I know that I am not the only staff member who is bothered by Severus's behavior, she said. Dumbledore did not respond. He instead remained silent. He knew that Severus still had some difficulties in seeing Harry Potter as something other than James Potter's son, but he didn't really know that it was this bad. "Albus, should I tell you what the boy said after that?" she asked. She began speaking before he could answer. "This is what he said to me, word for word. He said he was referring to Severus in case it wasn't obvious to you. Dislikes me because he dislikes my father who is currently 6 feet underground and has been dead for years. Need I remind you that Professor Snape is a man who teaches at what many consider to be the premier school of magic? He should be professional enough to bury his grudge with my father's dead body, instead of continuing it by going after the son who doesn't even remember the man. For the last few years, I have behaved as well as I can, brought in a lot of points for Slytherin, have helped win the school Quidditch Cup twice so far, and have excelled in all of my classes. I don't deserve to be judged because of the actions of someone else, especially a dead man who I was never responsible for, unless you are all of the belief that it was irresponsible for me to stop it despite not being born. All I am asking for is professional behavior, and to be made aware if that is not possible, so I can look into other arrangements for my potion studies." That was what he said. The boy who lived. Son of 2 of the best students of Hogwarts, and the boy who is the best student in his year. She paused, allowing Dumbledore a few seconds to process what he had been told. "I know that you've made allowances for Severus because you believe that he loved Lily, but personally I doubt that." "Minerva," Dumbledore gasped. Sure, there were many reasons to doubt Severus, but he had never thought that anyone who knew him could doubt the love that Severus had for Lily. He loved her. "Albus, there is a world of difference between love and obsession," she replied. "Do not let your hopes, beliefs, and feelings blind you to what he is. If he truly loved her, then his hatred of James Potter would have taken a back seat, and he would do everything in his power to make life better for the boy who Lily Potter loved more than anything in the world. If she was alive, I doubt he'd be able to so much as sneer at the boy without consequences." Dumbledore thought on her words. Professor McGonagall remained quiet so Dumbledore could have a few moments to think. After a minute of tense silence, he let out a deep sigh. He looked at her while looking every bit his age. "I will talk with Severus," he said in a quiet and tired voice. Harry had finished with his breakfast and told the other Slytherins that he wanted to quickly run to the common room and get his books. So, after picking up Jet, who wrapped around Harry's left hand, Harry walked towards the entrance of the hall, just as Ronald Weasley entered. "Watch it, Potter," Ron Weasley said as he shoved Harry's right shoulder as he walked past, causing Harry to stop. "My mistake, I'm not sure how I missed your fat ass," Harry said, rolling his eyes. He was about to walk away, but Ron suddenly stopped and turned around. He glared at Harry. "Did you say I have a fat ass?" Ron demanded. "With the amount of food you eat, are you really surprised?" Harry snorted. "I don't know why you'd call me fat ass when you're the one who is living with the fat ass slut," Ron said, a smirk appearing on his face. "What?" Harry froze, his head tilted as he looked at Ron with a blank expression. "My brothers told me all about that girl you're living with. Her name is Nymphadora, isn't it?" Ron grinned. "They told me how she's a slut who would sleep with everyone. How much do you think I would have to pay for it? Bet it wouldn't even be more than 5 sickles, he said, his grin getting wider. Harry looked at Ron for several long seconds. Ron's smile faltered under the intense gaze of Harry's burning emerald eyes. Kill him, Jet yelled. Good idea, Harry hissed before his wand appeared in his hand. Albus, Professor McGonagall said as she rushed into Professor Dumbledore's office. We have a problem. Minerva, what is the matter? Dumbledore asked, quickly realizing that it was most likely a very serious matter if the way his deputy looked was any indication. Harry Potter has put Mr. Weasley into the hospital wing again, and he is also using his position as Lord Potter and is demanding to speak to Arthur Weasley, she answered. Dumbledore looked at her for several long moments. He removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. After a few seconds of that, he slammed his forehead on his desk hard, not once or twice, but 3 times. Once that was done, he sat up and put his glasses on. Let's get to the hospital wing, shall we? He asked with a small smile. When Dumbledore arrived in the hospital wing along with Professor McGonagall, it was to find Ronald Weasley lying on the bed and groaning in pain with Madame Pomfrey busily working over him, feeding him various potions in between casting several spells. He saw Harry standing opposite him and leaning against a bed with his arms crossed, while his snake familiar was on his shoulder and whispering things into his ear. Madame Pomfrey, Dumbledore spoke, announcing his presence to the room. May I ask what the damage is? He asked. The boy has a lot of broken bones. He broke his right arm and left wrist, she replied as she continued to treat Ron. And he has damaged a few ribs and has suffered a bit of damage to his upper spine. Luckily, the damage to his spine isn't severe. Damn it, Harry hissed. It's all right, we'll get it next time, Jet replied in a soothing voice. He also has a bruised tailbone and a small bruise on his head, Madame Pomfrey added. Goodness, Professor McGonagall gasped. What spell was used? Dumbledore asked, looking at Harry. Oh, well, I actually just blasted him backwards, Harry admitted. But I was angry enough that it had a bit more power, a bit of extra oomph, if you will, sent him flying backwards, and he proceeded to do the worst landing I have ever seen. Now, is Mr. Weasley here? And by that I mean the adult one. Mr. Potter, Professor Dumbledore began. Mr. Weasley has been contacted. However, I would like it if you please reconsider making this a matter between houses. If you do, we can simply and easily settle this here. I will not change my mind, Harry said in a firm voice as he closed his eyes. Very well, Dumbledore sighed as he looked at Harry with tired eyes. But may I at least know why this has all happened? He asked. You may, sir, Harry nodded. Though if you don't mind then, I would like to at least wait until the adult Mr. Weasley gets here, so I will only have to explain this once. It's not really something I want to repeat multiple times, and I know that I will have to say it at least a second time to my friends. Fair enough, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said after a deep breath. Are you okay? Harry asked as he opened his eyes, noticing how tired Dumbledore looked. No offense, sir, but you look like you need a nap. Somehow I doubt my sleeping schedule is the issue, Dumbledore said in a dry voice. Eventually, Arthur Weasley arrived. He immediately rushed towards his son and asked Madame Pomfrey about his health. Madame Pomfrey answered his questions as best as she could before using magic to make Ron go to sleep so he could heal better, which was, of course, obviously the only reason for making him go to sleep. She gave everyone a nod before she walked off and headed towards her office. Headmaster, Professor McGonagall, Arthur said as he turned to both senior members of the Hogwarts staff. Can someone please tell me what is going on? He asked. I don't quite know what is going on either, Arthur, Professor Dumbledore admitted, as he stood in between Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, who had arrived a few minutes before Mr. Weasley, and had spent the last few minutes being told about everything that has happened by the other 2 professors. All I am aware of is the fact that Mr. Potter had blasted young Ronald across half the Great Hall. I'm sure that's a new record, Jet hissed into Harry's ear. Something amusing, Mr. Potter? Snape asked when he noticed the small smile on Harry's lips. Just my familiar's sense of humor, Harry easily replied before turning to Mr. Weasley. Now, Mr. Wesley, let's catch you up on so you can fully understand what an idiot your son is. Harry, Arthur began. I don't. Ah, Harry cut him off. I don't recall permitting you to address me by my first name. Are you perhaps the reason why your son cares so little for the correct social behavior? I'm sorry, Arthur bowed his head slightly. Mr. Potter, Lord Potter, Harry cut him off once more. Because that is who you are talking to right now. Lord royally pissed off Potter, Harry said. While he wasn't officially allowed to participate on the Wazungamut due to his age, he was still allowed to be addressed as Lord Potter outside of official Wazungamut meetings, since he was pretty much Lord Potter. Anything he wanted to do as Lord Potter in the Wazungamut could be done through Andromeda, who was his regent. He was also the last member of the Potter family. If his father was alive, then he would of course be heir Potter, but since he is not, Harry automatically becomes Lord Potter. Lord Potter, Arthur corrected. I don't understand what my son has done to deserve such appalling. Mr. Wesley, Harry interrupted. If Mr. Wesley was Lord Wesley, then Harry would have addressed him as such, but seeing as he wasn't, since his house wasn't a noble one, Harry could settle with Mr. Wesley. I promise you that if I wanted to truly harm your son, then, after a minute, I would be able to fit what was left of him into a matchbox. What you're seeing is the result of extreme anger narrowly beating out solid control, he said, his eyes narrowed as he spoke. Mr. Potter, Snape drawled, our time is quite valuable, cease with the dramatics. Tell me, Professor, is there such a thing as hypocrisy in the wizarding world? Harry innocently asked. Snape's face turned red with anger, and he was about to respond, but Harry continued talking before he could. If this is boring you, then I am sure you can leave and be caught up later, Harry added before turning to Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore. I respect you both and ask that you remember that this is now business between House Potter and House Wesley. You may not approve of my words or actions, but you cannot interfere. You may stay if you wish, but if you believe that you cannot stay out of the way, then please leave, Harry said before he turned back to Professor Snape. As for you, Professor, if you don't want to leave, then I suggest that you stay silent and copy the other two professors. You arrogant little brat, Snape growled. Potter, you are just like your. Enough, Dumbledore said in a loud but firm voice as he interrupted Snape, causing the potion's master to stop his impromptu rant and stare at him with a surprised look on his face. We will be talking later, Severus, Dumbledore said in a voice that made it clear he would not tolerate any arguments from the sour teacher. Dumbledore turned his head to Mr. Weasley and Harry. My apologies, my teachers and I will not interrupt your conversation with my Weasley. If any of us do, then I will place a privacy charm around myself, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, so you may continue your conversation, Dumbledore said as he pulled out his wand. Thank you, Harry nodded to Dumbledore before turning to Mr. Weasley. Are you aware of the fact that your son can't seem to last a week without annoying me in some way or form? He has spent a lot of his school time spreading stories about me being a dark wizard who would curse anyone who so much as looks at me wrong. He has even tried to attack me before, as I am sure that you know. I do know about the attack, Mr. Weasley admitted, looking as if it pained him to do so. But I was unaware of the story spreading. He had, of course, told us such thing when he was at home, but I had no idea that he had been spreading rumors about you at school. Harry hummed. Do you know what he did earlier today? Harry asked. No, I don't. Mr. Weasley shook his head, wondering what in the hell happened. Your son roughly pushed me with his shoulder as he entered the hall. I responded by insulting him and calling him a fat ass, which I admit I shouldn't have done. But what he said after that was beyond what was acceptable. I can tolerate insults. I can endure lies being spread about me. I am even somewhat amused when he tries and fails to one-up me. But I draw the line at insulting my family, Harry all but growled. Insulting your family, Mr. Weasley weakly repeated. Do you know what he said? Harry asked, but continued talking before Mr. Weasley could reply. I'll tell you. He said, I don't know why you'd call me fat ass when you're the one who is living with the fat ass slut. My brothers told me all about that girl you're living with. Her name is Nymphadora, isn't it? They told me how she's a slut who would sleep with everyone. How much do you think I would have to pay for it? Bet it wouldn't even be more than 5 sickles. That is what your son said to me. Harry finished with a glare at Mr. Weasley, just as Jet hissed angrily at him. "Oh," Mr. Weasley gulped. His gaze shifted to the form of his unconscious son before he turned back to Harry. "Har, Lord Potter, I apologize for the actions of my son. His actions are most definitely not supported by House Weasley. I promise you that my son will be punished by me." "And that is supposed to make me feel better?" Harry asked sarcastically. "I can't speak about all of your sons. I certainly can't speak about Percy Weasley, but all I have ever heard about him is that he worships the rules the same way a dung beetle would worship dung. As for your two twin boys, they're a pair of bullies that like to think that they are not bullies because they prank, instead of shooting spells. Do you know that the Slytherins will every year warn the new students about them?" Harry asked. If he looked at the teachers then, he would have seen Professor McGonagall's eyes widen as she learnt about the twins. She knew the boys liked to prank, but she didn't know that it was that bad. "And then there is Ronald," Harry continued. "The boy who is pretty much the worst student in his year, and not just because of his grades." Arthur looked at the teachers for confirmation. Dumbledore didn't react by Snape easily nodded, while Professor McGonagall sadly nodded. "It seems to me that young Ginevra is the only reasonably stable and well-behaved child you have, and she is all but shunned by your other children because she is in Slytherin. So if your children are messed up in so many different ways, then I have real concerns about your methods of parenting," Harry continued, unsympathetic to what Mr. Weasley was going through. "Are you really going to punish him? And what about whichever of his brothers have been telling him that my sister is a slut?" Harry asked. Yes, of course." "Really?" Harry drawled. "Because, and maybe it's just me that remembers this, I remember a time when it was actually shown in the news, on the Daily Prophet, about how much of an idiot your son was. The only punishments that you handed out, that I am aware of, was a howler from your wife. A howler might be an effective punishment, but screaming at your child in front of an entire hall full of people is not something I would expect from a sane and sensible person." "Mr. Potter, we did punish him when he got home," Mr. Weasley protested. "Perhaps you did," Harry nodded. "But whatever his punishment was, it clearly didn't work, as his behavior has not improved at all. So either you are a liar and were lying to me about him being punished, or you are simply incapable of properly disciplining your son. Which is it?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall exchanged looks as Mr. Weasley struggled to answer. It was clear to them that Harry was most definitely Charles Potter's grandson, not that they ever doubted that fact. As Mr. Weasley tried to think up an excuse, he was interrupted as the twins and Percy arrived, rushing through the hospital doors. "What happened?" Percy quickly asked when he saw Ron lying unconscious on the bed. "I blasted your brother because he was an idiot. Now sit down and shut up or go away. The adults are talking," Harry said in an irritated voice. "You blasted our brother," Fred and George demanded at the same time. "And I'd do it again," Harry said without hesitation. "Boys," Mr. Weasley spoke in a surprisingly firm voice. "Right now I am acting as head of our family and am talking to Lord Potter," he said, making sure to emphasize the word Lord. "Now leave or remain quiet," he said. The boys looked like they wanted to argue but wisely chose not to. "Out of curiosity, which one of your children was it that told Ron the Moron those false truths about Tonks?" Harry asked. "Boys," Mr. Weasley sighed. "Well, who was it?" "It was us," Fred began as he gestured to himself and George. "We only told him what Charlie had wrote to us in his last letter," George added. "Actually, we didn't even do that. He just found the letter and started reading it," Fred finished. Harry was about to speak, but paused as he noticed something hanging out of a pocket from one of the Weasley twins' pockets. It was a piece of parchment. Harry couldn't help but notice the symbol in the corner of it. His eyes widened and he quickly pulled his wand out. "Akio Marauder's map," Harry whispered underneath his breath so nobody could hear, and the piece of parchment flew out of the pocket and straight into Harry's hands. "Score!" Harry grinned as he looked at it. "Hey!" The Weasley twins both protested. They were about to move forward but were stopped by Dumbledore. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore spoke, "you are aware that it is forbidden to steal over students' properties." "Of course," Harry said as if Dumbledore had asked him if the sky was blue. In that case, you might wish to return that, Dumbledore said as he gestured to the parchment. Why on earth would I want to do that? Harry asked, playing dumb. Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall sighed. Fine, fine, ruin my fun, Harry said with an eye roll. As for this, Harry said as he held up this parchment belongs to me. Well, it belonged to my father and therefore me, Harry said as he gestured to a corner of the parchment. If you take a close look, then you'll see a small pair of antlers in the corner along with 3 different sets of paws. I know what this is. My father left several books, including a diary which explained what this was. This is Potter family property, which means I am rather curious about how 2 members of the Weasley family had it. Harry finished in a questioning tone as he raised an eyebrow at the Weasley twins. Everyone else in the room also stared at them. Boys, Arthur sighed, knowing that he and his family were going to look worse by the end of this. Where did you get it? We nicked it from Filch. Both of them answered at the same time after a few moments of silence. Both had decided to answer honestly, seeing that their father was not in the best of moods, and that they were in a room with McGonagall, Snape, and Dumbledore. Great, now you have thieves for children. Is there any level in which you and wife haven't messed up while raising them? Harry asked as he rolled his eyes. Potter, Snape sneered at him. If they stole it from Filch, then that means it had been confiscated. You will return that at once. No, Harry said, shaking his head. Excuse me. Professor Snape looked at him in a way that made it very clear that he couldn't believe that he had just said no. You heard me, Harry sighed as he pocketed the parchment. I haven't done anything with it yet that can give you a good enough reason to confiscate it. You don't even know what it is. And what is it, Mr. Potter? Professor McGonagall asked. Private, Harry said apologetically before he turned to Dumbledore. Also, I've been led to understand that maximum amount of time that the school may keep a confiscated item is till the end of a school year unless it is a dark object which should be handed over to the DMLE. This hasn't been handed over to the DMLE and has been kept by the school for far longer than the permitted time. That is stealing in my eyes. If you try to take it, then I will of course argue against it in a court of law with my lawyer dad. My law dad? My Elad? My lad? Yeah, that works. You may of course keep it, Mr. Potter. It did belong to your father after all, Professor Dumbledore said before anyone could respond. Headmaster, we're just taking his word that that belongs to him. Professor Snape looked at Dumbledore with disbelief. I know that it does belong to the late James Potter, because he told me about it once before. Really? Harry blinked in surprise. He didn't know that Dumbledore knew about the map. He had told me about it, Dumbledore nodded. According to him, Peter Pettigrew had lost it. Perhaps Mr. Filch had stumbled upon it. Nevertheless, it is yours to keep, he said. If anyone looked at the Weasley twins, then they would see them staring at Harry in shock as they realized that he was the son of one of their heroes. They were very tempted to ask him which marauder was his father. Thanks, Harry said with a small smile before he turned back to Mr. Weasley. To sum up, the oldest child you currently have in this school is known for being overly fond of rules. The next 2 are bullies and thieves, and the last is a blithering idiot who regularly sprouts a bunch of twaddle and refuses to leave me alone. Your daughter is the only sensible one, and your other children don't like her because she is in a different schoolhouse, Harry said, emphasizing the last 2 words to make it clear how ridiculous he thought they were being. Oh, and you happen to have another outside of school that is telling his brothers things that he shouldn't be. What's next? Is one of your children in Azkaban? Lord Potter, Mr. Weasley said as he took a deep breath. He had never felt so embarrassed in all of his life. I don't know what to say. Well, let me make this easier for you then. I don't want to listen to your excuses, so you don't need to say anything to me. However, if you need advice on what to say to your sons, then I have something that will help you out. The next time Ronald Weasley bothers me, I will be declaring a blood feud with House Weasley, Harry said, causing everyone else to look at him with shocked looks on their faces. Blood feud, Mr. Weasley stuttered, looking at Harry with fearful eyes. Mr. Potter, surely there is no. That is Lord Potter, and yes, there is. If that won't get it through your son's thick skull, then nothing will. I am going to go now, Harry said as he turned to the professors. Can I have a note to explain to Professor Flitwick why I am late to his class? Harry asked, as if he hadn't just threatened to end a family. Right, of course. Professor McGonagall said after a few moments of silence. She waved her wand and created a note. Thank you, ma'am, Harry nodded as he took the note. Gentlemen, Harry nodded to everyone else before he turned and walked out of the room. As he walked out, he wondered if Mr. Weasley would actually teach his red-headed little cretin to stop being a pest. Hopefully he did. And if he didn't, well, at least Madame Pomfrey would have something to keep her busy. Chapter 48. Once Harry had left, the Weasley males were in a state of deep thought. Percy, for example, was wondering what Potter's problem with him was. All Percy had ever done was follow the rules like everybody else should. Just yesterday, he confiscated a forbidden joke item and gave the offender detention like any good head boy should. The rules were all there for a reason. If only he could convince his brothers of that fact, everything would be a lot easier for him if he could. The twins, on the other hand, had a slightly different thought process. Firstly, it annoyed them to no end that Harry Potter, the boy who should have just been a bloody Gryffindor, was related to at least one of their heroes. But which one was it? Padfoot, Prongs, Moony, Wormtail. Well, he was a little worm, so maybe Wormtail. Harry Potter had also called them bullies and thieves. That was not true. Okay, so maybe they stole from Filch, but that was Filch. Nobody liked him. The twins were sure that if it wasn't for the free food, then even his cat, Mrs. Norris, wouldn't like him. And they did not agree with the comment about them being bullies. They didn't bully anyone. Sure, they pranked a lot, some more than others, Slytherins, but they were not bullies. Arthur Weasley was going through something much different than his sons. Never in his life had he been so embarrassed and ashamed of his family. There was just far too much for him to process. Harry had so many things that Arthur couldn't ignore, like the comment about Molly's howlers, or the fact that 2 of his sons were thieves. He had always tried to do his best to be a decent, hard-working man, a good member of society. Why the hell weren't his kids doing the same? Professors, Arthur said in a quiet voice as he looked at Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape, and Professor McGonagall. I apologize, but can I please have a few minutes alone? I need some time to think. Of course, Arthur. Professor Dumbledore nodded before he waved his wand and created a couple of notes. These will explain to any teacher why your sons were late for their lessons, Dumbledore said as he handed them to Arthur. Thank you. Arthur nodded as he accepted the note. The professors nodded before they left the room. Father, Percy began, I am not sure what Potter had said to you before we arrived, but... Arthur cut his son off, raising a hand to stop him from speaking. Just all of you be quiet for a few minutes, I need to think. He sighed as he walked over and dropped down into the nearest chair. Mr. Potter, Professor Flitwick frowned when Harry entered the class late. Harry was never late for his classes. Are you okay? You are late, he pointed out. I'm sorry, sir, Harry said apologetically as he rushed over and handed Professor Flitwick a note. I would have come sooner, but I was busy threatening to declare a blood feud. Harry shrugged, acting like it was something that he did every other day when he got bored. A blood feud. Professor Flitwick squeaked as the class began whispering amongst themselves and sending shocked looks at Harry. Yes, it was a close thing. Harry nodded before he went to his seat and sat in between a gaping Daphne and Tracy. So, what did I miss? Harry asked the pair. We were just revising the levitation charm, Tracy said before she shook her head. What is this about blood feuds? She hissed. I'll tell you later, Harry said just as Professor Flitwick was finally able to get over his shock. Right, he said after a small cough. Now, class, we will be working on the freezing spell. Can anyone tell me about it? He asked. Several hands were raised into the air. Miss Granger, Flitwick said as he pointed to Hermione. The freezing spell was a charm that froze a target with icy cold air created from the tip of the wand. This, in turn, could freeze water and extinguish fires. This charm had the unfortunate side effect of making the breath of anyone nearby turn into thick white mist due to the extreme frigidity caused by the spell's casting. Hermione recited. Excellent, 5 points to Gryffindor. The incantation for the spell is what? Professor Flitwick asked. Several students raised their hands, including Hermione. Ah, Mr. Potter. Professor Flitwick gestured to Harry. The incantation is Glacius, sir, Harry answered. Pronounced as Glaycius. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Professor Flitwick nodded to him. 2 points to Slytherin. Now, watch me as I do the wand movements. After that, I am going to put a small bowl of water in front of all of you. I want you all to try and freeze it. Professor Flitwick said before he showed everyone the wand movements. After several repeats of this, he had placed small bowls of water in front of everyone and had everyone work on the spell. Shortly after the class finished, Harry was walking down the hallways along with Daphne and Tracy. Daph, did you notice that you got the spell before me today? Harry pointed out as the trio entered an abandoned classroom. The three had decided to start practicing some of their spells since they had a free period. Oh, that's right, she did. Tracy did said as realization hit her, while Harry began casting privacy spells around the classroom. I don't really know what to say. Sorry, I guess, Daphne said in a quiet voice. Daph, Harry rolled his eyes. Don't apologize. I am complimenting you. You did good today. Oh, thank you, Daphne said, blushing slightly. I just found the spell really easy. Might just be because some people are better suited to certain spells. Harry hummed thoughtfully. I mean, look at me. I find the wind-based spells to be very easy. You find everything easy, Tracy said, rolling her eyes. Not true, Harry snorted. I struggle with spells just like everyone else, just got to keep practicing. So, Harry, before we start practicing, do you mind explaining about how you nearly got into a blood feud? Daphne asked, raising an eyebrow. Her voice and face made it clear that she was much more demanding than asking for an explanation. All right, Harry sighed. So it started with Weasley acting like a complete and utter tosspot. Naturally, Tracy nodded before she gestured him to continue. Meanwhile, Ron had woken up. Everything that had happened had been quickly explained to him, apart from one thing which Mr. Weasley was now telling him about. Harry Potter had also said that the next time you bother him, he will declare a blood feud on House Weasley, Arthur said in a somber voice. Blood feuds were serious business. If two families were officially in a blood feud, then that meant they were legally allowed to do whatever it took to kill each other as long as they didn't breach the statute of secrecy or unnecessarily break the law. Harry Potter could have quite legally burst through the doors of the burrows and murdered everyone before leaving if the blood feud had gone into effect. A blood feud? Ron squeaked out in shock. His dropped jaw showed how stunned he was, though that changed a second later as he shook his head and smiled. Let him then, there's only one of him, and he's only my age. We'd beat him easily. You stupid fool, Arthur shouted at him, shocking into silence. Arthur was rather glad that he had the forethought to put up privacy spells around them so any people walking past the hospital wing wouldn't hear him. The other Weasley children nearly jumped out of their skin with fright. Seeing their mother shout all the time was something they got used to. Their father had never raised his voice unless it was to call someone who was a small distance away. Do you? Really? No, really? Really? What did I do? Ron asked in a quiet voice. There is only one of him. He's only my age. Are you out of your damn mind? Arthur demanded, his face turning nearly as red as his hair. First of all, Harry Potter on his own is a great wizard. I've heard people in the education departments talking about how he could end up being the next Albus Dumbledore at the rate he is going. And if that's not enough, then this is the boy who slayed a basilisk at the age of 12. A basilisk. You know how many wizards just one young basilisk can kill? Arthur demanded. His kids had known that a basilisk was killed by Harry in order to save their sister. The only thing they didn't know was how involved Roman was. As far as they were aware, he wasn't involved in the incident at all. Arthur had told Harry that they would keep it a secret, and he was a man of his word. He also drove away a Dementor with a Patronus charm. Do you know how advanced that is? Even Newt-level students struggle to do that. I know some Aurors that can't do that. And it is not just him. Father W., what do you mean? Percy asked. Your mother should have bloody well taught you this. Arthur sighed as he made a mental note to have a very long conversation with his wife. First of all, It won't be just Harry Potter who would be against us. It would be all of his allies. And we don't know how many of them he has. He could easily gain a lot. A lot of families hate us and would provide him support just to get rid of us. Something that apparently hasn't been helped by all of your behavior around the school. Plus, there are all of the friends he has already made in his limited time in this world, along with all those who would side with him, because he is the boy who lived. And it's not just human allies either. If Potter went to the goblins and informed them of a blood feud between our two families, then they'd side with him instantly. What? Why? The twins asked. Because if the goblins had to choose between a wealthy client like Harry Potter or a poor family like us, then they'd choose him over us in a heartbeat. Your oldest brother works in Gringotts. What do you think would happen if they learnt that one of their employees happened to be part of a blood feud with one of their wealthiest clients? Arthur paused. He looked at each of his sons and made sure they were paying attention. Things are going to change, and they are going to change now, Arthur declared. First of all, what is this about you all neglecting your sister? She's a Slytherin, Ron protested. She's your sister, Arthur shouted at him, causing him to shrink, looking as if he wanted nothing more than to escape this conversation. What does it matter if she's a Slytherin? Are you all so stupid that you'd believe that all Slytherins are evil? Alistair Moody was a Slytherin for Merlin's sake. It hadn't occurred to you that if it was just a house for evil people, then somebody would have gotten rid of it by now. You four will do your best to repair your relationship with your sister. No ifs, ands, or buts. But No buts, Arthur snapped, silencing Ron. I am going to go home and have a very long discussion with your mother. But you, Ronald, you had better listen to me. As head of this family, I am giving you an order and you will obey it. From now on, you will do your best, your absolute best, to not bother Harry Potter anymore. You will not shove him when you walk past him. You will not tell everyone bad things about him, such as, he is a Dark Lord. You will not try to attack him verbally or physically, which is something you never should have done in the first place. Let me make this perfectly clear, Ronald Bilious Weasley. If you don't sort out your act, and if you don't stop bothering Harry Potter and his friends, then you will be a Weasley no longer. Arthur said. The other brothers were stunned and were looking at their father like he was a wild dragon, while Ron had paled dramatically. Why, you'd kick me out, he breathed, looking at his father with pure disbelief. Yes, I would, Arthur said in a firm voice. I love you, son, but I am not going to have my entire family put in danger just because you can't shut your mouth and refuse to stop bothering another student. You will stay out of Harry Potter's way, or you will no longer be a Weasley, Arthur said before he turned to the others. The rest of you boys had better keep him in line. Don't think that any of you are out of the woods yet. I have never been so angry or embarrassed in all of my life. I am going to go now. We will be talking more about this later, Arthur said. He took the notes Dumbledore gave him and shoved them in Percy's hand before he walked away, rubbing his face with his hand as he did so. He walked out of the hospital wing and out of the school. He apparated away as soon as he was outside of the school wards. He walked towards his house. The first place he went to was his liquor cabinet. He really needed it right now. So, you were going to declare a blood feud because he insulted Tonks? Daphne asked as she, Tracy, and Harry walked out of the classroom. Jet was currently on Daphne's shoulder and enjoying the feeling of her petting him. Hey, I can tolerate a lot, but insulting Tonks? That's not on, Harry said as they walked down the hallway. Whatever else Harry was about to say was cut off when they suddenly heard a meow and looked down to find a cat in front of them. The trio stopped and looked at the cat. This one looks a little like a Kneazle, Tracy said, a Kneazle being a magical animal that looked a lot like a cat. The cat in front of them was very big, bandy-legged, ginger-colored, and had a face that made it look as if he had run headlong into a brick wall. It also had a bottle-brush tail and yellow eyes. Hold on, Daphne said as she waved a wand. The cat glowed, but not one color. Part of it glowed green and part of it glowed blue. It's half Kneazle, half cat, Daphne said to the others. Hello, Harry said as he kneeled in front of it and extended a hand. The cat looked at Harry for a few seconds before it came closer. It rubbed its nose on Harry's hand before it allowed Harry to pet it. That's a good boy, Harry smiled. Are you lost? Harry asked the cat. The cat looked at him before offering a short nod. Do you want me to help you find your master? Harry offered. The cat nodded again. Hey guys, I'll meet you in the common room, Harry said before he transformed into a cat. Harry and the ginger cat exchanged looks before Harry gestured the other cat to follow him. Harry walked off with the other cat following after him. Glad to know his hero complex isn't limited to humans, Daphne said as she rolled her eyes while Tracy giggled. Cat Harry guided the other cat to the Great Hall. That was the best place to try and find the other cat's owner. If not, then they would at least be able to find a teacher. Once they got into the hall, Harry heard a voice speak louder than all of the other voices. Crookshanks, a surprised voice shouted as Hermione Granger quickly rushed over and kneeled in front of the ginger cat and began hugging him before she quickly let him go. Oh, I told you not to wander about the castle. Did you get lost? As Granger continued asking question after question, Harry had started rolling his cat eyes. He had just helped Granger. Oh, is this a new friend of yours? She asked as she looked at Cat Harry. Before she could say any more, Harry transformed back into his human form. Granger and everyone else who was watching gasped as they suddenly found out the Harry Potter was an animagus. You're an animagus, Hermione blurted out. That was an incredibly advanced piece of magic. Granger, Harry rolled his now human eyes. What you should be saying is, thank you for finding my cat when he was lost. I'm waiting. Oh, Hermione turned red slightly. Thank you, she said in a quiet voice. You're welcome, Harry sighed before he knelt down and offered a hand to Crookshanks. Crookshanks responded by placing his paw in Harry's hand. It was nice to meet you, Crookshanks. Harry shook his paw before he let go. He nodded to Crookshanks and gave a brief nod to Granger before he turned and left the hall. By the end of the day, everyone in the school had learnt two things. The first being that Harry Potter had nearly declared a blood feud with the Weasleys. The second being that Harry Potter was an animagus. Chapter 49. So, Harry, Professor Babbling said when Harry stayed behind after his first ancient runes lesson with her. What do you think about my class? She asked. It was really interesting, Harry smiled as Jet climbed onto his shoulder. Can I ask what else we will be learning about over the year? You can, Professor Babbling, or Bait as Harry called her in private, smiled, glad to have a student who took an interest in her class. Well, today we just went through some basic runes like Sowillo, which is what rune? She trailed off, waiting for him to finish. It is the sun rune, Harry answered. Yes, it is, or at least one variation of it. Bait nodded. We'll be doing some more complicated runes as we go along, but it will mostly depend on the speed of the class. Got it, Harry said before he paused and cast a Tempest spell to check the time. I've got to my next class. See you later. Harry, she said before he could turn and leave. What is all of this about a blood feud? She asked, looking worried. Are you okay? I'm fine, Harry chuckled. Weasley was just being an idiot. He was pushing, and he wasn't learning and was getting on my last nerve, so I had to make it clear what would happen if he didn't shape up. I don't really plan to initiate a blood feud unless I absolutely have to. Now, I have to go for my next lesson. I'll see you later. Oh, and I'm looking forward to the next lesson. Harry grinned before he walked out. Goodbye, Professor Babbling called after him, smiling as he left. Harry was currently sat in the Slytherin common room with his other year mates after a long day of school. Is it true that you really nearly started a blood feud with the Weasleys? Draco asked, looking at Harry like he was his new hero. I was very close to doing so, Harry nodded whilst not looking away from the book he was reading, despite that he knew that all of his friends were listening to him. I warned Mr. Weasley, the head of House 1, not the annoying younger ones, that if he didn't get Ronald under control, then I would activate that blood feud. Weasley had gotten on my last nerve. His attention-seeking little games were amusing at first, but I've grown tired of them long ago. Weasley, if he even has 3 brain cells, should be smart enough to not want to try something else against you now. Thea replied. Unfortunately, I think you have accurately predicted the exact amount of brain cells that he has, Harry said with a dramatic sigh, earning laughs from the others. Oh, I'm going to have so much fun teasing him, Draco grinned. No, Harry calmly replied without looking away from his book. What do you mean no? Parkinson sneered at him. Going soft. All right, Parkinson, Harry sighed as he put his book down and looked at Pansy. Much like Weasley, your actions used to be amusing. But I've grown rather tired of it. So first of all, stop sneering at me and control your face before I break your teeth. Harry warned. The sneer vanished from Parkinson's face so fast that it looked like it was vanished by magic. Pansy wanted to say something, but as she looked at Harry, she couldn't help but believe that he really would break her teeth. Also, stop those subtle, little comments of yours before I really give you something to talk about. Harry gave her a hard stare with Jet on his shoulders, who was doing the same, almost daring her to talk back to him. She looked at him for several moments before looking at the others. Blaze and Knott's face were blank. Draco, along with Crabbe and Goyle, were looking away from her. She looked at Tracy, who simply shrugged, while Daphne raised an eyebrow at Pansy. Both girls silently telling her that she had brought this on herself. Seeing that she would get no backup, her shoulders slumped, and she bowed her head slightly to look away. Good, Harry said before he turned to Draco. Draco, you are a Malfoy. As such, I am sure that your father would have taught you that image is everything, Harry asked. Draco frowned but nodded. As of right now, everyone will know that I threatened Weasley with a blood feud. If we deliberately antagonize him, then we will look like the bad guys. However, if we leave him alone, then it will look like we are good students, and Weasley had simply pushed us to the edge, pushed us to the point where I felt like I had no choice but to issue a warning in order to stop him from pushing more. As much as I would love to torture Weasley, Daphne sighed as she picked up Jet and began petting him. Harry's unfortunately right. Harry is definitely right, Angela said as she walked over. If you keep pushing, then Slytherin's reputation will get much, much worse, she said before she turned to Harry. May I please talk with you in private? She asked. Sure, Harry nodded before he stood up. Ladies, gentlemen, Parkinson. Harry nodded to the others before he followed Angela up into his room. What's up? Harry asked. I'm going to contact our reporter friend, Angela told him as she closed the doors. We need to get ahead of this blood feud business quickly. Agreed, Harry sighed as he sat on his bed. Curse Weasley to hell, the little shit can't help but cause problems. I know, Angela sighed as she sat next to him. She wrapped her arms around his neck and began planting kaises all over the side of his face and neck. You're so stressed, she hotly whispered into his ear. Maybe I should find a way to make you feel better. Oh, Harry asked. His voice had become slightly deeper than he had intended. Yes, Angela leaned back and a grin came on her face. She pushed Harry down so he was lying on his back. And I have the perfect way of helping you out. Angela, Harry asked as she got onto her knees. Relax, Harry. Angela licked her lips as she undid his belt buckle before she pulled his pants down. I'm going to make you feel really good, she said before she lowered her head. Oh fuck, Harry groaned. Ron. Neville quickly rushed towards Ron when he and the other Weasley children entered the Gryffindor common room. Every person in the common room was now looking at them. Everyone's heard. Harry Potter threatened your family with a blood feud. Yeah, Ron growled. I couldn't believe it, Enough, Percy said before Ron could say any more. Don't forget what Father told you, Percy hissed into Ron's ear. Don't even say anything bad about him. I don't want to risk him hearing it. Ron paled but nodded. Look, Percy said to Neville and the other two Gryffindor boys in Ron's year. Potter did threaten the family with a blood feud, and it would only take place if Ron kept bothering him. So can you please do me a favor and keep an eye on him when me and my brothers are not here, and make sure he doesn't do anything stupid? I don't need people to look after me, Ron protested. If that was true, then we wouldn't be in this situation in the first place. Percy snapped at him before he stormed off and went to his room. Now you've done it. Both twins sighed. They both gave Ron a dope slap on the back of his head before they also went off to their rooms. Why are you smiling? Daphne asked in a suspicious voice as she and the others walked down towards the care of magical creatures lesson. Harry, who did indeed have a smile on his face, simply wrapped an arm around her shoulders, causing her to blink and look at him in shock. Well, Daph, Harry grinned as he kissed her forehead. I get to spend the day in your presence. Is that not a good enough reason to smile? he asked in an innocent voice. Pratt, Daphne said as she pushed his arm off and looked away from him. Damn him for making her blush. I'm actually happy because I can finally last a lesson without Weasley irritating me. Harry quickly lied. Well, that was actually true. He did enjoy the idea of having a lesson without Weasley irritating him. It was also far less likely thanks to the quick article that Harry was able to get out with the help of Angela. The article masterfully told the story of how Harry had tried to ignore Ron many times over, and finally lost it after years of irritation, when Ron had insulted Harry's adopted sister. Anyone who knew anything about the two would know that Ron did indeed go after Harry, and that he kept pushing, so it made sense that Harry would eventually get tired of it. Harry had also made sure to send a letter to Tonks and her parents to let them know about everything that happened, mostly just to save himself from the high amounts of drama that would happen if they had found out through the newspaper. But the real reason he had been smiling was because of his time with Angela, sweet Merlin. He had enjoyed that. That mouth thing was brilliant. He would have to ask her to do it again. I can't believe Dumbledore has the oaf teaching classes, Draco complained as they walked towards Hagrid's hut. I suppose I can see both sides of the argument, Harry replied. On the one hand, he is the large gameskeeper, but on the other hand, he is also pretty knowledgeable on magical creatures. Either way, we're not going to interfere in the lesson. If he does something worth punishing, then let him be punished for it. If not, then it makes no sense to ruin our own education, because we simply don't like him, Harry said just before they arrived outside of his hut. The Slytherins waited. The other students arrived a minute or two later, the Gryffindors making sure to keep their distance from Harry. It wasn't hard to notice that they were standing in, between the Slytherins and Ron, most likely to keep the idiot out of their way. Gather around, everyone, Hagrid called as he stood in front of the hut. Less chatter from you lot at the back. Now listen up, I've got a real treat for you guys today. Hagrid grinned. Follow me, he said before he turned and began walking off. The students exchanged looks before they followed behind him, all talking amongst each other until they reached their destination. Right, you lot, form a group over there and open your books and turn to page 49, Hagrid instructed. And how exactly do you suppose we do that? Draco drawled as he held up his book. The book might have quite informative, but the class didn't know that as they found it difficult to access the information within due to the book's unfortunate tendency to try and bite off the reader's fingers. Draco, like the rest of the class, had not been able to find a way to open the book without it trying to attack him, and had kept it shut with a belt. Hagrid looked around and saw that everyone had had their books held shut with belts or ropes. Has nobody been able to work out how to open the books? Hagrid asked as he looked around. Why? You just have to stroke the spines, look, he said as he took Harry's book and stroked the book's spine before he handed it back to Harry. Harry raised an eyebrow but did open it. Okay, but perhaps in the future you could let someone else know so they could tell us or maybe have it written down somewhere, Harry suggested. Right, just wait here, Hagrid said before he turned and walked away. This is starting off great, Draco sighed. The class talked amongst each other for a few moments, only stopping when Hagrid returned, except he didn't really come back alone. With him was a gray-colored creature that most definitely did not exist in the Muggle world. It had the front legs, wings, and head of a giant eagle, and the body, hind legs, and tail of a horse. Isn't he beautiful? Hagrid smiled brightly before tossing the creature a dead ferret which the creature quickly ate up. Say hello to Buckbeak. Hagrid, what exactly is that? Ron Weasley asked as he took a step back. That, Ron, is Buckbeak, and Buckbeak is a hippogriff, Hagrid answered. The first thing you need to know about hippogriffs is that they are very proud creatures, very easily offended. You do not want to insult a hippogriff. It may just be the last thing you ever do, Hagrid warned before he continued speaking with a lighter tone. As you can see, it is a combination of an eagle and a horse. It is very similar to another magical creature, the griffin, except with them you'd replace the horse parts with lion parts. In fact, the griff in their name comes from the fact that they are so similar to griffins. Hippogriffs eat insects, birds, anything small enough, really. Now, who'd like to say hello? Oh, well done, Harry. Beg your pardon, Harry blinked. He looked back and saw the rest of the students and saw that they had stepped back, making it look like he had walked forwards. "You traitorous little shits," Harry hissed with disbelief. "Come on, Harry, don't be shy," Hagrid called. "Give us a sec," Harry sighed as he handed Jet over to Daphne. "If I die then, avenge me," Harry hissed to Jet. "Of course, I'll start with the big one," Jet said as he eyed Hagrid. "Be careful, Harry," Tracy whispered. "I'll do my best," Harry said before he turned and began walking. The Gryffindors looked at Ron and saw that he was about to make a comment of some sort, likely one that would not end well. Remembering Percy's words, they decided to stop that. Hermione by stomping on his foot, Neville by elbowing him in the gut, while Seamus and Dean went for the old, give him a dope slap on the back of his head, all unintentionally happening at the same time. "Ow!" Ron hissed in pain as he glared at the others who all glared back. "Atta boy, Harry." Hagrid grinned when Harry stopped a small distance away from Buckbeak. "Now the first thing you need to do is greet him, so you look at him and give him a nice bow. If he bows back, then you can go and touch him. If not, well then I'd recommend you move back quickly." "Gotcha," Harry nodded before he looked at Buckbeak. Harry bowed. Bowing was an odd thing for Harry. He had always associated it with submissiveness when he was younger, but now he knew that it was also a sign of respect. And as he looked at Buckbeak, he couldn't help but feel some respect for him. Odd though he might be, he was still a beautiful-looking magical animal and was very unlikely to be all bark and no bite. "Good lad, nice and low," Hagrid whispered. Buckbeak started at Harry for several seconds, looking like he was trying to analyze Harry. After a short while, he bowed his head. "Oh, well done, Harry, well done," Hagrid beamed before he tossed Buckbeak another ferret. "I think he may let you touch him now, just walk over nice and slow. Stop when you get close, then let him close the distance and come to you." "Got it," Harry nodded. He did as Hagrid had told him to do. Roughly about a minute later, Harry gasped in amazement as he was petting Buckbeak. "He likes you," Hagrid grinned. "He may let you ride him now." "What?" Harry blinked, but before he could respond, he found himself picked up by Hagrid and put on top of Buckbeak. "Don't pull out any of his feathers. He doesn't like that," Hagrid said before he slapped Buckbeak on the back. The hippogriff stood on its back legs before it suddenly charged forwards before taking off into the air, Harry with it. A few seconds later, it flew out of view. "What are you doing?" Daphne shouted, catching Hagrid's attention and silencing the previously cheering crowd. He blinked as he looked at her. "Have you lost your mind?" Daphne demanded. What are you?" "Are you trying to get Harry killed?" Tracy said, glaring at Hagrid. "What? No, Because what you just did was grab him and shove him on top of a large magical creature before sending them both flying into the air." Tracy cut him off. "Without his permission or consent either. You just grabbed him and picked him up. Nor did you have a safety harness or a saddle in place to make sure Harry doesn't fall off. For all we know, Harry could have fallen off and landed on his neck," Daphne added, causing Hagrid to pale slightly. If anyone was paying attention then, they would have seen Ron get hit again when his smile got a little too big. "I knew we shouldn't have attended this class," Draco whispered to the other boys. "Look, Hagrid gulped as he tried to think up a good response. I'm sure he's fine," he said in a weak voice. The students in the class began talking amongst themselves, something which did not help Hagrid, who already felt like he had just caused a car crash. "Harry will be glad to know that I will have avenged him," Jet hissed. He was fully ready to leap off of Daphne and head towards Hagrid, but stopped when he heard the sound of wings. A few seconds later, Buckbeak landed down with Harry still safely on his back. Funnily enough, Ron was also hit again. "Well, that was fun," Harry said in a dry voice as he hopped off and looked at Buckbeak. "Thank you for that," Harry said as he petted him. Buckbeak leaned into his touch, Eskew waking happily as he did so. Harry nodded to him before he looked at Hagrid. "While I will admit to enjoying that, I'd prefer if next time you can let me know before shoving me on top of a hippogriff," Harry said before he turned and walked back to the Slytherins. Chapter 50. "Harry, are you all right?" Tracy asked as the Slytherins walked away from their care of magical creatures class. "Why wouldn't I be?" Harry asked as he walked with Jet resting on his shoulders. "Harry, mate, The big guy did just drop you on a hippogriff before sending you straight into the air. You could have fallen off and injured yourself, if not kill yourself, Blaze replied. True, but I think Hagrid just got overexcited and didn't think it through, Harry shrugged. He's better than Quirrell and Lockhart at least. I would find it difficult to imagine anyone being worse, Theo replied. Don't tempt it, Harry sighed. We should contact my father and the papers, Draco suggested. We can probably get the oaf fired within the week. No, Harry said, shaking his head. Why not? Draco whined. Because despite his overenthusiastic near manslaughter, I rather liked the lesson, Harry admitted. I'm going to go and speak to Professor McGonagall, tell her how to improve his lessons. We can go from there. But why? Draco sighed. Because I owe him, Harry said, thinking about how Hagrid had helped Bathsheba with the photo album that Harry had got during his first Christmas at Hogwarts. This is my repayment. After that we'll be even, Harry said, while his time at the Tonks family had somewhat diluted his belief that everyone always wanted something in return for everything. It hadn't got rid of it completely. Harry didn't know if Hagrid would ever demand a favor from him, but as far as Harry was concerned, any debts he owed Hagrid would be gone. Once, he helped Hagrid keep his job. Owe him? How on earth do you owe him? Parkinson asked with disbelief. Quite simple, Parkinson. Actions have consequences, long and short-term ones. You do well to remember that, Harry replied. You need to be very specific with what you want to do, Salazar said. Right now, Harry and Jet were in the Chamber of Secrets. They had taken Salazar's portrait outside of the statue so they could practice spells. Right now, Harry was practicing his animation spells. Salazar had him break a wooden chair into pieces and then animate the pieces into something else. Harry had opted for something simple and had gone for a small person, using the chair legs as arms and legs, while the seat was the body and the head was the backrest. Harry had began practicing moving the mini person around the chamber, having it walk around, stop and turn, pause, reach up, and any other thing Harry could think of. Animation charms are always underrated bits of magic, Salazar commented. I once saw Godric slaughter 10 people by animating a large cat from several swords and shields. Could have just sent them flying at his enemies, but no, wanted to prove the spell was underrated. In fact, it's almost as underrated as me. I would argue that Helga Hufflepuff is more underrated than you, Harry said, keeping the majority of his focus on his spell. Don't you think it rather proves my point in a way if you argue against me? Salazar asked. No, I am very sure that Helga Hufflepuff is more underrated. People at least talk about you and the other 3, Harry replied. I don't know why people don't talk about her. Honestly, she was one of the kindest and most dangerous women I have ever known, Salazar said as he shook his head with disbelief. She also gave brilliant handjobs, he added with a wistful sigh. Of course it was at that moment that Harry's concentration broke and his animation charm failed, causing the animated chairperson to fall onto the ground, falling into pieces. I beg your pardon, Harry blinked as he looked at him. Oh, well, what happened was that one day Helga and I decided to. Harry cut him off. I do not want to know. I do not want to know at all. Are you sure? Salazar asked. Nobody wants to know, and if you tell us I will put my fangs through your portrait, Jet warned. The next day, Harry was in a meeting in the headmaster's office. He was sat opposite Headmaster Dumbledore, who was sat behind his desk. Standing on Dumbledore's left was Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, and standing on his right was Hagrid, who was looking quite nervous. Now, Harry, I believe you had requested this meeting to discuss Professor Hagrid's lesson, Dumbledore began. Indeed I did, sir, Harry nodded. Our lesson started off with hippogriffs. He told us a bit about them before he had me approach one. Then I began petting one. Then he said I could ride one. That was right before he picked me up and put me on the hippogriff without my consent, and then he sent us both into the air, once again without my consent, and without a safety harness or even a saddle. I see. Dumbledore frowned. He looked at Hagrid, who was looking quite worried. Is this true, Hagrid? Dumbledore asked. I'm sorry, sir. Hagrid said, his head bowed down. Hagrid, Dumbledore sighed before turned back to Harry. Harry, I understand why you are here to complain, but… Complain? Harry asked. No, I am not here to complain about Professor Hagrid. I am here to help Professor Hagrid, Harry said, earning shocked looks from all of the professors, especially Hagrid, who looked up so fast that he nearly hurt his own neck. Help Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall asked. Indeed, while the lesson was less than perfect, Professor Hagrid is quite knowledgeable in the subject, Harry replied. I assure you, if he didn't even remotely resemble a competent teacher, then I wouldn't bother. But in my opinion, there are a few clear and fixable problems when it comes to his lessons. Oh, and what would that be? Professor Snape asked, sneering as he did so. Harry was tempted to call him out on it, but was beaten to the punch. Severus, Dumbledore said in a warning tone before he turned to Harry and gestured him to continue. The way I see it is Professor Hagrid may know a lot about magical creatures, but what he does not know about or have his experience teaching the subject. I would recommend someone help him plan out his lessons for the year, because in my opinion, we never should have started out with hippogriffs. They are fascinating animals, but our first lesson should have been with a smaller and less dangerous animals like a niffler or a bowtruckle, and then move up to the more dangerous animals. I think that is an excellent idea, Dumbledore smiled before turning to Hagrid. Hagrid, I'm sure either myself or Professor McGonagall will be able to make time to help you plan your lessons for the year. Oh, thank you, sir, Hagrid said, tears in his eyes. If I might make one more suggestion, then I'd like to suggest he contain his enthusiasm, and I'd like to point out that an animal that could hurt Professor Hagrid would likely be able to kill us students, Harry added. It would benefit him to remember that the rest of us are not as strong or as big as him. An excellent point, Mr. Potter. Professor McGonagall nodded before turning to Hagrid. He is not wrong, Hagrid. You need to consider other people's physical capabilities when you plan your lessons. Either myself or Professor Dumbledore will also go over keeping the students as safe as possible during your lessons. Right, ma'am. Hagrid quickly nodded as he wiped the tears off of his face. Right, if that will be all, then I would like to leave, Harry said as he stood up. Of course, thank you for your help, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore nodded to him. Wait, Hagrid said before Harry could leave. Just, thank you for the help, Harry, it means a lot. In my first year, you got me pictures of my parents, Harry shrugged. That meant a lot. In return, I've helped you keep your job. This is me repaying you. We're even now, Harry said. He nodded to everyone before he turned and left. Once he was gone, Dumbledore let out a small sigh. On the one hand, he didn't know what to think about the fact that Harry apparently only helped Hagrid because he felt obligated. But on the other hand, maybe, it wasn't just that. It was entirely possible that that was just one reason why Harry had helped Hagrid. But overall, Dumbledore was proud of Harry and rather happy. While the boy might sometimes remind Dumbledore of Tom Riddle, Dumbledore was still sure that Harry was not walking down the same path as Tom. A similar one, maybe, but not the same. So, now we are running our school in whatever way the brat suggests, Snape asked, looking annoyed. Professor McGonagall, Professor Hagrid, can you please leave the room? Dumbledore asked with a tired sigh. I have a very long and overdue conversation that I need to have with Professor Snape, he said. Professor McGonagall seemed to have realized what Dumbledore was talking about since she gave him a pleased nod before she walked out along with Professor Hagrid. Sit down, Severus, Dumbledore ordered. Headmaster, Snape blinked. We need to have a very serious discussion about your attitude to all things Potter, Dumbledore said. Harry and the other Slytherins were currently in their first defense against the dark arts lesson with Professor Lupin. Malfoy and Parkinson didn't seem too fond of him due to how he was dressed in less than perfect robes. Personally, Harry couldn't give two shits what the guy was dressed like as long as he could teach decently. Interesting, isn't it? Professor Lupin asked as the class looked at the shaking cupboard in front of them. Does anyone care to guess what is inside that? He asked. That's a boggart, that is, Dean Thomas answered. Correct, Mr. Thomas, Professor Lupin nodded. Does anyone know what a boggart looks like? Harry raised his hand along with several students. Mr. Potter, Professor Lupin said, gesturing to him. Nobody really knows what they look like. They always change shape depending on what a person fears the most, Harry answered. Correct, Lupin nodded. Now there is luckily a very simple charm that we can use to deal with a boggart. The incantation is ridiculous. Can everyone repeat that for me? Lupin asked. He had the class repeat the incantation a couple of times before he continued. The charm requires a strong mind and good concentration. The incantation alone will not affect a boggart. What really finishes off a boggart is laughter. You need to make it take the form of something that you find amusing. Now we need a volunteer, Neville, will you join me, please? Neville, despite looking very uncomfortable, did step out of the crowd and walked towards Professor Lupin. "Ah, boy, now Neville, what frightens you the most?" he asked. Neville didn't immediately respond and instead ducked his head down and mumbled something. "I'm sorry, I didn't quite get that." Professor Snape," Neville answered, earning some laughter from other students. While Harry did crack a smile, he wasn't entirely impressed. Sure, he might not be the biggest fan of Longbottom, but there was clearly something wrong with a teacher when they are a student's worst fear. Just another mark against Professor Snape. Professor Snape frightens all. Professor Lupin nodded with a smile. Now in a moment I am going to let the boggart out. Here is what I want you to do. Professor Lupin stepped next to him and whispered something into Neville's ear. Once he was finished, Neville gave him an odd look, but Professor Lupin ignored it and flicked his wand at the cupboard while he stepped off to the side. Seconds later, the boggart exited the cupboard, disguised as Professor Snape. In fact, it even sneered like him. "Wand at the ready, Neville, wand at the ready," Lupin called. Ridiculous," Neville cried out as he jabbed his wand at the boggart. A second later, the boggart was now dressed in an awful green dress, was supporting a bright red handbag, and had a stupid-looking vulture hat on his head. The best part was that Harry was almost positive that that was what Neville's grandmother wore. "Wonderful, Neville," Lupin called. "Now you get to the back, everybody else form a line, come on." The next few minutes of the class were spent with multiple students having a go at facing the boggart, including Ron, who had went up against a giant spider, which he defeated by making it legless. The Gryffindors had gone first. Now Seamus Finnegan was taking his turn at the boggart. Then it would be the turn of the Slytherins. "I guess that I am going first." Harry rolled his eyes when the other Slytherins looked hesitant. Harry handed Jet off to Daphne before he walked forwards. But he stopped when he heard Ron mumble something while looking at him. "Did you say something, Weasley?" Harry asked as he looked at him with a smile. "No, he didn't," Neville said quickly before Ron could reply. For a second it looked like Ron was going to disagree, but he apparently had more brains than Harry had credited him for and stayed silent. "Good, I mean I'd hate to see something bad happen to your family because you can't shut your mouth," Harry smirked. "I mean, pissing off the guy who is willing to start a blood feud with your family, a really cunning strategy." "No, wait, not cunning. What's the opposite of that?" "Retarded," Harry heard Jet hiss. "Retarded, thank you, Jet," Harry said before he walked past the Gryffindors, including the red-faced Ron. He stepped in front of the boggart after Seamus had moved to the side. Harry looked at the boggart, which had currently been turned into a clown. Harry wondered what the boggart would turn into. He didn't have any fears that he was aware of. Darkness, water, heights, and so on didn't bother him. Harry wasn't scared of any animals either. Of course, if they attacked him, then he'd be scared in the moment, but after or before that he would be fine. So what would it be? Harry watched as the boggart shifted. It grew wider and taller, and it grew a mustache. "Uncle Vernon?" Jet asked in a confused voice. Standing in front of Harry was his Uncle Vernon, face purple with anger, belt wrapped around his hand. "Of course," Harry sighed as he closed his eyes. "Of course it would be you," Harry said. He opened his eyes and glared at the source of many of his nightmares. Harry raised his wand and aimed it at him. "Ridiculous," Harry said. A beam shot out of his wand and hit the boggart. In front of the whole class it shapeshifted, but they were all rather surprised when it turned into Ron Weasley. "Mr. Potter," Professor Lupin spoke in a questioning voice. "You said something funny," Harry shrugged. "Pathetically funny counts." Harry said before he turned and walked off, once again walking past a red-faced Ron Weasley. Chapter 51. As the Slytherins exited Professor Lupin's defense class, many of them were openly laughing and giggling at what Harry had done with the boggart. Professor Lupin had taken 5 points away from Slytherin because of it, even though he did look the slightest bit reluctant to do so. But the Slytherins didn't really care. Harry on his own could easily make triple that much. "I still can't believe you did that," Tracy giggled into her hand. "It was pure evil," Daphne lightly chuckled as she bumped her shoulder against his. "I loved it," she grinned. "Not that I am complaining, but I thought we were supposed to leave Weasley alone," Thea said in a questioning tone. "We were," Harry sighed, even though he kept the smile on his face. "But admittedly, he annoyed me enough that I lost control. Plus, I'm still not totally over the insulting my sister part. Bit hypocritical, I know, but do as I say and not as I do. Besides, if we leave him alone for a while, then people will forget or he'll do something stupid on his own. If any of us feel a real need to annoy Weasley, then let's at least wait for a while." "What? Spread it out throughout the year?" Blaise asked. That wasn't quite what Harry meant, but it was good enough that he'd take it. "Yeah," Harry nodded. "I'm sorry, but pathetically funny," Draco chortled, as if it was the funniest thing he had ever heard in his life. "Harry," Angela approached Harry in the common room as he sat with his friends. "I have a letter for you," she said. "Huh, you're prettier than the usual owls I get," Harry said with a mock confused voice as he took the letter from her, though despite that he was actually a bit confused. "The letter is from my mother," Angela said in an amused voice. "Mum, what does she want?" Blaise asked. "I don't know," Angela shrugged. "I haven't read the letter, it's not for me." "Well, thank you, Angela," Harry said as he looked at the envelope. "If you wish, then I can help you look through the contents of the letter," Angela offered. "Mother can often be subtle when she likes." "Thanks, that would be appreciated." Harry smiled at her. "Oh, for fuck's sakes, he's going to go and copulate with the taller female again," Jet hissed irritably to himself before he got off of Harry's shoulder and went towards Daphne and climbed her shoulders. "Pet, rescue me." "So Angela," Harry said as he and Angela entered Harry's room. "Before we start with the letter, can I ask you to do something for me?" Harry said as he closed the door. "Of course, Master." She smiled at him. "What would you like me to do?" she said with a smile, already having a very good idea about what he wanted. Can you go and do that? Mouth thing again?" Harry asked with a small grin as he ran a hand through his hair. "That mouth thing," she let out a short and musical laugh as she pushed him against the door before her hands slid down to his belt buckle, "is what we call a blowjob," she hotly whispered into his ear before playfully biting it. "A blowjob," Harry repeated in a slow voice, looking as if he had just been given the secrets of the universe. "Yes, Master," she smiled brightly as she pulled his trousers down. "Allow me to demonstrate," she said with a lick of her lips as she reached for his boxers. When Angela walked down later, she found Tracy and Daphne standing in front of her. Daphne was giving her a small, but rather restrained glare while Tracy was shifting on her feet. "Yes," Angela asked, quirking up an eyebrow. Can we talk?" Tracy asked in a quiet voice. Clearly she had been assigned to talk as she was the calmer of the two. "In private," Daphne added. "Of course." Angela looked at Daphne, who had Jet on her shoulders, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. "And will Jet be part of this discussion?" Angela asked. "What?" Daphne blinked. "Well, Jet may not be able to speak English. He is perfectly capable of understanding it. Isn't that right, Jet?" she asked Jet, who nodded. "Which of course means that Harry can find out. And while we're on the subject, if Harry asks, then I will be telling him of our conversation." Why?" Tracy asked. "I am Harry's vassal. It is my job to serve him. If I think something will benefit him, then I will do it. If he asks anything of me, then I will do that as well." Anything?" Daphne asked, quickly picking up on Angela's choice in words. "Oh, goodness," Angela sighed before she pulled out her wand and cast a privacy spell around them. "Jet, I trust that we won't be mentioning this conversation to Harry," she asked Jet. I don't want to be anywhere near this conversation. Jet replied, but he did nod his head. Good, Angela said before she turned to Daphne and Tracy. Okay, girls, pay attention. So far, Harry and I have done two things, one of which is kissing snogging the other. Angela paused, and a grin came on her face. Despite the privacy charm, she leaned forward and whispered the next part in their ears before she pulled back. W, with your mouth, Tracy squeaked while Daphne looked murderous. Yes, Angela simply replied. You see, a while ago I discovered something about Harry, something important. What? Daphne asked in a short but curious voice. He is quite simply a great wizard, and I am not just talking about magical ability, Angela replied. As his vassal, he could order me to do much more than what I have already done. He knows he can. Most boys his age would have, but despite that fact he doesn't demand, he asks. You've all seen him defend the first-year Lestrange boy. You all know that he went into the chamber last year. The girls slowly nodded at that. Harry hadn't been willing to give them all of the details, but they did know that he had rescued a few people from the chamber. They only didn't know how he did it, and the names of the people he had rescued. He is a great wizard, and he deserves the best, Angela continued. I want to make his life as good as possible, and I will do so. However, what I am waiting on is for the two of you. Us too, Daphne blinked. Yes, Angela rolled her eyes. It is obvious to me that you both like him. I am waiting for one of you two to pluck up the courage to ask him to be your boyfriend. In fact, it would probably be better if both of you did it. Both of us, Tracy blushed. Yes, Angela said, as if it was an obvious choice. You would both be good for him. The point I am making is that it's my desire to keep Harry as healthy and happy as possible. If I have to use my body or even all of the money in my vault, then I will do so. I am not Harry's girlfriend before you ask. And do not judge Harry for what we do together. Despite how great he is still a 13-year-old boy. Do you really expect him to refuse what I was offering? Angela paused, waiting for an answer. The girls remained silent, but Angela understood well enough. Also, this conversation will not go beyond the three of us, unless Harry asks, is that clear? She said in a warning tone, matched by the look on her face. Daphne, who had been glaring at her, had taken a small step back at that look, while Tracy didn't even bother to hide the fact that she moved away. We understand, Tracy said. Good. Angela smiled before she canceled the privacy spell and walked away. At the Great Hall the next day, Hermione Granger was sat with the Gryffindors in her year during breakfast. She was looking over in the direction of the Slytherin table and saw an older Slytherin girl putting some food on Harry's plate, despite his light and half-hearted protests. Hermione knew that the older girl was called Angela Zabini and that she had a brother in Hermione's year, a brother who also happened to be Harry's best friend, or at least the best male one. Hermione couldn't help but feel jealous as she looked at the two of them. Angela Zabini was a very attractive girl, one who could turn the heads of boys with a simple smile, and she didn't just possess irritatingly perfect looks, but she was also very smart, and Hermione knew that the girl was always in the top 5 of her year. Hermione wished that, when she had grown more, that she could be at least close to gaining the same popularity, and hopefully also look just as good. It infuriated Hermione when she had learnt that the girl had become Harry Potter's vassal, a rather well-known fact throughout the school. So much intelligence and potential, and she was forced to be a slave. No, that wasn't quite right, and Hermione knew it. She had asked several teachers about it, including Professor McGonagall. The teachers mostly just repeated or agreed with what Professor McGonagall had said. Her conversation with Professor McGonagall had been a very long one, but by the end of it she had been told 2 main things that she was to remember. The first being that a vassal has to willingly become one. They cannot be forced into becoming one, not even by their parents or magic. They had to want it, which also kind of annoyed Hermione as it meant that Angela had chosen to be a slave. The second thing was that it was not any of her business if Angela was Harry's vassal or not. Hermione didn't quite agree with that, but Professor McGonagall had made it clear that if Harry had been breaking school rules or the law in any way or form, by having a vassal, then one of the teachers would have punished him. Hermione didn't agree with the idea of vassals at all, but there was not really much that she could do, seeing as it involved a ritual that magically connected the two, and that was unbreakable, meaning Hermione could rant and shout as much as she liked, but it wouldn't be able to change anything. Then there was the other person on her mind, Harry Potter, the boy who lived and best student in her year. Hermione liked to think that she held the edge when it came to theoretical work, but Harry was close enough to her in theory, while clearly surpassing her in the practical portions of the lesson. It was quite simply annoying how he would nearly always get the spells before she did. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone knew that he had been raised by Muggles, then she would have guessed that he had been privately trained before coming to Hogwarts. Unfortunately, she couldn't make herself feel better by saying that, no, Harry Potter was just that good. But he was also a bit of an enigma for her, in more ways than one. Firstly, everyone had been expecting him to be a Gryffindor. The boy who lived and son of two of the most famous Gryffindors of all time becoming a Gryffindor just made sense, like water being wet. Except he didn't do that. He had become a Slytherin, came into school with a snake, and was a Parselmouth of all things. Now Hermione, being Muggle-raised, hadn't grown up with the belief that all Slytherins and Parselmouths are evil, like Ron had liked to say. In her second year, Harry was accused of being the heir of Slytherin. She could understand why. He openly admitted to being a Parselmouth, and as far as the school was aware, he was the only one, so it made some level of sense to suspect him. But then he did something that Hermione would never in a million years dream of ever doing. He went in front of the whole school and actually told them off for their behavior. She couldn't believe it at the time. She struggled to believe it now. She sometimes wished that she could do the same and tell off all the people who insulted her to her face and behind her back, but knew that she likely never would. As Hermione was deep in thought, her hand reached out absently to stroke Crookshanks, only for her to blink when she realized that he was no longer on the table. She looked around and her eyes widened when she saw Crookshanks climb up onto the Slytherin table and stop in front of Harry. She was filled with a sense of dread when she saw Harry's snake, which was sat on his shoulders, eye up her cat. "Oh, hello," Harry greeted Crookshanks. "Crookshanks, that's your name, isn't it?" Harry asked. Instead of responding, Crookshanks reached down and began pulling on Harry's sleeve. "Oh, you want me to come with you?" Harry asked. "I'm so sorry," Hermione said as she came over and quickly picked up Crookshanks, missing the disappointed noise coming from him. "He got away from me, I'm sorry," she quickly said just before noticing every nearby Slytherin eye her. "Relax, Granger," Harry rolled his eyes. "I'm not going to do anything just because your cat comes over." Right, thank you," she said before quickly turning and going back to the Gryffindor table, scolding Crookshanks as she did so. Once she was gone, Harry was about to turn back to breakfast when Hedwig suddenly flew down with a red envelope and a white envelope. She dropped down in front of Harry. "Oh, hi, girl." Harry smiled as he petted with her one hand while using his other hand to take the envelopes. Hedwig hooted happily, enjoying the attention she was getting from her master. Harry saw the white envelope and saw that it was from the Tonks family. This would be the first letter he had got from them since the whole threatening a blood feud business. "Harry, is that a howler?" Blaise asked as he looked at the red envelope. Harry was cut off as the red envelope rose up into the air, changing shape so it looked like it had a mouth. "Guess so," Harry finished, the whole hall looking in his direction, wondering what would have happened to result in Harry Potter getting a howler. "Harry," Tonks's voice began in a rather normal tone before the envelope moved next to Harry's ear. "I love you," she shouted, causing Harry and Jet to flinch back. "Also read my letter, see ya, little bro," the howler added, once again in a normal tone before it tore itself to shreds. "Well, that was..." Blaise trailed off, not sure what to say. He then glanced at Harry and was surprised to see the boy grinning. "And why are you happy?" "She loves me," Harry shrugged, grin not leaving his face. CH'ter 52. "So hold on, you like Harry as well," Daphne said as she and Tracy sat in their room. Thankfully, Pansy shared a room with Millicent, leaving just the two of them to talk. Yeah," Tracy nodded, a bright red blush on her face. "What, since when?" Daphne asked. This most certainly complicated things for her. I always thought he looked nice, even with his scar," Tracy admitted. But I suppose I really started liking him after he saved my life, Tracy added. And then, well, we spent some time with him and I started liking him more, you know. He's so strong, but he's so kind as well. Daphne hummed. For her it was pretty much the same. Seeing Harry save her best friend had kick-started any feelings that she would have had for him. And since then she had enjoyed spending time with him. She enjoyed the Slytherin part of him that would embarrass Weasley and would cleverly get him out of any situation. She liked the fact that he was such a great wizard and was helping her become a great witch, but she also loved how he treated her. Harry could be ruthless with his enemies if he wanted, but he was overall a really nice guy. "Why didn't you say anything?" she asked Tracy. "Me," Tracy blinked. "Why didn't you?" she countered. "Me." This time it was Daphne who blinked. "W, what do you mean?" "Please," Tracy snorted. "I know that you like him too," she said. "W, what?" Daphne's face turned a bit red. "I know that you like him too," Tracy repeated. "That's part of why I didn't say anything. I think you two would make a great couple," she said in a quiet voice. I feel bad now," Daphne admitted. "I didn't even realize that you liked him as well, and for what it's worth I think that you and Harry would make a great couple." "Really?" Tracy said with a bit of disbelief in her voice. "You two are so great for each other. You're both smart and good duelists, and you both love Jet. And Tracy, I could argue that you and Harry are brilliant for each other. You are both kind and smart, and you really complement each other," Daphne replied. "Thanks," Tracy said with a small smile. "So, what do we do now?" she asked. Well, to be brutally honest, I don't really know," Daphne said, and she was being brutally honest. She did not know what to do. What on earth was she supposed to do now that she knew that she and her best friend had a crush on the exact same person? This is all your fault, you know that, right?" Tracy asked. "My fault?" Daphne looked at her with disbelief. "Of course, I had a crush on him first after all," Tracy said with a grin. "Shut up," Daphne huffed, calming down now that she knew she was joking. Daphne picked up a pillow and tossed it at Tracy. "Oh, you did not just do that," Tracy said as she picked up the pillow and threw it back. "Oh yes, I did," Daphne said before she picked up the pillow again and threw it at Tracy. The two quickly descended into laughter as they engaged in a pillow fight. Later, the two best friends descended down the stairs and into the common room. They saw Angela sitting in a chair with her legs crossed as she read a book. Once the two of them reached the bottom step, Angela looked up from her book and gave the two of them a questioning look as she raised an eyebrow. Tracy and Daphne exchanged looks with each other before they turned to Angela. "Next year," Daphne said to Angela, "we have things that we need to think about and neither of us are ready yet," she admitted. "Next year," Angela hummed to herself. "Very well," Angela said to the two of them. "But if neither of you make your move next year, then I will start looking for somebody else for him," she warned. "We got it," Tracy nodded. "We just want to spend some more time with him this year to help us make a decision." "I suppose I can understand that," Angela sighed, even though she was tempted to just tell them to hurry up with it. The next day, Harry and his Slytherin friends were heading into Hogsmeade for their first Hogsmeade trip. All of them were dressed in non-school winter clothes, seeing as it was snowing, so it was naturally going to be very cold. Once they had arrived, they began walking around, going past and into various shops. Harry could not help but appreciate the beauty of Hogsmeade Village. Soft and beautiful snow everywhere. Some people were singing, children were playing. The whole thing looked like a bloody Christmas card come to life. "Is this your first time here, Harry?" Blaise asked as they walked along. Daphne was walking on Harry's right, and Tracy was walking on Harry's left. Funnily enough, they hadn't even planned that. It just happened. Blaise was walking next to Daphne, and the others were just about 2 steps behind them. "Yeah," Harry nodded. "Am I that obvious?" He grinned. "A little bit," Blaise grinned back. "You been here before?" Harry asked. Blaise paused for a second. "Once when I was like 7 or 8. "The last time I came here was when I was 10, Daphne said. "My father took me, said that you could see the castle from here." Oh, so you got an early look then, clever, Harry complimented. Still, this is a very beautiful place. The group spent a bit of time looking around. Before they had exited the village and stopped by the Shrieking Shack, they all stood by a fence that was a short distance away from the building. The Shrieking Shack is an abandoned house in Hogsmeade. Nobody went there due to the rumors that it was haunted. Many villagers had claimed to have heard loud screams and moans from the building at night. The building looked like a typical haunted house. The windows and doors were all boarded up. In fact, Harry couldn't even see an entrance to it. The most haunted house in Britain, Draco repeated from memory. Got to be honest, I was expecting something a bit more terrifying. This isn't scary at all. He scoffed. In that case, why don't you go closer to it? Blaze suggested with a grin. Why? Draco said quickly, a little too quickly since he started talking in a slightly slower voice. I see no reason to go there. But you said it wasn't terrifying. Theo reminded him, also grinning. Neither is Weasley's house, but I don't want to go there either, Draco countered. I don't know about that, Daphne replied. I would find Weasley's house to be much more scary. Imagine the diseases you'd get, she said, earning laughs from the other Slytherins. Are you sure you don't want to go, Draco? Tracy smirked at the blonde boy. I am not interested. What about Harry? He can go, Draco said before turning to Harry. Go on, Potter, you're the bravest of us and the strongest. Your words do fill up my heart with joy, Draco, but need I remind you that I was the one who fought a troll in my first year and have gone into the Chamber of Secrets last year. I think it's about time you start to pull your own weight, Draco. You take the adventure this year, Harry said before he gestured to the shack. Have at it, Draco, Harry smirked. Fine, Draco said before walking to the shack, mumbling under his breath as he did so. So, how long do you guys reckon it will take until he comes running back? Theo asked the group. He'll get halfway at least, Blaze guessed. Less than a minute, Harry replied. He'll go all the way, Pansy said confidently. After all, Draco was a very brave boy, at least as far as she was concerned. No, he won't, Crabbe replied. What do you mean, he won't? Pansy demanded. He is coming back now, Goyle replied as he gestured to Malfoy, who was indeed coming back. I should have bet money, Harry sighed. That was really quick, Draco, Blaze grinned. Did you somehow learn to apparate? There was a sign that said, don't get close, Draco shrugged. I am a well-behaved student of Hogwarts. I am not going to break the rules, he said. There was a collective snort from everyone in the group. A small while later, the group of Slytherins were sat outside of the shack, sitting in chairs that they had created. With magic, what else? All apart from Harry and Daphne, who were both standing a small distance away and practicing spells. Harry knew that Daphne had a real knack for ice-related magic, so he decided that it would be a good time to start practicing. All right, now just loosen your wrist a little bit and you should be fine. Remember, it's like being an opera conductor, not a blacksmith with a hammer, Harry advised, standing right behind Daphne. Opera conductor, Daphne repeated under her breath. Got it, she said before she practiced the wand movements one more time. All right, I think I got it, Daphne said before she performed the spell. The snow in front of her twirled upwards before changing and taking the shape of a human. It stood around the same size of Daphne. I did it, Daphne grinned brightly. Keep your concentration, Harry quickly said. Concentration, got it, Daphne nodded, focusing on the snowman. Atta girl Daph, Harry clapped for her, of course keeping his clapping as light as possible so to not break her concentration. Now, try and get it to move. Got it, Daphne said. She moved her wand slightly and the snowman took a few steps forward. She moved it again and then it moved back. I'm doing it. Nicely done, Daph, Harry smiled at her. Thank you, Daphne replied just before she allowed her snowman to collapse, turning back into regular snow. That was so cool, she grinned as she looked at Harry. Was that a pun? Was that intentional? Harry blinked as he looked at her. It was a pun, and no, it was not intentional. Or, at least not this time, I cannot speak for the future, she replied. Fair enough, Harry laughed before he cast a tempest spell to check the time. Oh crap, I've got to go now. Oh, where are you going? Tracy asked in a curious voice. I am meeting Blaze's mom, Harry replied. Hey, Blaze said in an offended voice. No, I have an actual meeting with your mother, Harry began explaining. In her last letter to me, she said that she wanted to talk to me face to face, in private. I am meeting her in the Three Broomsticks. The Three Broomsticks being a very popular pub, and in that was located in Hogsmeade. Why do you have a meeting with Blaze's mother? Draco asked in a confused voice. I wish I knew, Harry shrugged. Anyway, I'll be off now. She does not seem like the type to appreciate being made to wait. No, she does not, Blaze said with a small shake of his head. When Harry arrived in the Three Broomsticks, he saw that it was packed full of customers. Some were adults and some were clearly Hogwarts students. Some were talking, some were laughing. The food and drinks looked brilliant. When Harry entered, the majority of people noticed that he had a snake on his shoulders. The Hogwarts students were able to quickly ignore it with ease of practice. Though most of the adults could not help but look, they had of course heard that the boy who lived was a Parselmouth, and that he had possessed a snake for a familiar. But hearing and seeing were quite different things. Harry, the humans are looking at me again, Jet hissed into his ear. I can't blame them, you're so majestic looking, Harry replied. Majestic, Jet repeated. I like it. You would, Harry snorted. Can I help you with something? A voice asked. Harry turned to see a very attractive, curvy woman with a pretty face and blonde hair. She wore a dark brown dress with a furry brown jacket. She looked like she was in her late 20s to early 30s, though with magical aging in the mix she could be much older. That rather depends on who you are, Mrs. Harry trailed off and gave her a questioning look. It is Miss, actually, the woman corrected him. I am Rosemurda, I own this pub. Ah, it's nice to meet you, Harry replied. I am. Harry Potter, I know, she said with a smile. Ah, kind of obvious, huh? Harry said with a grin. Yes, she grinned back. The snake kind of gave it away, along with the scars. So did your eyes and face. You look just like a combination of your parents, she said. You knew my parents? Harry asked. Ah, yes, I was only a couple of years out of Hogwarts when I started working here. I met your father and mother during my first year here. It wasn't a meeting that I am likely to ever forget. Why not? Harry asked in an interested voice. They sat on opposite sides of the room. I met your mother first, and she apologized in advance for whatever your father was about to do. Rosemurda smiled. I then went over to your father, who tried to flirt with me in the hopes of getting free food. When that didn't work, he went over to your mother and tried flirting with her. She tossed a drink in his face and punched him in the stomach before she stormed off. Oh, I remember that, Harry laughed. I read about it in one of his journals. It was quite funny. There were bets going around if they were ever going to get together. Madame Rosemurta admitted. I would love to talk more about this with you, but I have a meeting to attend, Harry said in an apologetic voice. Ah, yes, allow me to accompany you, Madame Rosemurta said, smart enough to not mention the name of who he was meeting with, something which earned an appreciative nod from Harry. Both of them knew what the public would be like if she simply mentioned that the boy who lived was meeting a woman. It would be even worse if they knew that he was meeting with Mrs. Zabini of all people. Harry followed Madame Rosemurta. With practiced ease, he was ignoring the whispers of people who were talking about him. When Harry finally got to the room he was supposed to meet Mrs. Zabini in, he gave Madame Rosemurta a quick nod and a thank you before he entered and closed the door. Mrs. Zabini, it's me, Harry Potter, Harry called out when he couldn't see her. Are you even here? Harry asked as he looked around. He was currently in one of the more expensive private rooms, and he could tell that just from the expensive-looking furniture. Be with you in 1 minute. A voice called from a door in the room, a door which Harry assumed would lead to a bathroom or something. Harry sat down in one of the chairs, not knowing how long it would take for her to come out. Roughly half a minute later, she did come out of the door, her whole body covered in a long black robe, her hair in a ponytail. It is good to see you, Mr. Potter. She smiled. Harry paused as he looked at her. There was something different about her smile. I have some very important things I need to discuss with you, she added. And what would that be? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Your education, she smirked. My education, Harry repeated in a confused voice. I am the top student in my year. I've mastered spells that I am supposed to learn in later years and… Not that type of education, she interrupted. No, I am talking about something very, very different, yet so very important, she said before she undid the clasp of her robe. Very important. She breathed before she pulled off her robes. She let them drip to the ground, and Harry's breath was taken away. Mrs. Zabini was stood in front of him, wearing a black corset, a thong, stockings that ended at her thighs, and black high heels. Harry gulped before he could stop himself. Oh, goodness, Harry coughed out. In his defense, he was only human, and he was pretty sure that the visual in front of him would turn most men into quivering wrecks. I see you understand what I am talking about. She smiled wickedly as she began walking towards him, her hips swaying as she did so, drawing attention to her perfect body. I wouldn't worry, Mr. Potter. The legality of this is different in the Muggle world. Here the age of consent is 13. I believe it's something to do with magically maturing bodies. She stretched out the last few words as she stopped in front of him. Aren't you a lucky boy? She said as she licked her lips. Please tell me that I don't have to stay here and be forced to watch you two have coitus, Jet begged. Chapter 53. Tell me, do you ever have dreams about stuff like this? Mrs. Zabini said as she straddled Harry's lap. Harry felt the weight on his legs, but that wasn't really what he was focusing on. He was more than aware of the fact that his body was reacting to her, and that she had likely noticed. Harry knew how useless it would be to try and hide or stop that. Right now Harry was facing his biggest challenge ever, looking Mrs. Zabini in the eye. Of course, she was one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen, so that wasn't a hardship. But the problem now was the fact that his eyes felt like they were holding weights that wanted to drag his eye a bit lower. Keep looking her in the eye, Harry mentally told himself, chanting it several times in his mind. Don't look down at those beautiful legs, got to avoid the legs, and definitely got to keep your eyes away from those voluptuous titties. Oh crap, I nearly looked. You can look, she laughed, placing her hands on his arms. She would have placed them on his shoulders if not for the fact that Harry's familiar was still on Harry's shoulders. I don't mind, really. She raised her right hand to touch the side of his face, but before she could, his own hand came up and grabbed her by the wrist. Harry hissed softly under his breath. She was able to quickly realize that he was talking to the snake. Why are you doing this? Harry asked as he let go of her wrist. I'm not sure what you mean, she said in an innocent voice as she let her hands rest on top of her thighs. I'm sure you don't, Harry snorted with amusement. You look like something out of a wet dream. You are also the mother of my vassal and my best male friend. There is no way that you just suddenly decide that you want to do something like this with me. What are you after? Harry asked. After, you think I am after something? She asked, sounding just as amused as Harry had done. Everyone is after something or the other, Harry replied. People who give to charity want to feel good. Most of the students at Hogwarts don't even care about the beauty of magic. They just want to grow strong and get a nice job. Everyone wants something. True, she chuckled. She was about to get up but was stopped when Harry placed his hands on her waist and pulled her back onto his lap. I asked for an explanation. I didn't say you had to get up. Besides, I am rather enjoying this. Harry smiled at her. He was enjoying this, though truthfully he also wanted to keep her close so he would at least have a fighting chance if she tried anything. It also allowed Jet to go for her if she tries anything. Yes, that was definitely the main reason why he didn't want her to get up. How gracious of you, she drawled. If you are sure that you want me to stay here. She paused and wiggled slightly, causing Harry to let out a soft groan before he could stop himself. Then who am I to argue? She grinned. As lovely as this is, let's move on to the why part, please. Harry replied after having a quick glance at the body of the MILF on top of him. Very well, you might remember that during your second year you saved my daughter, she said. You mean when I heavily burned a rapist and injured him right before I jumped into a secret part of the school that was always thought to be lost or a myth, right before I fought and killed a basilisk? Harry asked. Yes, that's exactly right, she smiled. No, sorry, doesn't ring a bell, Harry said in a dry voice, earning a laugh from Mrs. Zabini. In Harry's opinion, her laugh was not as musical as Angela's, but it did send chills down his spine, just like Angela did. How the everlasting fuck did those two learn to make their laughs seductive? "I will just keep talking and hope that you remember as I do so," she said. "You saved my daughter. This is my repayment for that." "That's the only reason?" Harry asked in a skeptical voice. "No, not the only one," she said, giving him an approving nod. Most would have seen her body and would have then been operating based on lust. But this young man was smart enough to question her despite the fact that his body was probably telling him to take her. "Angela has asked me to do this." "What?" Harry blinked at her. "My daughter is the most loyal vassal that you will ever get," Mrs. Zabini smiled down at him. "She's never been with a man before. I believe that she's saving herself for you. She has asked me to teach you all that you need to know." "I sense no deception from her," Jet hissed into Harry's ear. "You see, Harry, I am repaying my debt and helping my daughter by helping you," Mrs. Zabini began explaining. "Besides, I think you have not yet realized this, but this is an essential lesson for a man like you." "What do you mean by that?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "You are not only a rich lord, but you are also a powerful wizard and a very famous one," she pointed out. "It won't be long before women are trying to seduce you." "You know what? I think you might be a bit late because a woman has already tried to seduce me. In fact, she's in my lap and still trying," Harry replied. "A woman with bad intentions," she amended. "Once again, I think you might be a bit late," Harry smirked. "Smartass," she rolled her eyes before she continued speaking. "There will no doubt be plenty of women who are willing to use their bodies to manipulate you. I am going to teach you how to resist and how to—" She paused as she thought on what she wanted to say. "Flip the tables," she finished with a grin. "So, you teach me about this important part of life, and in exchange you not only help your daughter but also pay off any debts you owe me. Have I got that right?" Harry asked. Pretty much," Mrs. Zabini nodded. "Plus I'd like to add that I could end up enjoying this as well," she finished, her grin widening. Harry looked at her, his green eyes locked onto hers, and he stared at her for several seconds. "You know, I have heard a lot of rumors about you," she tensed, but Harry continued. "Tales of you seducing men into bed before you kill them and take their money. I can assure you that those stories—" "I don't believe them," Harry cut her off. "Or at least not all of it. If Angela even suspected that you would be planning to hurt me, then she would let me know. She is incredibly loyal to me after all. People say that you're a cold-blooded murderer. I don't know if you have ever killed anyone before, but I do know that when you were visiting Angela in the school hospital wing, you were really worried. I saw the worry in your eyes, the concern, the love that you felt for Angela. People say that you're crazy. I don't think Blaze or Angela are crazy, and the two have nothing but positive things to say about you." "And what does that mean?" Mrs. Zabini asked after several moments of silence. Harry didn't immediately reply. He instead pulled out a small pouch. He hissed to Jet as he opened it. Jet hissed back before he went into the pouch, which had obviously been magically enhanced if otherwise Jet wouldn't have been able to get more than the first quarter of his body inside. Once the snake was all the way inside, Harry closed the pouch. "It has a space extension charm along with silencing charms," Harry explained when he saw her look at it. "Angela gave it to me yesterday. I think I now know why. Anyway, back to what I was saying. To answer your question, it means that I am ready to learn if you're ready to teach." "Excellent," Mrs. Zabini purred as she licked her lips. Harry found himself lying in bed. He wasn't wearing anything, but then again neither was Mrs. Zabini, who happened to be lying right next to him. They were both sweating. Both had grins on their faces, and Harry was rather enjoying her body being pushed against his side. Harry was no expert, but he felt like he had done fairly good for his first time. Mrs. Zabini had seemed to enjoy it, though part of Harry's mind could not help but wonder if she was faking. Even though it was possible, Harry didn't feel like she had been faking. Throughout their time together, she had not been afraid to give him criticism, tell him how to improve and what not to do. Still, Harry could not help but feel a bit proud for himself. His first time was with the smoking hot MILF next to him. He could only imagine what would have happened if he had shown his cousin Dudley exactly who Harry had lost his virginity to. The idiot would probably have his head explode just from jealousy alone. That was enjoyable, Mrs. Zabini smiled at him. There is of course room for improvement, but very good for a first time. Will there be more times? Harry asked in a hopeful voice as he looked at her. Of course, she said, as if it was beyond ridiculous for there to not be more lessons. You need practice. The art of seduction is not something that can easily be taught, after all. We will meet again every weekend. Every weekend? Harry asked. I don't have a problem with that, but I don't think that I am allowed to leave the school every weekend. You are if it is family business, she replied. Tell them that you must leave due to your position as Lord Potter. They will not be allowed to stop you, providing you return the same day. I see someone has been studying the rules, Harry laughed. Okay, every weekend then. We're not telling Blaze about this, right? Oh, that goes without saying, Mrs. Zabini replied. You were spending quite a long time with the Zabini matriarch, Jet pointed out as he and Harry left. Trust me, if you were me, then you would also want to spend a long time with her, Harry said with a smile. Perhaps, but I'd rather be me. Unlike you humans, I don't need to go to the toilet every day, Jet countered. Whatever you say, mate, Harry laughed. Later that day, Harry would find Angela, take her to his room, and snog the hell out of her as a thank you. He was tempted to sleep with her as well, but decided that he wanted a bit more experience before doing so. The next day during breakfast in the Great Hall, the Slytherin third years sat together, like usual. Since today was Sunday, they didn't have any lessons, so between eating they began discussing what they would do for the day. Part way through breakfast, they found themselves interrupted. Excuse me, a voice said. Harry looked up and saw Roman Lestrange standing just behind Draco and Blaze, who had both turned in their seats to look at him. I was wondering if I could talk to you, he said, keeping his body as straight as possible. Are you still following him around? Pansy sneered at him. It's clear he doesn't want you. Crab, Goyle, get rid of the pipsqueak. Pansy ordered the two larger boys, except they didn't move. The two looked between Draco and Harry with questioning looks. The only two people that Crab and Goyle felt like they had to listen to. Parkinson, don't ever speak for me again, Harry said after swallowing another bite of his breakfast. Have you eaten breakfast yet? Harry asked Roman. No, I have not, Roman said with a small headshake. He kept his eyes on Harry, even though he was tempted to look at the snake that was resting next to Harry's plate. Draco, Blaze, give him some room, Harry said to his two friends before he looked back to Roman. Sit, Harry ordered. Draco and Blaze exchanged looks before they both moved apart long enough for Roman to sit between them. Roman hesitated for a moment before he sat in, between the two boys. Once Roman sat down, a plate and goblet appeared with his breakfast, thanks to the house elves. Roman was about to reach for his food, but stopped when Harry grabbed the plate and cup and pulled it away from him and handed them to Crab and Goyle. Extra food for you boys, Harry said to the two of them. Really? Both boys asked at the same time. Really, Harry nodded before he turned to the others. Eat, Harry said before he continued eating. The third-year Slytherins collectively shrugged before they continued eating, while Roman stared enviously at them. I was wondering if I could talk to you about becoming your... Roman began, but was interrupted. Eyes down and mouth shut, Harry said to Roman as he continued eating. I'm sorry, Roman asked. Keep your eyes pointing down at your lap. Don't raise them until I tell you. You had better not speak or even glance up without my permission, got it? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow at him. Got it, Roman said in a quiet voice as he looked down at his lap. That was lovely, Harry said once he had finished eating. He looked at Roman. You can look up now, Harry said, and the boy looked up. You can talk now. Now, that was just a taste of what I could do to you if you became my vassal. If you were my vassal, then you would have to obey me even if I told you to run up and down this whole hall without clothes. Do you understand that? I do, but I still want to be your vassal, Roman said in a quiet but firm voice. Harry stared at him with narrowed green eyes. Roman flinched slightly but met his gaze, though barely. "Persistent little thing, isn't he?" Jet hissed. "Almost as stubborn as you. Luckily you're far cooler, you have me after all." "Go to the common room," Harry ordered him. "You will wait there for me and you won't leave until I tell you to. Go now." Roman didn't say anything. Instead, he simply nodded before he got up and walked away. "Flipsy," Harry called with a sigh. The elf popped in a second later. "Go to the kitchens and find out what they are making for the second years, then make some for the Lestrange boy and deliver it to him in the common room," Harry ordered. "Right away, master." Flipsy nodded before popping away. Tracy and Daphne exchanged smiles at that. Parkinson was about to say something but was stopped when Harry turned his gaze onto her and gave her a challenging look, daring her to make a comment. In a rather smart move, she decided to stay quiet. "Yeah, that's right, bitch," Jet hissed at her. Chapter 54. Harry arrived in the Slytherin common room, Jet on his shoulders as usual. He looked around, seeing several students sat around the common room. "There he is," Jet hissed. He gestured with his head to Roman, who was sat on a chair, and he was eating the food he was given by the elves. Harry walked over and sat on the chair next to him. Roman looked up and noticed Harry. "Keep eating," Harry told him when Roman was about to stop eating. "You heard me," Harry said when Roman looked hesitant. "Eat," Harry ordered. Roman nodded before he continued to eat. Harry did not say or do anything more while Roman ate. Once Roman was done with his food and drink, an elf popped in and took the plate and goblet away. "What is your major malfunction?" Harry sighed as he pinched the bridge of his nose. I beg your pardon." Roman blinked as he looked at Harry. "It means, what is wrong with you?" Harry explained as he lowered his hand and looked at Roman. "It's an American thing, apparently. My sister actually taught me that, by the way. Apparently she went there one time and ended up punching someone in Disney World. Don't ask. So, as I was saying, what is wrong with you?" "I don't really know what you mean," Roman replied. "I will slap you twice across your skinny little face. The second slap will be a backhand as well. Yes, you do know what I am talking about. Why on earth do you want to be my vassal?" Harry asked, gazing at him intently. "Well, you're a great wizard," Roman began. "So is Dumbledore, but I don't see you going to him," Harry pointed out. "Dumbledore is old," Roman countered. "He could die tomorrow in his sleep for all we know," he added. "Fair enough," Harry nodded, conceding the point. "Look, I need your help," Roman whispered before he looked around. Harry quickly realized that Roman was looking at the various Slytherin students around them, and clearly he didn't want whatever he was about to say to be heard. Harry flicked his wrist. His wand appeared in his hand. Harry quickly put up a few spells to make sure the two wouldn't be overheard. "There you go," Harry said as he placed his wand back in his holster. "Nobody will hear what you have to say, so talk." "Thank you," Roman said in an appreciative voice as he nodded to him. "Like I was saying, I need your help." "What with?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. "Look, I am desperate, okay?" Roman sighed as he looked at Harry. "You know who my parents are, or at least who my father is." Roman said it wasn't a question, nor was it phrased as one, but Harry nodded all the same. "Everyone knows who my father is," Roman continued. "And everyone hates me because of it. I need help if I'm going to survive the rest of school. Ginny, she's great, but she won't be much help against most of the house. The only other Slytherins who even talk to me are the Caro twins, but I don't know if they would count me as a friend." "You need protection," Harry said. "Yes," Roman answered. "You saved my life before. I need your help." "What part of me makes it look like I am hero?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "What part of me makes you think that I want to help you?" "You already have," Roman responded. "If it wasn't for you, then me and Ginny would be getting much worse than we already have. It was you who stopped the other Slytherins from doing worse than ignoring and insulting us." "But that still doesn't explain to me why you want to be my vassal," Harry replied. "I will always be judged for who my parents were, but if I was your vassal, I would finally be known as something that I chose to be. Vassal to the great Harry Potter." "Ease up with the flattery. It won't get you anything, even if I do like the sound of it." "I'm being honest," Roman responded. It's not just because you're the boy who lived. Everyone knows that you're a powerful wizard. Everyone is talking about how you know spells that people in the year above haven't mastered. There's more evidence than that. Another great example is how you killed a bloody basilisk of all things. I could go to somebody else, but who? The Malfoys are rich, but do you think they would accept me out of the goodness of their hearts? You're the only one outside of Ginny who is not judging me for who my parents are, and you're the only one I can remotely trust. And I've seen how you treat your vassal. She's happy being your vassal. He said. Harry was tempted to tell Roman that there was more than one reason why Angela was happy as his vassal, but he decided against it. I let Angela be my vassal because she's old and smart enough to know what she wants. There were also personal reasons that she had that made me accept. Harry responded. Kid, look at yourself. You're only a year younger than me and you're giving me your freedom. Do you really think that this is the best option for you? Yes, I do, Roman said without pausing. Harry sighed as he looked at Roman. The second year seemed pretty determined. Harry was a big believer in free will. He had only accepted Angela as his vassal because it would have benefited him greatly, and she had her own reasons for it which made him want to help her. Roman. Well, Harry could see the benefits of having the boy as his vassal. The boy was pretty talented for his age. To Harry, he seemed more talented than most of the other lower years. He was definitely the best male student in his year. He had great potential. The kid also had good reasons for wanting to be Harry's vassal, just like Angela had, although they both had very different reasons. Harry was rather impressed that the kid had actually thought it through. Despite all the reasons why Harry should accept, he was hesitant to do so. Why? Quite simply because it meant that Roman would be his responsibility. It would mean that in return for Roman serving him, Harry would have to keep him safe and happy. Keeping him safe in Hogwarts was a challenge, but one that Harry felt like he could deal with. The problem was outside of Hogwarts. Harry wasn't worried about Angela outside of Hogwarts. She was competent, and with her family, she was safe. Roman, from what Harry remembered, lived in an orphanage, which meant it would be Harry's job to provide him with a home, since he would be responsible for making sure that his vassal was safe. The problem with that was that the only option Harry could think of was inviting Roman to live with the Tonks family, and Harry didn't like that idea. It wasn't that Harry had a problem with Roman, more so that Harry didn't really want to share the Tonks family. He knew that was a bit selfish and greedy, but he couldn't help it. The Tonkses were his family. He didn't want to share them. He finally had his family. They were his. Andromeda was his mother, Ted was his father, and Tonks was his sister, damn it. Besides, he didn't even know if the Tonkses were willing to take in another boy. Harry paused as he looked at Roman. The kid looked desperate enough. Which was why Harry was now in a position that he hated. What was he supposed to do when he wanted to help the kid, but at the same time didn't want to? Look, this is all well and good, but do you understand what position I would be in if I let you become my vassal? I would have to protect you. That's all right while we're in Hogwarts, but I can't protect you outside of Hogwarts. You live in an orphanage, and I don't know how safe that is. It could be the most heavily protected thing in the world, or the worst protected thing. It would be my responsibility to keep you safe, while you live there and my options are limited, since I can't just hire some warders to go over and make your rooms safe, and I can't put wards around the whole property since it's a Muggle property, and I don't own it. My only other option is to let you live with me, and I can't do that. I've only just got my family, and I've only just spent a few summers with them. I'm not ready to share them. Do you understand me? But you don't have to get me somewhere to live, Roman quickly protested. The orphanage is fine. They feed me enough. I get clean clothes and everything. Even if that's true, I would still have to find a way to keep you safe and go and see it myself to make sure it's fine, Harry said in a thoughtful voice. Maybe he could get Roman an emergency portkey. Damn it. Why did he want to be nice? After this year ends, I want to go and look at your orphanage. I'm not saying I've decided that I want to let you be my vassal, but if I was, then I'm going to do it properly. For the rest of the year, I want you to focus on being as good as you can. You got it. Yeah, Roman spoke after a few moments of silence. I understand. Hey, look at me, Harry ordered. I am not promising you anything. Do not get your hopes up, okay? Got it, Roman said in a quiet voice with a small nod. Good. Harry said before he took his wand out and canceled the spell. Why must you humans have so much drama in your lives? Can't you just eat, poo, and sleep like the rest of the animal kingdom? Jet asked. Later that night, Harry was sitting in his bed while wearing black pajama bottoms and a gray shirt. Blaze slept in his own bed. Jet was resting on Harry's lap while Harry was looking at the Marauders map. It was truly an impressive piece of magic that really interested Harry. It was amazing to know that he could at any moment in time see where everyone was. The Slytherin girls were all in bed. Harry could see himself and Blaze in his own room. Jet didn't show up, leading Harry to believe that animals didn't show up on the map. Apparently ghosts did not show up either, as Harry couldn't see nearly headless Nick, the bloody Baron, or any of the other ghosts that always floated around the Hogwarts stairs. There were no portraits on the map either, something which made sense when you think about it. Those in the paintings can travel into other frames, but the frames always stay where they were. Plus, there were hundreds of them around the school. Harry couldn't help but notice that the Chamber of Secrets wasn't on the map, something which also made sense since they were never able or inclined to find it. If the chamber was on the map, then the Weasley twins would have likely raided it and told everyone about it, providing they didn't get killed by the basilisk that lived in there first. As Harry looked over the map, he saw many names: Professor McGonagall, Professor Dumbledore, who was packing in his office, Peter Pettigrew, Ronald. Wait, what the fuck? Harry's eyes snapped back to the area where he saw Peter Pettigrew's name. He knew who Peter was thanks to multiple sources. Journals left from his parents and grandparents, along with what he had been told from Andromeda, along with the various people who had talked about how Sirius Black had killed Peter. Harry saw that Peter Pettigrew's name was in the Gryffindor common room, right next to Ronald Weasley's name. Before Harry was even allowed 5 seconds to think on that, he recognized another name that was heading toward the direction of the Gryffindor common room, the name Sirius Black. Fuck, Harry said as he quickly got up. Jet, we might need attack mode. Already on it, Jet said not even a second later as Harry picked him up and placed Jet on his shoulders. Blaze, wake up, Harry called as he rushed over and quickly shook Blaze's head. W, what do you want, Gawain? Blaze said in a sleepy voice. Don't have time for this, Harry said before he aimed his wand at Blaze and hit him with a short water blast. What the fuck? Blaze gasped as he sat up. Harry, what the hell? Get your sister, get the professors, and tell them the words that Harry's about to fuck shit up at the Gryffindor common room, Harry said before he put on his shoes and rushed out of his room and then the common room. Harry quickly made a small plastic bag with his wand and shoved the map inside the bag. He put the straps of the bag in his mouth before he transformed into a tiger. Jet wrapped himself tightly around Harry's neck, tight enough to hold on but not tight enough to strangle him. Tiger Harry ran, bag hanging from his teeth. He headed towards the Gryffindor common room. Once Harry got near the common room, he turned back into his human form. He took the map out of the bag and once again checked the map and saw Sirius Black was in the Gryffindor common room, and it looked like he was about to come out of the common room in a few seconds. Harry crouched down and aimed his wand at the entrance. The portrait opened, and a second later the infamous mass murderer Sirius Black stepped out. He had a gaunt and sunken face, waxy skin, yellow teeth, and long, matted hair. Harry thought he looked as a corpse might. Harry didn't waste any time and quickly fired a stunner at him, but Harry didn't stop at one. He remembered Tonks's advice: hit hard, hit fast, hit as much as you can, and for the love of Merlin, don't trip over. Harry had shot 3 stunners before shooting another 3, just in case he missed. By the time Harry was done, Sirius Black was unconscious on the floor, lying in front of Harry. Harry quickly tied him up with ropes before he dropped Jet on him. If he wakes and tries anything, then kill him. Don't let anyone touch him until I get back, Harry ordered before he walked into the Gryffindor common room just as the majority of the Gryffindors had come down. What are you doing here? The twins quickly demanded just as other Gryffindors began asking questions. Harry ignored them and walked past them, following the map until he was in the 3rd-year boys' room. When he entered, he saw the 4 Gryffindors boys in their beds, shivering with fear. He noticed that Weasley was holding a rat in his hands. Harry double-checked the map. It told him that Peter Pettigrew was with Ron. It didn't take Harry long to join the dots. Harry quickly fired a stunner at the rat, which caused Ron to accidentally drop him on the floor. "Hey!" Ron shouted, but before he could do any more, Harry had cast the animagus reveal spell on the rat. A second later, it transformed into a man, none other than Peter Pettigrew. Pettigrew was an extremely short man. Harry was sure that he was taller than him. The man had grubby skin, small watery eyes, and a pointed nose, all of which were lingering attributes of his animagus rat form. He looked middle-aged. He had brown hair with bald patches. He was fat and missing a finger. "Well, it looks like Jet won't be hungry this week," Harry commented as he looked down at Peter. Chapter 55. What? Ron blinked as he looked back and forth between Harry and the now unconscious man on the floor. "What the bloody hell did you do to Scabbers?" Ron demanded as he looked at Harry. "That's not Scabbers," Harry said as he levitated Peter Pettigrew's unconscious body up into the air. "That is Peter Pettigrew." Peter Pettigrew, but Sirius Black killed him," Seamus protested. "Black, he was in here," Dean cried out. "Well, now he is unconscious outside of the common room," Harry informed them. "You're welcome for that, by the way." "Wait, what are you on about?" Neville blurted out. "Don't have time to explain this to you," Harry said as he started to walk out. "Wait," Ron called. "What are you doing to Scabbers?" he demanded. "This is an animagus, you blithering idiot," Harry sighed. "And before you continue to argue with me, I just have to ask, how long have you had him?" He's been in my family for 12 years, Ron answered. "Right, how about you stop bothering me and try not to think about the fact that a strange man has been living in your home for the last few years," Harry said. He didn't wait for an answer, and instead walked out of the room with Pettigrew's levitated body following behind him. If he was being honest then, Harry did feel sorry for Weasley. Nobody deserved to have someone that looks like Pettigrew living in their house without them knowing. When Harry got down to the common room, the crowd that had previously been looking at the unconscious body of Sirius Black were now looking at him. They gasped when they saw the unconscious body that was levitating behind him. "Who is that?" Hermione Granger said, saying out loud the question that was on everybody's mind. "Meet Peter Pettigrew," Harry responded. He stopped walking when he saw Crookshanks walk up towards him. Harry ignored the gasps from the others and knelt down and scratched Crookshanks behind the ear. "Hi, Crookshanks," Harry smiled as the cat purred. "Sorry, bud, I'm a bit busy now. I'll see you later," Harry said before he walked past him. "But Peter Pettigrew's dead," Percy protested. "Yeah, but throughout my life I've also been told that magic isn't real. Azkaban is impossible to escape out of, and the killing curse is impossible to survive. We live in a world of magic, Percy. Nothing is impossible. Get your head out of your ass," Harry said before he suddenly stopped and looked around. "Oh, so this is your common room?" he asked in an interested voice. "Yes," one of the Gryffindors nodded. "I don't like it." Harry sniffed before he walked out. He dumped Pettigrew's body next to Sirius Black. "Don't forget to tie up the fat one," Jet hissed. "I won't," Harry replied as he tied up Peter. Harry knelt down and began searching the two. "What are you doing?" Percy demanded as he stepped past the other Gryffindors. "I'm searching them both," Harry said in a "it's pretty obvious" voice just before he pulled out a knife that he had taken from Sirius. "Ooh, stabby," Harry said as he looked at it. "You can't do that," Percy said. Harry looked at Percy, then back to the knife before he looked at Percy. "Ooh, stabby," Harry said as he pointed the knife at Percy before he moved over to Pettigrew. "For your information, Weasley, I live with an Auror. She told me that when you capture someone you need to make sure they have no more weapons or portkeys once they are properly detained," Harry said just before Professor Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall arrived. "My goodness!" Professor McGonagall gasped when she saw Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black lying unconscious in front of them. "Oh, hi, professors," Harry said in a casual voice as he continued to search Peter. "Oh, 2 wands," Harry said in an interested voice. "I recognize that wand," Dumbledore said as he gestured to one of the 2 wands. "Who did it belong to?" one Gryffindor boy asked. "Lord Voldemort," Dumbledore whispered, though he might as well have shouted since everyone heard him. Many Gryffindors squeaked and looked at the wand like it was a weapon of mass destruction. "This is Voldemort's wand," Harry repeated as he looked at it while placing Pettigrew's wand down. "Yes," Dumbledore answered. "I recognize it. It is most definitely the same wand. Dumbledore was cut off by a snapping sound. Everyone looked at Harry, who was now holding two pieces of a broken wand. "Oops," Harry said in an unapologetic voice. "Do you know what you've just done?" Snape demanded. "It was an accident, sir," Harry said in an unconvincing voice. The Gryffindors all looked at Harry with disbelief. They might have been the House of the Brave, but none of them could even imagine doing what Harry had just done. "Anyway," Harry continued as if he hadn't just broken the wand of the most powerful Dark Lord to ever exist. "This is Pettigrew, isn't it?" Harry asked as he gestured to Peter. "It is." Professor McGonagall nodded, looking like she swallowed something particularly nasty. "So to sum up, in less than an hour I've managed to not only capture the most wanted man in Britain, but also capture the dead man that he supposedly murdered," Harry said with a grin. "Can it just be officially declared that I am awesome?" Harry found himself standing in the hospital wing with Jet resting on his shoulders. He was leaning against one of the hospital beds. Angela was stood next to him as she insisted that she stay since she was his vassal, and it was her job to protect him. Opposite the two of them were Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black, both in separate beds and both tied to the beds to prevent them from moving. The only other people in the room were Madame Pomfrey and the three heads of houses. They were all here to keep an eye on everything while Dumbledore and Snape went to contact the Aurors. "Do I still get to eat the rat?" Jet hissed into Harry's ear. "We'll have to wait and see," Harry replied. Everyone tensed when the two unconscious men groaned and began to wake up. It was Sirius who woke up first. He blinked his eyes several times to clear his vision. He grunted and tried to move his arms and legs, but found himself unable to since they were tied to the corners of the bed. He was able to raise his head, and the first person he spotted was Harry. Harry," he breathed as he looked at him. "I would be him, yes," Harry said with a small nod. "Merlin, look at you," he said in a raspy voice. "Just like your father, but your eyes, they're definitely your mother's. Do you know that you have a snake on your shoulders?" He couldn't help but ask. "Really?" Harry drawled just as he reached a hand up and stroked the top of Jet's head. "What on earth would give you that idea?" "Your mother's sense of humor, then." Sirius snorted. Anything he was about to add died on his lips when he heard Harry hiss to Jet. Jet hissed back before Harry responded with a final hiss. "Oh my goodness, you're a Parselmouth and a Slytherin," Sirius said with disbelief in his voice. "You're slow," Harry replied. I thought you would be in Gryffindor like your mum and dad," Sirius said, sounding confused. "I'm rather glad I'm not," Harry said before he turned to Angela. "I saw their common room, it was ghastly," he told her. "It is not," Sirius and Professor McGonagall said at the same time. Sirius blinked as he finally realized that Madame Pomfrey and the other professors were here. What happened?" Sirius said after taking several heavy breaths, his eyes narrowed and filled with fear. "Mr. Potter stunned you when you tried to exit the Gryffindor common room," Professor McGonagall said, her eyes narrowed at him. "Would you like to explain what you were doing there?" she said, glaring at him. You stunned me," Sirius blinked as he looked at Harry. "I'd do it again if you give me a good enough reason to do so," Harry replied. "No, you will not, Mr. Potter," Professor Flitwick replied. "Right, I have her for that," Harry said as he gestured to Angela. "Yes, you do," Angela smiled. "I meant that the other professors and I will be here to keep you safe," Professor Flitwick replied. "Oh, right, I have these lot for that," Harry said to Sirius as he gestured to the professors. "Also, why the hell were you trying to break into the Gryffindor room? I'm assuming it has something to do with Mr. Pettigrew." "Peter," Sirius gasped. "You know where he is?" he asked, looking like a maniac. "Your peripheral vision is shit," Harry told him. "Language, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall warned. "Huh?" Sirius looked around when he spotted Peter. His wild body froze as he glared at Peter with pure hatred. "Oh," Peter groaned as he woke up. He shook his head before he looked around. He squeaked as he looked around. He saw Harry's familiar Angela, the professors, and finally a pissed-off Sirius Black. Sirius. "I'm going to kill you," Sirius shouted at him. He tried to move towards him, but the restraint did their jobs. "You traitorous little bastard! You sold James and Lily to Voldemort," he yelled. Peter let out a small cry at the Dark Lord's name. "What are you talking about?" Professor Sprout frowned. "He was the secret keeper," Sirius roared. "We told everyone it was me, but it was him. He cost James and Lily their lives." "I didn't mean to," Peter sniveled. Before any more could be said, the doors to the hospital wing opened. Dumbledore walked in, followed by a grumpy Snape, 3 Aurors, and the Minister of Magic, along with a square-jawed witch with close-cropped gray hair and a monocle. Though Harry quickly recognized one of the Aurors. "Harry," Tonks rushed over and pulled him into a hug. "Are you all right?" she quickly asked as she hugged him tightly. "I'm fine, Tonks." Harry smiled into her shoulder as he hugged her back. "You're not hurt, are you?" she asked when she pulled back and looked him over. "I'm fine," Harry assured her. "I remembered your advice. I hit fast and hard, and I got them." Harry grinned before he gestured to the 2 tied-up men. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you both to Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew." But Pettigrew is supposed to be dead," Minister Fudge sputtered. "Well, clearly not Minister," Dumbledore said as he gestured to Sirius and Peter. "I can't help but notice the fact that Mr. Pettigrew has 1 less finger than he should." Dumbledore said it was well known that the only thing left of Pettigrew after Black supposedly killed him was a finger. "What happened? How were they captured?" the witch with the monocle asked. "Well, Mrs." Harry trailed off and gave her a questioning look. "I am Miss Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," she replied. "Ah, well, Miss Bones, it started when I was in my room," Harry began. "I was looking at a magical device left for me by my father." "What magical device?" Miss Bones asked. "I would rather not say until or unless I have to. When this goes to court, I'll be willing to show you what it is in private," Harry said to her. "Before you say anything, Professor Dumbledore knows what the device is," Harry quickly added. "I do know what it is," Dumbledore confirmed. "It's a rather ingenious invention, if I do say so myself." "Fine, but you will show it to me later," Miss Bones said to Harry. "Now continue," she said. "Okay, it let me know that Pettigrew and Black were in Hogwarts. It told me that Pettigrew was in the Gryffindor dormitory," Harry replied. "What was he doing in there?" Tonks asked. "I'll leave that to your imagination," Harry replied. "Anyway, I quickly rushed over in my tiger form." "Tiger form," Minister Fudge repeated. "I'm an animagus," Harry explained. "But you're not a tiger," Professor McGonagall protested. "Your form is a normal cat." "Says who?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "You showed me it." "I didn't say that was my only form, did I?" Harry countered. "Are you trying to have us believe that you have multiple forms?" Snape drawled, barely resisting the urge to sneer, his mind still on his last talk with Dumbledore. "In a way. I have one creature I can turn into, but that creature can change forms," Harry replied. "I am a tricat." "A tricat?" Dumbledore gasped. "What the devil is that?" Fudge asked with a confused expression on his face. "It is a rare animal. I've had the pleasure of meeting one once. They have the ability to shift between 3 different forms." "Mine is a cat, tiger, and saber-tooth," Harry informed them. "You can check the Animagus register." "Why didn't you tell me that you were a tricat?" Professor McGonagall asked. "Slytherin," Harry shrugged before he turned back to Amelia Bones. "When I got there, I saw Sirius exiting the Gryffindor common room. I took out my wand and remembered the advice that Tonks gave me, because she's the best and I'll fight anyone who says otherwise. And I hit him hard and fast with a lot of stunners," Harry said, earning a bright smile from Tonks and an approving nod from Amelia. "Anyway, once I took him out, I tied him up, which is once again advice I got from Tonks. Why hasn't she been promoted yet? Then I dropped my familiar on him. That's me, Jet hissed. I instructed him to guard Black and make sure he doesn't do anything or wakes up, Harry added. Wait, what do you mean? Sirius interrupted. What was he going to do if I woke up? You know, snakes have these brilliant things called fangs and venom sacs, Harry said to him before turning back to Miss Bones. Anyway, then I went in and found Pettigrew in the boys' room in the hands of Ronald Weasley. In the hands of Ronald Weasley, Professor McGonagall repeated. It turns out that you and I aren't the only animaguses in the room, so is Pettigrew. He's a rat. The rat. Sirius is an animagus too, Peter cried out. For Merlin's sake, can you just not? For 5 minutes. Can you just not be a traitorous bastard for 5 minutes? Sirius yelled at him. Who? Harry continued as if that had just not happened. I stunned Pettigrew and turned him human before I brought him back to where Black was, and then I tied them up and searched them both before the professors arrived. Sirius Black had a knife, Peter Pettigrew had 2 wands including one that Professor Dumbledore claims belonged to Voldemort. Harry said. Fudge and Pettigrew squeaked just as the 2 Aurors and professors, with the exception of Dumbledore, flinched with Amelia only slightly flinching. Where is this wand? Miss Bones asked. Oh, right here, Harry said as he pulled out the 2 broken pieces of Voldemort's wand and handed them to Amelia. It's broken, Fudge frowned. Terrible accident, Harry said in a dry voice. Anyway, it's his, apparently. That is definitely it, Dumbledore nodded. If you require more proof, then might I suggest taking them to Ollivander to have it confirmed? Miss Bones nodded as she pocketed the wand. Now, Miss Bones began. Whatever she was about to say was interrupted as 3 more people entered the hospital wing. The first 2 were Andromeda and Ted, who both immediately rushed over to Harry to pull him into a hug. The third was none other than Arcturus Black. Lord Black, Fudge's eyes widened upon seeing him. I wasn't expecting to see you here, Shut your mouth and move out of my way, you intellectually malnourished little cunt, Arcturus said in an irritated voice as he walked past Fudge and stopped in front of Harry. He glanced between Harry and Sirius and Peter. Well done, boy, he said to Harry. Sirius, meanwhile, was gaping at the 2 of them. Arcturus Black, Lord Black, had just said well done to his Slytherin half-blood godson who was apparently a Parselmouth. What the fuck was happening? Chapter 56. A short while later, Harry and Angela had exited the hospital wing along with Andromeda and Ted. Thankfully, the 2 Hogwarts students weren't too tired since Madame Pomfrey had given them both small doses of pepper-up potion, since they had stayed awake for most of the night. Harry didn't see the point in staying in the hospital wing when Lord Black was there. That would be like adding a tiger to finish off a pig, when it already has snake venom running through its veins. As Harry left the room, he had heard Lord Black call Minister Fudge a lackadaisical little fuckwit. Harry made a mental note to remember that particular insult. Harry had spent some time with Andromeda and Ted before he returned to the Slytherin common room. That time was mostly spent on explaining what had happened, but also repeatedly reassuring Andromeda that he was all right and not hurt, while also repeatedly saying sorry for going to catch Sirius and Peter by himself. Harry did agree that that was a bit Gryffindorish, but he also felt that there were some times where a person simply didn't have time to think. Once Harry and Angela got into the common room, it was to nearly get tackled over by Tracy, who quickly pulled him into a hug. Daphne, Blaise, and Tracy were the only people that appeared to be in the common room. Harry, are you all right? She quickly asked as she hugged him tightly. Tracy, Harry said once Tracy let go. I'm fine, Harry was cut off, this time by Daphne, who quickly pulled him into a hug. For Merlin's sake, Harry, Daphne said once she let go of him. Why the hell have Tracy and I been told that you went to fuck shit up at the Gryffindor common room? Let's just give me a minute to get changed, then we can go to the Great Hall so I can get some food as well, Harry sighed. Later, Harry, Angela, and the trio of Harry's friends had quickly eaten and left the Great Hall with Harry telling them everything. If they had stayed in the hall then, they would have seen the newspapers arrive, and heard everyone talking about how Harry Potter had not only stopped the mass murderer Sirius Black, but had also discovered a living Peter Pettigrew. The majority of the Gryffindors were rather thankful for the fact that Harry had not only discovered and removed an animagus that had secretly been living in their dormitory, but also the fact that he stopped Sirius Black, who could have killed them all. By the end of that morning, Harry's reputation had shot up like a rocket. Many students wanted to talk to him about it, but were kept back by Harry's friends and the other Slytherins. "It's a shame that they discovered your true animagus form," Daphne told him as they walked to Charm's class. "Yeah, I would have preferred to keep it a secret, but I'm sure that at least one portrait would have seen Tiger Me running down the hallways, so there was no point in lying about it," Harry sighed. "It's kind of hard to miss." He couldn't help but add, "The whole school knows you're a tricat," Tracy said. "A lot of people are jealous and surprised. I heard that Professor McGonagall had warned her Gryffindors that there would be dire consequences if they tried to become animaguses without supervision. They'd probably end up permanently having paws for feet," Blaise said with an eye roll. During Harry's defense against the dark arts class, he couldn't help but notice how distracted Professor Lupin was throughout the lesson. During the end of the lesson, Harry was ready to leave when Professor Lupin had asked him to stay behind. Harry's friends had exchanged looks with him, but they did leave after Harry gave them a short nod as if to say, "It's fine, guys." Once it was just Harry and Professor Lupin, the two entered Professor Lupin's office and both sat down. "Thank you for staying and talking to me," Professor Lupin said once they had both sat down. "Thank you for asking nicely," Harry responded, while Jet had climbed up from Harry's arm before settling down onto his shoulder. "May I ask why you wish to talk to me? Am I in trouble?" he asked. "In trouble? No, of course not," Professor Lupin quickly replied. "You are not in trouble, not with me at least, as far as I'm aware you haven't done anything wrong." "In that case, why am I here?" Harry asked. I wanted to talk to you about something important," Professor Lupin replied. He let out a small cough. "I've been made aware about everything that has happened recently, about you capturing Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. I've gone to talk to Sirius, I don't know if you know, but I was a friend of your father." "I know," Harry said, surprising Lupin. "I have some books left from my father. He talked about you and Black in them. Unfortunately, he didn't really mention that Pettigrew was his secret keeper in any of them. Could have saved a lot of trouble if he did, but..." Harry trailed off and shrugged. "You knew. Why? Why didn't you say anything?" Professor Lupin asked. "Why didn't you?" Harry responded, raising an eyebrow. "You didn't say anything, so I figured you weren't interested in getting to know me. And if you weren't interested then, I wasn't about to bring it up in the hopes of pushing you into a relationship between us." Harry, I am sorry, truly I am," he sighed as he rubbed his eyes. "Did your father's book ever tell you about my condition?" "You mean your furry little problem?" Harry asked. "Yeah, he mentioned that. I've gotten more proof since the start of the year, like the fact that you take days off near and on the full moon. You take after your father and your mother in the brains department," Professor Lupin said with a fond smile. Harry responded by clicking his tongue as he gave Lupin a wink. Lupin couldn't help but smile at that. It was something he remembered James occasionally doing. When your parents died, I wanted to take custody of you. I really did. But I couldn't." "Because you're a werewolf?" Harry asked. "Yes," Professor Lupin sighed. "As a werewolf, there were very few people willing to hire me. Things were made worse after the last war. Do you know who Fenrir Greyback is?" Professor Lupin asked. "The name does sound familiar," Harry responded before he gave Professor Lupin a questioning look. "He was the man who turned me. When I was a little boy, he attacked my family, and he had bit me before my 5th birthday," Professor Lupin said with a deep sigh. "Luckily, my father was able to save me before Greyback could do any more. Partway through the war, the majority of werewolves joined up with Voldemort, Greyback being the most famous of them." "You said his name," Harry noted in a surprised manner. It was odd to find an adult who was so willing to speak the man's name. "Yes, I did," Professor Lupin said with a small smile. "Thanks to Greyback and his pack, people were more scared of werewolves than ever before. They to this day think that we are all blood-thirsty beasts that would bite them and eat their children without a second thought. So, when the war ended, I realized very quickly that I would never be able to get custody of you. I mean, it would be hard for me to get custody of any normal child. But could you imagine what would happen if I had tried to go in front of the people of magical Britain and say, "Please give me custody of Harry Potter, the son of a pureblood and your savior?" Professor Lupin snorted. But I have to admit, that wasn't my only reason for staying away from you. Go on, Harry said in a neutral voice, giving Professor Lupin his full attention. I was not mentally sound enough to take care of myself, let alone a child. Professor Lupin admitted in a pained voice. Your father, mother, Sirius, and Peter were the only friends I had ever had. Then I hear that 2 of them were killed by Voldemort and that the other was a traitor who had killed the 4th. And I learned all that after years of that horrid war. Professor Lupin said, a haunted look in his eye. Harry was about to say something when the professor continued speaking. So, I left the country. I thought that you would be fine, that you would be placed with someone who would love and care for you. You would be somewhere safe, and you wouldn't have to worry about an old wolf like me. I was cut off entirely from magical Britain. Where did you go? Harry asked. I visited various countries before I had settled down in Germany. Werewolves are treated much better there. I was actually able to get a job after a short while. I did send a few letters to you around your 4th and 5th birthday, but I never got any responses. Oh, I think Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia probably got rid of them. Harry guessed. He didn't feel like Professor Lupin was lying, so that was probably the case. Maybe. Anyway, I was in Germany. I barely had any money and I had a bit of a drinking problem as well. Thankfully, I've been able to get it under control, but it was really bad at one point. Professor Lupin answered. The first time I actually came back to this country was a few days before I started working here. Professor Dumbledore had contacted me and asked me to be a teacher. He had told me that he would be willing to make arrangements to help me with my furry little problem, as you and your father would say. I transform in the shack like I did before, except now I have Professor Snape making me Wolfsbane potion. That's a potion that helps you retain your mind during your transformation. Harry finished. I know, but do you really feel comfortable trusting Snape to make something for you? I mean, the guy has it out for my father, and I would assume you and Sirius by extension. The relationship between Professor Snape and your father is a complicated one, Professor Lupin responded. I had hoped that the professor would have buried it by now, but unfortunately not. Dumbledore trusts him, and I trust him enough to believe that he won't try to poison me. Anyway, when I came back to Britain, I started catching up on everything I had missed. It was then that I had learnt more about you. I learnt how you saved a girl, Miss Davis, if I remember correctly. I also learnt about how Petunia and her family treated you. I wanted to talk to you about it. I've wanted to talk to you all year, but I've been afraid. Afraid of what? Harry asked. I don't know, Professor Lupin sighed as he rubbed a hand over his face. Afraid that you would reject me, afraid that you wanted nothing to do with me. I was afraid I'd get hurt. I don't really know what to say, Harry, I really don't. All I can say is that I am sorry, I have failed you. I should have done more, I should have been better, but I failed you. I really do want to get to know you better, and if you are willing, then I'd like for us to have the relationship we might have had if your parents were still alive. But if you aren't, then I understand. Professor Lupin quietly added the last part. The werewolf looked at Harry, who was staring at him with a blank expression and narrowed green eyes. A shiver went down the professor's spine. He recognized that look. It was a look that he had seen plenty of times on the face of Lily Evans. He always thought it was a look that she adopted when it looked like she was trying to decide if she should curse someone. I don't think that we can have the exact same relationship that we could have had if my parents were alive, Harry eventually spoke in a calm and measured voice. But with that being said, I won't object to a new relationship. Harry finished by offering his hand. Thank you, Harry, Professor Lupin said with a happy smile as he shook Harry's hand. When he tried to let go, he found that he was unable to, as Harry had not released his hand. I am not fond of giving out second chances, Professor. This will be your last one, Harry warned him, and it was a warning, despite the smile and calm voice that Harry was using. I won't give out a third, he finished as he let go of Lupin's hand. On the one hand, he was tempted to tell Lupin to shove it, but Lupin was able to give him decent reasons for why he did what he did and didn't try to make excuses, so Harry would at least give him a chance. The Slytherin part of Harry saw that Lupin would be a valuable person to have in his corner, and Harry could also admit to himself that he did want to give this a chance. I understand, Professor Lupin said as he scratched out the mental comparisons between Harry and his parents. The boy was most definitely taking after his grandfather. The next few months of Harry's year passed by quite quickly. He attended his classes and excelled in all of them. He was really beginning to enjoy ancient runes, not just because he was friends with the teacher. The subject actually interested Harry a great deal. Harry was doing well in his other classes as well. Sometimes it felt like his teachers couldn't help but sing his praise. Harry's relationship with Professor Snape had somewhat improved. Well, not greatly improved since the man seemed to be doing his best to pretend that Harry didn't exist, but it was better than before, at least from Harry's perspective. Harry hadn't gotten to talk to Sirius, yet since Sirius had been moved to St. Mungo's hospital. The last Harry had heard was that Sirius was declared innocent and is being medically treated while Peter had lost his posthumous awards and had been sent to Azkaban. Harry had also been enjoying his meetings with Mrs. Zabini. He knew that they were only having these for a year, so he had made sure to enjoy himself as much as he could. "You've been a great pupil," she had said as they lay side by side. "Soon you'll be attracting woman after woman into your bed," she told him. "Really?" Harry asked after taking a few deep breaths. "Oh yes, I all but guarantee it. In fact, that's how you're going to pass your test." "What test?" Harry blinked. "The one that I am giving you," she smirked. "Your challenge is simple: seduce at least one older girl into your bed. If you want to avoid older women pulling you into bed, then you need to learn how to do the same to them." "Okay, what do I get if I pass?" Harry asked with a smile. "Allow me to give you a preview," she purred as she licked her lips. Harry arrived outside of the Gryffindor changing rooms. Why was Harry here? Simple. He had been sent a letter from the Gryffindor chasers, asking him to meet them there alone as they had something of value that he would want. The Gryffindor part of him was filled with curiosity and insisted that he go, while the Slytherin part of him carefully thought it through and thought about any and all bad things that could happen along with ways to counteract them. Harry had kept Jet wrapped on his arm and under his sleeve, just in case. When Harry arrived, he was met with the 3 Gryffindor chasers. Harry was about to say something when Angelina Johnson had quickly grabbed his hand and pulled him into the girls' changing room. The other 2 quickly followed in. "What is going on?" Harry asked once they closed the door. "Look," Angelina Johnson, the oldest chaser, said. "The 3 of us have been talking and we wanted to thank you." "Thank me," Harry repeated. "What for?" he asked. "Well, not only did you capture an animagus that was hiding in our dorm and could have been perving at us, and Merlin knows what else." Katie Bell, the youngest chaser, said with a shiver going through her body. "Yeah," Alicia Spinnet, the second oldest, said. "And if that's not enough, then you also captured Sirius Black." "You know that he's innocent?" Harry asked. "Maybe, but you didn't know that at the time," Angelina pointed out. "You thought he was a mass murderer, and you came down and took him out before he could have done anything. So, me and the girls have been trying to figure out a way to thank you, and we've found one that we think you might like." She finished with a grin as she and her fellow chasers began removing their clothes. "Wait, is this actually happening?" Harry blinked. Apparently Mrs. Zabini's test was easier than he had thought. "This isn't some prank by the twins or anything?" Harry asked. "Nope," Alicia said as she shook her head. "This is nothing more than an honest thank you." She said "ust" before she and her fellow chasers stood in front of Harry while wearing nothing at all. "Oh," Harry breathed as he continued to look at the chasers. "I'll just get in the bag then," Jet said in an annoyed voice. "Yes, you do that," Harry whispered. Chapter 57. "Why are you smiling?" Blaze asked when Harry arrived back in their room. "No reason," Harry shrugged, though his mind couldn't help but go back to his time with the 3 chasers. Sweet Merlin, he never knew Angelina was so flexible. Okay, then why does Jet look irritated? All the reasons, Jet shouted, even though it just sounded like loud hissing to Blaze while Harry sat on his bed. The chasers had seemed a bit disappointed when he told them that he wasn't a virgin, but overall they were thrilled with the experience, as was he. Harry could barely believe it. Not only had he spent the year sleeping with Mrs. Zabini, but he also slept with the Gryffindor chasers. Harry wanted to tell Blaze about the thing with his mum, but decided that he could do that later. Funnily enough, it would be 29 years, 3 months, 1 week, 2 hours, 7 minutes and 23 seconds later when Harry would finally tell him, and though they become friends again after a brief fight, thanks to Blaze clearly being unreasonable about the whole thing, Harry would also at that moment discover just how hard Blaze could punch. Thankfully, Blaze never aimed between the legs. "All right, class," Professor Remus Lupin said during a defense against the dark arts class. "It's near the end of the year, so I'd like it if each of you could show me a spell that you've learned this year. I want you to come up to the front of the class and perform the spell when I say your name. The order is random. Any questions?" he asked. A few students raised their hands. "Yes, Miss Granger," he asked, pointing to Hermione. "Can it be any spell?" she asked. "Any spell that you have learned this year," Professor Lupin confirmed with a nod, though obviously not something illegal. He joked with a small grin. "Now, let's start with—" Professor Lupin paused and looked at his list. "Miss Brown, up to the front, please," he said. Lavender Brown nodded and nervously stepped up to the front. She took a deep breath as she readied her wand. She aimed it at a pot of ink on Professor Lupin's desk. "Carp retractum," she said just before an orange retractable beam shot out from her wand and wrapped around the ink before pulling it towards her. Unfortunately, the cord disappeared part way through, and the ink dropped to the ground, though fortunately Professor Lupin was able to catch it and put it back on his desk with a couple of waves of his wand. "A good try, Miss Brown, a good try," Professor Lupin said to her. "Remember, it is pronounced as Karpe Rutractum. Loosen your wrist as well and make sure to stay focused. Now, try again." Lavender nodded and performed the spell again. This time she did as Professor Lupin instructed, and a couple of seconds later she successfully performed the spell and ended up with a pot of ink in her hand. "I did it," she smiled brightly. "I saw," Professor Lupin smiled. "Well done, Miss Brown. Back to your seat, please. Next in line is Miss Parvati Patil," he said. The next few minutes were spent having the class perform various different spells that they had learnt this year. Eventually came the turn of Hermione Granger. She walked up to the front of the class and readied her wand. She knew exactly which spell she wanted to use. "A Keo book," she said as she aimed her wand at a book on Professor Lupin's desk. A second later, the book flew into her hands. "Well done, Miss Granger," Professor Lupin praised her. "That's a 4th-year spell. Well done. Take 5 points to Gryffindor." "Thank you, Professor," she said with a smile before she went back to her seat. She paid attention as the others had their turn, but she paid special attention when it was the turn of Harry Potter. "So, Mr. Potter," Professor Lupin said when Harry arrived at the front, "what spell are you going to show us?" "I'm going to do the Patronus Charm," Harry calmly said, earning shocked looks from the rest of the class, or at least the Gryffindor side of the class. The Slytherins were all grinning, with the exception of a certain girl whose first name rhymed with wacky. "That's a Newt-level spell," Professor Lupin noted, "though I am aware that you've performed this before." "I've gotten better since," Harry said before he held his wand up. "Expecto Patronum," he softly intoned. Everyone in the class watched as a bright light shined from his wand. A second later, a corporeal patronus appeared in the shape of a tiger, though it had 3 tails. It walked towards Harry and nuzzled against his hand before it disappeared. "Impressive, Mr. Potter. 10 points to Slytherin," Professor Lupin awarded. "Thanks, Professor." Harry nodded before he walked back over to his seat, sat down. If anyone looked at Hermione Granger, then they would have seen her jaw slightly drop down. She shook her head, hopping. Nobody noticed her reaction. She couldn't believe it. She had taken a lot of time to be able to perfectly cast a spell from the year above her, but here was Harry Potter who was casting Newt-level spells. There were even adults who struggled to perform the spell. She glanced back at Harry, who was sitting with Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis. The trio appeared to be smiling about something. Hermione bit her lip before she pulled her attention back to the front. It really could not be denied that Harry Potter was a great wizard. He would most definitely be a great wizard when he left school. Hermione only hoped that she could be just as good. Eventually, the end of the year came along. Slytherin had won the House Cup, part of which could be attributed to their success at Quidditch. Harry had proved his value as a player. At first, he had been worried about the Gryffindor chasers making a scene or something like that, but they thankfully just pretended like nothing had ever happened between them, something that Harry was more than willing to do as well. Though with that being said, if any of those three ever wanted to go another round, then Harry was more than willing to accept. Right now, Harry was in the train compartment with his fellow Slytherins. He was currently sat between Daphne and Tracy. The former had Jet in her lap. Harry had a piece of parchment in one hand and a quill in the other. "What are you doing?" Tracy asked as she leaned over Harry's shoulder to see what he was doing. Oh, just finishing off my ancient runes homework," Harry said as he answered another question. "You're starting your runes work already." Draco looked at him with disbelief. "I find it interesting," Harry shrugged. "I'm hoping to study more of it over the holidays." "Sometimes I'm amazed that you're not a Ravenclaw," Theo said with a small headshake. "Oh, Harry, that one needs the power rune, not the strengthening rune," Tracy said as she pointed to one of Harry's answers. "Huh," Harry blinked and looked at it. He stared for a couple of seconds before realizing that she was right. "Oh, thanks, Tracy. You're the best," Harry said before he corrected his answer. "You're welcome," Tracy replied, cheeks slightly red at the compliment. Daphne noticed but decided not to comment on it. "Don't lose hope, pet. You're still the best," Jet hissed at her. When Harry arrived at the train station, he was greeted by Andromeda and Ted, who both happily hugged him before they took him back to their house. Once they opened the door, they found themselves face to face with none other than Arcturus Black. "Hello, boy," he greeted Harry. "Good year at school?" he asked. "It was excellent," Harry nodded. "Slytherin House won the Quidditch and House Cup. I have learnt and mastered many spells, including the Patronus charm." "Patronus," he repeated. "Impressive corporeal?" he asked. "Yes," Harry nodded. "I also have done great in all my classes," Harry said. "And there was also that small little thing I did earlier this year when I proved the innocence of Sirius and caught Pettigrew," he added, almost like an afterthought. "You continue to impress me, not like that mutt," Arcturus growled, clearly referring to Sirius. He was not happy with Sirius's stupidity, so much of this trouble could have been avoided if the boy had been smarter or had even thought to just come to himself or Andromeda for help. "I gave his ears a right ringing, now the girl's having her turn with him." "Nymphadora," Andromeda asked. "Something along the lines of 'I'll neuter you if you upset my brother,'" Arcturus replied. "Neat," Harry grinned at that before his face turned thoughtful. "If Sirius is back then, does that mean that you're going to make him heir to the Black family?" "Fuck no," Arcturus grunted. "The boy's got a good heart, but I wouldn't trust him with pigeon shit, forget my house. No, you're still the heir, don't you worry about that. Now I'll be off. Potter," he nodded to Harry before nodding to Andromeda. "Andromeda," he said before he turned to Ted. "Barely acceptable husband." He nodded before he walked past them and apparated away. "Oh, looks like he's warming up to me," Ted said with a small smile before the three walked inside. "Harry," Tonks smiled brightly and quickly pulled him into a hug when she saw him enter the room. "Hey, Nim," Harry smiled just as brightly as he hugged her back. "Hey, you have gone a bit taller now," Tonks noted as she stepped back and looked at him. "Really, it's almost like I'm still growing," Harry said with an eye roll. "Smartass," Tonks said as she ruffled his hair. "Hi, Jet." She smiled and waved at Jet. "Greetings, Tonks, you're just as pink as always," Jet softly hissed. "Did Hedwig get back yet?" Harry asked, having let Hedwig fly here since she preferred not to stay on the train. "Yep," Tonks nodded. She got back like 10 minutes ago. She's in your room with some owl treats and water. Hi, a voice spoke. Everyone turned to see Sirius Black. They had apparently forgotten or not noticed that he was still in the room. He wasn't yet as healthy as he could be, but he was looking much better and far less skinnier than before. His teeth were cleaner, his clothes were nicer, his beard had been trimmed, and his hair looked less like a rat's nest. It's good to see you again, Harry. I'm just glad that I am not unconscious or tied to a bed. Mr. Black, Harry nodded towards him. Call me Sirius, please, Mr. Black's a bit. Well, not me, Sirius said as he walked over and stopped in front of Harry. I don't know how to say this, but when you were born, your parents made me your godfather. I know, Harry replied. Dad had written that down in his journal. You have that, Sirius blinked. Got it from Gringotts, Harry responded. It never really said who the secret keeper was, though. I had only found out that Pettigrew was alive when I saw his name on the map. Oh, I just want you to know that I've had old Arcturus and your sister, Nim. Sirius paused when he saw Tonks raise her wand. Tonks, your sister Tonks, threaten me with unimaginable pain and unspeakable horrors if I ever fail you like I have done before. Oh, good, saves me the time, Harry said after he gave Tonks a small grin. I just want to apologize, Sirius said in a somber voice. I should have prioritized you, but I had just saw my two best friends dead, and I knew that it happened because another friend betrayed them. I wasn't thinking properly. I was too caught up in getting revenge, so I gave you to Hagrid, who took you to Dumbledore. In my mind, you were safe and I could get Pettigrew and then come back for you. I never knew that Dumbledore would put you with the Dursleys. As I look back on it, I realize I could have done so many other things like keep you and tell the Aurors about Pettigrew, but I was stupid and blinded. I'm so sorry, Harry, I really am. He finished, bowing his head. He looked at Harry, who was looking at him with a blank stare. Sirius shifted as he felt the power of the stare. It was James's face and Lily's eyes, but that stare was most definitely inherited from James's father. Harry looked at Sirius. Harry found himself in a situation just like the one with Remus. Harry was tempted to rant and shout at him, but he knew that Sirius could be very valuable in the future. Everyone who ever knew him would agree that the man had been a great wizard before Azkaban. That was part of why everyone easily believed that he was Voldemort's right-hand man. Besides, Sirius had suffered through Azkaban for so many years. It could be argued that Sirius had suffered enough. I am willing to give you a second chance, Harry said in a calm voice as he extended a hand. Really? Thank you, Harry, thank you, he said as he quickly reached out and grabbed Harry's hand and shook it. Before he could say anything more, Harry pulled on his hand, bringing Sirius a bit closer. One chance, Harry said. I'm not going to give you a third, he warned. Right, I understand, Sirius said as he let go of Harry's hand. Yep, the kid most definitely took after his grandfather. So, what was it that you wanted to talk to me about? Tonks said later that night as she and Harry were sat cross-legged on his bed. Oh, I lost my virginity this year, Harry told her with a smile. You, what? Tonks blinked before she suddenly squealed happily and began clapping her hands together before she leaned forward, looking like an eager student. Tell me all about it, she quickly said. I can't tell you who, Harry replied, earning a massive pout from Tonks. I promised I wouldn't, but I can tell you all about the foursome I had. You had a foursome, Tonks blurted out. Harry was rather glad that he had put up privacy charms. If he hadn't, then whole house would likely have heard that. You can't not tell me about that, Tonks said, her eyes filled with pride as she looked at him. Okay, it started like this. Chapter 58. Good morning, Andromeda said when she came downstairs and saw her daughter and husband sitting on the sofa and watching TV. Where is Harry? Is he not up yet? She asked. Oh, he's right here, Mum, Tonks said as she gestured to her lap. Andromeda walked closer and saw Harry in his cat form. He was curled up on Tonks's lap as the pink-haired Auror stroked his back. It was at that point that she noticed Jet was sitting in between Ted and Nymphadora. Jet looked up when he noticed Andromeda. He let out a small hiss before he moved and placed himself on Ted's lap. He looked at Andromeda before gesturing to the now empty spot with his head. Thank you, Jet, Andromeda smiled. Let me just make myself some breakfast and I'll be right back, she told him before she made her way to the kitchen. Intelligent and polite, Ted chuckled as he slowly raised a hand and gently began petting Jet. You're a good snake, he told Jet. Thank you, you're a satisfactory human, Jet responded. Both Ted and Tonks looked at Harry when they heard him make an amused noise. Harry looked up from his book when he heard Andromeda's voice calling him. Your school results are here. Coming, Harry called before he turned to Jet. Do you think I did good? Harry asked. People keep telling you that you're the best in your year. What do you think? Jet responded. If he could raise an eyebrow, then he would have. Fair enough, Harry said before putting the book down and picking Jet up. Harry placed Jet on his shoulders before he walked downstairs. Once he got down, he entered the living room where he found Andromeda face-palming, while Tonks tried in vain to reach for the letter that the taller Ted was holding up and out of her reach. Give me, give me, give me, give me, Tonks chanted as she tried to reach for it. Dora, Ted sighed. Harry has to be the one to open it. He wouldn't mind if I opened it for him, Tonks pouted. I really wouldn't, Harry said as he entered. Ted lowered his hand and Tonks quickly snatched it. Got it, she grinned. She grabbed Harry and sat him down on the sofa before sitting next to him. Okay, let's see, she said as she opened the letter and pulled out a sheet of paper. Let's see outstanding on charms and transfigurations, and potions, and runes, and arithmancy, and care of magical creature, and just about everything apart from astronomy. Damn it, Harry, you're making me look bad. I make everyone look bad, Harry said with a small shrug and grin. Your worst grade is an exceeds expectation, Ted noted as he and Andromeda looked over their shoulders at a letter. That's really impressive, he said. In the grade system for Hogwarts, an O, aka outstanding, was the highest level of grades one could get, with exceeds expectations, aka E, as the second highest. Yeah, well, Harry paused when he picked up the envelope. There's something else in here. Harry noticed. He pulled whatever it was out and his eyes widened when he saw a badge. Quidditch captain, Andromeda gasped. Oh, well done, Harry, she said, smiling brightly. I'm so proud of you. Now you're just showing off. Tonks laughed as she playfully shoved him. A little bit, Harry chuckled as he looked at the badge. Bloody hell, a captain. Well, it looks like we're celebrating tonight, Ted said as he got up and walked over to the home phone. What pizzas do you guys want? He asked. Before anyone could answer, a black owl flew in with a letter attached to its leg. Thank you, Owl, Tonks said as she took the letter. Oh, it's from Sirius, she said before she opened it. Hay's eyes widened as she read it. Oh, she breathed out once she had finished. Does anyone want to go to the World Cup? She asked as she looked around. What? Harry blinked. Football World Cup, Ted asked in an oddly hopeful voice. Dad, nobody here likes football, Tonks told him with a roll of her eyes. That's not true, Ted protested. It's boring, Andromeda said in an apologetic voice. I prefer Quidditch, Harry said, also apologetic. Football sucks, Jet told him. Anyway, Tonks continued before Ted could respond. Sirius got some tickets to the Quidditch World Cup. He wants to know if we all want to go. Those tickets must have been expensive. Andromeda frowned, worrying about if Sirius had just decided to spend a lot of money on tickets. If he had, then she would be more than willing to bet that Arcturus would give him an earful about it. He got them for free, Tonks said as Harry leaned over and looked at the letter. The Ministry gave it to him for free, Harry told Andromeda. They're basically trying to suck up to him to make up for the, years of wrongful imprisonment in a prison full of soul-sucking demons. So, we're going. Right, Harry asked, looking hopeful. We kind of have to, Tonks said as she looked at her parents while wrapping an arm around Harry's shoulder. I mean, he's a Quidditch captain now. He needs to learn, she said, matching Harry's hopeful look. Stop looking at me like that, please, Andromeda sighed. Do it, Tonks whispered to Harry, who nodded before turning into his cat form. He was picked up by Tonks, who faced him towards Andromeda. Please, she said with pouty lips as Harry gave her a cute and wide-eyed look. Well, that's just not fair, Andromeda protested. Fine, she sighed as she picked up Harry and hugged him. We can go, she said, rocking back and forth. Shall I still order that pizza? Ted asked. So, how are we getting there? Harry asked on the day of the Quidditch World Cup. He and everyone had gotten ready and they were now ready to leave. He was wearing black trainers, black jeans, a white shirt, and a black jacket. You look dashing, Andromeda had told him. We're going to side-apparate you since you're too young to do it, Ted told him. I probably could do it myself if any of you guys taught me, Harry pointed out. Probably, but you're legally too young to learn it, and there is no way in hell am I going to let you try that at your age, Andromeda told him. All right, grab on Harry, Tonks told him, holding out an arm. Harry grabbed her hand. A second later, Harry experienced the Tonks version of apparition. He had been sight-alonged before, so he wasn't that bothered by the experience. He and Tonks landed on a grassy field just seconds before Andromeda and Ted arrived. You both okay? Ted asked. Still alive, Harry answered. Don't sound so surprised, Tonks said with a roll of her violet eyes. A short while later, the three, plus Jet, had arrived at the spot where all the other wizards had placed their tents. After a few minutes, they were able to find Sirius's tent. When they entered the tent, Harry had actually stopped and started looking around since the tent was much, much, much bigger on the inside. I love magic. Harry grinned as he looked at the table, beds, and other furniture that was in the tent. Harry, Tonks's, Sirius called when he noticed everyone enter. It's great to see you. Thank you for inviting us, Sirius, Andromeda said as Sirius walked over and hugged everyone. Oh, not a problem, Sirius waved her off. If it wasn't for you lot, then I would either be here alone or with a bunch of politicians that I don't like. Sirius paused and looked at Jet, who was staring at him. Oh, hello. Snaky. His name is Jet, Harry told him. Hello, Jet, Sirius amended. Sorry, Sirius apologized. I'm still just trying to get used to the fact that my godson is not only a Slytherin, but also a Parselmouth. As far as I'm aware, none of your parents had anyone in their family that could speak it. Harry hummed but did not comment. So, is Lupin not going to be here? Oh no, Sirius shook his head. Tomorrow's the full moon, so Remus is not feeling well. The large crowd and screaming won't help him much. But still, I'm glad you're all here. Sirius smiled. Oh, fair warning, we will be sitting in the minister's box. Oh, and Ludo Bagman will be there. Who? Harry asked. Ex-Quidditch player. He's harmless for the most part, but do yourself a favor and don't start betting with him, Sirius replied. Anyway, let's eat while we're here. We'll need the energy. So, what do you think so far? Tonks asked as she and Harry began walking outside of the tent. The pair got their fair share of odd looks, partly because of Tonks's pink hair, partly because of the fact that Harry had a snake on his shoulders, and also because many people realized that he was the boy who lived, which caused them to whisper and talk to each other in what they thought was a subtle way. Well, I am really excited to be here, Harry admitted. The only real Quidditch matches I've seen have been at school. I can't help but wonder how much better pro players would be. You think you would ever go pro? Tonks asked him. I don't really know if I am good enough to go pro, but it does sound nice. Harry smiled. Harry, a voice called. The pair stopped and turned around to see three people walking up towards them. Hi, guys. Harry smiled as Daphne, Tracy, and Astoria, Daphne's little sister, approached them. Daphne and Tracy were both looking very lovely in Harry's opinion. Tracy was wearing a blue skirt, white shirt, and a blue jacket. Daphne was dressed in black jeans along with a blue top and blue jacket. Astoria was dressed the same as Daphne. So, Harry, which one of these girls is your girlfriend? Tonks asked in a teasing voice once the girls had gotten close enough. They're girls who are my friends, but they are not my girlfriends, Harry told them just as Daphne and Tracy blushed slightly. It's good to see you guys here, Harry said to the girls as he turned his attention back to them. How are you guys doing? He asked. We're doing great, Astoria smiled as Daphne reached over and petted Jet. I'm really excited. Yeah, you're just a ball of energy. Tracy said with a smile as she ruffled Astoria's hair. Astoria slapped her hand away and gave Tracy a mock glare. "You're looking good, Harry," Tracy said without thinking. She paused when she realized what she had just said. "Thanks, you three look great as well." Harry responded before she could apologize. "Are your parents with Daphne's?" Harry asked. "No," Tracy shook her head. "I've come with Daph and Tori here because my parents are unfortunately too busy to come." "Oh, that's a shame," Harry said with a frown. "It's fine," Tracy waved it off. "My parents aren't really big Quidditch fans, and I don't mind going with these two." "Oh, you're Harry's adopted sister, aren't you?" Astoria asked Tonks. "Yep," Tonks grinned. "That's me. What has Harry told you about me?" she asked. "Well, it was actually Daphne. She just told me that Harry really likes you," Astoria admitted. "I did tell her that," Daphne nodded. "Anyway, we've got to go now before my parents start searching for us. We'll see you later, Harry," Daphne said. She and the girls said their goodbyes before they all turned and walked away. "You really like me, huh?" Tonks smiled happily as she ruffled Harry's hair. "Get off," Harry said as he slapped her hand away, though the smile was still on his face. "Oh, for fuck's sakes," Harry and Jet hissed when they arrived at their seats. The seats that Harry, the Tonks family, and Sirius had gotten were in the minister's box, which was basically the most important seats in the whole stadium. In the box were a few ministers of various countries, including Fudge. But there was also another group that Harry had not expected to see, the Weasleys. It looked like all of the Weasleys were there with the exception of Mrs. Weasley, praise Merlin for small miracles. Mr. Weasley was shaking hands with everyone. Apparently they were very important people. They clearly had to be if they were up here. But then again, the Weasleys were up here. So who could say for sure? Harry watched as Percy Weasley went around greeting person after person. When the Weasley family were approached by Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic himself, Percy bowed so low that his glasses fell off and shattered. Highly embarrassed, he repaired them with his wand and quickly went back into his seat. "Oh, Harry," the minister smiled and walked past the Weasleys, ignoring whatever Percy was saying. "It's good to see you," he said, shaking Harry's hand, greeting Harry like he was an old friend. "Oh, and Mr. Black," he turned to Sirius. "I'm delighted that you could come. I do hope you enjoy yourself. This is just a small apology on behalf of the ministry. Oh, and you've brought your family. Ah, yes, you're Mr. Potter's guardians, aren't you? It's nice to meet you all." "What are they doing here?" Everyone heard Ron Weasley say loudly as he stood up and looked at Harry. The other Weasleys couldn't help but feel embarrassed by his outburst, but they, unlike Ron, also remembered exactly what Harry was willing to threaten them with. "Sit down," Arthur hissed to Ron as the twins pulled him back into his seat. "You will stay quiet, or I will send you home right now, and you can miss the cup," he whispered into Ron's ear. Ron looked like he wanted to argue, but the look on his father's face made it clear that the man was not playing around. Before anyone else could say anything, the door opened, and 3 more people entered. It was the Malfoy family. Harry and Jet looked between the Weasleys, Malfoys, and Tonkses. Both of them couldn't help but wonder just how many possible ways there were for this to go tits up. Chapter 59. "Harry!" Draco smiled when he saw Harry. He was either unaware of or simply ignoring the tension in the air. "Draco," Harry nodded and shook Draco's hand as he gave him a small smile. "Ah, and here is your lovely mother." Harry smiled at the woman he knew to be Narcissa Malfoy. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Malfoy," Harry said as he took her hand in his and planted a small kiss on her knuckles. "Mr. Potter," she nodded to him before she looked around and paused when she noticed her sister. She went stiff for a second before she spoke. "Andromeda," she said in a neutral tone. "Sissy," Andromeda replied, her tone neutral as well, despite using her special nickname for her sister. "How are you?" she asked in a conversational tone. "I'm quite well, and yourself?" she asked, matching her tone. "I'm excellent," Andromeda nodded. "I'm quite happy with my family, especially since Harry has entered our lives. I understand he is good friends with your son," she said, before the 2 women fell into silence. Everyone around them didn't really know what to say. That was until Harry interrupted the silence. "So, Lucius, how are you?" Harry asked with a grin as he looked up at Lucius Malfoy. "Just fine, Mr. Potter," Lucius said through gritted teeth, his grip on his cane tightening, since at this point he was imagining that it was Harry's neck in his hands. Excellent, I must say I did enjoy our last talk. Hopefully we can spare time in the future for another discussion, Harry said with a smile, looking as close as he could to an innocent angel. Perhaps, Lucius said with a tight and forced smile. Narcissa looked away from her starring contest with her sister. She glanced at Lucius before sending a curious look towards Harry. Wait, what are the Weasleys doing here? Draco sniffed when he finally noticed the Weasley family. They're my guests, a voice said as a new man entered the room. He was a blue-eyed, blonde man with rosy skin and a bit of a round belly. And you would be? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm Ludo Bagman, the man grinned. I'm doing the commentating for the match. I'm a former Quidditch player as well. I was a beater for the Wimborne Wasps. I invited old Arthur and his family cause I owed him a favor. Draco and Harry exchanged looks. Both had the "can you believe this shit" look on their face. Oh, and I of course know who you are, Mr. Potter, he said with a happy smile. Really? Harry drawled. How lovely. It is, Ludo agreed, clearly not understanding the sarcastic tone that Harry was using. Oh, I got to talk to the minister, back in a tick, he said before he walked off. Harry shook his head at the man's excitable attitude. Harry looked towards the Tonks family and saw they were all sat down at the seats at the front of the box. Tonks was looking irritated, and a moment later Harry realized why when he saw Charlie Weasley had moved seats and was now sat next to her. Harry could see that Ted and Andromeda weren't looking happy and looked like they were barely stopping themselves from making a scene. They looked close to their breaking point. Fortunately, Harry didn't really care about making a scene, so he walked right over to where they were sitting. You're looking very nice, Harry heard Charlie say to Tonks. Oh, so now I look nice enough for you, Tonks snorted, crossing her arms and looking in any direction where Charlie wasn't. Oh, come on, babes, Don't call me babe, Tonks hissed as she did finally look at him. Hello, Harry interrupted whatever Charlie was about to say as he stopped in front of the red head. Are you by any chance related to the Weasleys? Harry asked, despite knowing the answer. Yeah, wait. You're Harry Potter, aren't you? Charlie asked as he looked at him. It's nice to meet you, mister. Harry trailed off and gave him a questioning look as he held a hand out. My name's Charlie, Charlie told him as he shook Harry's hand. He tried to let go after a second or two, but Harry didn't let go. Harry didn't bother trying to squeeze or anything since Charlie was a lot more muscular than Harry was. Charlie, really? Harry asked with an evil grin as he leaned forwards. Jet leaned forwards as well, hissing louder than usual. Oh, I remember who you are now, Harry said as he licked his lips. You're the one who told your little brother, Ronald, that my sister was what was it now? Oh, yes, you told him that she was a slut that would sleep with anyone. Harry finished, the smile vanishing from his face. His expression, combined with Jet's hissing, made him look positively evil. The fact that everyone in the box was now staring at the two made things even worse. I didn't say that. Charlie coughed as he felt himself being stared down by Harry's emerald green orbs. Oh, did you not? Then why did Ronald say that then? Harry asked in a mock confused voice. Maybe there was a misunderstanding or... A misunderstanding, Harry cut him off. I suppose that could be it. So what you're trying to say is that your little brother is an idiot, correct? Harry asked. The twins at this point placed both of their hands on Ron's arms to keep him sat down, and Percy cast a silencing spell on him just in case. What? No, I'm not saying that, But you said that there was a misunderstanding. So that means either your brother is an idiot who somehow got the word slut from your letter, or that you're an idiot who wrote your letter in such a way that your brother had somehow gotten slut from it. Either that or you're lying to me. So which is it, Charlie? Do you have an idiot for a brother? Are you an idiot or are you just a liar? Harry asked, as Jet raised his head and opened his mouth to show his impressive-looking fangs. I think Ron had misunderstood. Charlie coughed as he leaned back in his seat. He had worked with dragons before, but they could be understood and contained with the help of many more wizards. They were also mostly kept a safe distance away. This snake was rather close. Apparently, let's hope he doesn't do it again, Harry said with brief smile at having the older Weasley basically admit that Ron was an idiot. So, do you like Quidditch? Harry asked him in a conversational tone as he let go of Charlie's hand. Yeah, I do, Charlie asked, surprised by the sudden change in conversation. Oh, that's good. Do you ever play? Harry asked, still in the same tone. Yeah, I was Seeker for Gryffindor. Impressive. I'm a chaser. I was the youngest one in a century. Did you know that? Harry asked. When Charlie nodded, Harry continued speaking. Yes, I'm quite proud of that. Do you enjoy watching Quidditch with your family? Harry asked. Yeah, Charlie nodded, wondering what was up with all of these questions. Good. Well, you see, the thing is, I like watching Quidditch with my family. And right now, you're sat in the seat next to my sister, which happens to be my seat. Do you see the problem? Harry asked, now glaring at Charlie, his green eyes boring into Charlie. Yeah, I do. Well, then why are you still here? Harry asked as he stood back. Charlie quickly got up out of the seat and rushed back to the Weasleys. Harry sat down next to Tonks. If he looked then, he would have noticed the impressed looks from some of the foreign ministers. Fudge was worrying about if this would make him and the British ministry look bad. Ludo looked confused. Lucius was sneering at Harry's back. Draco looked like he wanted to laugh, and Narcissa was giving Harry an appraising look. Harry looked at Tonks and raised his fist towards her while giving her a look that quite plainly said, "Did I do good?" The pink-haired Auror grinned at him before fist bumping him, letting him know that he did in fact do good. Harry also couldn't help but notice Ted and Andromeda smiling at him. Harry leaned back into his seat and was about to relax when Jet started hissing in his ear. "Master," Jet hissed, "look towards the Weasleys." He told him. Harry glanced towards the Weasleys and noticed nothing out of the ordinary, with the exception of a house elf sitting in a seat behind them. The elf was a female, or at least Harry thought it was a female. It was shaking a lot as well, so Harry assumed that she was either sick or afraid, though judging by the way it was covering its eyes, Harry would go with the second. "Next to the elf, I had sensed someone when we passed." Jet said he would have told him the second that they had passed, but the person didn't appear to be doing anything, and Jet wanted to get some distance between his master and the potential threat before alerting him. Plus, embarrassing, red-headed assholes that insulted his master's Tonks was always a priority. "Tonks," Harry leaned over to her and whispered into her ear. "Jet senses that there's someone hiding in a seat next to that elf behind the Weasleys." "Really?" Tonks frowned as she pulled her wand out. "I don't know if he's using a cloak or a spell. How about I try to summon an invisibility cloak while you cast a charm to cancel out a disillusionment charm?" Harry suggested as his wand flicked into his hand. "On 3, Tonks told him as she pulled her wand out, making sure to keep her eyes on Harry so to not let this person know that they were onto him. 1, she mouthed. 2, 3. She and Harry quickly stood up. Tonks cast her spell while Harry tried a summoning spell. It turns out that it was an invisibility cloak, as a second later the cloak flew into Harry's hands, revealing a pale man with freckles and brown hair. The elf next to him let out a frightened squeak. "Master!" the elf cried. Tonks quickly cast a stunner on the elf to stop it from interfering, knocking it out. "What is B?" Barty Crouch Jr. Fudge blurted out upon recognizing the man. Later that night, Harry fell asleep in Sirius's tent. He was really, really tired. The man that he and Tonks had found was apparently the son of the man who had sent Sirius to Azkaban without a trial, Barty Crouch Sr. That man was now apparently being brought in for questioning. Sirius didn't have much sympathy for him. Barty Crouch Jr. was apparently his son who had joined the Death Eaters and had supposedly died in Azkaban. It turned out that Barty Sr. had actually snuck him out and replaced him with his dying wife, who had drunk Polyjuice potion and disguised herself as Junior. After that, Barty Sr. had kept Barty Jr. under control with the Imperious Curse. The reason Barty Jr. was there was because his father knew he loved Quidditch and wanted to do something nice for him as a gift to his dead wife. The two would both be going to Azkaban. Barty Sr. still needed to have his trial. "Should just toss him in like he did to me," Sirius had said. But at this point, it was pretty much a given that he was going to Azkaban. This unfortunately caused the game to be delayed, which upset fans a lot, but eventually it was able to happen. Most of the people in the room, the British ones at least, would be later called to give a statement about what happened. Harry was sure that this would be in the newspapers quite soon. He could imagine the headline, "Boy Who Lived Finds and Stops Death Eater," or some crap like that. Though hopefully Tonks would get the proper amount of credit for it, and after Harry's subtle comments to Fudge, he didn't doubt that she would. What Harry didn't know was the effect his actions had on Lucius Malfoy. The former Death Eater had originally been planning to join some of his other, pardoned Death Eater friends and cause some chaos. It would have been a fun little outing, quick and out, but the events of the night changed that. Lucius had become worried because now everyone was on alert, especially the Aurors, so he arranged for it to be cancelled. He didn't want to risk getting himself or one of the others caught. But Harry didn't know that. He just peacefully went to sleep. "Oh, just fuck off time," was the first thing Tonks said the day that Harry was supposed to go back to Hogwarts. She was very much not happy about the fact that her little brother was leaving. She had really been enjoying her time with him. Especially since the day of the World Cup, seeing Harry rip into her ex-boyfriend, and then the two of them discovering a Death Eater together had made them much closer. "I am going to miss you so much," Tonks said as she hugged Harry on the platform. "You keep safe," she told him once she let go. "I'll do my best," Harry said before he hugged Andromeda and Ted. "I'll miss you all." "We'll miss you as well, Harry," Ted told him. "You will remember to send us letters at least once a week." Andromeda spoke. It was not a question. He would be sending those letters. "I will promise," Harry smiled at them. "I've got to go now, see ya." "Bye, Harry," Tonks said with a watery smile. "Jet, remember to take care of him." She couldn't help but add. "So, keep doing what I've been doing then?" Jet asked. Chapter 60. "All right, guys." Harry smiled as he entered the compartment where the other Slytherins in his year were sat. Thankfully, the expansion charms on the compartments allowed them all to fit in. "Hi, Harry." Tracy smiled as Harry sat down. "Did you enjoy the World Cup?" she asked. "Loved it," Harry grinned. "Harry and I were sat in the minister's box," Draco told them with a smile. "You wouldn't believe it, but the Weasleys were there." "How did they get there? Did they have to sell their house and one of their children?" Pansy asked with disbelief. "That was my first thought," Draco chuckled. "Apparently the head of the family knew Bagman and he was able to get them in. Still, when I got there, one of the older weasels tried to chat up Harry's adopted sister." "I'm sure that went well," Daphne said in a dry voice as she sent Harry a questioning look. "The Pratt was Tonks's ex-boyfriend," Harry replied. "He told the human garbage disposal that she was a slut who would sleep with anyone. Then the red-headed Pratt sees her at the World Cup and thinks he can try and get in her pants again. I kindly dissuaded him from that idea." "Ha," Draco snorted with amusement. "The weasel was damn near pissing himself. Harry had him running to a different seat, even made him call Ron an idiot." "Really?" Theo laughed. "I take my entertainment when I can." Harry smiled just before the door opened to reveal Roman, who looked towards Harry. Thank you so much," Roman said with a grateful look on his face. "If you want to thank me, then keep going the way that you've been going. Be a good student and a good Slytherin. Now go on, I'm sure your friend is missing you," Harry told him. "Thank you," Roman said one last time before he nodded and walked away, closing the door as he left. "What was that about?" Blaise asked once Roman was gone. "The kid wanted to be my vassal. I offered him an alternative solution." Harry shrugged as he pulled out a book. "During the summer, I contacted Lord Black. He's agreed to make the boy a ward of House Black. Starting next summer, he'll live with Sirius Black, if Sirius is happy with the idea." "Why would you make him a ward of House Black?" Tracy asked in a curious voice. "One reason is because it grants him the protection of House Black. You mess with Roman, then you mess with House Black. The second reason is because he's already related to House Black through his father's wife," Harry answered. "He's a good guy, doesn't deserve to suffer the rest of his school years because of who he was born from." "That was nice of you, Harry." Daphne smiled at him, her opinion of him rising even more. "Oh, was it true that you discovered a Death Eater in the minister's box?" she asked, remembering what she had read in the newspaper. "Me and Tonks," Harry nodded. "I was there," Draco spoke up. "Me and my parents were just sitting down when all of a sudden an invisibility cloak flew off one seat, and then Barty Crouch Jr. was sat there. His father is in so much trouble." "Yeah," Harry agreed. "He was already in trouble for sending Sirius to Azkaban without a trial. Now you can add helping a Death Eater escape Azkaban and use of an unforgivable. Tonks told me that during interrogations, they found out that Sirius wasn't the only person that was sent to Azkaban without a trial." "Wow," Tracy breathed. "If they don't execute him then, I doubt that he'll ever leave Azkaban." "My pity well is surprisingly dry," Harry responded. Oh, are you guys planning to enter?" Draco asked suddenly. "Enter what?" Pansy asked. "My father told me about it," Draco smirked. "It's a special event that's coming to Hogwarts this year. I'm not really supposed to talk about it." Draco trailed off, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Well, Draco, you've mentioned it so clearly you do want to talk about it," Daphne said with a roll of her eyes. "Now hurry up and speak before we set Harry on you." "I'm rather busy at the moment. I hope you don't mind if I delegate that particular pleasure to Jet," Harry asked with an amused smile. Jet looked up and towards Draco, he hissed loudly. What did he say?" Draco said as he leaned back and away from Jet. "Hungry," Harry answered without looking up from his book. All right, I'll tell," Draco said quickly. "The Triwizard Tournament is coming to Hogwarts." "The what?" Harry asked as he did actually look up from his book. "It's a famous old tournament that they had cancelled a few hundred years ago," Draco answered. "Why?" Theo asked. "Because everyone kept dying," Draco bluntly answered. "But now they're bringing it back, or at least what is supposed to be a safer version of it. It's a competition between 3 schools. Basically, our school chooses a champion, and then they'll choose a champion, and then the 3 will compete. I've heard that there's a big prize for whoever wins. Are any of you going to enter?" he asked. "It does sound interesting," Harry said in a thoughtful voice. "He's going to enter," Blaise said with a roll of his eyes. "He'd win," Daphne said in a confident voice. "Listen to my pet morons," Jet hissed to the others. Eventually, the group were in the Great Hall with the rest of the students and teachers for the sorting ceremony and start-of-year feast. The only exceptions were Professor McGonagall and Hagrid, who were both getting the first years, plus the defense against the dark arts professor. The students all talked with each other until Professor McGonagall arrived with the first years. Hagrid sneaked into the hall and sat while they were getting sorted. Harry wasn't able to miss the first years glancing at him. He obviously attracted their attention due to the fact that he had noticeable face scars. He was the boy who lived and currently had a snake resting on his shoulders. Some of them looked curious, some were awestruck, some looked scared, and funnily enough it was mostly those scared ones that went into Gryffindor. "Welcome," Professor Dumbledore's voice boomed across the hall as he stood up. "Welcome one and all to another magical year at Hogwarts. I have plenty to tell you, but for now, tuck in," he said, earning cheers from the very hungry students. Food appeared at the tables and everyone began eating. "He looks happy," Blaise noted as he glanced at Roman, who was happily chatting with Ginny Weasley as they ate. "Good," Harry smiled. He glanced down at the table and winked at Angela when he saw her. She winked and smiled back before returning her focus to her food. "What the hell's up with Granger?" Harry heard Daphne say under her breath. Harry looked at the Gryffindor table and saw Granger push her plate away as if the very food offended her. "It's hardly our business," Harry shrugged. "If she wants to starve herself, then let her." "I'm glad everyone seems to have enjoyed their meal," Dumbledore said as he stood in front of the podium on the stage. He had a smile on his face, looking very happy. "I understand that many of you are hopping to go to bed, but I have a few very important announcements, with a few mildly important ones scattered in between," Dumbledore said before he began going through the start-of-term announcements, which included the usual ones like, "Don't go into the Forbidden Forest." "I am also very sorry to say that this year Quidditch has been cancelled." "You what?" Harry blinked as many in the hall began protesting. Silence! Dumbledore's magically amplified voice cut through all of the noise, ending all shouting. There is a reason for this. This castle will not only be your home this year, but home to some very important guests as well. Hogwarts has been specially chosen to host a legendary event, the Triwizard Tournament. A special event that will take up much of our time this year. Dumbledore continued speaking. A few students whispered with each other, but mostly kept quiet as they did not want to miss what Dumbledore was saying. For those who don't know, the tournament will pit 3 schools against each other in a series of magical contests. From each school, a single student will be selected. And let me be clear, if you are chosen, then I wish you the best of luck because you will be on your own. Dumbledore was cut off by the sound of lightning. Rain poured from the enchanted ceiling as the sounds of thunder echoed throughout the hall. Harry looked at the sky and saw that something was wrong with the enchantment. He was about to pull his wand out to fix it when a spell fired into the sky, correcting the problem and fixing the sky. A second later, the sound of clunking echoed across the hall as a new person entered the room. He was covered with scars, and a chunk of his nose was missing. He had dark gray, grizzled hair and was noticeably missing a leg that was replaced with a wooden leg. What was arguably the most interesting thing about this person were his eyes. One was small and dark, while the other was a vivid, electric blue magical eye that moved around independently from his normal eye. Mad-Eye, Harry breathed, recognizing the man from a picture that Tonks had showed him. She had told him all about Mad-Eye Moody, the man responsible for training her and the man responsible for capturing most of the prisoners in Azkaban. Why is here? Tracy whispered to Harry. My guess is that he's our new defense teacher, Harry whispered back. Are you serious? Draco leaned over to ask that question. All of the seats at the teacher's table are taken except for one. Harry shrugged before he and the others turned back to Dumbledore, who was shaking hands with Moody before Moody walked over and sat down at the teacher's table. Allow me to introduce Hogwarts's new defense against the dark arts teacher, Alistair Moody. Dumbledore said as he gestured to Moody. There was barely any applause. It seemed like most people were either stunned by his appearance or stunned by the fact that the legendary Mad-Eye Moody was here. Moody didn't seem at all bothered by the lack of reaction and began casting several detection charms on the food. Before using his fork to pick a sausage up, he sniffed it for several seconds before he began eating. Now, as I was saying, Dumbledore continued speaking, during this tournament we will be competing with 2 other schools, Beauxbatons and Drumstrang. The tournament was last seen a few hundred years ago before it was cancelled due to the high death toll. Death toll, Harry heard Hermione Granger say with disbelief and more than a little bit of worry. There have been many attempts to bring back the tournament in the past, but they were not successful. That is until recently. I know many of you are eager to enter, but I am afraid I may have to disappoint some of you. There is a new rule that has been introduced. Only a witch or wizard that is of age, that is to say 17, may compete. Dumbledore said. Several students began booing loudly, most noticeably the Weasley twins. This is a measure we feel is necessary given how dangerous the tasks are, Dumbledore continued over the protests. I will personally be making sure no one who is not of age can enter. Please do not waste your time trying to submit your name if you are not 17. Now it's time to go to bed. Good night, everyone, Dumbledore said before he gestured them to leave. It's stupid, Draco complained loudly later that night when they were sat in the common room. We should be allowed to compete. I'm sure you'd win if you were allowed, Pansy simpered. I don't blame them for restricting it to students who are of age, Tracy replied. What use are the prizes if you die in the attempt? You make a good point. Still, I would have liked to compete, Harry said with a sigh. I think the worst part is that Quidditch is cancelled. I was looking forward to being a captain, though I suppose I now have a year to plan. Nice way to see the positives, Theo responded. Who do you guys think will represent Hogwarts? He asked. Hopefully a Slytherin, Draco responded. If not that, then let it at least be someone who isn't in Gryffindor. Those idiots would never shut up if they won the thing. And you would, Jet hissed with disbelief. Chapter 61. Harry rolled his eyes as he and the other Slytherins sat down for breakfast. Draco was still complaining about not being able to enter the tournament. He had been doing so all morning and all of last evening. "Why do you even want to enter?" Harry asked. "You're rich, so you won't need the prize money, and you won't need the fame since you're a Malfoy." "All right, first of all, it's not like it's just a little bit of money. It's 1,000 galleons if you win," Draco responded. "My family might be richer than Merlin, but 1,000 galleons is still a lot of money. Also, if I became a Triwizard winner, then I could rub it in Weasley's face." Draco finished with a grin. "Malfoy," Daphne sighed as she rolled her eyes. "If you want to irritate Weasley, then just tell him how much money your father gives you in a week," she said. Personally, Daphne had nothing against people with small amounts of money. In fact, she was quite sympathetic towards those with less money. Her only real exception was Ron Weasley, because he's a dick. A few seconds later, Professor Snape arrived and began handing out the timetables for the year. "Potter," Professor Snape said as he gave Harry his schedule. "What I am about to say is something that I am only going to say once, so pay attention. You were given captaincy of the Quidditch team for one reason, and one reason only. That's because I want Slytherin to win, and you're an excellent chaser. While I understand that there is no official Quidditch matches this year, there will be next year. If you do not perform to the same standards as your previous years, then I will not hesitate to remove you from your position. Is that clear?" Snape said. Personally, he wished he could have made one of the other students captain, but unfortunately for him, they weren't that smart, which was why Snape reluctantly was giving the position to Harry. Blindingly, Harry calmly nodded to Professor Snape. Professor Snape sniffed before he moved on. "I see he still loves you just as much as before," Tracy calmly said, once Professor Snape was out of hearing range. "What do we have first?" Draco asked as he began eating. "First, we have herbology," Harry answered as he looked over the timetable. "Then we have care of magical creatures." "I still can't believe that we have to suffer under that oath," Pansy complained. "You could always quit the lesson, Pansy," Tracy said, knowing that the only reason Pansy even went to that lesson was because that was where her precious Draco was going. "I actually rather enjoy Professor Hagrid's lessons," Daphne said. "Are you serious?" Pansy said with disbelief in her voice. "I won't deny that Professor Hagrid is not the best teacher, but he is quite knowledgeable," Daphne replied. "Besides, thanks to Harry, all of his lessons will be approved by either Professor McGonagall or Headmaster Dumbledore, so we don't have to worry about experiencing any more." "What did you call it, Harry?" she asked. "Over-enthusiastic near manslaughter," Harry answered. "Yes, any more of that. We don't have to experience any more of that," she said. "You're welcome." Harry smiled before he noticed Angela leave the Great Hall, giving him a subtle look as she did so. Harry quickly finished the small part of his breakfast that he hadn't eaten before he stood up. "Hey, Daph, do me a favor and look after Jet for a while. I just need to go and do something. I'll meet you guys in herbology." "You're off to tongue wrestle with your vassal, aren't you?" Jet said knowingly. "I am, forgive me," Harry said before he began walking away. "No," Jet called out as Harry began leaving. "Love you too, Jet," Harry called back. If Harry had looked back then, he would have seen Daphne frown because she had seen Angela leave shortly before. It didn't take her long to guess why Harry had left. "Oh, I've missed this." Harry smiled before he and Angela continued snogging. "You're not the only one who has missed this, Master," Angela said with a bright smile once they stopped a few minutes later. "You've gotten better at it, much better than before." "Yes, well, between practicing with you and your mother, it was inevitable that I pick up a few things," Harry grinned. "I still can't believe you and your mother had agreed to do that for me." "I live to serve you, Master," Angela replied. "If you're happy, then I am happy." "I don't know what I did to deserve you, Angela," Harry said as he leaned over and kissed her cheek. "I'll tell you exactly what you did," she smiled. "You kept being your wonderful self, and that was good enough for me." "You're going to give me an ego, I hope you know that," Harry told her jokingly. "How's your mother, by the way?" "As of the moment, she's out of the country on business," Angela said before her voice adopted a teasing tone. "Why, miss her already?" "Well, she did have a certain way of keeping my interest," Harry said with a small blush. Perhaps I can also try and keep your interest, Angela suggested with a wicked smile. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Harry blinked at her. Yes, but not now. How about tomorrow after your classes? I have a way to keep Blaze busy. Are you sure? Harry asked. You don't have to do it if you don't want to, he added. That's the thing, I want to. She smiled before she kissed him again. The Hogwarts students were all sat in the Great Hall. Everyone knew that today would be the day when the other two schools would arrive. Now everyone. Dumbledore spoke as he stood at his spot in front of the teacher's table. Everyone please welcome the lovely ladies and gentlemen of Beauxbaton Academy and their headmistress, Madame Olympe Maxime. Dumbledore said before the doors of the Great Hall opened, and a group of students dressed in light blue robes walked in. These students attracted a lot of attention thanks to their good looks, but that attention was pulled off of them and onto the headmistress when she entered. She was dressed in expensive-looking clothes, but the reason why everyone looked towards her was undoubtedly her height. Merlin, she looks like she's the same height as Hagrid, Blaze whispered. When the headmistress reached Dumbledore, he reached up to grab the hand that she offered him. He planted a small kiss on it before he gestured to the seat next to his own. She nodded and went to sit in it. Her students looked around before they eventually decided to sit down at the Ravenclaw table. And now, Dumbledore spoke, let us welcome our friends from the north, the proud children of Durmstrang Academy and their headmaster, Igor Karkaroff. A few seconds later, a group of wizards and witches in heavy winter clothes. They were followed by their headmaster, who was tall and thin like Dumbledore, but didn't really look anything like him. He was dressed in expensive, sleek and silver furs. He had a curly goatee, yellow teeth, and a big smile. Though most of the hall's attention was pulled towards the student that was walking next to him. It's Victor Krum, Ron Weasley's voice echoed throughout the hall, having blurted that out a bit louder than he probably intended. Harry looked at Krum and saw that he looked annoyed, but was trying to hide it. Krum, despite his age, was arguably the most famous Quidditch player of all time and had actually played in the World Cup. He did catch the snitch at the game, though sadly for him Ireland still won thanks to having more points. In fact, Harry would say that he and Krum were probably the two most famous students in the school right now. Dumbledore, Headmaster Karkaroff chuckled as he greeted Dumbledore with a hug. Igor, Dumbledore smiled back before he gestured Igor towards a seat next to his own before he turned to the Durmstrang students. Feel free to sit wherever you want, he told them. Quick, quick, move up, Harry heard Ron say to the other Gryffindors. It was clear he wanted Krum to sit next to him. Unfortunately for him, that was not going to happen as Victor Krum began leading the rest of his school students towards the Slytherin table. They all sat down near Harry and his friends. You have Snake, Victor said with a heavy accent to Harry as he looked at Jet, who was on Harry's shoulders. They let you have Snake in this school, he asked. He's my familiar, Harry responded. His name is Jet. Oh, Victor said in understanding before he held out a hand. I am Victor Krum, he said. Harry Potter, Harry said as he shook Krum's hand. Internally, he felt a small amount of amusement at the fact that he and Victor, the only two students who really didn't need an introduction, were introducing themselves. Excellent, Dumbledore spoke once everyone was settled. At that moment, Professor McGonagall levitated something into the hall. She gently placed it down in the middle of the hall. It was a large wooden goblet. Now that we are all here, allow me to quickly explain the tournament selection process before we all become too distracted by the lovely food we will soon receive. The champions will be chosen by an impartial selector, the Goblet of Fire. At this point, Dumbledore gestured to the goblet. Everyone watched as all of a sudden blue-white flames appeared on the round edge of the goblet. Anybody wishing to submit themselves as champion must write their name and school a slip of parchment and drop it into the goblet. Those who wish to become champions have 24 hours in which to put their names forward. Tomorrow night, Halloween, the goblet will give us the names of the 3 it has judged most worthy to represent their schools. The goblet will be placed in the entrance hall tonight, where it will be available to all those wishing to compete. I will be placing an age line around it to prevent those who are underage from entering. I would like to remind you all that this is only for students who are 17 years old. Though I must warn those that intend to enter, this is not a decision that one should make without thinking about the consequences. Once you have entered, you will not be able to unenter. Good luck to all of you. And now feel free to enjoy a delicious dinner. Dumbledore finished with a smile as food appeared on the tables. Dumbledore returned to his seat as everyone began eating. You are Parslymouth? Victor asked, struggling slightly with the word. I am, Harry nodded. Have been for as long as I can remember. I saw your match at the World Cup, by the way. You certainly earn your reputation. Thank you, Victor nodded. Do you play Quidditch? He asked. I'm a chaser for my house team, and this year I became its captain, Harry responded. You're more than that, Daphne spoke up before turning to Crumb. Harry over here is the youngest chaser to play in this school in a century, she told him with a smile on her face. Really? Crumb asked Harry. Harry gave Daphne a mock glare before he turned back to Crumb. Yes, Harry said. My two passions are magic and Quidditch. After I finish school, I think I might go into professional Quidditch or enter the dueling circuit. You have many duels here? Victor asked. Not too many. Most people don't really want to duel with me, Harry frowned. That's because everyone's bloody afraid of you, Blaise said with a roll of his eyes. Afraid? One of Victor's friends asked. Well, not afraid exactly, Tracy spoke. But Harry's the best in our year and pretty much always wins against whoever he goes up against, same age or older. Even in his first year, he was dueling third-year students and winning. Stop it, Harry chuckled. You'll make me blush, Harry said. The group continued talking while people from the other tables were staring at them, mostly with jealousy. One especially jealous person was Ron Weasley, who looked like he was trying to glare a hole into Harry. A few days later, all of the students were gathered in the Great Hall for the champion selection ceremony. The last few days had been very interesting in Harry's opinion. He had done the best he could to get friendly with the Durmstrang students. He hadn't really yet made an effort with the Beauxbaton students, but he still had time for that. Harry found out that he and Crumb were especially getting along with each other. Rumors were spreading around the school that Crumb had adopted Harry as his student to teach him all of his Quidditch tricks. Harry had also been enjoying attending defense against the dark arts class now that Moody was teaching it. The man most definitely knew his stuff, and he was exactly like Harry had been told he was. Earlier today, he had taught them about the unforgivables. He hadn't shown them any of them, but he had made them study them. How the bleeding hell are you supposed to defend against them if you don't them? Moody has asked in the lesson. Harry couldn't help but agree with that. Harry had also had some entertainment over the last few days, one great example being when the Weasley twins tried and failed to get past Dumbledore's age line and ended up with beards like Dumbledore's. Harry had been doing brilliantly in his classes, just like normal, and had spent some time in the Chamber of Secrets. He was really happy with his progress, and that was why he didn't mind rewarding himself with Angela. Harry had actually gotten the chance to practice all of the things that Mrs. Zabini had taught him. They weren't able to do at Harry's room since they didn't want to risk someone finding out, but luckily, Harry was allowed to access the same bathroom as prefects can thanks to being a Quidditch captain. Apparently, bath fun time was just as fun as regular fun time. Angela wasn't experienced as her mother, not really surprising since she was actually a virgin until Harry had fixed that, but it was enjoyable all the same. The hall had been altered so that now everyone was sitting around the edges of the room or at one of the two long tables in the hall. The reason it had been altered was to give more space to the goblet of fire which was still in the middle of the hall. Right now Harry was sat in between Daphne and Tracy, with Angela sat right behind him. On Daphne's left was Crumb and several other Durmstrang boys, while most of the Slytherins in Harry's year sat on Tracy's right. Look, it's the minister, Draco leaned over and whispered. Harry's eyes trailed over to the head table. He saw the three heads of each school, along with Ludo Bagman and Minister Fudge. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Dumbledore spoke as he stood next to the goblet. Allow me to introduce Ludo Bagman, the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, and Minister Fudge. Dumbledore said if he felt annoyed when he mentioned Fudge, then nobody noticed it. The hall cheered for them before Dumbledore continued speaking. These two have worked very hard to help bring back the tournament and will serve as the judges of the tournament, along with myself, Headmistress Maxime and Headmaster Karkaroff," Dumbledore said. He knew that Ludo and Barty Crouch SR had actually done most of the work, but Bart was now in prison, so Fudge had decided to come in and take over. "In a minute or so, the goblet will reveal the names of the champions. When I call their names, they will come and take their parchment before heading to the side chamber." Dumbledore gestured to a door near the staff table. "From there, they will wait for further instructions," Dumbledore said before he pulled out his wand. Dumbledore waved his wand, putting out all of the torches and candles in the room except for a few in carved pumpkins that were placed all over the hall. The only other exception was obviously the goblet itself. The flames inside the goblet turned suddenly red, and sparks began to fly from it. A piece of parchment shot out of it with a red flame that disappeared after a second. Dumbledore caught the piece of parchment as light of the flames turned back to blue-white. "The champion for Durmstrang," Dumbledore said as he began reading, "is none other than Victor Crumb." The hall erupted into cheers as Victor stood up and went over to collect his parchment. He nodded to Dumbledore before walking to the side chamber. "Who else would it have been?" Harry heard Blaise snort. Once Victor was gone, another piece of parchment shot out of the flames. "The champion for Beauxbatons," Dumbledore spoke as he read the parchment, "is Miss Fleur de Lacquer." At that moment, a very beautiful blonde from the Beauxbatons students stood up and walked to collect the parchment. Every male eye was on her. "She's a Vila," Angela whispered into Harry's ear. "Really?" Harry hummed. He knew what Vila were, having read up on them after seeing a few of them be mascots during the Quidditch World Cup. Much like sirens, they weren't classified as fully human and were instead considered to be magical beings. Vila were beautiful women with white gold hair and skin that appears to shine moonbright. When angry, they can transform into a more bird-like and far less attractive form where they could produce flames. At least that was what the book said. "And now we wait to see who the Hogwarts champion will be," Dumbledore said once Fleur had entered the side chamber. A few seconds later, another piece of parchment shot out and Dumbledore easily caught it. "The Hogwarts champion will be Cedric Diggory," Dumbledore announced. At that moment, a handsome Hufflepuff boy stood up as many clapped for him, especially the Hufflepuff students. "A Hufflepuff," Harry heard Malfoy groan. "Could be worse, at least it's not a Gryffindor," Theo commented. "Now," Dumbledore spoke once Cedric had exited the hall, "we finally have our 3 Triwizard champions. Now the next part of the tournament will..." Whatever Dumbledore was about to say was cut off as a 4th piece of parchment shot out of the goblet. Dumbledore's eyes widened as he caught it. Everyone was starting, wondering why a 4th parchment had come out. "H," Dumbledore choked slightly as he read it. "Harry Potter," he said in a quiet voice, though he might as well have shouted it since everyone in the hall heard. "Harry Potter." Dumbledore looked toward Harry. "Sir," Harry asked in a questioning voice. "Your name is on this parchment," Dumbledore told him. "Pardon me, sir," Harry coughed as he stood up. "I think there has been a mistake of some kind. Firstly, I did not enter my name into the goblet, nor did I ask anyone else to do so on my behalf. Even if I had then, I still shouldn't be chosen, as this is the 4th parchment for what is supposed to be a tournament between 3 people. I did not enter my name, sir." "Yeah, right," one Hufflepuff boy scoffed, his voice carrying across the hall. "Zach, be quiet," Susan Bones hissed as she glared at Zacharias Smith. He was a boy in her year, but not the most likable one. "What? He's a cheat," Smith continued. "I'd bet my trust vault that he cheated to get his name in there." "Would you really?" Harry asked in a calm voice, resisting the urge to grin. "What?" Smith blinked. "Would you really bet your trust vault?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Zach was about to answer but paused when he noticed the look in Harry's eyes. Something felt wrong. "Well, Smith, you want to put your money where your mouth is. I'm not poor, but I'd love to have another trust vault. You want to bet?" Harry asked. "There will be no betting trust vaults." Professor McGonagall's voice cut off any response. "Shame, I was about to be a whole trust vault richer," Harry said as he took out his wand. "I, Harry James Potter, do swear on my magic that I did not intentionally or knowingly enter my name into the goblet of fire, nor did I ask anybody else to enter my name for me. This I swear on my magic, so mote it be." Harry said as his wand glowed. Everyone in the hall stared at him, shocked that he had just made a magical oath. Next time, engage your brain first, Smith. Harry told him before he turned back to Dumbledore. So, is this situation resolved now? Harry asked. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore spoke. While I believe that you did not enter your name into the goblet, can you please enter the side chamber so we may discuss what happened? Dumbledore asked. We must determine if the goblet will make you compete or not, Dumbledore added. If I must, Harry sighed. Do you want me to come with you? Angela whispered. That's entirely up to you, Harry told her before he began walking to the side chamber. He was not at all surprised when Angela began walking with him. This'll be interesting, Harry whispered to Jet. Your life would last much longer if less things were interesting, Jet replied. Meg. And now the Hogwarts champion is. Dumbledore paused so he could read the parchment. His jaw dropped when he saw what was written down on it. His jaw moved up and down several times as small noises came out of his mouth. Dumbledore tried to speak, but discovered he was still a little too shocked to do so. After a minute, he was eventually able to speak. The Hogwarts champion is... It's Jet. What? Harry blurted out. He looked around and saw Jet slithering towards the side chamber. Jet. Eternal glory is mine, bitches, Jet shouted. Chapter 62. The three champions all turned towards the door of the chamber when they heard it open. They were expecting the heads of their schools and the other two judges. What they were not expecting was for Harry Potter to walk in with his snake on his shoulders, and Angela walking right behind him. Harry, Crumb looked at him with a questioning look. Do they want us to come back into the hall? Fleur asked. Her voice had a very noticeable French accent. Not quite, Harry sighed. Harry's name was entered into the Goblet of Fire, Angela spoke up. Once you three had entered this chamber, another parchment had shot up, and it had his name on it. What? Cedric blurted out. You entered the tournament, but you're a fourth year. I didn't enter my name into the goblet, somebody else did, Harry replied. It's true, Angela spoke next. Harry even swore a magical oath in front of everyone in the hall to show that he hadn't. You swore a magical oath. Fleur blinked as she and the other champions looked at him with shock and disbelief. I don't believe in wasting time. Harry shrugged just before Dumbledore and the other tournament judges entered along with Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. The last person to come in was Professor Moody. What are we going to do, Dumbledore? Karkaroff asked as they stopped in front of Harry and the other champions. This boy had cheated his way in and... Cheated his way in, Fudge interrupted as he looked at Karkaroff with disbelief. The boy made a magical oath in front of everyone. Yes, that was without doubt a true magical oath, Dumbledore said before he turned to Harry. And Mr. Potter, I would prefer if you don't make more in the future unless absolutely necessary. Oaths are not simple things and can just as easily go wrong with the slightest bit of wrong wording. I know, sir, Harry nodded. But I figured it was the quickest and easiest way of proving my innocence. Rest assured it's not something I plan to do every time I get into trouble. Thank goodness, Professor McGonagall said under her breath. If Hogwarts will be allowed to have two champions, then so should our schools, Karkaroff argued. It's too late, Moody replied. The goblet has already gone out. You'd have to wait until the next tournament. If the boy did not put his name in then, why was he entered into the tournament? Madame Maxime demanded to know. The Goblet of Fire is a powerful magical object, Professor Moody barked out as his magical eye looked all around the room. It would take a powerful witch or wizard to mess with it. A compulsion charm could do. I don't know who entered Potter's name, but I know it was definitely not Potter. Dumbledore had tasked me with watching the goblet overnight, and Potter didn't come near it at all. That does not fix the problem of Potter still having to compete in this tournament. Professor Snape spoke up before his gaze shifted to Angela. And what are you doing here? Get back to the hall, he barked. You know my relationship with him, Angela replied, not intimidated in the slightest. Therefore you know I have the right to be here, she said before turning to Professor Dumbledore. Is there any way for Harry to get out of this tournament? He can't, Ludo Bagman spoke up. If his name is selected by the goblet, then he must compete. It says so in the rule book. Just wait a darn minute. Fudge huffed before pulling out the tournament rule book. A minute later, he looked up from the book. Ludo is right. Mr. Potter must compete or risk losing his magic. What? Harry blurted out before he snatched the book out of Fudge's hands and began reading. Fuck! Harry yelled out by the end of the page. Mr. Potter, language, Professor McGonagall admonished. Fuck language and its motherfucking whore of a mother. Harry snapped at her before turning back to the tournament judges, who were all looking at him with wide eyes. Which stupid fucking idiot had the fucking stupid idea to fucking bring and use the stupid fucking magical fucking goblet of magic stealing fucking fire for a fucking school tournament? Harry demanded as his green eyes narrowed. The judges and everyone else in the room could feel the magical power pouring out of Harry. If his face and words weren't enough to let them know that he was pissed off, then his magic was doing the job. Jet was on his shoulders and hissing loudly and threateningly at the judges. It was Ludo's. Fudge squeaked out as he moved behind Dumbledore. Really? Harry said in a low voice as his gaze shifted to Bagman. Harry's hair started getting pushed up by wind and his eyes looked like emerald fire. Which was probably why Bagman looked like he was going to piss himself. It was tradition, Ludo weakly said as he took a step back. He looked like he was ready to bolt from the room. The goblet's always been used in the tea tournament. It's tradition and... So it's because of tradition that I could lose my magic. One of the most important things in my life. Part of my identity. Part of who I am. And I'm going to lose it because of fucking tradition. Harry demanded as he threw the book down on the ground, wind building up around him. Harry, Angela whispered in a soft voice as she grabbed his wrist. Calm down, please calm down. I understand that you're angry, but control yourself. You're a Slytherin, don't let your anger control you. Harry growled before he took a deep breath as he closed his eyes. A few seconds later, the wind and the magic in the room died down. The judges and professors looked relieved, while the 3 champions looked worried. They felt Harry's magic and realized that that is what they have to compete with. You can expect to hear from my lawyer, Bagman, Harry told the man who was shaking in his boots. Harry turned to Professor Dumbledore. Professor, is it possible for you to write a letter to my family that explains the situation? I don't really think either of us want the Tonkses, Sirius and Lord Black to storm into the castle. Yes, Dumbledore nodded. He most definitely did not want that. I will do so when I return to my office. And when you send it, can you please send this with it? Harry asked before he handed Dumbledore a note that he had pulled out. This just says it's not my fault and is signed with your name, Dumbledore pointed out. I know, I've been keeping it in my pocket all year in case I needed it, Harry shrugged. Okay, Dumbledore nodded before he began speaking to all of the champions. For now it seems like Mr. Potter will be competing. We will look through the rules to see if there is any way to get him out of this. But until then, he is a Triwizard champion. The first task will be a test of your daring, your bravery, and your ability to think on the spot. Which is why the first task will be a surprise. You will not receive any help from any professors. The task will take place on November the 24th. You will all receive your instructions an hour before the task. Good luck, champions. Just a sec, Professor, Harry spoke. Who would I be representing? Harry asked, his Slytherin brain returning back to full strength once he was able to put his anger in the back seat. You're a Hogwarts student, Potter, Professor Snape sneered. Can't believe you forgot that. I have not forgot, Professor, Harry said with a roll of his eyes. But you surely haven't missed the fact that there are 2 Hogwarts champions. It would not be fair to have 2 champions for one school and only 1 champion for the other schools, Harry said. The 2 heads of the foreign schools were still not happy about Harry being in the tournament, but they did agree with that last part. The boy is right, Madame Maxim agreed. It's hardly fair for Hogwarts to have 2 champions. Agreed, Karkaroff nodded. Then what do you suggest? Professor McGonagall asked. How about I represent my family house instead? Harry suggested. We're already breaking tradition by having 4 champions. Why not break one more part of the Tri-Wizard tradition and have a family represented instead of a school? Think about it. Hogwarts, Durmstrang, Beauxbaton, and House Potterblack. I personally like it. You would, Snape said under his breath. Now, Mr. Potter, perhaps you could represent the Ministry in. Hell no, Harry cut Fudge off before he could finish. Harry turned to Dumbledore. How about it? He asked. If that would happen, then we would need a judge for your house. Dumbledore frowned as he took the rule book and began reading through it to see if there was a rule against it. But then his judge would vote in his favor. Madame Maxime protested. It could be argued that you would do the same for your school, Angela replied. She's right, and if everyone did that, then winner would definitely be British, seeing as there are 3 British people voting, Harry pointed out. Before the first task, perhaps, you all could take magical vows or sign magical contracts to make sure that you all judge fairly, Harry suggested. A good idea, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore smiled at him before returning his attention back to the book. I will double-check later once I have time to read the book in full, but I'm fairly sure that we can allow Mr. Potter to compete separately from Hogwarts. Great, I think I'll have Lord Black be my representative. Harry smirked at Ludo. All those who didn't know who Lord Black was were a bit confused by the look that Harry was giving Ludo, while all those who did were looking at Ludo as if he was a dead man walking. Later, when Harry was walking out of the side chamber with the other champions, he stopped at the front of the hall. Everyone looked towards him. Hey guys, just need to say a quick few things. Harry spoke. Everyone was looking towards him and giving him their full attention. Firstly, I've just found out that if I don't compete, then it's possible I will lose my magic, Harry said. Many openly gasped at that, but Harry quickly continued before anyone could interrupt. Now, obviously, I don't want that, so I'm going to compete. But I'm not going to be representing Hogwarts. Cedric Diggory was and is the rightful champion of Hogwarts. I will be representing myself and my family, which in a way is sort of representing Hogwarts when you think about it, but that's not important. Anyway, long story short, I've not entered myself, but I am competing, and please support Mr. Diggory and the other 2 champions. Thank you, Harry said before he and Angela walked towards their seats, walking past 3 stunned champions. Harry, Daphne spoke when they were walking back to the common room. Can I talk to you in private, please? She asked. Sure, Daph, Harry nodded before he turned to the others. You guys go on, me and Daph will catch up, Harry said before he and Daphne walked off towards an abandoned classroom. Once they were inside, Harry quickly put up some privacy spells. What's up? Harry asked once he was done. The second he had said that, Daphne lunged forward and pulled him into a hug, her arms wrapped around his torso as she hugged him tightly while being careful to not hurt Jet, who was still on Harry's shoulders. I'm really sorry that you're in this tournament, Daphne whispered. Thanks, Daph, Harry smiled as he hugged her back. I mean, I like the idea of competing, but no way in hell would I have done so if I knew my magic was at risk. It's not just that, Harry, Daphne said as she let go and looked at him. You could die in any of those tasks. There are many times in my life where I could have died. I was too stubborn to die when I was 12 years old and poisoned by a basilisk in Salazar Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, and I've only got more stubborn since. Harry told her with a smile. Hey, he said in a soft voice as he wiped a tear off her face. I will survive this. You had better. Daphne glared at him for a second before she shook her head. Harry, when you were gone, Tracy, and I heard Parkinson whispering things into Draco's ear, stuff like how you were trying to upstage him and so on. Thanks for letting me know. Harry frowned briefly. I'll deal with that. I know how Draco works, thank you. You're welcome, just please be careful in this tournament, Daphne begged. I want you to win, but I really want you to survive it. I will, I promise, Harry told her. I'd swear on my magic, but that would be kind of redundant. Draco, Harry said as he and Daphne came into the common room. Harry sat next to Draco and placed a hand on his shoulder. I want to thank you, Harry said. Thank me, Draco blinked. Yes, you see, Draco, I am related to the Black family through my grandmother and godfather and my adopted family. You're related to the Blacks because of your mother. Do you know what that means? Harry asked him. No, Draco admitted. It means that we are family, Harry smiled at him. It means that, unless you try to kill me, we're on the same side. And you know what I think about you, Draco? You're like the Malfoys of old. What really? Draco blushed. Of course, Harry said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Look at you, you're rich, handsome, strong, smart, and loyal enough to never betray me. An ally I would gladly call my friend. Oh, thank you, Draco smiled, his chest puffing out slightly. You're welcome. I'm sorry that you weren't entered into the tournament, but perhaps you can help me prove to Weasley and his kittens why the snakes are the superior animals. Harry grinned. Gladly, Draco grinned back. Excellent, Harry smiled. The same goes for the rest of you, Harry said. The others smiled at him, though Parkinson's was a bit forced. Harry figured that sooner or later he might have to do something about her, but that was a problem for another time. What the fuck, boy? Arcturus asked as he, Sirius, and the Tonks family were sat in a room with Harry. The group had come straight over once they found out that Harry had been entered into the tournament and had just finished listening to Harry explain what had just happened. That's not how I would have put it, but yes, what the hell? Ted asked. It was not my fault, Harry replied. Yes, we got that from your note. Tonks rolled her eyes. But what the fuck? She said. At this point, Andromeda didn't even bother trying to correct her language. I don't know, like I said. All I know is that I didn't enter the tournament, and then my name somehow came out. Harry sighed. After that, I was just working on damage control. I swore the oath to prove I didn't do it. Then we went into the side chamber, where you were nearly about to murder Ludo Bagman, Sirius commented. He was very lucky that Angela was there, Harry growled. But long story short, I have to compete, and I'm representing the House of Potter and Black. Lord Black, I'd love it if you'd be my representative and tournament judge. Why me? Arcturus asked, raising an eyebrow. For a few reasons. One is because you're respected and not someone who people mess with. True, Arcturus nodded. Secondly, because I trust you to make sure that there is no funny business going on with the judges. It's not like Fudge is going to be brave enough to try anything if you're there. True, Arcturus agreed. But the main reason is because I really want you to scare and torment the shit out of Bagman for risking your heir's magic for a fucking school tournament when he could have just drew names out of a hat, had competitions, or chosen any of the hundreds of other simpler, smarter, and safer ways to choose a champion. Harry admitted. Fair enough, I'm in, Arcturus grunted. He was about to say more when Jet began hissing. What's the snake saying? He asked. Oh, he wants to know if he can have Bagman's body once you're done with him, Harry answered. Chapter 63. Harry mentally sighed as he walked down the hallway along with Colin Creevy, or Creepy, as Harry mentally referred to him. Harry had been in potions class a few minutes ago, only for Creepy to enter and say that Harry's attendance was apparently required for an event involving the tournament. Snape hadn't been happy about the interruption, but then again neither was Harry. Snape might be an asshole, but Harry takes his education seriously. Apparently, Harry had to attend something called the weighing of the wands ceremony. I still can't believe you're a champion, Colin gushed as he walked alongside Harry. Should I kill him? Jet asked. No, he'll haunt us from your body. Harry sighed before he turned to Colin, who had finally stopped talking. Tell me, do you think about me at night? Harry asked. No, not really. Sometimes in the day. Colin shrugged, seeing nothing wrong with that question. Praise for Merlin for small miracles, Harry said under his breath. Now do me a favor and be quiet before I have my snake strangle you. Really? Colin asked. Apparently that excited him for some reason. Oh great, he's a pervert and a masochist. I'm not touching that. Jet hissed just as Harry arrived outside of the room he was supposed to be in. All right, Colin, it was nice talking to you. Let's continue this conversation never, Harry said before he entered the room and quickly closed the door before Creepy could reply. Once Harry was inside, he saw the three champions talking together on one side of the room. On the other side of the room, there were three people. One seemed to be a photographer. The other was a female journalist with curly blonde hair. too much makeup, and green clothes. There was one more person who happened to be here. "Oh, hello, Mr. Potter," Ludo said in a quiet voice as he nervously walked over to Harry. Dumbledore is bringing the expert. The weighing ceremony is about to begin soon. It's a long-standing tradition of the tournament." "Oh, I just love those," Harry said in a sarcastic voice as he glared at Bagman. Yes, well," Ludo coughed before he continued speaking. Ludo found himself cut off as Jet, who was still on Harry's shoulders, began hissing loudly at the former beater. What did he say?" Ludo asked. "Hungry," Harry half whispered, half growled, as he continued to look at Ludo like he was a bug that he wanted to stomp on. "Continue speaking," Harry said before Bagman could reply. Right," Ludo gulped before continuing. "Well, there just needs to be a small photo shoot and interview with the Daily Prophet," Ludo said just as the reporter woman walked over. "This is Rita Skeeter from the Daily Prophet." "I was wondering if I could have a moment alone with Mr. Potter," Rita said, eyeing Harry like he was a juicy bit of meat. "You know, the youngest champion in history, add a nice little bit of color to the article." "Oh, of course," Ludo said, his mouth unfortunately engaging before his brain. "I don't recall giving you permission to speak for me," Harry said in a cold voice. "First you risk my magic and then you speak for me. Perhaps you'd want to take control of my money while you're at it." "Oh, I'm sorry," Ludo quickly apologized. "I imagine so," Harry said before turning to Rita. "Miss Skeeter, you may not know this, but due to the incompetence of Mr. Bagman and those who helped organize the tournament, I have been entered against my will and am not at the risk of losing my magic, which is why I am going to be suing the second this tournament is over." "Really?" Rita asked, looking like she struck a gold mine. "Yes, I'm telling you this because I trust that you are kind enough to understand the position I'm in." If he was being honest, he didn't think that she was kind enough to understand the position he was in, which is why he added the next part. "Of course, I also understand that you're smart enough to now imply or write truths about the person who is the Lord of the Potter family and heir to the Black family, two families that could easily buy the Daily Prophet, especially when that person is living with a lawyer." Harry finished with a smile. Right, of course, I understand," Rita said with a forced smile. She had been in the business long enough to know when to play along. All she would have to do is bide her time until she learnt enough Potter, then it would be her who would be in control. At that moment, Professor Dumbledore entered the room along with Mr. Ollivander and the other tournament judges, including Fudge and Arcturus. As soon as Arcturus entered, the majority of people in the room could have sworn they felt a cold breeze pass through them. Arcturus's eyes immediately narrowed when he spotted Ludo. "Oh, forgive me, I forgot something. I'll be back in a moment," Ludo said before he quickly ran out of the room. "He's not coming back, is he?" Cedric asked. "Most likely not," Dumbledore said in a cheery voice. "Now Mr. Ollivander here is the country's best wand maker. He's here to inspect your wands and make sure that they are all in perfect working condition. We can start whenever you are ready," he told Ollivander. "Thank you, Albus," Ollivander nodded to him. "Ladies first," he said before gesturing Fleur to come over. She did so, pulling her wand out before stopping in front of him. She placed the wand in his hands and watched as he began examining it. Interesting. 9.5 inches, flexible, with rosewood. Oh, and this core is very interesting. A hair from a villa, my grandmother's," Fleur said in her heavily accented voice. "I have never used villa hair myself, but if you find it works for you." Ollivander trailed off and produced a bunch of flowers with the wand. "It works perfectly, excellent condition, Miss Delacour," he said as he handed the flowers and wand to her. She took them with a smile before going back to her spot. And next we have Mr. Crumb," he said as Crumb stopped in front of him and handed him a wand. "Oh, this is a very interesting wand. Dragon string and hornbeam, very good condition. Avies!" A bird shot out and flew around the room before Ollivander waved the wand to get rid of it. "An excellent wand, Mr. Crumb," he said as he handed it back to Victor. "Sir," Cedric greeted when he stepped forwards after Crumb had moved back to his position. Ah, Mr. Diggory, Ollivander smiled. I know this is one of mine, he said as Cedric handed him his wand. 12.5 inches with unicorn hair, surprisingly springy, it's in fine condition. I trust you treat it regularly, he asked. Of course, sir, Cedric grinned. Polished it last night. Good boy, Ollivander nodded. He handed the wand back to Cedric after creating some sparks with it. Ah, and here comes our fourth champion, Ollivander said when Harry stopped in front of him. Sir, Harry nodded before handing him his wand. Ah, here's one that I will never forget, Ollivander said as he began examining it. This is undoubtedly one of the most powerful wands I will ever have the fortune of creating. 14 inches, made of yew with the horn of a horned serpent and the tail of a thunderbird. At this point, the other champions were looking at Harry with disbelief. Yew wands were known to be powerful wands. So were wands with thunderbird tail feathers. So imagine their shock when the boy who has a lot of magical power happens to have a yew wand with not just a thunderbird tail, but also a second core. They could almost feel their chances of winning dying. Excellent condition, Mr. Potter, Ollivander said as he handed the wand back to Harry after creating some wine. Is it time for photos? Ludo Bagman asked as his head leaned into the room. Arcturus growled and the door slammed shut as Ludo ran away again. Angela, Daphne asked as she and Tracy stopped in front of Angela, who was sat on a chair and reading a book. Do you know where Harry has gone? She asked. It was late and Harry had left the common room earlier, but had not come back despite it being past curfew. No, I don't, Angela sighed as she looked up. He didn't tell me. I hope he comes back soon. He shouldn't be out so late, Tracy said, biting down on her lower lip with worry. Angela was cut off as Harry entered the room. He walked over and sat down next to Angela before letting out a deep breath. Fucking hell, he groaned. Harry, forgive the stupid question, but are you okay? Tracy asked. Lord Black had called me. He found out what they would be making us do in the first task, Harry said after putting up a couple of privacy spells. He said that Crumb and Delacour would be told by their heads. Apparently cheating is sort of an unofficial tradition, so he had Hagrid take me to see what they've got. I'm going to tell Cedric tomorrow. Why? Daphne asked. If he doesn't know, then you have a better chance of winning. I know, Harry sighed. But if I know the tasks and beat him when he doesn't, then I will always wonder if he could have beaten me if he did. I want to earn it. Plus, this could actually kill him, and he hasn't really done anything to me that makes me want him dead. Not yet, at least. The girls rolled their eyes at that. On the one hand, it was a very Gryffindor and Hufflepuffish move. But on the other hand, it was also perfectly what they would expect from Harry. Harry let out a deep breath. He was packing around Harry in the champion's tent. Today was the day of the first task. The task was being held in a specially prepared clearing in the Forbidden Forest. The students were all sat in the stadium, while Harry and the other champions were waiting in the champion's tent. Crumb was leaning against a post, looking very unhappy. Fleur was moving back and forth in a straight line, while Cedric looked like he was going to be sick. At this point, Harry wished he was allowed to have his sword with him as a backup, but only wands were allowed. Harry wisely gave his wrist bracelet to Angela to look after earlier on. It was a good thing that he did, since each champion was checked for magical devices and potions as soon as they had entered. Fleur was wearing blue trousers along with a blue jacket over a white shirt. Cedric wore yellow and black robes, while Crumb had gone for red and black. Harry was wearing black dragonhide boots and trousers that he had gotten from Tonks. He had a gray shirt on, and over it, he was wearing a nifty black dragonhide jacket that he had also gotten from Tonks. It was all black apart from the 4 green painted fangs that were on it, 2 coming down from the shoulders and stopping at the bottom of the chest, while another 2 rose up from the waist and stopped just a short distance from the top 2. Harry heard a voice call him as Daphne sneaked into the tent. What are you doing here? Harry asked as he stepped in front of her. I just wanted to see you, Daphne admitted before she hugged him. I want you to remember what you promised me. I will, Harry said as he hugged her back. I'm going to survive this, if only to keep you happy. Harry smiled as he kissed the top of her head just as Jet moved from Harry's shoulders and onto Daphne's. "All right, look after him. I'll pick him up when I come back," Harry said as the two let go of each other. "You had better." Daphne gave him a teary smile. "Where's Angela?" she asked. "I told her to stay with Lord Black and to help him out if he needs anything. Me and her talked already. She said pretty much the same as you," Harry replied. "Where's Tracy?" Harry asked. "Oh, she's probably gone back to the stands. I asked her to create a distraction so I could come and see you," Daphne admitted. "You're both amazing," Harry smiled at her. "Now go before you get caught." "I had better see you later, Harry," she said as she left the tent. "Count on it," Harry said under his breath. 10 minutes later, Rita Skeeter and her photographer arrived. She tried to get some quotes from the champions, but none of them were really in the mood for that. Thankfully, they were saved when the judges arrived a short while later, with the noticeable exception of Bagman. Harry raised an eyebrow towards Arcturus. The man met Harry's questioning look with a smirk. "Gather around, champions," Dumbledore said. "Now I can take it from here," Fudge said before standing pompously in front of the champions. "Now, champions, the first task is straightforward," he said as he held up a brown bag. "I have 3 more of these bags. In each bag there is a miniature model of a magical creature. Each creature will be guarding a key. It is your job to get all 4 keys. The first 3 will give you a certain amount of points, and the last is so you may unlock a very important clue to the next task. I wouldn't give you high chances of winning the second task if you don't get past this one. Once you have all had a turn, you will come back to this tent, and if you can still compete, then you will pick another animal. Now, Miss Delacour, you will go first." Fleur gulped before reaching into the bag. A second later, she pulled out a mini mountain troll, with the number 2 painted on its stomach. She experienced mixed feelings. A mountain troll was dangerous, but she knew it could have been much worse. She didn't notice Fudge was staring at her, though the man did move on when Dumbledore coughed. "And now, Mr. Crumb," Fudge said as he held the bag in front of Crumb. Crumb reached in, and a second later he pulled out a Cerberus model with a 3 painted on its back. "Oh, good luck with that," he said before Cedric dug his hand in. When he pulled his hand out, he was holding a regular spider with a 1 painted on it. "We lost the Acromantula model," Fudge admitted when Cedric looked confused. Cedric's eyes widened, knowing Acromantula were giant spiders that could grow to the size of horses, and some even grew bigger. "And now, Mr. Potter," Fudge coughed as he held the bag in front of Harry. "Please be a snake," Harry said under his breath before he reached in and pulled out his creature. In his hand was a model of a minotaur with the number 4 painted on. "Honestly, not as bad as I thought it would be." "Good luck, champions," Fudge said. "Ahem," Dumbledore coughed as he held up a circular piece of glass. "Oh, right," Fudge nodded to him before turning to the others. "Do all of you know about 2-way mirrors?" he asked. When the champions nodded, he continued speaking. "Well, there are a couple of these mirrors connected to a few bigger mirrors outside. These will fly around and follow you, so we will be able to keep up with all the action and make sure there is no cheating going on. Now, Mr. Diggory, you drew number 1, so you'll go first, followed by Miss Delacour, then Mr. Crumb, and then Mr. Potter, and we'll keep that order for the rest of the task. Good luck, champions." Eventually, it was Harry's turn to come out. When he walked into the stadium, he found himself stood in an environment where the floor was made up of stone, and many large rocks boulders were scattered around. As soon as Harry entered, he heard a lot of cheering for him. He was tempted to smile and wave, but knew that it would be much better if he stayed focused. Harry turned to his right when he heard a snort. Standing a short distance away was the Minotaur. It had the torso of a human, but also had the lower half and head of a bull. It was about 9 feet tall and held a large axe in its left hand and a large hammer in the right hand. Its red eyes narrowed at Harry. "I thought you'd be bigger," Harry calmly stated, smothering down his fear. "I don't want to fight you, just let me do what I came to do and I'll leave," Harry said. From his research, he had learnt that the Minotaur should have at least some intelligence, and hopefully enough to be able to understand Harry. The Minotaur grunted before it used its hammer to smash a boulder. It kicked the biggest remaining piece at Harry. Harry's wand shot into his hand, and he blasted the piece out of the sky. "That's what I get for trying to be nice. All right, bring it, you asshole," Harry said. The Minotaur roared at Harry. "Oh, so you can understand me. In that case, I want to let you know that your mother's a whore. A Mino-whore." The Minotaur roared again, before it charged towards Harry. "Probably shouldn't have said that. Ah, well, no regrets," Harry whispered to himself before he aimed his wand at the Minotaur. Chapter 64. Harry dodged the swinging hammer by changing into a cat. He quickly ran between the Minotaur's legs and stopped a small distance away before turning back into his human form. He fired a stunning spell at the Minotaur's back. The Minotaur grunted but didn't show any visible reaction beyond shrugging his shoulders. He turned around and glared at Harry. "Magically resistant," Harry noted. "Either that or he's too thick." "This is already shaping up to be an interesting bout." Ludo Bagman's voice was heard via the microphone in his hand. He had happily accepted the position of commentator. "And Mr. Potter starts off amazingly with an animagus transformation followed by a stunner. Shame it didn't work." The Minotaur roared and charged at Harry with surprising speed for one so big. It swung its axe at Harry, who fell back in an attempt to avoid it, which worked. Barely. As Harry landed on his back, he looked up and saw the Minotaur raise his hammer. Harry quickly fired a blasting spell at the hammer. He had managed to push it back, but hadn't been able to send it out of the Minotaur's hand. Harry shuffled backwards as the Minotaur raised his axe and swung down. Harry waved his wand and was able to knock the axe to the side so it crashed into the ground next to him. Harry managed to get to his feet just as the Minotaur raised his hammer again. Harry rolled out of the way, barely avoiding getting crushed. Harry got to the feet as the Minotaur pulled his weapons from the ground. Harry fired a cutting curse at the Minotaur, followed by a piercing curse. The cutting curse hit its arm while the piercing curse struck its chest. Unfortunately for Harry, they didn't seem to do much damage. They clearly hurt the Minotaur, but not enough to stop him. Harry quickly crouched down as he waved his wand around himself, creating a glowing golden dome that covered him. The hammer smashed against the dome, causing it to shake, but it did not break. Next came the axe. It had the same result. The Minotaur roared and began pounding at the dome repeatedly with both of his weapons. Harry gritted his teeth as he felt his body shake, but he kept focused on the shield. This was a spell that Salazar had created. Back in his time, the Muggles would mostly rely on close-range weapons and would try to smash, punch, kick, and stab an enemy to death. This shield absorbed the energy from physical attacks. Thought it wasn't really designed to absorb attacks from a Minotaur. Despite that it continued to work, Harry could feel the energy building. The Minotaur raised both of its weapons in the air so he could slam down on Harry's shield. At that moment, Harry quickly crossed his arms before he spread them outwards with a shout. The shield burst outwards, sending a golden wave that sent the Minotaur flying backwards. It even had pushed back the audience, causing those who weren't sitting to fall back into their seats. Harry let out a deep breath before he spotted the downed Minotaur. Harry quickly got to work and sent several ropes and chains to tie down the Minotaur. Once Harry was done with that, he quickly raised his wand. "Accio Triwizard Key," he said. A second later, a key flew out from a rock and landed in Harry's hands. "Got it," Harry grinned. "And it seems our youngest champion has got his key in record time. Now all he has to do is get back to the exit to complete the task." Ludo's magically amplified voice echoed all around. Harry pocketed the key and was about to make his way to the exit when he heard a grunt. Harry turned around and saw that the Minotaur was standing up, broken bits of rope and chains hanging off him as he picked up his weapons. "Oh, fuck off," Harry groaned. The Minotaur roared and chucked his axe at Harry. Harry quickly transformed into his cat form, allowing the axe to fly over his head and crash into a rock. Harry ran towards the exit. Hopping the rocks would provide him with sufficient cover. He saw the exit and was seconds away from reaching it when a large boulder flew overhead and crashed in front of him. His eyes widened as he slid to a halt. The boulder was big enough that it actually blocked the exit. Harry turned back when he saw the Minotaur charging towards him. He didn't have time to move the boulder with the Minotaur trying to break his neck. Cat Harry hissed before charging towards him. At this point, everyone was looking at him like he was crazy. After all, he was charging at a Minotaur while in the form of a cat. Though not everyone, the more level-headed members of the audience remembered exactly what form he had. Once the two got close enough, Harry turned into his tiger form and jumped onto the side of a nearby boulder as the Minotaur's eyes widened. Harry leaped off the boulder and tackled the Minotaur from the side, managing to knock his hammer out of his hand. Harry tried to bite down and claw at the Minotaur. He was able to hurt it quite a bit but was eventually thrown off. Harry's back hit another boulder, but he powered through the pain when he saw the Minotaur starting to stand up. Harry changed into his saber-tooth form and tackled it back down before it could get all the way up. Harry knew that the saber-tooth's teeth were actually not its main weapon, as they were surprisingly brittle and easily broken, so he tried to claw at the Minotaur's neck. He managed to cut it, but he hadn't got deep enough. The Minotaur managed to get his feet under Harry's belly and pushed, sending Harry flying upwards. Harry landed on his back a meter or so past the Minotaur. He coughed as he turned back into his human form. He blinked his eyes, and a second later he saw the Minotaur standing up. "You're a stubborn bastard, aren't you?" Harry said as he got up. He couldn't help but hold some respect in his voice for the Minotaur. It might not be human, but it wasn't giving up, and Harry could respect that. "Sorry, but it's time to end this," Harry said before he aimed his wand behind him, and without looking he summoned the axe. The Minotaur roared and charged towards Harry. Just before it reached him, Harry jumped to the side. At that moment, the axe crashed into the Minotaur's stomach. It grunted as it took a few steps back. Harry quickly blasted the axe so it pushed further into the Minotaur. Harry blasted it again, so it went even further in. The Minotaur fell to his knees, blood pouring down the axe and towards the floor. Harry looked around and blasted a couple of boulders into pieces. He waved his wand and animated the pieces into a large snake. The snake slithered forward, and Harry cast some hardening charms on the mouth of it. The snake lunged towards the Minotaur and wrapped its mouth around the Minotaur's neck. A second later, the crowd gasped as a snap was heard. Harry stopped the animation spell, causing the rocks to fall into pieces. Harry didn't show any reaction to this. He simply walked past the body and towards the exit. He cast a spell to lighten the boulder before he levitated it out of the way. Harry most definitely felt bad about killing the Minotaur. It's not like it wanted to join this tournament, as far as Harry was aware. But it was a threat, and Harry wasn't going to give it the chance to kill him. He walked out of the stadium and straight towards the tent as he heard Bagman praising him. "Our youngest champion has just left the stadium with an excellent time. He was also so far the only champion who has killed their opponent. He has made great use of his animagus form, which I have been informed by Professor Dumbledore is in fact a tricat, a rare animal that can shift between 3 feline forms. Interesting, he also made great use of animation charms. Now Mr. Potter will go off and rest, and once we're ready, we'll have Mr. Diggory come out and face his next opponent." "Mr. Potter, are you all right?" Madame Pomfrey asked as he entered the champion's tent. "Peachy," Harry said in a dry voice, which apparently wasn't good enough for her, as she began casting a myriad of diagnostic spells before he could even continue. "I was thrown around and I have a few bruises, but other than that I'm fine." "I will be the judge of that," she huffed before she finished casting spells. You do have a few bruises. Luckily, that's all there is." "A few bruises? Never would have guessed," Harry said in a mock-surprised voice as Madame Pomfrey ignored him before she began casting healing spells. Harry looked around. He saw that the other champions appeared to be much the same as him. So far, nobody had gotten hurt badly. "The bruises should be better. Normally, at this point, I would advise rest, but unfortunately stupid tournaments are apparently more important than your health," she said in a disapproving voice. "Oh, you can join me in the Bagman Haters Club." Harry laughed as he put an arm around her shoulder. "You want to join? You'd be the first member, probably not the last." "I will consider it, Mr. Potter," she said in an amused voice as she pushed his arm off her. "Though please do try and limit how much damage you receive." Do you believe I get hurt on purpose?" Harry raised an eyebrow at her. She didn't respond. Instead, she walked off while muttering things that sounded a lot just like his father. At that moment, somebody else walked into tent. It was somebody that Harry did not expect to see. "Percy Weasley, what the fuck are you doing here?" Harry asked. Last year was supposed to be Percy's last year at Hogwarts. I was working for Mr. Crouch before his unfortunate arrest, Percy said, looking like he wanted to both glare at Harry and tell him off for his language. Since he was not able to be here, I am here to assist the judges, Percy said. He didn't mention that he had no idea what would happen to his career after the tournament was over. Percy pulled out a brown bag. Now, all of you must pick your next opponent. This time Crumb picked first since he was the closest to Percy, and it didn't really matter since he was going to go third anyway. When Crumb pulled his hand out, he had a small yeti in his hands. Next was Fleur de Lacquer. Her eyes widened when she saw a Welsh green dragon. It was arguably the tamest and least deadly of the dragons, but it was still a dragon. Still, she managed to ease her nerves by reminding herself that she didn't have to fight it, just get past it. Next was Cedric's turn. He pulled out another dragon, this one being a Swedish short snout. His reaction was much like Fleur's, except with a lot more sweating. Harry sighed as he reached in. He pulled out the model and looked at it. The creature in his hand had the head of a human, the body of a lion, and the tail of a scorpion, except the tail's size matched the body it belonged to. Harry's eyes widened as he realized he had just picked a manticore. Even the other champions looked at him with shock. A manticore's skin repelled all known charms, so it was extremely difficult to subdue a manticore with magic. It was known to be capable of human speech, and was considered a sentient beast, despite that it was extremely violent and dangerous. And only the bravest, or if we're being honest, stupidest wizards and witches would ever willingly go against one. Harry really couldn't believe that they were part of this tournament. Are you shitting me? Harry breathed as he looked at Percy. You can just not complete the task. Percy shrugged. That's what he would do. He might have been a Gryffindor at school, but there was no way in hell that he would ever fight a manticore, not even at his bravest. Some would call it brave, others would call it stupid, but Harry did later go out to complete the task. Harry wasn't just representing himself in this tournament. It didn't matter if he wanted to enter or not. He was now representing his family. Both of his families, and Harry would be damned if he quit even one of his tasks because he was sacred. This time when Harry entered, he couldn't help but notice the shields around the stadium to protect the crowd. Were they just put in recently, or were they always there, and Harry simply didn't notice? He wasn't sure, but dismissed that train of thought to remind himself how stupid he was to willingly enter into a stadium with a manticore. Mum, Dad, I blame this stupidity on the Gryffindor genes you gave me, Harry said under his breath. Harry rolled his shoulders as his wand came into his hand when a door on the other side of the stadium opened. The crowd gasped when they saw a manticore strut out from the door. The manticore looked around. It may have had the face of a human, but its teeth were not teeth that belonged to a human's mouth. They were all razor sharp and about as pointy as a dagger. The manticore stopped looking around when it saw Harry. And look, the manticore spoke in a soft voice, everyone hearing what it said thanks to the mirrors, and the fact that nobody was willing to make a noise in case they missed something or attract the attention of the manticore. Prey walks willingly into my hunting ground. I'm not the prey, mate, Harry said after taking a small breath. I don't want to fight you. I imagine you wouldn't, the manticore growled as he licked his lips. Over in the judges' seats, Ludo was face to face with Arcturus Black. The reason behind that was because Arcturus had grabbed him by the collar of his robes with one hand and pulled the former beater so close that they were only a short distance away from kissing. Not that Ludo would have done that. One reason was because he was into women. Thank you very much. The second reason was because he knew that if he kissed Lord Black then he'd probably lose his lips or his life. Most likely both. What in the everlasting fuck were you thinking when you put my air in a stadium with a fucking manticore? Arcturus asked in a deceptively calm voice. His voice might have been calm, but his face made it clear that he was a very short amount of restraint away from killing Ludo right there and then. Come on, Ludo stuttered, suddenly finding it very difficult to breath. The tournament's all about entertaining the people, and I just thought that. Shut your mouth, Lord Black cut him off, having grown tired of him. I want you to listen to me, and listen very carefully. Before this tournament is done, I want you to get all of your affairs in order. Don't try and escape the country because I will find you, and that will just piss me off even more. When this tournament is done, the first thing I am going to do is sue you so hard and so bad that any remaining family members you have will not even be able to afford the paper bag that I'm going to put your ashes in." He growled as he let go of Ludo, who fell into his seat. The other judges didn't say anything, but they did look at Ludo, who was looking like he had just been kissed by a Dementor. Karkaroff and Madame Maxime nervously shifted away, mentally nodding to not get on Lord Black's bad side. Dumbledore gave Ludo a pitying look before he turned his attention back to the stadium. "Why on earth do people keep insisting on messing with the Blacks and Potters?" Dumbledore mentally thought. "I don't want to hurt you," Harry said, wand ready in his hand. "Hurt me?" the Manticore scoffed. "You're an amusing little two-legs, much better than the last ones I've met. They're all, oh, contain it. Get away, and look out, Mike. Oh, and we mustn't forget, oh no, he's got Mike. Tell me, little human, do you believe you pose a challenge to me?" "I'm very stubborn," Harry warned him. "Let's test that." The Manticore growled before he charged towards Harry, roaring as he headed towards Harry with frightening speed. "Come on," Harry said under his breath. A second later, the Manticore got a few meters away and pounced towards Harry. Harry shifted into his cat form. The Manticore went over his head. Having not expected the sudden change in size of his prey, Harry turned into his saber-tooth form not even a second later, and threw the Manticore, who hadn't yet totally jumped past Harry. The Manticore landed on his back just as Harry changed back into his human form. Harry aimed his wand at the Manticore and green gas shot out of it, covering the Manticore before it could stand up. Once it was sufficiently covered, Harry rushed backwards and shot a spark into the gas, causing it to burst into flames. The crowd gasped, but Harry kept moving back. "Oh, you are indeed an interesting two-legs," the Manticore said as the smoke cleared away. He looked completely unharmed and had a wide and unsettling grin on his face. "You're smaller, but I bet you'll taste so much nicer than Mike," the Manticore roared before he charged towards Harry. Harry flicked his wand and a lightning whip shot out from it. Harry waved the whip around before it shot towards the Manticore. It wrapped around its neck. The Manticore stopped and snarled at Harry. After a few seconds, it charged towards him. Harry abandoned the whip and twirled his wand, building up air as he did so. Once the Manticore was close enough, Harry waved his wand upwards and the Manticore flew back and landed on his back, but quickly rolled to a standing position and charged again. This time it stopped a short distance in front of Harry and thrust its tail towards him. Harry wanted nothing to do with that since he knew that that tail was instant death. Harry managed to create a small shield on the tip of his wand and batted the tip of the tail to the side. The tail swung back towards him. Harry ducked under it before he did a rather Gryffindor's move and jumped towards the Manticore and hit it the nose with a jumping knee. Harry figured that human face meant human face pain, even if it could take more pain than a human could. Harry quickly followed up by turning into his tiger form and scratched the Manticore across the face before he changed into a kitten and ran under it. He stopped under its belly before he changed into a saber-tooth. His new size forced the Manticore's lower half up and forwards, causing the Manticore to land face first on the floor. Harry changed back into his cat form and quickly ran off to hide behind a rock. Once Harry was out of sight, he changed back into a kitten and cast a disillusionment charm on himself, which made him invisible. And an advanced charm from Mr. Potter. Ludo's voice was heard. He had apparently recovered enough to actually speak. "You'll pay for that, two-legs," the Manticore growled as he got back onto all four paws. He began walking around the arena. "You will die, that is not up for debate. My skin is impenetrable. My teeth are daggers, my claws are powerful, and my tail is death," the Manticore said before he suddenly stopped. His tail wrapped around a large rock. He picked it up and tossed it in what appeared to be a random direction. The rock smashed against a boulder. Shards of the rock flew outwards, including one that knocked Harry over. He had been able to dodge the rock, but not the shard that struck him on the side of the head. Harry was on the floor, blood dripping out of the right side of his head. "And my senses are better than yours," the Manticore finished. Harry grunted as he pushed his face off the ground. He shook his head, and once his vision cleared up, he looked around and saw the Manticore calmly walking towards him. "Give up two legs, I'll make it painless," "Well, I'll try," he said, eyeing Harry like he was a delicious piece of meat, which he actually was as far as the manticore was concerned. "I would, but stubborn," Harry reminded him as he pushed himself onto his knees. "At least you won't die a coward," the manticore said in a voice that held a small modicum of respect. The manticore charged at him. "Lumos Maxima," Harry yelled out. The manticore closed his eyes when the bright light shined out of Harry's wand. Harry rolled to the side and the manticore crashed face first into the rock behind Harry. It shook his head and quickly recovered before it tried to take a swipe at Harry with his claws. Harry jumped back and fell on his back. His eyes went towards his jacket, and the manticore had actually managed to cut it a little, leaving 3 thin claw marks across the stomach his jacket, which was pretty surprising since this was a dragon hide jacket. Harry shook off his shock and sent a blasting curse to push the manticore back enough for Harry's next spell. An arrow shot out of Harry's wand and pierced the manticore's left eye. "Fuck!" it shouted as it let out a pained scream. "You dare!" it roared before it lunged at Harry. Harry created the same impact shield that he had used on the Minotaur. The manticore slammed against it repeatedly before Harry released the energy from it, sending the manticore crashing against a rock a short distance away. Once again, the manticore quickly recovered and charged towards Harry. Harry still hadn't been able to stand up as he had been too busy defending himself. Harry quickly aimed his wand behind him. A rope shot out and pierced through a boulder a short distance away. Harry then aimed his wand at himself, and the rope wrapped around his waist. The manticore had leapt towards him just as the rope pulled him away. Unfortunately, it dragged him painfully across the ground, but fortunately the dragon hide reduced the damage, and it was far better than being under a manticore. Harry cut the rope and used the momentum to roll back to his feet. Harry quickly cast another animation spell, this time turning several large rocks into a large feline which charged towards the manticore. As the manticore fought against his animated creation, Harry quickly began analyzing it. "Come on, brain," Harry thought as he watched the fight. "I've been really nice to you over the years, please help me out." Within a minute, the manticore had completely smashed apart Harry's creation. Harry could have remade it but decided not to. He already worked out how to beat the creature. "Thanks, brain." Harry could have sworn he heard a "you're welcome." Harry laughed out loudly, attracting the attention of the pissed-off manticore who still had an arrow in one of his eyes. The whole crowd was now looking at him like he had lost his mind. "Why are you laughing?" the manticore growled as he walked forwards. It vexed him beyond words that a simple human could cause him so much trouble. "Last chance," Harry said as he stopped laughing and looked at the manticore with a serious expression. "Give up, or I will kill you," he said. There was so much confidence in his voice that even the manticore stopped in his tracks to join everyone in looking at Harry with disbelief. "You'll try," the manticore said before he charged towards Harry. "I'll succeed," Harry said before he cast a disillusionment spell on himself again. The manticore stopped and tried to sniff out Harry. It didn't work as this time Harry had added a silencing spell and a spell to hide his scent. "Come out 2 legs," the manticore shouted. A second later, 2 pairs of chains shot out. The first pair wrapped around the manticore's front legs, tying them together, the next pair around the back legs. They followed by 2 ropes, the first wrapping around the front and the second around the back. The manticore had managed to barely stay standing when suddenly another rope shot out, except this one didn't wrap itself around the manticore's legs. No, this one attached itself to the head of the manticore's tail, with one end whole, the other end wrapped around the manticore's torso. "No," the manticore cried. He was about to break the ropes, starting with the one that was pulling his tail towards his body. But he soon became distracted. What by? Oh, just the arrow that pierced his second eye. The manticore screamed in pain just as Harry became visible a meter away from it. Harry rushed towards the manticore and changed into his saber-tooth form before he tackled it to the ground. Once it was down, he used all of his strength to help push the tail head towards its body. "No." The manticore cried out when it could feel the tip reaching closer to his back. The beast managed to snap the chains and ropes on his legs. Harry quickly turned back into his human form and let out a large yell as he put all of his effort into blasting the tail head into the manticore. A second later, the manticore's eyes widened as he felt his tail pierce through him. He stopped moving as he died not even a second later. Harry gasped and panted as he allowed himself to fall down next to him. The crowd were all stunned as they looked at the boy who managed to kill a fucking manticore. Several seconds later, Harry sat up and looked at the manticore. He cast a diagnostic spell to make sure it was definitely dead. And guess what? It was. That was for Mike, whoever the fuck he is. Harry grunted as he stood up. He summoned the key towards his hands and began walking towards the exit. "Ladies and gentlemen," Ludo spoke in an odd tone. "Shut the fuck up, Ludo," Harry called out before exiting. The crowd were all silent except for one. "Yeah, fuck that guy," Jet hissed loudly. Chapter 65. Harry gritted his teeth as he slowly walked into the tent where the other champions were. Once he got in, he looked around. Crumb had a small bandage on his wrist. Delacour looked fine, except her clothes were slightly burnt. Diggory undoubtedly looked the worst. His entire right arm was covered in bandages as he laid down on a bed. "What happened to you?" Harry asked Cedric, drawing the attention of the champions. "You're alive," Cedric breathed as he and the other champions looked at him. "Clearly." Harry nodded just as Madame Pomfrey entered the tent and rushed over to him. "Mr. Potter, you're bleeding," she said as she guided him to a nearby bed. "Clearly," Harry repeated as he sat on it while she waved her wand over his head. "A manticore of all things," she hissed, sounding angrier than Harry had ever heard her. "I cannot believe that you actually managed to get past one," she added. "How did you do it?" Crumb asked. He and the other champions weren't able to watch the other champions compete in the task. "Distracted it?" he asked. "Killed it," Harry answered, wincing slightly when he felt the tip of Madame Pomfrey's wand touch the area near his cut. You killed it," Madame Pomfrey gasped as the other champions looked at him like he wasn't human. But it's a manticore." "I am well aware of that," Harry said before he gestured to his cut. That seemed to snap Madame Pomfrey out of her shock, and she quickly returned her focus to healing him. How did you do it?" Fleur Delacour asked. "2 arrows into its eyes, plus I tied it up before I knocked onto its side and forced it to stab itself with its own tail. Then I summoned the key and left," Harry answered. The other 3 champions exchanged looks, all silently agreeing that their chances of winning the tournament had decreased a lot the second Harry Potter was put in the tournament. "What happened to you?" Harry asked Cedric. Oh, I tried to distract the dragon," Cedric sighed. "It didn't work properly and my whole arm got burnt, so did my wand," he said, a sad and disappointed expression on his face. "Wait, you can summon the key?" Fleur asked. "Why not just do that in the first place? Then you do not have to fight the creatures." "Can't," Harry sighed as Madame Pomfrey left to go get some potions. "I asked Lord Black about the task earlier. He mentioned that there's an anti-summoning charm on the key that's tied to each creature. As long as they're conscious, you won't be able to summon it." "Oh," she said, sounding very disappointed. "Time to choose your next opponents," Percy said when he entered the tent later, once again holding a bag. The champions were about as healed as Madame Pomfrey was able to make them in the limited time she had. "Mr. Diggory cannot compete in the next task," Madame Pomfrey told Percy. "His arm requires serious attention, and he no longer has a wand." "My condolences," Percy nodded to Cedric, who gave a small nod back. "But the other champions can, so let's begin," he said. This time it was Fleur who went first. She reached her hand in and pulled out a sphinx. It was Crumb. He pulled out a dragon. The dragon model in his hand was a Chinese fireball. Next it was Harry's turn. He took in a deep breath and reached in. He let out a small grunt when he felt something bite his hand. He pulled the model out and had another dragon, except this one was very different from Crumb's. This dragon had black scales and was lizard-like in appearance. It also had yellow eyes, with vertical pupils like a cat's, bronze horns along with bronze spikes that stuck out from its long tail which it would gladly deploy in combat. Harry's dragon was a Hungarian horntail, the most dangerous and violent of all known dragon breeds. "You're fucking kidding me, right?" Harry sighed. while Madame Pomfrey started ranting under her breath about stupid tournaments. "No jokes, Mr. Potter," Percy said in a respectful tone. While he didn't like Harry personally, he was not about to anger the wizard who had not only killed a minotaur, but a manticore as well. "When you next see Bagman, let him know that I'm going to feed him to my snake." "Fuck my life," Harry muttered as he entered the stadium for a third time. This time the crowd began cheering for him loudly, more loudly than they had for any of the other champions, though the cheering was quickly silenced by the loud roar of a dragon. Harry took several deep breaths before he walked closer and quickly hid behind a boulder. He leaned his head past it and saw the horntail on the other side of the arena, chained there so it couldn't start flying around. Harry also spotted the key. It happened to be right under the horntail. Harry was fairly well healed, even if his body ached. Madame Pomfrey was also kind enough to give each champion a vial of an energy-boosting potion that they were to drink before they left the tent. She had okayed it with the judges, and that was good enough for the champions who had quickly drank their vials before they left. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we get to bear witness to Harry Potter facing off against the Hungarian horntail, widely considered to be the most dangerous dragon breed alive. Ludo spoke via his magically amplified microphone. "Though if the boy can handle a minotaur and a manticore, then he probably stands a better chance than most." Harry gingerly moved to hide behind another boulder that was closer to the dragon, but unfortunately the dragon spotted him halfway across. It roared and sent a blast of fire towards him. Harry rolled out of the way and quickly hid behind a boulder. "I don't want to fight you," Harry hissed in Parsletownge, wondering if the dragon would understand him, apparently not since it roared and fired again. "No, I'm the snake. That's a dragon," Jet hissed loudly from his place in the audience. A few seconds later, Harry heard a large snap. He looked past the boulder and saw that the dragon had apparently broken the chains and was now starting to fly. "Yeah, that matches my luck," Harry sighed before he aimed his wand at the dragon. A whole swarm of bats shot out and charged towards the dragon. Harry quickly began transfiguring 6 large rocks into spears, while the bats began distracting the dragon. Harry sent the spears at the dragon. The first 3 bounced off of its head, but the 4th managed to pierce the dragon's tongue, while the 5th managed to hit it in its gums. The 6th one would have hit its eye if it hadn't closed its eyelid at that moment. The dragon roared as it shook his head to throw the spears out of its mouth. It looked towards Harry, looking far more angry than before. "Fuck this, Angela," Harry called as he looked at the judges' area where Angela was stood next to Lord Black. She nodded and quickly pulled something out of her pocket. She enlarged it, revealing that it was Harry's Nimbus 2001. "A Keo broom!" Harry yelled, and the broom flew from her hand and into his. "Wait, that's cheating," Karkaroff protested. "No, it's not," Angela smirked. "The rules state that the champion can only enter with a wand, but it says nothing about summoning objects. All I did was hold it for him." "She's got you there," Lord Black chuckled just as Harry climbed onto his broom and took off into the air. He flew away from the stadium with the dragon chasing him. "Fuck you, Ludo," Harry called as he flew past the judge's box with the dragon flying after him, its wings smashing through the roof of the box. The dragon chased Harry all the way back to Hogwarts. Several times it had tried to roast him with its flames, but Harry had barely managed to dodge. As they got near one of the towers of the castle, the dragon's flames finally managed to reach Harry's broom and started burning it from the back. The fire was causing it to slow down and causing the handling to get worse. The crowd, who were watching thanks to the mirrors, gasped when it looked like Harry was going to die. Once they got close enough to the tower, Harry made the decision to leap off the broom. It was unflyable at this point, and if he stayed on it, he'd either crash, burn, get eaten, or all of the above. Harry aimed his wand at the tower, and a rope with a hook at the end shot out and attached itself to the top of the tower. Harry swung around the tower just as the dragon landed on the side of the tower. Harry stopped swinging when he was on the opposite end of the tower and now had his feet pressed against it. Harry released this rope in favor of shooting out another one. This rope pulled him all the way up towards the top of the tower. Once Harry got to the top, he ran forwards and jumped off on the side where the dragon was and fell downwards towards it. Harry shot several high-powered spells at the dragon, including one conjunctivitis curse, a curse that irritated the target's eyes, forcing them to swell shut, that hit the dragon in its left eye. Harry shot out a third rope and swung around the tower. This time he crashed through a window and found himself staring down the hallway to see the dragon's left eye just outside of the window opposite Harry. Harry blasted that window, sending shards of glass into the dragon's eye when it tried to open it. The dragon screeched in pain while Harry transformed into his saber-tooth form and ran at the dragon as fast as he could. Harry didn't know how heavy he was in his saber-tooth form, but he knew that they reached between 150 to 661 pounds, not a weight that anyone would want thrown in their face. Harry's body jumped through the window, body slamming himself into the Horntail's head. As the dragon's head shot back from the impact, Harry transformed back into his human form. As he fell back down, he shot out a lightning whip that wrapped itself around the dragon's tail. The dragon screeched in pain, while Harry used the whip to swing himself so he could back to the other side of the tower. Harry canceled the spell and fired another rope that began pulling him upwards. As Harry was climbing, he thought about his next move, only to be interrupted by the sight of the dragon's tail swinging around and smashing against the tower, causing Harry's rope to snap when it was cut by one of the Horntail's horns. Harry fell downwards, but just barely managed to catch himself on the edge of the window that he had smashed through earlier. Harry climbed into the tower only to fall forwards when the dragon's tail smashed into it again. Unfortunately for Harry, a large piece of rubble landed on his right foot. Harry screamed out in pain before he quickly blasted the rubble off of him. He looked down. He was pretty sure that he had just broken something. "Flipsy," Harry called as he took off his dragonhide jacket. A plan had formed in his head, and he needed to take the jacket off if it was going to work. "Master," Flipsy gasped when he appeared. "My Nimbus 2000, get it now," Harry said, the tone of his voice making it clear that Flipsy had to do this as fast as he possibly could. Flipsy quickly popped away and popped back a second later with Harry's broom. "Thanks, take my jacket and give it to Angela. Then come back here and get ready to catch my broom," Harry said as he took the broom and placed it under him. Harry rose into the air while Flipsy followed his instructions. Harry cast a numbing spell on his foot to stop the pain. A second later, he heard movement from outside. It was the dragon. Harry flew forwards and out of the tower. He flew up and above it, and the dragon spotted him. "I'm ready whenever you are," Harry called to the dragon before he took off. The dragon roared and chased after him. Harry went higher and higher into the air. When the Nimbus looked like it was struggling to go higher, he looked down and saw the dragon was still chasing after him. Harry took in a deep breath as he closed his eyes. "Oh, please let this work," Harry said before he jumped off the broom. His jump was as good as it could be considering that he was only using one leg. If Harry could hear them, then he would know that the crowd were all gasping and screaming as he fell towards the dragon. The dragon opened its mouth, clearly intending to catch him and eat him. Harry fired an explosive spell that hit the dragon in the face, causing it to move its face to the side. Harry flew past it and continued falling. The dragon changed directions and chased after him. Harry span so he was facing the dragon. He aimed his wand, and a barrage of spells shot toward the dragon. If it wasn't for its magically resistant hide, then the dragon would have most certainly been dead by now. The dragon roared as it got closer to Harry. It opened its mouth, and Harry could start to see the fire building. Harry quickly jabbed his wand in the dragon's direction. A bright blue beam shot out and went directly into the dragon's mouth. The dragon's eyes widened as it felt the explosion in its mouth. Harry allowed himself a small grin before he turned over. He waited until he was closer to the ground and waved his wand over his shirt. The sides of his shirt expanded. The bottom corners of the shirt attached itself to his ankles. Harry had managed to create a glider. Harry kept his legs together and spread his arms out. He reached closer to the ground before he pulled up. Thankfully, the glider was working. Harry looked back and saw that the dragon was struggling, but it was still flying. It hadn't crashed into the ground like Harry had hoped. He had either misjudged how good dragons were at flying and had been able to pull up in time, or he had messed up his timing. Harry used his glider to fly back to the stadium. Once Harry got closer, he landed near the key. As he landed, he fell on the floor thanks to a lack of support from his right foot. Harry saw the dragon, while still slower than before, was flying towards him. Harry took in a deep breath as he forced himself to a kneeling position. The tip of his wand started glowing. Lightning began dancing along his wand and down his arm. Harry pulled his arm back. He waited till the dragon had flew past the crowd. Harry took in one more deep breath before he thrust his wand in the direction of the dragon. A large blast of lightning erupted from the tip of his wand. The lightning struck the dragon directly in the chest. It screeched as it fell out of the sky and crash landed on the rocky floors below. It rolled several times before it stopped in front of Harry, only a meter or so away from hitting him. Despite that, Harry kept pouring out lightning for at least another 30 seconds. Once Harry stopped, he looked down at the dragon. It twitched slightly, but it didn't look like it was going to keep moving. Harry flicked his wand at the direction of the key. A rope shot out of it and grabbed the key before pulling it to Harry. "Flipsy, broom," Harry tiredly called. A second later, Flipsy arrived and handed Harry his broom. "Thanks." Harry smiled at the elf before he got on the broom and flew towards the exit, the crowd cheering loudly for him as he left. "Miss Delacour will not be able to compete. She has broken her leg," Madame Pomfrey told Percy when he came over. "Same for Mr. Crumb. His whole left arm has been burnt. Fortunately, he hasn't lost his wand like Mr. Diggory." "And what of Mr. Potter?" Percy asked. "He cannot." "I'll do it," Harry interrupted, as he stood up from the bed, his right foot covered in a bandage as he leaned on the bedpost. The other champions stared at him with disbelief. They seemed to be doing a lot of that. "Mr. Potter, you can't. I haven't finished healing you," Madame Pomfrey burst out. "That's not to mention the fact that you're exhausted. If you go out in your condition, then you could be hurt much worse." "Then worse it is. As for the exhaustion, I'll take one more of those potions if I can," Harry said as he walked forwards, taking great care to use his right foot as little as possible. He reached into the bag and pulled out his next opponent. "Well, I hope I don't have to kill this one," Harry sighed. After a lot of protesting from Madame Pomfrey, Harry entered the stadium for a fourth time. The crowd once again cheered for him as he entered. "Ladies and gentlemen, coming back is Harry Potter, the only champion to make it to the fourth round of this task," Ludo said from the commentary box. His excitement was a little forced since he was really hoping that Harry had just stayed in the tent, so to reduce the chances of him getting killed, which would result in Ludo getting killed. "And now he faces his final opponent, the Thunderbird." Harry limped forwards and saw the Thunderbird resting on a nest along with 3 eggs. It was a massive bird, easily bigger than Harry. Its head looked like that of an eagle's. It had 3 pairs of powerful wings and feathers that shimmer with cloud-like patterns. The feathers were a mix of gold and white. Harry also couldn't help but notice the key that was sitting next to its talons. Much like the dragon, it was chained up, but that didn't really comfort Harry much, seeing as the dragon was also supposed to be secure. Harry stopped when its eyes locked onto him. "I really don't want to fight you," Harry sighed as he pulled his wand out, "but I need that key." The Thunderbird looked at him. It tilted its head to the side and looked at Harry like he was the oddest thing it had ever seen. It reached its head down and picked up the key right before it tossed it towards Harry. Harry was more than surprised, but he managed to catch it. The whole crowd was stunned. Nobody made a noise as they did not want to miss whatever this was. Harry looked back and forth between the key and the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird looked at him, and Harry couldn't help but feel like it was waiting for something. Thank you," Harry eventually said. The Thunderbird's expression shifted, and if Harry had to guess, he would say that it was pleased. It reached down once again, but this time it didn't pick up a key. It moved as close to Harry as it could before lowering its head towards him. Harry gulped slightly but moved forward and placed his hands near the Thunderbird's head. A second later, the Thunderbird had dropped an egg the size of a football into Harry's hands. Are you sure? This is yours," Harry said as he looked at the Thunderbird with disbelief. The Thunderbird squawked at him. It gently rubbed its head against his before it flapped its wings and moved back to its nest. "I guess she is sure," Harry whispered to himself as he looked at the egg. He frowned when he noticed a crack in the egg. A second later, another crack appeared. "It's hatching," one person in the audience hissed, only to be shushed by several people nearby. That person wasn't wrong, though. More cracks formed. Harry didn't dare move. A few seconds later, a small bird's head poked out of one of the cracks. Several audience members quietly cooed at the sight, while others began whispering to each other. Eventually, the rest of the bird managed to escape the egg. It was the same color as its mother. It looked up at Harry with its golden eyes. It stared at him for several seconds before it leaped up and tried to fly up by flapping its wings. It had overestimated its capabilities and began falling down. Fortunately, Harry was able to quickly catch it. "Easy, big guy, easy," Harry whispered to it before he turned to the bigger Thunderbird. Thank you," Harry said in a shaky voice. He wasn't entirely sure what had just happened, but he knew without a shadow of a doubt that it was something special. The Thunderbird bowed its head before it gestured him to leave. "Thank you," Harry said once again before he turned and slowly limped out, being very careful to not hurt the bird that was trying to make itself comfortable in his hands. The whole crowd had once again fell into silence that would be broken about 10 seconds later. "Did he just get another one?" Jet hissed loudly. Chapter 66. "Shush," Harry hissed to Madame Pomfrey the second he entered the tent, knowing how loud the woman could get. "Don't want to bother the baby," he said as he gestured to the Thunderbird in his hands. "Mr. Potter, I think that you should," Madame Pomfrey began, only to trail off when she noticed what was in Harry's hands. Is that a Thunderbird?" she gasped as she and the other champions looked at Harry with disbelief. "They sent you out to fight a baby?" Fleur asked with disbelief. "No, they sent me out to fight a big one. The big one gave me her baby," Harry corrected before he turned to Madame Pomfrey. "Please do me a favor and just make a small nest for it, next to my bed, please." Madame Pomfrey still looked like she had no idea what was going on, but she did create that nest. "Thank you," Harry nodded to her before he gently placed the bird in the nest. "Please just stay there for a bit," Harry told it. The bird let out a soft trill, which, as far as Harry understood, was an agreement. "I need to get some more potions," Madame Pomfrey suddenly said, snapping out of her shock. "Mr. Potter, lie on the bed, I'll be right back," she said before she turned and left the tent. "It gave you its baby?" Cedric asked, before looking at Crumb and Delacour with a look that quite clearly said, "Do either of you believe this?" "What happened has happened, and I'm not going to repeat it just because you can't believe it," Harry sighed. He was about to plop down onto the bed when the tent flap opened, and he saw Daphne enter the tent with Jet still resting on her shoulders. "Hey, Daph," Harry smiled. Whatever Harry was about to say was cut off as Daphne quickly rushed over. Harry had opened his arms, expecting a hug. What he did not expect was for Daphne's arms to wrap around his neck. Harry fell down on the behind him with Daphne landing on top of him. Harry had almost let out a grunt but was stopped when Daphne's lips crashed against his. His own eyes widened in surprise. He was also even more surprised when Daphne hadn't pulled her lips away after a few seconds. "Okay, this is lovely, and I am very happy, but you're squashing my tail," Jet protested, having his tail stuck in between Daphne and Harry's shoulder. His hissing had apparently woken up Daphne, who had shot away from him like she was burnt, and was now sat next to him, with a face so red that Harry thought she might actually be burnt. Harry sat up and tried to think up a response, but he was struggling to think up one. She coughed, looking quite embarrassed. Her eyes were facing downwards as if she was hoping that the ground would swallow her. I'm sorry, I was just so happy that you made it, and I'm sorry," she apologized. No, Jet suddenly hissed loudly, causing Harry and Daphne to look at him. Jet, who was still on Daphne's shoulder, used all of his strength to push Daphne's head closer to Harry. Then he shot his tail out and grabbed Harry by the neck before pulling him closer to Daphne. "Do it," Jet yelled. "Just do it, kiss, damn it." Is he telling us to kiss?" Daphne guessed with a blush on her face. Yes, a little bit," Harry admitted. "Do it," Jet yelled. Harry was cut off when Daphne leaned forward and kissed him again, more softly and much more shorter than last time. When she pulled back, she had an odd look on her face, like she both wanted to and did not want to look at him. "Not that good, but it will do for now," Jet hissed as he transitioned himself from Daphne's shoulders to Harry's. "Okay, first of all, thank you guys for enduring that," Harry said to the other champions. Daphne frowned and looked around, only to remember that there was indeed other people in the tent, which did not help the embarrassed feeling she was experiencing. "I'd appreciate it if you don't mention that to anyone," he said. "We won't," Crumb grunted with the other two nodding in agreement. "Thanks," Harry said before he turned back to Daphne. Whatever Harry was about to say was interrupted as Angelina and the other Slytherins in Harry's year entered the tent. "We'll talk later," Harry whispered to Daphne. She nodded, both pleased and a little bit disappointed by the distraction. "Harry, you were amazing." Blaise grinned as they all stopped in front of him. "Thanks, Harry stopped and hissed in pain. "Are you okay?" Angela quickly asked. "The numbing charm on my foot has worn off," Harry explained before he gestured Daphne to get up. Once she was off the bed, Harry raised both of his feet and placed them on the bed, and his back was now leaning against the headrest. "I thought Madame Pomfrey had fixed your foot before you went back out," Tracy said. "Nope," Harry shook his head. "She hadn't finished before the time I was supposed to go out and face the Thunderbird." "You went to go and face a dragon, an actual, alive, fire-breathing dragon. Not just that, but a Hungarian horntail, the most deadly breed of dragons alive with one good foot." Theo blinked and looked at him with disbelief. "My magic comes from my core and my wand, not my feet," Harry pointed out. "Also, I know it was stupid. Please don't give me an earful about that. I know Lord Black and the Tonks family are likely to shout at me until my ears are about as useful as Weasley." "Fair enough," Draco snorted at the joke. "But still, you were amazing. I can't believe that you killed a Minotaur, and a Manticore, and a dragon. It was amazing. You." "Draco," Harry coughed as he interrupted him. "While I love your enthusiasm and how happy you are about my achievements, please keep your voice down. I don't want to bother the baby," Harry said as his hand reached out and petted the Thunderbird who happily leaned his head into Harry's touch. "He's so cute," Tracy cooed as she leaned down and looked at him. "Have you named him yet? Oh, is it a him?" "In order, I have not named him yet, and it is indeed a him," Harry answered. "How do you know?" Crabbe asked. He and Goyle both looked curious. "Well, my big and intelligent friends, I think it's because I've just gained another familiar," Harry replied. "Another one?" Angela asked, looking very impressed. "That is indeed impressive. Not many wizards are capable of gaining two." "Can that even happen?" Blaise asked. "It can, but like I said, not many wizards are capable of it," Angela replied. "You have another familiar," Jet hissed at Harry. "Jet," Harry began. "I am your familiar." "Yes, you are my familiar," Harry sighed. The other bird is your pet. I accepted that." "After a lot of arguing." "After an acceptable amount of arguing," Jet corrected. "But now you have another familiar." Jet demanded. Harry was about to respond, but then he paused as an idea came into his head. "Jet, are you really going to talk about your nephew like that?" Harry asked. "Don't try and—" "Wait, nephew?" Jet asked, sounding very confused. "Of course, when we first met I was a child in human years, and you were just a hatchling," Harry replied. "We grew up together. I'm your master, but we're also like brothers. Now, I have another hatchling to look after. Who better to help me look after it than you? It's basically my child that makes you its uncle." "Uncle Jet," Jet softly hissed, trying out the words. "I like it," he declared. "I'm glad," Harry said in a relieved voice. At that moment, Jet spotted Draco reaching out to touch the Thunderbird. Jet leaped off of Harry's shoulders and landed on the bed. He flicked his tail and slapped Draco's hand away. "Hey," Draco said as he pulled his tail back. "Hands off, albino," Jet hissed. "What just happened?" Daphne asked. Harry smiled and leaned forward so he could whisper into her ear. "Jet was upset until I pointed out that he could be my new bird's uncle," Harry whispered. Daphne covered her mouth as she giggled. Tracy and Angela gave the two of them knowing looks, though Tracy briefly had a sad smile on her face. A few minutes later, Madame Pomfrey came back in and got to work healing Harry. Percy arrived while she was doing that. "Champions," he called, only to pause when he saw that none of them were getting up to come towards him. He remembered within that moment that they were all injured and needed to rest in their beds. Thankfully for him, he was able to play it off. "I have your scores." he said before turning to Cedric. Mr. Diggory, you managed to get the first key, which brings you 10 points. Madam Maxime, Headmaster Karkaroff, and Ludo Bagman have awarded you 6 points. For the first opponent, Professor Dumbledore has given you 8 points along with Minister Fudge. Lord Black has gave you 5 points. You did not beat your second opponent, so you have gotten a default score of 10 points, leaving your total on 59. Draco finished before Percy could. Percy shot him a small glare before he turned to Fleur. Miss Delacour, you managed to beat your first and second opponent. You failed against your third, leaving you with a default score of 10 points. For your first task, you were given a 7 from Mr. Bagman and Karkaroff, an 8 from your headmistress along with Professor Dumbledore, a 6 from Minister Fudge and Lord Black. For your second task, you had the same results except Lord Black gave you a 7, leaving your total on 109, Draco said, once more interrupting Percy. Mr. Malfoy, I am more than capable of doing this myself. And it would have been that if not for the fact that she gained an extra 10 points for getting her first key and an extra 20 for getting the second, which actually leaves her total on 139. Blaze cut Percy off. Percy glared at him before he turned to Victor. Mr. Crumb, Percy spoke. Unlike Miss Delacour, you managed to beat your third opponent, even if you were unable to compete after that. You gained 10 points for your first key, 20 for your second, and 30 for your third. In the first task, you have gained 6 points from Mr. Bagman, Lord Black, and Minister Fudge. The others 3 judges gave you a 7, meaning 39 points for the first opponent. For your next opponent, you've gained 5 from Lord Black, 7 from your headmaster along with Professor Dumbledore, 6 from Minister Fudge, Mr. Bagman, and Madam Maxime, leaving you with 37. Your final opponent earned you 32 points, as everyone gave you 5 apart from Mr. Bagman and Karkaroff, who both gave you 6. Adding your points from the 3 tasks together, and then adding the points from the keys to the total, Percy glared at Malfoy and the other Slytherins as he said this. Leaves you with a total of 168, Percy said before he turned to Harry. Well, how did I do? Harry asked. You gained 10 points for your first key, 20 and 30 more for your other 2 keys, Percy replied. 60 points, Harry nodded. Continue, Harry said, remembering that the final key wasn't supposed to get him any extra points. Yes, for the first task you received 7 points from Lord Black and 8s from the other judges, Percy replied. 47, Malfoy said in an impressed voice. For your second task, you received an 8 from Lord Black and 9s from everyone else, Percy spoke. 53, Malfoy mock whispered. For your third opponent, you received a 6 from Lord Black, an 8 from Headmaster Karkaroff and Minister Fudge, and a 9 from the others. 49. Stop that, Percy snapped at him before he turned back to Harry. For your final task, you received a 4 from Lord Karkaroff and Minister Fudge, a 5 from Madam Maxime and Mr. Bagman, a 6 from Lord Black, and a 10 from Professor Dumbledore, he said, leaving you with 34. He quickly added before anyone else could say anything else. Harry briefly wondered why his score for that task was lower than the others. The only conclusion he could come up with was that it wasn't as entertaining since he hadn't actually fought anything. Adding all of your numbers together gives you 243, leaving you in the lead, Mr. Potter. For the other champions, it is still possible for you to win the tournament, so make sure to bring your best for the next task. Cool. Now what about whatever clue I was supposed to get for winning the task? Harry asked. It's actually not just you, Percy said as he clicked his fingers, and 4 golden eggs appeared in front of him. The eggs each had a keyhole in the side. Everyone knew that the eggs were brought here by house elves, since Percy most definitely did not have the power to bring them here with a click of his fingers. Harry couldn't help but notice that 3 of the eggs had keys in them. If 3 or more champions were unable to complete this task, then every champion would unlock the clue to the next task. Percy quietly added. Are you kidding me? Harry blurted out. The angry look on his face was also on the other Slytherins. Even the other champions, who were glad to be given the clue, thought that was unfair for Harry. So I didn't even have to bother with the 4th opponent. Not that I'm complaining about you. Harry added the last part to the baby Thunderbird before he turned back to Percy. Which brainless moron had that idea? Harry added in a quieter voice, remembering that he had a baby Thunderbird right next to him. Bagman, Percy coughed. I'm going to kill him, Harry growled out as he tried to stand up, only to be pushed back into his bed by Madame Pomfrey. You will not. You need to stay and recover, she told him in a firm voice. Harry was about to argue, but stopped as a thoughtful look came onto his face. You're right, Harry said with a smile. I should wait till I'm at full strength, and then I can properly hurt him for much longer. Harry, I don't think that was what she meant, Tracy replied, though Harry might not have heard if the widening smile on his face was any indication. It's fine, dear, Madame Pomfrey waved her off. This is the best we'll get, she said as she gestured to Harry. The next day, Harry walked into the Great Hall for breakfast with his other Slytherin friends. His foot was pretty much healed along with the rest of his body, but Madame Pomfrey had made him promise that he'd take it easy the next few days. As Harry made his way to his seat, he couldn't help but notice that every student in the hall, along with many of the teachers, were looking at him. Now that might have been because of the fact that he had Jet wrapped around his arm and a Thunderbird chick on his shoulder, or possibly because he killed 3 magical creatures yesterday, including 2 that would usually take a lot of wizards just to knock them out. But at this point, Harry was too tired to care. As he sat down with his friends, breakfast appeared soon, including a plate of meat for Jet and a small bowl of food for Harry's new bird. Harry leaned down so the bird could hop onto the table. It waddled over to the bowl and dipped its head in before it started eating. After they were done eating, the mail arrived. Harry got an edition of the Daily Prophet via Hedwig. When Hedwig landed, Harry had gifted her a piece of bacon that he had been saving for her. She happily ate it before looking at the new Thunderbird with confusion. Ah, Hedwig, Harry said as he placed his hand on her back and began stroking her. This is the latest edition of our family, and he needs a smart and intelligent avian role model. I was hoping you could help teach him how to fly. Hoot. Hedwig leaned down so she could take a better look at the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird looked up and trilled happily when it saw Hedwig. Hedwig twisted her head to the side before straightening it. She stared at the younger bird for several seconds before she let out another hoot before she leaned down and gently rubbed her head against the Thunderbird's head. "Aw, that's cute," Tracy smiled. Yes, it is, Jet agreed. Almost as cute as me. Chapter 67. Do it, do it. Harry and Jet chanted together as every pair of eyes at the Slytherin table, along with those close by, were watching the Thunderbird that was sat on one magically created small perch on the table and was facing another perch that was a small distance away. The Thunderbird let out a small trill before it leaped and spread its wing and glided to the next perch. Once it landed, Harry and the nearby Slytherins cheered, while Hedwig let out a proud hoot. He did it, Harry and Jet cheered. Well done, Thor. Thor, Daphne asked. I never claimed to be good at nomming things. It's a simple and easy name. Harry shrugged. I would have thought that you would have put more effort into nomming your Thunderbird, Blaze replied. I killed a minotaur, manticore, and a dragon before I got it. I have put enough effort in, Harry replied before he reached a hand out. Thor, as the bird was now apparently called, jumped onto his hand. You like the name Thor, don't you? The bird let out a happy trill as it nodded his head. Thor as in the god of thunder. Yes, that's an appropriate name for the nephew of Jet, Jet said in an approving voice. Nice name, but it's not a very original one, is it? Draco asked. Neither are albinos, Jet argued. The next day, a new newspaper article by Sharon Madison, the woman who had wrote the article in Harry's first year, took the front page of the Daily Prophet. The interview talked all about the first task, and she had even been able to get interviews from all 4 champions. The champions had honestly just been glad to not have to talk to Rita Skeeter. The article talked about the task, how each champion did and their scores. It also mentioned how Harry had actually gone out to face his 4th opponent with an unhealed injury. This would of course increase Harry's popularity immensely. The Gryffindors felt like just got collectively slapped below the belt, since a snake proved to be the bravest student of Hogwarts. thought there was one person who was more angry than the Gryffindors. That was Rita Skeeter. She knew that if she had gotten that article published, then her career would have skyrocketed, but the brat had denied her. One way or another, she was going to make him pay. "Angela," Harry said after a rather intense love-making sensation. He was lying in his bed with Angela lying next to him. It went without saying that they both weren't wearing clothes at all. The only thing really covering them was in fact the bed cover. That was amazing. "You've earned it," she smiled at him. "I know you're very stressed with the whole tournament and now having 2 familiars, so if you ever need me to help you out, then just say the word." "There is something I want your help with," Harry admitted. "Already?" She raised an eyebrow. Her gaze shifted away from his face and started looking downwards. "No, not with that. Well, that as well. But I do have something important to talk to you about," Harry sighed. "After the first task was finished, I went to the tent and then Daphne rushed in and she kissed me. Twice." "Oh, good," Angela said with an eye roll. "I was worried she'd never get around to it," she said, shaking her head. "What?" Harry blinked as he looked at her with a confused expression. "I've known that she has liked you for a while," Angela said. She was tempted to mention Tracy as well, but decided not to, not yet at least. I noticed the signs, but I guess I sort of just had ignored them, or just not really thought about them, because I thought she just wanted to be friends," Harry said in a thoughtful voice. "If you're asking for my advice, then I would recommend you try to pursue a relationship with her," Angela replied. "What, really?" "Yes, she's a smart and beautiful girl your age, comes from a wealthy family. Her blood status will satisfy those obsessed with blood, and she is someone you care about," Angela replied with a small smile. "Oh, but what about us?" Harry asked. "You know, if I have a girlfriend, then we'll more than likely have to stop our lovely little meetings." "That is something we can discuss with Daphne," Angela told him as she leaned over and kissed him. "Do you trust me, Master? Do you trust that I will always do my best for you?" "Of course I do," Harry said without hesitation. "Then trust me and try to have a relationship with Miss Greengrass," Angela said as she moved closer, pressing against her body against his. "And remember that no matter what happens, I will be here for you if you need me." She smirked before she leaned in and kissed him again. It started soft but eventually deepened, and the pair entered into another round of love-making. "He's so cute." Tracy smiled as she petted Thor, who was standing on the armrest of the chair she was sat on. "Oh, I see how it is," Harry said in an amused voice as he looked back and forth between Tracy and Daphne, who had Jet resting on her shoulders. "You two worm into a relationship with me just to steal my familiars," he said in a mock-hurt voice. "Of course," Daphne said, playing along. "We wouldn't have to if you took better care of them," she added with a grin. Any further response was cut off as the common room door opened and Professor Snape walked in. "Cease your yammering," Snape said when a few Slytherins hadn't yet stopped talking. Once everyone was silent, he continued speaking. "Soon the winter holidays will arrive. Many of you usually choose to go home, thank Merlin. But this year there is an event that many of you may feel is worth staying for. A traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament is the Yule Ball, a ball which will be held here at Hogwarts. For the more simple-minded of you, it is a dance," he said. Several girls began whispering to each other as a few boys groaned. "Enough," Snape called, and the room went silent again. "If you wish to attend the ball, then you must remember what and who you are representing. That would be yourself, your houses, and the noble house of Slytherin. Slytherin House has commanded the respect of the wizarding world for nearly 10 centuries. I will not, I repeat, I will not have you all exhibiting anything less than your best behavior. In fact, I would appreciate it if many of you did better than your best. I'm aware I may be asking for miracles for some, but for the love of Salazar, do not embarrass this house. Should you embarrass yourself or the house, then expect to feel the full brunt of my displeasure. If you are attending, then you will wear dress robes. You will be allowed to bring a date. You may only attend if you are 4th year or above. Any younger students will only be allowed to go if an older student is accompanying them. The ball will start at 6 p.m. on Christmas Day and will last until midnight. Any misbehavior and I will deal with you personally. Is that understood?" he asked. Yes, sir, the Slytherins all responded. Good, Snape said before he turned to Harry. Potter, as a champion, you will be starting the first dance with your date. Unlike the others, you will need to bring one to dance with at least. Is that understood? Yes, it is, sir, Harry nodded. Good, Snape said before he turned and walked away. Harry wasn't surprised by Snape's sudden departure. The potion's master seemed to be doing his best to avoid Harry, not that Harry was going to complain about that. Are you going to the ball with Angela? Theo asked Harry. Alas, it's not meant to be, Angela said with a small sigh as she walked over to the group. I will of course come with Harry in the unlikely event he cannot find a date, but it would be far better if he goes with someone else. If he goes with me, then many will simply start claiming that he ordered me to go with him. So you need to find a date. Good luck with that, Blaise said. I don't need luck, Harry said before he turned to Daphne. Daphne, would you like to accompany me to the ball? Harry asked. Me. Daphne blinked and looked at him with a slightly dropped jaw. Why me? Well, you're a smart and beautiful girl. We're roughly the same age. You're a pureblood from a wealthy family which will satisfy those obsessed with blood and all of that. But if you're looking for a few important reasons, then, how about I start with the fact that most of the girls will only really want to go with me because I'm the famous and rich boy who lived, or because I'm a champion. You just see me as Harry. Plus, you're a great friend of mine, and I believe I would enjoy a night out with you. Harry answered, his green eyes locking onto her blue ones. Oh, Daphne said, blushing slightly. In that case, I accept, she said in a slightly shaky voice. Excellent, Harry smiled briefly. Now I just need to learn how to dance, he added with a frown. I can teach you, Master, Angela offered. You as well if you want, she added to Daphne. Oh, I already know how to dance, Daphne replied, but I'll still come along just to help Harry practice. I imagine the professors might start up some classes to teach people. Professor McGonagall is probably going to teach the Gryffindors, Blaise replied. Poor soul, Harry said in a dry voice. She'll have her work cut out for her. Still, I'd rather be taught by Professor McGonagall than Professor Snape. Definitely, Draco snorted with amusement. Draco, you spoilt miscreant, Harry said in a fairly good impersonation of Snape. Put your hand on my waist, he said, earning laughs from the others. That was pretty good, Theo chuckled. Thanks, Whatever Harry was about to say was interrupted by a squawk from Thor. The little bird quickly jumped into the air and flapped his wings to push himself up before he reached out with his beak and caught something. Harry looked at him as he landed back on the chair and saw that he was holding a beetle by its wing. Didn't know thunderbirds ate bugs, Harry said as he watched the bug try desperately to try and escape from Thor. That beetle, there's something wrong with it, Jet hissed. It's magical. Harry's eyes narrowed. He took his wand out and held his free hand out to Thor. Thor, give it to me, please, Harry said. Thor shook his head, shaking the beetle at the same time. Thor, please give it to me, Harry said, earning another head shake. If you give it to me, then I'll give you a treat, Harry said. Thor paused and looked at Harry for several seconds before he dropped the beetle into Harry's hands. It tried to escape, but Harry quickly stopped that from happening by closing his hand. Thank you, Thor. Harry nodded to the bird before he stood up and held the beetle hand out. He shook his hand a couple of times to shake up the beetle. He aimed his wand and quickly fired an animagus reversal spell the second his hand opened. A second later, a woman dropped on the floor, and not just any woman. Nearly every Slytherin student was in the room, so they all stared at her as she shook her head while climbing to her feet. Once she was able to shake off the dizziness, she looked around and saw everyone was looking at her. Hi, she said in a weak voice. Hello, Rita, Harry said in an obviously fake, pleasant voice. You know, I don't think there has ever been a word that will ever accurately describe how fucked up you are right now. Tracy, Daphne said in a quiet voice as she and Tracy got ready for bed. Are you all right? She asked. You were really quiet earlier, before the whole drama with Rita Skeeter. Daphne said that was most definitely a big surprise for Slytherin House. The last she had seen of Skeeter was her body, which had been stunned by Angela when she tried to escape, being levitated out of the common room by a pair of oarers. Rita would definitely be in Azkaban soon, if not for being an illegal animagus, which everyone highly suspected she was, then most definitely for sneaking into a castle and the Slytherin common room before spying on children. "I'm fine, Daphne," Tracy said with a weak smile. "Hey," Daphne said as she looked at her. "I'm really sorry about—" "No, it's fine, Daphne," Tracy waved her off. "You're ready for it, and I wish you the best of luck, really," Tracy said. She wanted to be in Daphne's position, but she just didn't feel like she was ready to enter into a relationship with Harry, at least not until whatever was happening between him and Daphne had been worked out. "Thank you," Daphne smiled at her. "Just please don't be upset, you know. If the plan works, then it'll be you and me with Harry." Tracy blushed a bright red. I'd rather we focus on getting Harry with you." "Well, it's not like I'm going to argue against that," Daphne said in a jokey voice as a grin came onto her face, something which earned her a pillow to the face from Tracy, who smirked at her before the two descended into an all-out pillow war. Chapter 68. Harry and his friends were currently sat at the Slytherin table. The Drumstrang students weren't here at the moment, meaning it was once again just the Slytherins sitting there. Harry was sat with his back facing the wall behind him, which was a good thing, because if he didn't then, he would have ended up constantly having to turn his neck back. Since he had sat down, he had gotten a lot of girls trying to ask him to the ball. His friends were nearly done eating, but he was noticeably behind since he had taken time out, so he could refuse the 4 invitations he had revised from girls that were asking him to go to the ball with them. Hello," a Ravenclaw girl about 2 years younger than Harry said as she stood in front of Harry. She was number 5. "I was, wondering if you would go to the ball with me. I appreciate the offer, but I must apologize as I have already procured a date and will be attending with someone else. Thank you," Harry said in an almost robotic voice. He was pretty much on autopilot at this point. "Oh, sorry for wasting your time." The girl awkwardly apologized before she turned around and rushed away, red-faced. "Excuse me," Daphne said in a falsely sweet voice when a 5th-year Hufflepuff girl walked up to them about a minute later. "If you're here to ask Harry, who is in fact my date, to the ball like the other 5 girls before you, then I'm afraid that I'm going to hex you, like a lot," Daphne finished, somewhere between where she started to speak, and when she finished, she had somehow managed to pull her wand out without anyone noticing, and that wand was now resting in her hand. Never mind," the girl squeaked before she rushed away. It was true that she was an older girl, but it was widely known throughout Hogwarts that Daphne Greengrass was a great witch. Everyone still remembers her defeating the Weasley twins along with Harry Potter. Many believed that the reason was because she had been taught by Harry Potter himself. "Someone's getting a bit possessive," Theo commented. "Shut it," Daphne said with a hint of warning. "I rather liked it," Harry admitted. "You looked really hot just now," Harry added as he winked at her. Daphne blinked and looked at Harry for a few moments before she responded. "Thank you," Daphne said with a pleased smile. "You found that hot?" Draco asked him. "Oh, I just find her hot in general, but yes, she was particularly hot right then," Harry relied. "Stop it, you'll give me a big head," Daphne said with a small laugh. "Wait, is that possible?" Jet asked. He was currently resting on the table while Thor was perched on Harry's shoulder. Thor let out a small trill before he began pulling at Harry's messy hair with his beak. "Does that hurt?" Tracy asked, gesturing to Thor. Not really," Harry replied. "I mean, it's noticeable, but it's fine. He seems to like it. I think that he thinks that my hair is a toy," Harry said as Thor continued to play with his hair. "You like that, don't you?" Harry whispered to Thor, who let out a small trill before he continued playing with Harry's hair. "Oh, look, entertainment," Blaze said suddenly. "Weasley is going up to Delacour." Everyone nearby quickly started watching as Ronald Weasley approached the French champion as she was starting to get up after eating her food. In fact, now the whole hall was watching. Not that Ronald Weasley had noticed if the dopey look on his face was any indication. I was just W," wondering if you would come. Come to the ball with me. Ron Weasley blurted out as he stopped in front of the champion, yelling the last part out. The very second that the words had come out of his mouth, he seemed to have realized that he had just shouted at a girl, one who was miles out of his league. As he asked her out, funnily enough at that moment, he also remembered that he had nothing that would make her want to come to the ball with him. Fleur sniffed disdainfully as she looked Ron over. It really did not help that he had food crumbs hanging off his mouth and clothes. You could also add in the fact that he was currently drooling a little bit. His clothes weren't anything impressive. Fleur could forgive poor clothes. She wasn't stupid enough to think that everyone had the same amount of money, but still. He could at least try to keep himself presentable. Something that was even easier to do with magic. I think not, she said in her heavily French accent. I have no interest in little boys, she said before she flicked her ponytail over her shoulder. She then walked away from Ron and surprisingly walked over to the Slytherin table and stopped in front of Harry and his friends. Mr. Potter, she said as she looked between Daphne and Harry. Do you have a date to the ball? She asked. Madame de Lacquer, if you are indeed asking me out, then I am flattered and honored that you've thought of me, Harry said, pretending not to notice the narrowing of Daphne's eyes. And while I must admit that it's a very, very tempting offer, I do indeed already have a date, Harry said as he gestured to Daphne. This is a shame but not unexpected, Fleur said, remembering the two had kissed in the tent. Still, at least she wouldn't have any regrets about not asking. However, if you cannot find a date, then I can help you, Harry said with a smile as he placed a hand on Blaze's shoulder. My friend Blaze has not yet got a date, Harry calmly said while Blaze blinked at him. Harry either ignored or did not notice that it was most definitely the first one and continued speaking. He'd be honored to take you on a date, Harry said before he coughed and nudged Blaze. Oh, Miss de Lacquer, will you please do me the honor of being my date to the Yule Ball? Blaze asked in what he hoped was a charming voice. Fleur gave him a critical look before she nodded her head. I will accept. I must go now, but I will talk to you tomorrow after breakfast, assuming you have no classes. I have a free period then, Blaze confirmed. Excellent. Fleur nodded before she turned and walked away. The whole hall had watched the interaction and began whispering to each other once Fleur was gone. You lucky dog, Theo hissed to Blaze, who had simply turned and pulled Harry into a hug. You're the best mate ever. Blaze grinned widely once he let go of Harry. Don't you forget it, Harry chuckled. Just do me a favor and treat her good. I recommended you, so what you do affects me, got it? Got it, Blaze said, still grinning. Mr. Potter, a voice said. Everyone turned to see Professor McGonagall walking up towards them. Well, someone's popular with the ladies today, Draco commented in a quiet voice. Daph, I swear, Professor McGonagall and I are just friends, Harry whispered to her in a mock-horrified voice, earning a small laugh from Daphne despite her attempts to resist. Yes, Professor, Harry asked in a polite voice as Professor McGonagall stopped in front of them. The headmaster would like to see you today to discuss your Thunderbird, Professor McGonagall said, glancing at Thor, who was still playing with Harry's hair. Today you have a free period after my class. I will personally escort you to his office. Yes, Professor, Harry nodded. Professor McGonagall nodded back before she turned and walked away. Harry absently reached up and petted Thor before he continued eating his breakfast. Eventually, the Slytherins started getting up and leaving the Great Hall. Harry had left first with Daphne and Tracy. Though on the way out, he ended up bumping into someone who had been too busy reading to watch where she was going. Hermione Granger had let out a small oof as she crashed into Harry. Her book fell to the floor and she nearly did so, and would have done so if not for being caught by Harry, who had managed to grab her arms. Catching her was a little awkward since he had a Thunderbird chick on his shoulder and a snake wrapped around his arm. Careful, Granger, Harry said with a roll of his eyes. If you want to read, then at least wait until you've mastered multitasking, Harry said as he let her go. Oh, sorry, she meekly apologized, red-faced as she leaned down to pick up her book. Thank you, and you did good in the first task, she said in a meek voice. Thank you, Harry nodded before he and the girls walked off. Hermione bit her lip before she shook her head and walked over to the Gryffindor table. "Excellent job in class today, Mr. Potter." Professor McGonagall praised Harry as the two of them walked towards Professor Dumbledore's office. "Thank you, Professor," Harry smiled. "You're welcome, and how is the young one?" she asked, gesturing to Thor who was on his shoulders. "Oh, Thor's fine, Professor," Harry answered. "Thor," Professor McGonagall hummed. "An excellent name. How is your other familiar?" she asked. "Oh, Jet is fine. He was a bit upset at first, but he's now adopted young Thor as his nephew," Harry explained. "Yes," he added when Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, don't ask," Harry said as they arrived outside of Dumbledore's office. Professor McGonagall stayed behind while Harry walked up the stairs and walked into Professor Dumbledore's office. Once he was inside, he saw Professor Dumbledore sitting behind his desk. Inside the room was also a man who wore a badge on his chest that made it clear he was from the part of the ministry that dealt with magical creatures. "Ah, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said when Harry had entered. "And how are you?" he asked. "Quite well, Professor," Harry responded. "I'm like 99% healed. I've been doing good in class as far as I'm aware. I've managed to get a date for the Yule Ball and I've got a second familiar." Harry finished with a smile. "I've named him Thor." "An excellent name," Dumbledore said with a smile. "That is actually what we have come to discuss," the ministry man said. "Mr. Potter, my name is Brad Layfield. I am from the Department of Magical Creatures. Now, a lot of concerns were raised about this young Thunderbird. Now, Thunderbirds are classified as XXXX by the Ministry of Magic. These creatures are dangerous, require special knowledge, and only trained wizards should handle them. This can also classify creatures that are endangered or just too difficult to capture, rather than being dangerous. Are you with me so far?" he asked. "Yes, sir," Harry said with a small nod. "Basically, the ministry is concerned about me looking after Thor." "Indeed," Mr. Layfield nodded. "You already have a snake for a familiar, which would be fine as some muggles do have snakes for pets, and you could act like a normal snake owner. But your Thunderbird would easily stand out, and not just because of how many wings it has. Firstly, we'd like to make sure that young Thor is indeed your familiar," he said before he pulled out his wand. "I'm sure you're familiar with the spell to check the familiar bond." "I've only had it used on me twice," Harry replied. "Third time's a charm, hopefully," Harry said with a grin. "Hopefully," my Layfield said with a small smile. He performed the spell on Harry and Thor. "You do indeed have a familiar bond with Thor." "Great," Harry smiled briefly before he looked at Layfield with a blank look on his face. "I truly do hope that you're not stupid enough to try and take him away from me." "No, Mr. Potter," Mr. Layfield shook his head. "I am not here to try and single-handedly take a Thunderbird of all things away from the 14-year-old who managed to kill 3 powerful and dangerous magical creatures on his own. Besides, Professor Dumbledore's Phoenix is in the same classification as your Thunderbird and nobodies tried to take it away from him. I have come here to give you this," he said as he pulled out a booklet and handed it to Harry. "In this is a list of rules that you must follow in regards to your familiar, along with a few helpful spells to assist you in living an everyday life with your familiar. For example, in there is a spell to disguise him as a regular bird. There will also be someone who will contact you in the future to discuss building a habitat for Thor. Now, do you have any questions?" he asked. "Not at the moment," Harry responded. "Well, my contact details are in there if you have any questions in the future. And you may, of course, come to me if you have any questions," Professor Dumbledore added. "Thank you, both of you," Harry said, nodding to each man. "You're more than welcome, Mr. Potter," Mr. Layfield smiled. "I will be off now. Work must be done, of course. I also know that when I get home, my children will want to know all about how I met the great Albus Dumbledore and Harry Potter." He chuckled before he said his goodbyes, then left the room through the Flu network. "And is everything truly okay, Mr. Potter?" Professor Dumbledore asked once they were alone. "It is, sir." Harry nodded just as Fawkes flew into the room and landed on his perch. Thor looked up at the large red bird in front of him. He tilted his head as he looked at the large bird that was so different from himself, yet wasn't like those other birds that he had seen so far. Thor jumped off of Harry's shoulders and flapped towards Fox and landed next to him on his perch. The bird looked up at Fox, looking almost disbelieving at how big Fox was. Apparently Thor didn't know how big he would get. The two birds trilled at each other. Dumbledore and Harry exchanged questioning glances. Neither of them could fully understand what was happening, but neither bird seemed to be aggressive, so they allowed it to continue. Eventually, Fox leaned down and gently rubbed his head against Thor's. It appears to me that Fox has made a new friend," Dumbledore said with a smile and twinkling eyes. "Apparently so," an amused Harry said. "Now, as much as I would love to stay, I do need to go. I have homework I need to complete." "Of course," Dumbledore nodded. "Are you hoping to maintain your position as top student of your year?" "That's just a bonus for me, sir," Harry shrugged. "I don't prioritize grades." "Then what do you prioritize?" Dumbledore asked in a curious voice. "Greatness," Harry smiled before he turned to Thor. "Come on, Thor," Harry called. Thor let out a small trill before he shook his head. "You can play with Fox later. Come on, or I'll give Jet all of your food." "Don't think I won't eat it," Jet added. Chapter 69. Harry let out a small sigh as he leaned back against the wall. Tonight was the night of the Yule Ball. Everyone else had gone into the hall to attend the ball, while he and the other champions were waiting for their dates, with the exception of Fleur since Blaise had come up with him. Cedric Diggory was wearing some plain but good black robes. Crumb was dressed in a red winter robe with a cloak hanging from his shoulders. Blaise was dressed similarly to Cedric, while Fleur wore a beautiful silver dress that perfectly showed off her alluring body. Harry was wearing black robes as well, though his had silver lining on his. They were all standing and waiting for their dates, though everyone's eyes were on Harry, who was leaning against a wall and flicking his wand in and out of his holster with a bored expression on his face. "What are you doing?" Crumb eventually asked after several minutes of silence. "I beg your pardon," Harry asked after putting his wand back in his holster. "He asked you why you keep taking your wand in and out of your holster," Cedric replied. "Oh, it's a habit," Harry shrugged. "Ever since I got my holster, I've dedicated a small portion of my day practicing taking it in and out. I do it every day." "Why?" Fleur asked. "What would you do that?" "Because he wants the speed," Blaise answered for Harry. "He can get his wand out and point it at your face before most of the students here can even reach for theirs," he said. He was about to say more but paused and looked past Harry. "I would say more, but it seems like your dates are here," he added. First came Cedric Diggory's date, a beautiful Chinese Ravenclaw girl who was a year above Harry. Harry remembered her as Cho Chang, the Ravenclaw seeker. She had her hair done up in a bun and was wearing a beautiful and white Chinese-style dress. She greeted Cedric with a quick kiss before he offered her an arm. "Everyone, this is my girlfriend, Cho Chang," Cedric said as he gestured to his date. "Hello, everyone," Cho said with a small smile. "It's nice to meet you," Fleur said while Crumb grunted out a greeting. "Miss Chang," Harry and Blaise nodded just before another person arrived. "Wow," Harry said under his breath as he looked at Daphne, who had clearly put in a lot of effort to look nice. She usually preferred to have her hair straight or in a ponytail, though he had heard her talking with the other girls about curling it up for some reason or the other. Harry didn't really see the point in doing that. Sure, she would look nice with curled hair, but she looked nice enough with her usual hair, and Daphne appeared to have agreed since her hair was straight as usual and descended to just past her shoulders. Harry was sure that she had done something to it, though. It wasn't usually that shiny. Daphne didn't normally wear makeup, and the few times she did, she would only ever wear a small amount of makeup. In fact, she preferred to not wear any most of the time. Though today, she was clearly wearing makeup to accentuate her face, and it clearly worked since Harry found himself looking at her beautifully face. Her dress was light blue and showed the developing curves of her body while also bringing out the color of her eyes. "You're looking good," Harry told her as she stopped in front of him. "Thank you," she smiled at his honesty, and it was clearly honesty. "You're not looking so bad yourself, Potter." she said just before Harry offered her an arm. She slid her hand into the crook of his elbow. Thanks, I'm sure that if Jet was here then he'd say you were beautiful, Harry replied. Where is the little snake anyways? Daphne asked. I half expected him to be here with you. He wanted to come and stay with me, Harry said with a small shrug. So did Thor, but Angela pointed out that my priority should be you, so she's in the hall playing mummy. I tried to convince her to get a date, but she said she was fine without one. Anyway, she is thankfully looking after the two of them while I get to spend my night with you. Lucky you, Daphne said with a smirk. She was about to say more, but her words got stuck in her mouth when she saw Crumb's date arrive. What is it? Harry asked. Daphne wordlessly gestured behind him. Harry turned around and saw Crumb's date approaching. It took him a moment to recognize her as Hermione Granger, though she looked nothing like what Hermione Granger looked like, and that was not just because of the periwinkle blue dress that she was wearing. She was smiling brightly with perfect teeth. Her front teeth had previously earned her nicknames such as Bucktooth, but they seemed to have shrunk. It was likely due to having them magically shrank down, since Harry couldn't think of any muggle ways to shrink teeth like that. Her hair, which had previously been a bushy brown mess that looked like it hadn't truly been cared for, was now sleek and done up in a bun. Harry wasn't entirely sure if that was thanks to magic or not, since he admittedly didn't know much about hair care products. She looked far more beautiful than she did before, and Harry could imagine that he and Daphne weren't the only ones who would be surprised. She cleans up nice, Harry said to Daphne, though I still think you're more beautiful, Harry told her in an honest voice. Thank you, Harry. Daphne smiled and leaned up to kiss Harry's cheek. Also, for what it's worth, I wasn't intimidated or jealous of her, I'm just shocked, she admitted. You mean shocked that that's Hermione Granger and that she's Victor Crumb's date of all people? Harry asked in an understanding voice. Yeah, you're not the only one. Oh ninny. Victor smiled as he offered her an arm. It's Hermione, Victor, Hermione told him with an amused voice. Don't worry, we'll work on it, she added when he started to frown. He gave her a small nod before turning to the others. Do you know her? Victor asked, the question directed at the other 4 Hogwarts students. No, not really, Cedric said with a shake of his head. I mean, I've seen her walking around the halls, but I don't think we've ever talked. Same for me, Cho said, giving Hermione a small smile. Granger is in our year, Blaise said as he gestured between himself, Harry, and Daphne. Got to say I am rather surprised to see you here, Miss Granger, Harry said, though not unkindly. How did you two meet, if you don't mind me asking? Victor invited me to the ball one day when I was in the library, Hermione admitted with a smile. She felt like she was doing that a lot today. Ah, here you are, a voice said as Professor McGonagall arrived. Now, in a moment you will all be escorted into the hall. Remember that you all will be performing the opening dance for the ball. Before we do that, you will all be allowed up to 30 minutes to eat. Refreshments will be available all through the ball if you require any. Also, I must impress upon you all that you are representing not just your own houses and families, but also your fellow students and schools, so please behave as best as you can. Is that clear? She asked. The champions and their dates all gave their agreements under her watchful eyes. Be ready, she said before she walked over to the doors and stopped next to them before she opened them with a flick of her wand. Cho and Cedric walked in first. The pair got their fair share of cheers, seeing as they were both popular students and quite attractive as far as the student population was concerned. They were followed in by Fleur and Blaise, who also got their fair share of cheers. Blaise was rather popular with the ladies, even if his popularity paled in comparison to Fleur's, who had nearly every male in the hall cheering for her, or even Harry's. The pair were followed in by Crumb and Granger. They got cheered as well, but they also got confused expressions and disbelief when they realized the Victor Crumb, famous Quidditch star and Triwizard champion, was going to the ball with Hogwarts's resident bookworm, who had actually managed to make herself look rather nice. Finally, Harry and Daphne walked in. They got the loudest amount of cheers so far. Daphne could take credit for at least some of them, as she was an attractive girl, one of the most attractive girls in the school, but she knew that most of the attention was because of Harry. Harry was the boy who lived, but since coming to Hogwarts, he had made it clear that he was not happy with simply relaxing and relying on a claim to fame that he couldn't even remember. Being the boy who lived was just one part of who Harry was. He was also the best in his year, and better than those in the year above. Youngest chaser in a century, smart, powerful, rich, a Triwizard champion, and had managed to perform feats that most wizards couldn't even dream of, and he was just quite simply a great wizard. So it was no surprise to Daphne that she was receiving a lot of jealous looks. Daphne smiled at Harry as he looked around the hall. Even with his facial scars, she still thought he was rather handsome. As Harry looked around, he spotted Angela, who was in a beautiful black dress. She had her hair done up in a bun and a jet wrapped around her arm, while Thor was perched on her shoulder. The young bird gave out a small trill when he saw Harry. "Try not to screw things up," Jet hissed loudly, just loud enough for Harry to hear. The champions all walked over to a table where the judges of the tournament, including the heads of their schools, were sat. Harry's eyes narrowed when he spotted Ludo there, wearing some ridiculously bright orange robes. Minister Fudge was there as well, wearing green robes. The man did love green. Once the champions were all sat down with the judges, Harry made sure to give Ludo a soul-piercing glare that caused Ludo to let out a squeak as he looked like he wanted nothing more than to turn invisible. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore half-heartedly admonished. He had tried to sound stern, but Harry was able to detect the amusement in his voice. "Please stop trying to scare Mr. Bagman." "If I must," Harry said with a dramatic sigh before he looked around. "Is Lord Black not here?" Harry asked. "No, I'm afraid that Lord Black has not arrived yet," Minister Fudge replied. "I don't know where he is, but we were hopping that." "I'm here," a voice grunted as Lord Black arrived and sat down in his seat next to Fudge. "What?" he asked when everyone looked at him. "You've got a little bit of red on you," Harry said in a half-amused and half-questioning voice as he gestured to the blood stain on Lord Black's shoulder, choosing not to mention the fact that the older man had a big cut on his right cheek. "Huh," Lord Black looked down at his shoulder. "Huh, apparently I do," he said before he pulled out his wand and waved it to get rid of the blood. He put his wand away and picked up the menu in front of him. The others wisely did not comment and did the same, though Harry made a mental note to ask him about it later. "Pork chops," Professor Dumbledore said, reading from the menu. A second later, his plate had pork chops on them. "House elves?" Harry asked Professor Dumbledore. "They are far more useful than people give them credit for." Dumbledore nodded, not seeing the frown from Hermione, who was very disapproving over the use of house elves as she saw it to be nothing but slavery. She wanted to protest, but decided to hold it off for at least one night. A few seconds later, everyone ordered food, and the food appeared on their plates the second it was ordered. Everyone dug into their food, and they all enjoyed it. It was a rather nice and peaceful half an hour, as the only thing they really did was divide their time in between eating and talking with each other. Though Harry and Lord Black did make sure to constantly send Ludo some more glares in between eating and talking. It had somehow turned into a sort of unofficial game between them. The goal was to see who could scare him the most. So far, Lord Black was winning, but Harry put that up to the fact that he made sure to be a good date and divert a lot of time to Daphne. Eventually, it was time for the eating to finish, and for the dancing to start. Harry and the other champions joined their dates in the middle of the hall. "I'll do my best to not step on your toes," Harry whispered to Daphne as he put one hand behind her and on the small of her back while he used the other hand to hold hers. "After all the help that Angela and I have given you with dancing, I expect nothing less," Daphne said. "I wouldn't want to disappoint my favorite teacher," Harry said with a smirk once the music started. The two stared into each other's eyes. Blue met green. Their feet started moving and the dance started. Chapter 70. "How am I doing?" Harry whispered to Daphne as the pair and the other champions continued dancing. "Very good," Daphne answered honestly as she smiled at him. "As one of your teachers, I'm very pleased with how you've been doing today." "I live to impress." Harry smiled as the two continued dancing for a bit more. Eventually, though, the first dance ended with the crowd cheering for the champions. The champions and their dates gave everyone a short bow before everyone else was allowed to join in. While Harry kept to Daphne for most of the evening, the pair did dance with others. Harry had managed to dance with Fleur and Angela before he ended up dancing with Tracy. While he was doing that, Daphne was dancing with Tracy's date. Apparently, Theodore Knott had taken the position. "You and Theo, huh?" Harry asked as the pair danced together. "How did that end up happening, if you don't mind me asking?" he added. "Well, we both needed a date to go," Tracy said with a small shrug. "And we agreed to go as friends," she added. "Really?" Harry asked. "Yeah, for some reason he seemed rather nervous about the idea of asking me out," Tracy added with a small frown. Not that she wanted Theo to ask her out, but the boy had been quite pale during their conversation. "Right, well, if he doesn't be a good date, then be sure to tell me. I'm sure I can give him a good scare," Harry whispered with a grin. "Hey, no threatening my date," she said in a mock angry tone. "Yes, mistress, Harry will be a good boy," Harry said in a rather passable imitation of a house elf. "You had better," Tracy chuckled, enjoying how good it felt to dance and talk with Harry. "Harry," Daphne said as the two continued dancing late into the ball. A few students had already left, but for the most part it looked like it could still go on for a few more hours. "Do you want to go and take a walk?" she asked. Her cheeks were slightly red as she did so. "A walk outside with the beautiful Daphne Greengrass?" Harry asked with a smile. "How could I possibly refuse?" he said, causing a smile to appear on Daphne's face. "Pratt," she said in an amused voice before the two walked off the dance floor. They began walking out of the hall, only to stop when they saw Roman and Ginny together. "What are you two doing here?" Harry asked the two third years that were clearly here together on a date. "I thought you guys were too young to come here unless you were with an older student," he said. His voice showed signs of curiosity, but no signs of judgment. "Ah, Roman found a great loophole," Ginny grinned, standing with an arm looped around Roman's. "It was an obvious one," Roman shrugged, though he did blush slightly. "Still a brilliant one, though," Ginny argued before turning to Harry and Daphne. "We're actually technically on dates with two other people," Ginny said before she pointed behind them to a pair of fourth-year Ravenclaws in Harry's year that were dancing together. "Yeah," Roman nodded. "I made them a deal. If they took me and Ginny to the ball, then I would do their homework for a week. So in exchange for coming here with Miss Weasley, you'll be doing a week's worth of homework for a couple of people in the year above you?" Daphne asked, raising an eyebrow. "Not quite," Roman grinned. "I made a bet with a couple of Ravenclaws in my year and I won." "Let me guess, those two Ravenclaws are now going to be doing the homework that you were supposed to do. Am I right?" Harry asked. "Pretty much," Ginny nodded. Harry stared at Roman for several seconds before he smirked and held out a hand, allowing Roman to give him a high five. "Nicely done," Harry said in an approving voice. "What?" he asked when Ginny gave him an odd look. "I can appreciate when a good plan comes together. Now if both you'll excuse me, I'm off to take the Queen of the Ball out for a nighttime walk," Harry said, gesturing to Daphne. "Oh, I am royalty now?" Daphne asked in an amused voice. "I suppose that would make you the king." "If I must be," Harry said in a voice full of false suffering before he nodded to the two third-year students before he and Daphne walked out. This is quite nice," Harry admitted as he and Daphne were walking outside. Clearly a lot of effort had been put into making Hogwarts look as beautiful and Christmas-y as possible. The shape of the hedges had been changed to look more festive. There were several different decorations all along the castle walls. Snow was everywhere, making the place look like a winter wonderland. "Indeed," Daphne agreed, looking around and seemingly taking in every detail. "Though it is a bit cold," she added with a wry smile. "Could I interest the beautiful young lady in a warming charm?" Harry asked in a gentlemanly voice with a smirk. "Yes, you can, my good sir," Daphne said, playing along. Harry took his wand out of his holster and cast a slight warming charm on her, being careful not to warm her up too much. "Oh, that feels good," Daphne hummed while Harry cast one on himself. "Yeah, well, Harry paused when the two turned a corner and nearly bumped into Karkaroff, who had managed to stop before he crashed into the pair of Slytherins. The man looked like he had just been jolted out of deep thought and stared at the two of them. He was about to sneer at the two, but stopped when he saw Harry Potter. I already have one very dangerous wizard to worry about, two if you count Albus Dumbledore as well. Probably should do my best to not make it three. Karkaroff thought to himself. The Durmstrang headmaster gave them both a stiff nod before he quickly walked past them. I wonder what that was about, Daphne whispered to Harry once Karkaroff was far enough away. You're not the only one, Harry said with a small frown. He and Daphne walked forwards. Unfortunately, they had only taken a few steps when their path was once again blocked. This time by none other than Hogwarts's most currently hated teacher, Professor Snape. Potter, what are you doing here? Professor Snape all but demanded to know, sneering down at Harry, looking as if he had not even noticed Daphne was with him. I am simply having a walk with my date, sir, Harry said, doing his best to keep the irritation out of his voice. If Professor Snape detected it, then he didn't say anything. Well, be sure to behave yourself, Professor Snape drawled before he walked past them. Prick, Harry said under his breath once Snape was gone. Are you okay? Daphne asked as they continued walking together. I am fine, Harry said with a small sigh. I'm just a little bit tired of Professor Snape's obsession with continuing his grudge against my father. Honestly, if he's that desperate to continue a grudge with a dead man, then he should make a grave next to my father's and take a head-first dive into it. Sorry if I am ranting, but I just feel like one day I'm likely just going to snap at him. Well, be sure to tell me when. I'll try and book front row seats, Daphne said in a slightly jokey tone, hopping to lighten the mood. Harry let out an amused snort which showed that she had somewhat succeeded. Eventually the two found a nice bench where they could sit in peace. Harry cleaned the snow off of it with a wave of his wand before he and Daphne sat down. Once they were sat down, Daphne leaned into Harry, who wrapped his arm around her. This is nice, Daphne said with her head resting against his shoulder, while his hand rested on her waist. You'll hear no disagreement from me, Harry hummed. Harry, Daphne said in a quiet voice, tell me something about yourself. Like what? Harry asked. Well, what's your favorite food? Daphne asked. That would probably be a coin flip between a good burger and a good pizza, Harry answered. Tonks got me addicted to them, he added with a grin. Perhaps over the summer I can get you addicted to them. You mean come over to the Muggle world? Daphne asked as she moved her head off of him and back enough to look at him. If you want, Harry confirmed with a nod. Are you asking me out on a Muggle date? Daphne asked, a smile on her face. Like I said, if you want, Harry responded, his emerald green eyes locking onto beautifully blue eyes. Harry wasn't entirely sure which one of them closed the distance. Perhaps it was both of them, but soon he felt her breath on her lips as she felt his on her. There was a small pause from Daphne. Harry thought for a moment that she would pull back, but he was proven wrong when she leaned forwards. The world stilled, their lips connected, and they kissed. When the two pulled away, it was only briefly because a second later the two reconnected with what started as a kiss, but slowly descended into full-blown snogging. Daphne's arms had wrapped around Harry's neck, while Harry had placed one of his hands on the small of her back, while his other hand was placed on the back of her head. Both hands did what they were instructed to do by Harry's brain, and that was pull Daphne closer. The two continued for a while, and likely would have continued for longer if not for the fact that they were human, and unfortunately needed a certain amount of oxygen. Wow, Daphne breathed once they were done. That was amazing. And there goes my ego, shooting into the sky, Harry said with a smirk before he leaned forward and kissed her forehead. Daphne, would you like to be my girlfriend? Harry asked before he waited for her answer. Though judging the way her blue eyes were twinkling, needless to say, she made twinkling blue eyes look much better than Dumbledore ever could. He already knew the answer. The next day, the school rumor mill was shot into overdrive, the reason for that being once again connected to Harry. He had walked into the Great Hall for breakfast, Thor on his shoulder with Jet wrapped around his right arm, thought the thing that surprisingly stood out the most, which kind of said something about the Hogwarts students, was the fact that he had walked into the hall while holding hands with Daphne Greengrass. Those in the hall instantly began wondering if the king of Slytherin house had finally chosen someone who could be his queen. Those questions were pretty much answered when Harry and Daphne shared a brief kiss before sitting down together, causing the students to start passionately whispering to each other. "Well, you two still know how to make an entrance," Draco said in a dry yet amused voice. "It's an art form, Draco," Harry said as if he was a wise teacher trying to pass on some important wisdom. "So when did this happen?" Blaise asked curiously. "Sometime last night," Daphne answered, leaning her shoulder against Harry. Thor's eyes lit up at the sight of her beautiful blonde hair and began playing with it. "What about you, Blaise?" Daphne asked. "Are we going to hear about how you conquered the mighty Vila?" she asked with a smirk, one that got bigger when Blaise blushed slightly. "I did not conquer anything," Blaise said, rolling his eyes. "Oh yeah, that's right," Tracy said as if she had just remembered something. "If I recall correctly, at the end of your date, she just gave you a kiss on the cheek and sent you on your way," she said in a teasing voice. "It was a passionate kiss," Blaise argued. "Yeah," Theo agreed, which caused Blaise to smile at him, or at least it did before he continued. "A passionate kiss on your cheek." "Screw you not," Blaise glared at him. "I'd rather screw Delacour," Not shrugged. "And you know that you want to as well, shame you never got around to it," Theo added with a small smirk. "Right, now I'm just going to do it just to prove you wrong," Blaise said, still glaring at Theo. "I look forward to laughing when you fail," Theo shrugged. "So," Jet spoke as he looked between Harry and Daphne, "are you two going to mate now?" he asked. Chapter 71. "Hey, have you heard what the rest of the school is calling the two of you?" Blaise asked Harry and Daphne as the group walked to their next Transfigurations class. "I don't really pay much attention to the school rumors if I don't have to," Harry honestly admitted as he and Daphne walked while holding hands. Jet was resting on Daphne's shoulders. Thor wasn't currently with the group as he was being babysat by his Aunt Hedwig. The pair walking together with Harry's familiar on Daphne's shoulders, while the other Slytherins were surrounding them, made for quite an imposing image. "But you do have my interest. What are they calling us?" Harry asked. "They're calling you the Silver King and Queen of Slytherin," Blaise told him with a grin on his face. "The Silver King," Harry repeated in a questioning voice before a grin came onto his face. I like it." "You would," Daphne snorted in amusement before she also grinned. "Though I have to admit that I like it too." "It suits you both," Jet said in an approving tone. "I'm not surprised you like it," Draco said in an amused voice. "If you two are the king and queen, then does that make the rest of us your knights?" Harry hummed. Well, Draco, apparently you will make something of your life after all. My knight, you should be proud." Harry grinned at him. "Prat," Draco said with a roll of his eyes as the others chuckled. "All right, Daph," Harry said as he, Daphne, and Tracy were in an abandoned classroom. Jet was with them, obviously, and was currently perched on Tracy's shoulders. Tracy and Jet were sitting off at the side, while Daphne and Harry were standing a small distance away from each other. Both had their wands out. "Let's see what you got," Harry said with a grin. "Be careful what you wish for, Potter," Daphne said in a playful voice before she flicked her wand, sending a dark blue spell at Harry, who easily sidestepped it before responding with a small flame blast that Daphne easily dispelled. "Have you talked with your parents about our relationship yet?" Harry asked in a casual voice as the two continued to trade spells, neither going all out since this was really nothing more than a sparring session. "Not in person, obviously," Daphne replied as she shielded against a disarming spell. Harry next followed up with a water blast, which she dispelled before shooting an ice blast at him. "Obviously," Harry nodded as he waved his wand over himself, causing a weak and low-powered shield to wrap around his body like cling film. The shield easily broke, but served the purpose of stopping Daphne's spell. "I did send them a letter, though," Daphne added as she ducked a stunner and blocked a full body bind spell. "They then sent their reply to me," Daphne said as she shot several ropes towards Harry. "Oh," Harry asked as he put up a shield that caused the ropes to fall to the ground. He then quickly cast an animation spell to cause the ropes to charge towards Daphne like snakes. "And what did they say?" Harry asked as Daphne burnt the ropes before sending some red sparks at Harry. "Well, Mother was ecstatic," Daphne said with a small sigh as she shielded against a mud-like glob that Harry had sent at her. She flicked her wand and sent it back at him before she fired a sticky goo spell at him. "That's good to know," Harry said after easily dealing with Daphne's spells. "And your father?" Harry asked. He sent a leg locker curse at her followed by another spell that would cause her hair to wrap around her eyes like a blind fold. "Don't know yet," Daphne admitted before she sent a water blast at Harry, who waved his wand and caused the water to fall harmlessly to the floor. "Ah well, at least I'm getting in good practice in case he disapproves," Harry said as he shot another spell at her. "You will not be dueling my father," Daphne said as she ducked. "At least I don't think you will," she added with a thoughtful frown before she returned fire. "You know something," Tracy whispered to Jet. "I'm pretty sure that the two of them consider this to be a great couple's activity." "Is it not?" Jet asked in a surprised voice. The majority of the Slytherin common room all cheered as 3 fifth years went down, losing in a 3-versus-1 fight against Harry. 2 of the 5th years were unconscious, while the 3rd was groaning in pain. "Wuss," Harry said with a roll of his eyes before he returned to his seat. Daphne rewarded him for his victory with a quick kiss to the lips while Jet slithered off of her and onto Harry's lap, while Thor flew off Tracy's shoulder and onto Harry's. "So," Tracy began talking while the 5th years were being woken up and helped out by the other Slytherin students in the room. "Should we assume that your dueling practice is over?" she asked, a small smile on her face. "For today," Harry nodded. "You should go professional," Theo told Harry. "You would be great on the dueling circuit." "Nah," Draco spoke up as he shook his head slightly. "He should go on to the Quidditch pitch and go professional there. He might even help England win the next cup." "Shush," Daphne spoke. "Harry will take whatever career he feels like taking." "Thanks, Daph," Harry smiled and gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. "I'm really not sure what I want to be," Harry admitted to the others. "Though Quidditch and the dueling circuit are the 2 options that I feel like I'm most likely to choose." "Which one makes more money?" Blaise asked with a small shrug. "Or is that not a factor for you?" "Money is of course very important," Harry admitted. "But from what I know, both options would pay me a great amount, so I suppose it narrows down to which I like more." "Fair enough," Blaise nodded. "Oh, and how are you on working out the clue?" Blaise asked, referring to Harry's golden egg. "Oh, worked it already out, actually," Harry admitted, sending a quick glance towards Daphne before he turned his attention back to Blaise. "Really?" Blaise asked. "You worked it out?" "No, I had your sister work it out," Harry responded. "And no, that's not an insult, I actually just had her work it out for me." You had my sister work it out," Blaise blinked at him. "Of course I did," Harry snorted in a way that made it sound like he thought it was ridiculous for Blaise to have expected otherwise. "She's a smart and intelligent woman who is willing to help me out, so why not take advantage of that fact?" "You ordered her to do it for you?" Pansy asked, raising an eyebrow. "Well, no, I asked her if she was willing to help me with it," Harry admitted. "She took it from me and told me to relax and let her do it for me, I being the smart genius that I am decided not to argue." Eventually, the day of the second task arrived. For the Triwizard champions, the last few days before the task had arrived had mostly been spent training and practicing while coming up with plans on how to complete the task. For the others, it was mostly just trying to work out who would win the task. Quite a lot of students had made quite a lot of bets. For the most part, the majority of the student population believed that the winner was likely to either be Victor Crumb or Harry Potter. For the most part, it was Harry Potter that most people were putting their money behind. Early during the day, the champions had all gathered in the hall and ate their breakfast, getting as much food in as they could while also spending some time with their friends. Harry couldn't help but notice that Daphne was missing. Part of him was kind of glad about that fact as it meant that Angela had been right, and that he knew what to expect from the task. The other part of him was far from happy and was making plans to murder Bagman and then bring him back to life and shout at him before murdering him again. He truly hoped that Daphne would not get hurt. The champions were currently waiting in the champions' tent once again. Victor and Cedric were packing back and forth, while Fleur was sat on the bed provided for her and was whispering things under her breath. Harry was sure that the words, "stupid English idiots," had come out of her mouth. Harry, meanwhile, was idly twirling his wand as he was sat on his bed, seeing no need to waste energy by standing up for any longer than he needed to. "How in Merlin's name do you look so calm?" Cedric suddenly asked Harry as he finally stopped packing and was now stood a couple of meters in front of the youngest champion. Crumb had stopped packing as well and was now stood in one corner of the tent and was looking at Harry along with Cedric and Fleur. "I look a lot calmer than I am," Harry answered in an honest voice as he looked at the older, Hufflepuff champion. "I am quite nervous, but fortunately I have my wand, and something that's even more fortunate is the fact that I still have my magic. That's more than enough to see me through any challenge," Harry added in a more confident voice. "Great," Cedric sighed as he turned to the other two champions. "Am I the only one who wasn't expecting to constantly be shown up by a 14-year-old when I entered?" Cedric didn't get an answer to his question, as a moment later Professor Dumbledore entered the tent, wearing a set of dark oceanic blue robes. He had a small smile on his face as he was followed in by Ludo Bagman, who was rather wisely hiding behind the older and far more powerful warlock. "Bagman," Harry said in a low, growly voice, which caused Ludo to let out a very unmanly squeak. "Mr. Potter," Professor Dumbledore said. The amusement was quite evident in his voice, but it was clear that he was admonishing Harry, though to Harry it seemed more a case of habit or duty. "It is good to see you. Perhaps you would like to try that greeting again?" Dumbledore asked, his blue eyes twinkling. Harry hummed and looked thoughtful. "Nah," he eventually responded in a rather dull voice. "So can we get on with this?" Harry asked. "Very well," Dumbledore said before he turned to Bagman. "Whenever you are ready, Ludo," he said in a gentle voice. "Oh," Ludo coughed several times as he cleared his throat before he stepped out from behind Dumbledore and gave the champions a shaky smile. "Okay, H, have you all worked out your clues?" he asked. He waited, and he only started speaking once all four champions had nodded. All right, smashing, that's wonderful. Now something, or rather someone important, has been taken away from you." "Worry not, young champions," Professor Dumbledore spoke when the champions grew tenser. "They are all perfectly safe, I assure you. I have personally cast several protective spells to keep them from harm, and the merfolk in the lake have agreed to guard and protect them." "Indeed," Ludo nodded. "Now there has just been one person taken for each of you. Your job is quite simple. Go in the lake and find them, then take your hostage and get out. Do it as fast and impressively as you can. There is, of course, the 1-hour limit on the task, so anybody who comes up after that will lose points. Is that all clear? Are there any questions?" he asked. He looked around, and after several seconds of awkward silence, he finally spoke again. "Excellent. Now Professor Dumbledore and I will be off. Good luck, champions," Ludo said with a bright smile before he spotted the gaze of Harry's narrowed emerald green eyes. Ludo's smile visibly diminished, and he visibly gulped before he turned, and all but ran out of the tent in his haste to get away from Harry. Once he was outside, he would stop, once he was far enough away from the tent, and would gulp again as he realized that now he would have to spend time with Lord Black instead. He wasn't honestly sure which he preferred. "Mr. Potter, is it really so necessary for you to continue to scare Mr. Bagman?" Professor Dumbledore asked with a small sigh. "Yes," was Harry's short but very firm answer. Chapter 72. Harry and the other champions currently found themselves standing on a platform in the middle of the Great Lake, also known as the Black Lake. After being taken to the platform by boats, there were 3 platforms, but the champions had all gathered on the middle one. Behind the 4 champions were a few close people. For Crumb and Delacour, it was several people from their schools, including the heads of their school, Headmaster Karkaroff and Madame Maxime. For Cedric, it was a couple of his Hufflepuff's friends, while Harry had Draco, Knott, Tracy, and Angela. Blaise had also been missing. Harry rather correctly guessed that he was Miss Delacre's treasure since he was who she went to the ball with. Behind them was also Professor Dumbledore and the other judges, though Ludo noticeably tried to keep as much people in, between himself and Lord Black as possible. The students from all three schools had gathered on the upper levels of the platforms to cheer them on and to watch the task which they were thankfully able to do thanks to the flying two-way mirrors. Eventually, everyone appeared to have been ready enough to start the task. "Welcome, welcome all to the second task of the Triwizard Tournament," Dumbledore said, his voice magically amplified. "The task is a very simple one," Dumbledore said, and it was true. After the last task, the judges had all looked over Ludo's plans for the other two tasks and found them convoluted, stupid, ridiculous, and needlessly dangerous. Lord Black had actually said that if they intended to follow through with these plans, then they would need to buy him a new pair of boots, because he would probably lose a pair while kicking Ludo's arse. Needless to say, the plans had been changed. They had also made sure to actually get permission from the guardians of the hostages, along with the hostages themselves. The last thing they needed was more bad publicity. "We have taken something from each champion. I suppose that you could call them a treasure. In the bottom of the Black Lake is where we have put these treasures, one for each champion. Their objective is simple. Get their treasure within the time limit being 1 hour. Good luck, champions." Dumbledore signaled the champions to start getting ready, and they did so. Crumb stripped to a simple pair of red knee-length swimming shorts, revealing his muscular body, which had clearly been affected by hours of Quidditch practice. The mirrors zoomed in on him. Many females in the audience enjoyed the sight. Next was Cedric, who ended up wearing a simple pair of black knee-length swimming shorts. His body was not extremely muscular, nor was it extremely skinny. He was thin, but his abs didn't stand out. He had muscles, but was not as muscular as Crumb. Still, the girls appeared to love it. Fleur Delacre ended up wearing a rather simple white, one-piece swimming suit. Despite the simplicity of it, she earned quite a few loud roars of approval from the many males in the audience. Then the mirrors focused on Harry, who was now standing in a pair of dark green knee-length swimming shorts. The girls in the audience certainly appreciated his lithe body, and some even began counting his abs. Harry's muscles were not as big as Crumb's, but they were very defined. Thanks to Ted and Tonks, Harry exercised daily, and practicing a lot of magic helped him burn a lot of fat, as did being an animagus. The mirrors also focused on the scar on Harry's arm from when the basilisk had bitten him, leading those who didn't know about it to wonder just how he got it. If Harry looked behind himself, then he would see Angela smirking while Tracy was blushing. "Stay ready, champions," Professor Dumbledore said. The champions moved to the edge of the platform. "Stay ready, and you may all begin at the sound of the cannon," Dumbledore said. The cannon fired a couple of seconds later, signaling the start of the task. Fleur, Cedric, and Victor all quickly started casting spells before they dived into the lake. Cedric and Fleur had decided to go for a bubblehead charm, a charm that is used to allow a person to breathe underwater. An enormous bubble appears around the head of the person casting the spell, which makes their features look oddly wide and stretched. It was a good spell, but had the disadvantage of being easily breakable. Crumb, on the other hand, had decided to go for a much more difficult option and had performed a partial transfiguration, turning his head into that of a shark's, including the gills. "Mr. Potter, aren't you going to go in?" Minister Fudge asked Harry, who had simply got down onto one knee and was looking down at the lake. "Slytherin," Harry responded in a way that made it clear that he thought that was a good enough explanation and that he should not need to say any more than that. Harry pointed his wand at a spot in front of the lake. Harry took a small breath before he cast a freezing spell, causing a small part of the water to turn into a small platform made of ice, one that was big enough for at least 2 people to sit on it. Harry smirked before hopping down onto the platform. He nearly fell right off, but was thankfully able to stay on. Harry, having known about the task, had placed some tracking charms on Daphne the day before the task. Through using a tracking charm to try and find Daphne, he was able to see that she was further into the lake. With a wave of his wand, Harry was able to have the ice move forwards. After about a minute or so of that, Harry stopped and checked the tracking charm again. Unfortunately for him, The tracking charm was telling him that he still had more distance to cover before he was able to get to Daphne. So he sent the ice forwards again, and after another minute or so, he stopped and checked. He repeated this until eventually his tracking charm told him that he was to go downwards. Harry rolled his neck before he cast a spell to keep the ice still so it wouldn't float off. He then cast a bubblehead charm and dived into the water. Harry dived all the way down. He saw several sea ruins and some merfolk. Thankfully, Dumbledore had been right when he said that the merfolk weren't there to harm them. Harry eventually spotted the hostages. He saw Cho Chang for Cedric, Hermione Granger for Krum, Blaise for Fleur, and Daphne for himself. Harry highly doubted that Hermione and Blaise were the things that Krum and Delacour would miss the most, but he figured that they probably counted as good enough. Harry was tempted to try and rescue Blaise as well, but he knew that Blaise would be safe, so he put all of his focus on Daphne. Harry cut the binding ropes with a quick cutting curse before he grabbed Daphne. He aimed his wand upwards. "Ascendio!" he yelled. The spell propelled her and himself up through the water until they reached the surface. Once their heads were out of the water, Daphne had woken up, and Harry's bubblehead charm burst. "Whoa," Daphne blurted out, quickly wrapping her arms around Harry's neck. She looked around and shook her head before she looked at him. Did you win?" she asked. "Yep," Harry nodded as he helped her up onto the ice platform. "What about you?" Harry asked as he climbed up. He waved his wand and sent the ice platform moving back to the other platforms. "Are you all right?" Harry asked as he wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "I'm fine," Daphne said in a quiet voice, her face quite red. "Just cold," she said as she leaned into him. Harry waved his wand over her and then himself, casting a warming charm. Daphne let out an appreciative sigh as she felt the charm take place. "Thank you," she said, giving him a small kiss on the lips. She would have gave him a longer one but stopped when she saw the mirrors flying around them. The next day, nearly every student from all schools were talking about the second task. After Harry had gotten back, Fleur Delacour had shown up without her hostage, having been taken out of the task by an attack from a group of Grindylows. Thankfully, Blaise was brought out of the lake a short while after the task by the merfolk. Krum had showed up next and Cedric was last, but overall Harry had been the quickest and had scored the most points. By this point, Daphne was getting a lot of jealous looks from other students who envied her not just for her good looks, but also for the fact that she was Harry Potter's girlfriend. Only a few were foolish enough to actually try anything. Harry didn't even need to get involved since Daphne was able to easily take care of them. She might not have been as good with her wand as Harry, but it couldn't be denied that Daphne Greengrass was a talented witch. Right now, Harry and his fellow Slytherins were in the Slytherin common room. Tracy was feeding Thor, who had taken a liking to her, while Jet was curled up near the fireplace, while Harry sat with Daphne leaning into his side. The group were talking and reading, though their relative peace was interrupted by an argument from the other side of the room. The group and the whole common room were now looking towards two seventh-year Slytherins that were arguing, one with brown hair and the other with blonde hair. "But it's true," the blonde one said in an exasperated tone. "No, it's not," the brown one said in a stubborn voice. "What are you two arguing about?" Angela asked the two, causing them to realize that everyone was looking at them. "Well," the blonde one blushed slightly before he continued. He looked at Harry before he started speaking. "We were arguing about you-know-who. A common topic to randomly talk about," Harry said in a dry voice before he gestured them to continue. "Well, I was saying that we should let the Muggle-born stay in the wizarding world if for no other reason than to stop purebloods from having to work in lower jobs," the blonde said before he gestured to the brown-haired one. "And he said that we shouldn't, and then it sort of spiraled from there into talking about you-know-who and how he tried to get rid of them." "Why are you looking at him for?" the brown-haired one snorted. "Potter obviously hates the Dark Lord and—" "Of course I do," Harry cut him off. "Of course I hate him. He killed my parents, but despite that I truly believe that he is a great wizard," Harry said, surprising many people. "Despite my feelings on him as a person, he is a great wizard. But if I push my hatred to the side, then I can still say he did not really help purebloods, half-bloods, or Muggle-borns." "What do you mean?" a first-year girl asked. She, just like the rest of the common room, were giving Harry their complete attention. Well, think of it this way. If Voldemort had his way, then purebloods would be on top, and then half-bloods and then muggleborns would either be wiped out or enslaved. Now that's what everyone believes, correct? Harry asked. The Slytherins had winced at his casual use of the Dark Lord's name, but most nodded. Great, well, here's the thing, if you think that that is his ultimate goal, his one goal above everything else, then you're wrong. What is his goal, then? A fourth year asked. The answer is quite simply power, Harry answered. Voldemort. Don't call him that, Pansy hissed. You're not supposed to speak his name. I'm not afraid of him. I'd say his damn name and I'd say it to his face, Harry replied. Anyway, Voldemort. Harry drawled out the name. Several Slytherins winced, hissed, and glared at Harry. Might truly believe in blood dominating above everything else, he might. But I've done my research and his main goal is not to help purebloods. Of course it is, a second year blurted out. Is it? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Explain something to me then. Have you ever heard of the Whitetail family? Harry asked. The second year paused before shaking his head to say that he had not. They're a pureblood family that had existed in Britain for over 400 years. Do you know what happened to them? No, the second year shook his head. They were wiped out by Voldemort, Harry told him in a blunt manner. He looked around and saw all of the Slytherins were still paying attention to him. That's 400 years of history, give or take, wiped out and another pureblood family lost to time. How about the Redwoods? Another pureblood family, one with history of 200 years, wiped out. The Dorsons, a pureblood family that has lived for over 500 years in this country, they were reduced and cut down to one elderly old man who was too old to have kids. Can you imagine that? Imagine knowing that your family, all of its money and all of its history, has been cut down until you're the only one left and you can't bring it back to life, Harry asked. The common room remained silent as Harry's words registered in their ears. How about a more modern example? The Bones family has been reduced to 2 members, one of which is in my year. The Longbottom family is currently hopping for Neville Longbottom to provide an heir so they can continue. Or better yet, how about my family? The Potters are an ancient and most noble house. We've been in Britain since ancient Rome. Yet thanks to one man, thanks to Voldemort. Harry ignored everyone's reaction and continued speaking. We have been reduced to just me. All of that power, that history, that prestige, the talent, skill, all that pure blood and all that magic wasted, all of it would have been wiped out completely if not for what was either a trillion to one fluke or a trap by my muggle-born mother. The way I see it, Voldemort has cost us more pureblood families than any of the muggle-borns in this school have. Harry paused before he looked around and saw people taking in his words. Don't believe me? Then do your own research. Go and see how many families have become extinct thanks to Voldemort. If we didn't need muggle-borns before then, we most definitely do now. 2 wars have cut down the country's magical population. Muggle-borns are the key to bringing the population back up. Besides, as I've said before, Muggle-borns have children who will have more children and could eventually create more purebloods. It's basic logic. Perhaps it's the will of magic. I'm not one to argue with magic. Harry shrugged before he stood up. I'm going for a walk. Do you want to come? He asked Daphne. Sure, she said in a soft voice as she took the hand he offered and stood up. Tracy, do us a favor and look after Thor, please, Harry said to her before turning to Jet. Jet, do me a favor and look after Tracy and Thor, please. As you wish, Master. Jet nodded before Harry and Daphne left. Jet turned to the other Slytherins. You all have brains, why don't you use them? He asked in genuine confusion before shaking his head. The Slytherins could not understand him, but most of them could tell that whatever he said was not a compliment. Chapter 73. You made the front page, Draco informed Harry when he and Daphne sat down for breakfast. Jet was resting on Daphne's shoulder like he belonged there, while Thor was enjoying being perched on top of Harry's shoulder. For a few girls, their hopes of bagging Harry Potter was shot down, when then saw just how familiar Harry's familiar was with Daphne, and how natural she looked not just with Harry's familiar, but with Harry himself. Oh, Harry raised an eyebrow. Here you go, Theo said, handing Harry his copy of the Daily Prophet. I've finished reading it. Thank you, Theo, Harry said before he took a look at the front page. On the front was a picture of the kiss that Daphne and Harry had shared during the second task. With it came the headline, Harry Potter saves the girl. Why am I just the girl? Daphne frowned before she and Harry started reading. The newspaper basically went on to describe what had happened during the second task before it went on to theorize about Harry's relationship with Daphne. Apparently, the savior of the wizarding world being the boyfriend of the Greengrass heiress was big news. The article, while mildly annoying, did not really have anything in it that was worth getting angry or suing over. Hey, Daph, Harry said as he pointed at the picture of the two of them. Look at us, we look fucking gorgeous. Don't you think so? I suppose I can't disagree, Daphne said after fighting off an amused snort. Still, this is quite surprising. When I woke up today, I didn't expect to be on the front page of the most famous newspaper in Wizarding Britain. Did you not? I expect so every day, Harry said in a voice full of fake surprise before he continued talking in his normal voice. Still, if I was you then I would just be appreciative that this is all there is. It could be a lot worse. Actually, Tracy spoke up, that's not all there is. Harry's also made it on the cover of Witch Weekly. I beg your pardon, Harry blinked. Your pardon, I beg of it what? They've got a picture of you shirtless, Blaze said, laughing slightly. It went on and on about how you're good-looking and your scars add character and how rich and smart you are. If you didn't have an ego before then, you would after reading it. Harry's response was cut off as a young Hufflepuff girl walked up to the table. She looked to be a third year. Excuse me, will you sign this for me? Please, she asked Harry with a hopeful expression while holding up an article from Witch Weekly, which did indeed show a picture of a shirtless Harry. I think that, hold on. Harry paused as he looked at the page. I won Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, Harry asked, his voice filled with disbelief. Finally, an achievement worth boasting about, Jet commented in a dry tone of voice. Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall said as she approached Harry at breakfast on the day of the third task. Your family is waiting for you in the entrance hall, she said. Harry frowned for a moment before he remembered that his family was allowed to visit and watch the third and final task. Thank you, Professor McGonagall, Harry said with a polite nod, barely suppressing a massive grin. You are very welcome, Mr. Potter. Before I go, I would like to congratulate you on your performance so far. You have shown yourself to be not just a credit to your family houses, but also Slytherin House and Hogwarts. I do hope that Mr. Diggory or yourself will be able to bring the victory to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall said. She gave him a small nod and a rare smile before walking off. Everyone is really excited, Blaze said as he looked around. The entire hall was buzzing with anticipation. A lot of students from all three schools were making bets on who they would win. Roughly about 95% of the school was betting on Harry to win, with the other 5% expecting the possibility of an upset victory by the others. Really, it said something about Harry's skill and power that he ended up making the older students become the underdogs. Harry found himself standing, ready to start the third task with the other three champions. All of them were wearing the uniform that was provided for them. Apparently, it was to make sure that everyone was on the same playing field. Everyone pretty much wore the same thing, black shoes and trousers, and then their own signature top with the logos of the schools they were representing. For Fleur, she was dressed in blue again, while Crumb was dressed in red. Cedric had once again managed to get a dark yellow mixed with black with his last name on the back. Harry, on the other hand, was able to get green and black with Potter written in silver on his back. The third task was set in the Quidditch pitch, which had been transformed into a giant maze. The sole objective for all four of the champions was to reach the center of the maze and grab the trophy before anyone else could. Behind the champions was a table for the judges. All of the seats in the stadium were packed full, and the two-way mirrors flew all around. Harry glanced over to where the Tonks family was sitting along with Sirius and Remus, who had both showed up with them for the event. He gave them all a nod before turning and winking at Daphne, who was sat with Angela and the other Slytherins. Harry had set Angela and Jet to look after Thor and Daphne, since he figured if he person who put his name into the goblet was going to make their move, then it would be in the final task. Ladies and gentlemen, Dumbledore's magically amplified voice boomed all around, silencing everyone as nobody wanted to miss anything. It has been a long and grueling road for our champions. Each and every single one of them has had to face tasks that even grown wizards would struggle with, despite that they are still here. Their final task is a simple one: reach the center of the maze and grab the Triwizard Trophy. The first one to do so will be named Triwizard Champion and winner of this year's tournament. Each champion will go into the maze in an order that is dependent on their scores. After the champion with the most points enters, the next champion must wait 5 minutes before entering, and so on and so forth. Allow me to introduce our champions. In fourth place is the fierce yet beautiful Miss Delacour, Dumbledore said. He paused to allow the Beauxbaton students to cheer for their champion. In third place is Hogwarts's very own pride of Hufflepuff House, Cedric Diggory. The majority of the Hogwarts students cheered for Cedric, who waved back at them all. That's my son. The proud voice of Amos Diggory, Cedric's father, was heard over the roaring crowds. In second place is Durmstrang's very own flying champion, Victor Crumb. Dumbledore continued. The Durmstrang students all cheered for Victor. Crumb nodded his thanks to them. And now, last but in no way least, we have the young man that is representing not a school but his own houses, House Potterblack. Please give a warm round of applause for Harry Potter. The stadium erupted with cheering and clapping. Harry looked around and allowed himself a small smile as he saw people clapping for him and cheering his name. Now, champions, Professor Dumbledore spoke after a few minutes to let the cheering from the crowd die down. If at any point, for any reason, you feel like you can no longer compete or require assistance, then please send up some red sparks into the air and one of the professors will come and escort you out. Stay ready, champions. The task will begin at the sound of the cannon. The cannon, as if speaking up when its name was called, fired a second later. Harry shrugged before he rushed into the maze. Once he was inside, he slowed down to a calmer pace. The last thing he needed to do was run headfirst into a trap. Harry used a point me spell to guide himself to the center. He walked forwards before he eventually turned left and walked several steps forwards before stopping when he heard a sound. All of a sudden, a bunch of vines shot out and tried to grab at him. Harry quickly waved his wand, and a shield blocked the vines from grabbing Harry. Harry realized he could destroy them or leave them for the other champions. The second one would be better for his chances at winning the tournament. Harry moved forwards, keeping the shield up and only dropping it once he was out of the vine's reach. He used the point me spell again and continued moving forwards. After a couple of minutes of walking, Harry came across a boggart which had taken the place of Harry's Uncle Vernon, who was holding a belt in his hands. Harry sighed before he aimed his wand at the boggart. Ridiculous, Harry said. The spell shot out of his wand and hit the boggart, turning it into Ludo Bagman. Both the boggart and the actual bagman looked confused. Because you're ridiculous, Harry said, speaking in the general direction of the two-way mirror, though it was clear to everyone that he was speaking to Bagman, whose face had turned quite red at this point, a fact that was not helped by the other students laughing. Harry paused when he heard Dumbledore announce that Crumb had entered. Harry frowned and quickly continued moving. Harry kept his wand ready for any more surprises that could pop up. He kept his knees slightly bent and walked how Tonks had told him that Moody had told her to walk while aiming her weapon, which in her and Harry's case would be their wand. Tonks, a rough voice grunted as Mad-Eye Moody sat down next to the Tonks family group. I suppose that's your doing, he said, gesturing to the way Harry was moving on the mirrors. I may have had something to do with it, Tonks said with a grin, looking quite proud, though Moody couldn't tell if the pride came from herself or if it was for the boy. The boy's a good one, Moody said as Harry began dealing with a bunch of golden mist that caused him to turn upside down. Yeah, well, I suppose it helps that you contributed as well, Ted replied. It might, Moody said with a low chuckle. He wasn't anywhere near as involved in Harry's training as the others, though he had taught Harry a few spells and gave him plenty of advice the very few times he had met the boy. I like the boy. He'd make a heck of an Auror, a great Auror. Harry had just dealt with another obstacle and continued walking down the maze. By this point, he knew that Delacour and Diggory were also in the maze. Harry turned right and found himself facing an acromantula. The acromantula threateningly pinched its pincers together when it saw Harry. "Hey, you haven't seen a trophy around here, have you?" Harry asked in a casual voice as he stopped a small distance away. The horse-sized spider snapped its pincers together before charging towards Harry. "Arania exumi." Harry yelled, a blue spell shot out of his wand and sent the spider flying backwards. Harry didn't wait to see if it would get back up and quickly started wrapping it up in ropes and shot a couple of stunners at it, not really wanting to risk the chance of it breaking free from the ropes or being able to shrug off a single stunner. "Ha!" Moody barked loudly, surprising many nearby. "Ata boy, constant vigilance," he said in an approving manner. "Made sure the 8-legged bastard didn't get back up. You taught him well," he added in a lower voice as he nudged Tonks, who beamed at the comment. After another 10 minutes or so of obstacles, Harry eventually found himself in the center of the maze and had thankfully been able to avoid the other champions. He saw the Triwizard Trophy, shining in the dark as it stood atop a pedestal. Harry didn't immediately run for it. He first began casting a couple of detection spells, and once he was done, he saw that there was no spells around the environment. He cast detection spells at the trophy. All he was able to find on the trophy was a portkey spell, which wasn't that surprising given that he knew that the portkey on the trophy would have taken him back to the judges, and Lord Black had told him how the trophy had been checked repeatedly before being placed in the maze. Harry calmly moved forwards and placed his hand on the cup. Not even a second later, he felt himself be pulled away by the pull of the portkey. Harry landed on the soft grass, and before he could even look up, he felt something impact his chest. His body fell as his vision went black. Harry groaned softly as his eyes slowly opened. He blinked several times to clear his vision. He looked around and saw that he was in a graveyard and tied to a massive headstone. As well as having normal graves, the graveyard also had above-ground mausoleums and a series of below-ground vaults and catacombs. While most of those buried had simple headstones to mark their graves, there were several other monuments that were grander. Several were marked by stone obelisks and angels. Harry looked around and saw a tall and muscular man with a thin, black mustache. Behind him was a giant cauldron, and next to the cauldron was a house elf, a female one, magically holding up something that was covered up in a blanket. The man took it from the elf. He opened up the blankets and allowed a small human-shaped figure the size of the elf to drop into the cauldron with a splash. "Bone of the father, unwillingly given," the man said as he levitated a bone into the cauldron. "What are you doing?" Harry asked, only to be ignored as the man continued. "Flesh of the servant, willingly given." The man hesitated for a couple of seconds before he cut off his hand, dropping it into the cauldron. He screamed out in pain, and the elf quickly healed him up as best she could. The man grunted as he took a knife out and walked towards Harry. "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. You will resurrect your foe," he said as he brought the knife towards Harry. Harry's mind was working far more faster than it normally would, apparently being kidnapped, tied to a gravestone, and having a man come at you with a knife would do that to you. And he was quickly able to realize that he was about to be an unwilling volunteer in a ritual. Harry didn't consider himself an expert on rituals, but he knew that they could easily go wrong. His mind had replayed the man's words and had focused in on the forcibly taken part. Harry didn't struggle and simply let the man take his blood. The man appeared to have not noticed, most likely due to the pain from the stump on his arm. Harry didn't know how much this would affect the ritual. Perhaps it would have a major effect, maybe even a minor one, or it might not even be big enough to matter. That still didn't mean that Harry could hope for the best. "Why are you doing this?" Harry asked the house elf as the man slowly walked back to the cauldron. You've cost Winky. You've cost Winky her family." The elf, apparently named Winky, spoke. "You bad boy, you sent both of Winky's masters to the bad wizard prison." "You mean Azkaban? Wait, you're the Crouch family elf," Harry realized. The elf didn't respond as a moment later the cauldron tipped over. Harry watched as a bone-white figure rose up, standing in front of Harry, looming over him. Harry looked at the new figure in front of him, a skeletally thin body and dark scarlet eyes with cat-like slits for pupils. He had a chalk-white face that resembled a skull, snake-like slits for nostrils, and large hands with unnaturally long fingers like spiders' legs. He had no hair and looked to be far from human. The other man quickly moved forward to robe the new figure, covering him in black robes that before he dropped down to his knees and held out a wand. For everyone in the graveyard, it seemed like time had stopped. Nobody moved. Nobody said anything. That was until the figure reached out and took the wand. He shivered slightly before his red eyes locked onto Harry's green ones. In that moment, any doubts Harry may have had about who this person was had vanished. He had guessed when he first saw him, but now he knew for sure. The silence of the graveyard was broken by a high and cold voice. "I'm back," Lord Voldemort said, Chapter 74. "Master," the man with one hand whimpered as he bowed his head down. I have loyally served you, please." He coughed as he held up the stump where his hand used to be. "I am not back for even a minute, and you are already asking me for favors," Lord Voldemort said in low voice as he pressed the tip of his wand against the side of the man's head, causing him to look up. The wand trailed down the man's face before it went up and stopped in, between his eyes, the tip if it glowed a bright green. Please, master," the man begged, his whole body shaking. "Worry not, Macnair," Lord Voldemort said with a small chuckle. "I will get to you in a moment." "Macnair," Harry spoke up. "You mean that cunt who executes animals for the Ministry?" Macnair glared at Harry for that comment, while Voldemort let out a small laugh. "The very same," Voldemort said as he stepped past Macnair and looked down at Harry. "It is a pleasure to meet you again, Harry Potter. Do forgive me, but I must attend to something before I can give you my full attention." "Understandable, but while you are busy, do you mind freeing my hands and pushing that elf towards me so I can wring its neck?" Harry asked in a deceptively calm voice. Harry was in no way a fan of attacking house elves, but when the elf in question was at least partly responsible for him getting kidnapped, tied to a stone, and forced to help the worst Dark Lord of all time rise up, then he could make an exception. Especially since she hadn't been ordered to do this. She willingly chose this. "Perhaps later," Voldemort said before he turned to Macnair and walked forwards before stopping in front of him. "Your arm, Macnair," he said in a soft voice. Thank you, my lord," Macnair breathed as he held up his stump. "The other one," Voldemort hissed impatiently. Oh, Macnair gulped as he lowered his stump and held up his left arm. Voldemort smirks before grabbing the arm and placing the tip of his wand against Macnair's dark mark. Macnair winces but does not move. How many will come, and how many will be foolish enough to stay away? Voldemort wondered. "Elf, do you realize what you've done?" Harry asked Winky while Voldemort was distracted. "You've just brought back the most dangerous Dark Lord of all time." "Winky does not care. Winky will get revenge on you, bad boy. You sent both of Winky's masters to bad wizard prison," she hissed at him. "And you betrayed your master," Harry hissed back at her, nearly descending into Parseltongue. "Winky did not. Barty Crouch SR was known to hate dark wizards, and what you've just done is bring back the darkest one," Harry spat. Winky paused before a look of horror came onto her face. "He sent his own son to Azkaban for associating with him. What do you think he would do to you?" Harry couldn't help but add. Any further response was cut off by the sound of hissing. Harry and Winky turned to see a large, green snake, roughly 12 feet long and as thick as a man's thigh, slither out from behind the gravestone. The snake stopped in front of Harry and raised its head so it was looking it dead in the eye. "The child speaker," it said, cocking its head to the side. "My name is Nagini." "Harry Potter," Harry replied, as he looked between the snake and Voldemort who had stepped past Macnair. "Ah, I see you've met my familiar," Voldemort said as he gestured to Nagini. "Familiar?" Harry asked in a soft voice as he looked at Nagini. She's strong, beautiful." "That she is," Voldemort agreed, before his face turned more serious. "You sit on the remains of my filthy muggle father. He was weak, much like how I expected you to be, but you've proved me wrong. Oh, how you've proved me wrong over the years." My lord, you're a half-blood," Macnair blurted out in shock. "Obliviate," Voldemort said in a casual voice as he flicked his wand in McNair's direction without looking, and McNair's knowledge of Voldemort's heritage was immediately removed from his mind. Perhaps we should talk more about that subject later in private. They've arrived, Voldemort said with a small grin. Less than 5 seconds later, several wizards apparated in. They were all dressed in full Death Eater clothing, black robes, with silver masks covering their faces. "Welcome, my friends," Voldemort said as he walked forwards and stopped in. Between the Death Eaters that were surrounding him in a circle, Harry couldn't see their faces, but he could tell that the Death Eaters were somewhere in between disbelief and fear. "Welcome, welcome all to my glorious return. 13 years, yet here you come, here you stand. As if it was only yesterday. This is a happy occasion, at least it should be for all of you. I personally find myself disappointed. Look at you all, happy and well-fed. You probably still all have those bed warmers that you call wives. Money? Oh yes, you all likely have that as well. You've lived such wonderful lives, yet none of you tried to find me." "Master," one Death Eater cried as he dropped to the floor. "Please, please forgive us." The Death Eater begged, only to be hit by a Cruciatus curse. "Get up, Avery," Voldemort said in a cold voice. He waited until the Death Eater had returned to his spot before he continued speaking. "You've abandoned me for 13 years, and yet you expect forgiveness. That's adorable. You still have to pay your debts before you can even think of asking for forgiveness." I returned. McNair spoke as he stood up. Yes, you did," Voldemort said as he moved towards McNair. It looked like he glided to him. "And Voldemort rewards his followers." Voldemort waved his wand, and a silver liquid appeared, and a hand formed where McNair's stump used to be. Thank you, Master," McNair breathed. "May your loyalty never waver," Voldemort said before he turned and walked towards one Death Eater. "Hello, Lucius," he said as he waved his wand, and Lucius Malfoy's face appeared as the mask disappeared from his face. "You've been misbehaving, haven't you, Lucius?" Voldemort said in a cold voice. "Master," Lucius began, "Save it," Voldemort cut him off. "I am in no mood to listen to your excuses. We shall talk later," Voldemort said before he walked past the Death Eaters and stopped in front of Harry. "Harry Potter," he said in a soft voice, his eyes softening ever so slightly. "The boy who many believe to be my downfall." "My lord," Lucius spoke up, "please, we beg of you. How did you return? Please let us know." "That is an interesting story, my slippery friend," Voldemort said, his eyes never once leaving Harry. "On the day of my demise, I had attacked the Potters, killed the father, and was about to kill the mother and the child. It should have been a simple night with a simple ending, but it turned out to be anything but. You see, it wasn't young Harry that stopped me, no. It was his mother." "Oh yes, Harry," Voldemort added when he saw the surprised look on Harry's face. "It was your mother. She invoked ancient magic when she gave herself up as a shield for you, magic that prevented me from harming you. But now that I've had your blood, her protections last no more." Voldemort said as he placed his finger on Harry's forehead. He pulled his hand back when Harry irritably shook his head. "Does the truth anger you, Potter?" he asked in a curious voice. "You don't know me well if you think that would anger me," Harry said with a small laugh before he licked his lips and looked bravely up at Voldemort. "Everyone claimed that I defeated you as a baby, but I never believed it. You were feared, and for that to happen you must have given the people a good reason to fear you. There was no way you could have been defeated by a baby. I always knew that it was my mother or my father that had defeated you. Either I was truly such an amazing wizard that I could defeat you at the age of 1, or my parents were such great wizards that they could defeat you. Either way, I'm happy to be me. I don't need the boy who lived title. I've done plenty on my own." Yes, you have," Voldemort chuckled. "Youngest chaser in a century, defeating a manticore and a dragon, making the public believe what you want, running Slytherin House, attaining 2 familiars. And look, you've even won the Triwizard Tournament. You have been a very busy boy." "I believe that you're at least part of the reason why," Harry replied. "You put me in this tournament, didn't you?" "I did. You should thank poor little Winky here for that," Voldemort said as he gestured to Winky. "She was the one who put your name into the goblet, and she was the one who altered the portkey spell on the trophy so soon after it was checked for tempering. "I'm going to kill you," Harry said to Winky, glaring at her. "Allow me," Voldemort said as he aimed his wand at Winky. Before the elf could react, she was hit with a killing curse. She was quite annoying. "Nagini dinner," he said. Nagini hissed and moved towards the elf. "Now," Voldemort continued, speaking as if there wasn't a house elf being eater a small distance away from him. "I was responsible for you being put in the tournament, but I was not responsible for what you suffered through in the first task, no. I suspect the blame for that lies with another." Voldemort's head turned, and Harry followed his gaze towards Lucius Malfoy. "Am I incorrect, Lucius?" "No, my lord," Lucius gulped. I had wanted to use the opportunity to regain revenge on Potter. The tournament ended up being a perfect opportunity. The fool bagman owed several debts, and I had offered to pay them off for him if he did what I said. With my money and his help, we were able to arrange for Potter to face the Manticore, and if by some miracle he was able to survive that, then the dragon would have finished him off. Yet he survived both, Voldemort pointed out. "What was the reason for your revenge? I'm sure it was not me, or you would have attempted it far earlier than now." "It may have had to do with the fact that I beat him up and cost him a lot of money," Harry spoke up. "And I mean a lot." "Truly?" Voldemort asked in an amused voice. "That sounds like an interesting story, one that I would like to hear, but business first. After you, Harry Potter, had sent Pettigrew to Azkaban, Macaneer had managed to visit him. Pettigrew was far more competent than either of us thought him to be. He learnt from spying on Dumbledore that the man believed that I was in Albania. After that, he left to find me, and now here I am, back with all of my beloved power, ready to continue my noble work. Harry Potter, I am a man who gets what he wants. If someone refuses, then I just take it. At best, I can be delayed, but never stopped. Do you know what I want?" "A nose?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. "I want you to join me," Voldemort said, sounding perfectly serious. "What?" Harry blinked. "I wanted you to join me in your first year as well," Voldemort spoke in a soft voice. "You thought I was trying to trick you. Understandable, even if I don't particularly like the results." "Master," one Death Eater blurted out with disbelief. You can't be serious. The boy is our enemy. You want Potter to." The Death Eater was cut off as he fell to the floor when he was hit by a Cruciatus curse. He screamed in pain for several seconds before the curse was stopped. "Do not for a moment think that these last 13 years have made me any kinder," Voldemort hissed before turning his attention back to Harry. He waved his wand and Harry's ropes disappeared. "Give him his wand," Voldemort told Macaneer as he took several steps away from Harry. He levitated Nagini up and gently placed her by the other Death Eaters so she was out of the way. What?" Macaneer stuttered. "His wand, give it to him, now," Voldemort ordered. Macaneer gulped before he quickly pulled out Harry's wand and moved over to Harry, who had just stood up. Harry kept his eyes locked on Voldemort. Without looking away from Voldemort, Harry took his wand, and not even a second later, he cast a cutting curse that cut off Macaneer's left hand. Macaneer screamed in pain as he fell on his butt. The Death Eaters moved forwards, but stopped when Voldemort gestured them to stay back. Macaneer was screaming and clutching at his new stump with his silver hand. Or at least he was, until Harry sent another cutting curse that struck Macaneer on the human flesh under his silver hand, causing that to also fall off, and for Macaneer's screams to increase. "Next time," Harry said as he looked at Macaneer, who was now on the floor, "think very, very carefully about who you kidnap and tie to a stone," Harry said in a cold voice. Harry was glaring at Macaneer and only stopped when he heard the sound of laughing. He turned his attention back to Voldemort, who was lightly clapping for him. "Oh, bravo, Harry," Voldemort grinned. "Look at him, a couple of spells, and here you have him crying on the floor. Very sadistic, I approve." Master," Macaneer cried as he crawled towards Voldemort's direction. Help me." "Worry not, Macaneer, I will end your suffering," Voldemort said. He flicked his wand in Macaneer's direction. A powerful cutting curse shot from Voldemort's wand. A few seconds later, Macaneer's head dropped from his body, his face left in shock. "Does death not disturb you?" Voldemort asked Harry, who had barely flinched. I have seen my familiar kill animals since I was 8. Admittedly, human deaths do bother me, but when it comes to people like this, Harry gestured to Macnair, I often find my pity well to be empty. We can do great things together, Potter. Voldemort spoke in a soft voice. Join me. I am a Potter and a Black. I don't bow down to anyone, Harry said as his grip on his wand tightened. We shall see, Voldemort said in a confident voice. I trust you know how to duel. First we bow to each other. Voldemort added before giving Harry a mocking bow. Harry didn't bow, nor did he move at all. Come, Harry, the niceties must be observed. I said bow, Voldemort said as he flicked his wand. Harry let out a small grunt of surprise as he suddenly felt like something heavy was pushing against his back, causing him to bend forwards, but Harry resisted. Determination filled Harry's eyes. He would not bow, especially to Voldemort. Lumos Maxima, Harry quickly said before he could completely be forced to bow. The bright light that shot out from his wand blinded Voldemort and the other Death Eaters long enough for Harry to send another spell. As the light died down, Voldemort looked in Harry's direction and was able to avoid the bone breaker that had shot towards him and had come close to hitting his head. Voldemort responded by firing a torture curse at Harry, who sidestepped before he sent Macnair's head flying at Voldemort. Voldemort easily batted it away before sending a black curse at Harry. Harry quickly levitated Macnair's body in front of him. The spell crashed into Macnair's body, causing a rather large burn mark that spanned from his chest to his stomach and covered his shoulders and upper arms. Harry blasted the body towards Voldemort, who chopped it in half with a large cutting curse. Both sides of Macnair flew past either side of Voldemort. Voldemort spun his wand and blood rose from Macnair's body and formed into a spear which shot towards Harry. Harry quickly blocked it with a shield before sending a cutting and piercing curse at Voldemort, who easily blocked both. That was a nice warm-up. Are you ready for the actual workout? Voldemort asked, licking his lips. I'm ready for you. Are you ready for me? Harry asked, aiming his wand at Voldemort. Chapter 75. Come on, Harry, keep up, Lord Voldemort said in a surprisingly encouraging voice as he shot a metal spike at Harry. Harry dodged and shot an arrow at Voldemort, followed by a bat bogey hex. He would have to remember to thank Ginny Weasley for teaching him that one, and finished with a blasting curse. Atta boy, Voldemort said after vanishing the arrow and blocking the other two spells. Thanks, Harry said before he shot a conjunctivitis curse at Voldemort's eyes before 3 beams shot out the tip of Harry's wand. Voldemort blocked the first one when the 3 beams impacted against his shield, and Voldemort's eyes widened as the shield broke. Thankfully for him, he was able to recover from his surprise quick enough to dodge the stunner that Harry had shot at him. Voldemort blocked the wind spear and reducto curse that had followed before he started returning fire. Voldemort first started firing 2 rapid-fire incendio blasts. Harry jumped out of the way of the first fire blast and spun around in midair to help build up the necessary wind for the wind shield he used to block the other one. The wind shield succeeded even though Harry was pushed back and had barely been able to stay on his feet. Voldemort's next fire blast was far different from his 2 previous ones, as the new charging flames were black. Harry took in a deep breath. Before it could crash into him, Harry had created an earth wall from the ground below. The flames impacted against the wall, causing it to nearly crumble, but thankfully it remained standing. Harry jabbed part of the wall with his wand. That section of the wall shot out from the wall and shot towards Voldemort, who easily blocked it, and the next one that Harry shot out. Voldemort shot a spell that destroyed the wall, causing it to fall down into a broken heap, sending dust up into the air. Voldemort was about to get rid of the dust when suddenly a red-pink spell shot out from it. Voldemort tilted his head to the side to avoid it and allowed it to harmlessly fly past him. A second later, a wolf, that had clearly been made from the very wall that Voldemort had destroyed, charged towards him but was easily cut down by a single spell from Voldemort. Animation charms, Voldemort asked when Harry once again came into view. Impressive, he complimented. Thank you, Harry said as he waved his wand over himself to get rid of the dust. I always enjoy them, Harry said with a shrug before a golden beam shot out of his towards Voldemort, who batted it away with ease before firing a blood-red curse at him. Harry ducked. Before he had fully crouched down, he had managed to send off a yellow acid spell. Harry rolled to the side to avoid another spell, and the second that Voldemort had taken to defend against the acid spell was enough for Harry to fire off his next spell. Harry shot an arrow into the air before hitting the arrow with another spell. Harry brought his attention back to Voldemort and dodged his stunner before shooting several barbed wire restraints at him. Voldemort easily cut them away before noticing the arrow that was arching down towards him. Voldemort blocked a bone breaker from Harry and was ready to get rid of the arrow as it came closer. But then the spell that Harry had placed on the arrow activated, and it exploded, sending shards of itself everywhere. Voldemort shielded, but a piece of broken arrow had managed to get through his shield before it formed and cut him across his face. Voldemort took a step back and raised his hand to his right cheek to find a spot of blood dripping down. He chuckled softly and looked at Harry. "Well done, Harry. You've achieved first blood. Not even your father had been able to do that," Voldemort said with a smirk. "My father wasn't a Slytherin who had to fight for everything," Harry responded as he shot off several spells towards Voldemort. "Besides the stupid boy-who-lived thing, I have earned every single one of my achievements and titles." "Yes, you have," Voldemort agreed before shooting a thick, orange beam towards Harry. Harry quickly put up a shield. The shield barely held, and Harry ended up being pushed several feet back. "That's why I want you to join me. We don't always get what we want," Harry said as he shot a simple disarming body bind stunner combo and followed up with a knockback jinx stunner combo and then a couple of cutting curses. "In that case, you simply didn't work hard enough for them," Voldemort said after easily dealing with Harry's spells. "If you want something, then you should take it," Voldemort said as he waved his wand, sending a giant wave of flames towards Harry. Harry quickly cast a flame-freezing spell on himself. The force from the flames caused him to take a step back, but apart from that he was pretty much unharmed. "Well, what I want right now is to kick your ass," Harry said as he shot a jet of boiling water at Voldemort, who waved his wand and caused it to harmlessly splash onto the ground next to him. Voldemort shot a couple of spells at Harry. Harry dodged the first and ducked the second before shooting a bolt of lightning towards Voldemort, except it wasn't aimed at Voldemort. It was aimed at the water by Voldemort's feet. Unfortunately for Harry, Voldemort quickly realized what Harry was doing and erected a golden shield that blocked Harry's lightning. Once the lightning died down, Voldemort waved his wand and the water rose from the air and formed into an ice dagger that shot towards Harry. Harry magically caught the dagger and transformed it into a metal spearhead before sending it back at Voldemort. Harry followed up by jabbing his wand forward and sending a jagged purple beam which Voldemort shielded against. The beam didn't stop and continued to push against Voldemort's shield for several moments, energy building up as it did so, until a small explosion was heard and Voldemort's shield smashed apart, causing the man to stumble back. Harry ducked under Voldemort's response, which had been a torture curse, but ended up having his wand arm grazed by a cutting curse that thankfully hadn't caused more than a small cut. Harry twirled his wand before sending a beam that was black with bits of white mixed in. Voldemort sidestepped it before sending a cutting curse at Harry. Harry put up a shield but was quickly surprised when the curse curved in midair. Harry tried to move out of the way but wasn't fast enough to totally avoid it, which was why he ended up with a cut on his upper back. Harry gritted his teeth before he started waving his wand with wide swings of his arm, sending multiple waves of varying colors at Voldemort. Voldemort blocked them all, not as easily as he had previous spells, but he was able to block them. Or at least he was until a shield breaker hit him, and he was sent flying back when a blue wave crashed against his chest. Voldemort landed a few meters away on his back and rolled out of the way to avoid a piercing curse that had nearly hit his chest. Voldemort blocked the next trio of spells as he got back to his feet. Voldemort fired a trio of dark spells before finishing with a simple disarming spell just to mix things up. Harry blocked the first two while the third shattered his shield. When he saw the disarming curse, Harry tossed his wand behind his back and into his other hand while moving out of the way. The spell clipped his arm, but with there being no wand, there was nothing for it to disarm. Harry quickly cast a chain of spells, shifting back to his right hand part way through the chain. Harry flicked his wand, and a lightning whip shot out from his wand tip. Harry sent the whip towards Voldemort, who batted it away with his own wand. But instead of retreating, the whip reacted to Harry spinning his wrist. The whip curved and wrapped itself around Voldemort's arm. Voldemort screamed in pain as he suffered the torture of Harry's lightning. Voldemort gritted his teeth and powered through the pain before sending a torture curse at Harry, who let go of the whip so he could dodge. You see that? Voldemort spoke with long breaths. Though he wasn't speaking to Harry, he was speaking to his Death Eaters. Before us stands a true wizard, one who doesn't need wealth, one who doesn't need superior numbers. He recognized the worth of power and he has took it. That's why I want him in our ranks. Voldemort said before he turned to Harry. His breathing slowed back down to a calming pace. You and I are unlimited potential, Harry. Join me, and rule the world. Counter offer, surrender and I won't kill you, Harry replied, his face blank, even though he did think on Voldemort's words. Defiant to the end, aren't you, Potter? Voldemort asked in an amused voice before sending a coma curse at Harry, who dodged and sent a metal spike and skin shredder curse. Voldemort batted both aside. It's a family trait. Harry shrugged before casting several more spells at Voldemort. Where the fuck is he? Lord Black growled out, holding Ludo by the collar and staring down at him. The portkey should have brought him back by now. Where is my heir? I don't know, Ludo honestly admitted. He was absolutely terrified of Lord Black, who was currently looking like the devil on Earth. You appear to not know a lot. It would be a shame if you somehow forget how to breath. And if I don't get my heir back, then that will be very, very possible. Lord Black grunted before he shoved Ludo back into his chair. You'll stay there and not move, because if you do, then I'm coming for you. You're a bitch. Harry coughed violently as he stood opposite Voldemort. Harry had lost track of just how long the two of them had been fighting. Right now, Harry had several cuts and bruises all over his body. Voldemort had a couple, but not as much as Harry. A great wizard Harry might be, but he wasn't a battle-experienced Dark Lord in a magically made body. Language, Harry, Voldemort said in a mock disapproving voice. Fuck you. Harry, Voldemort tutted his teeth. Do you think your parents would approve of such language? Probably not, but I reckon if I die then bad language would be the least of their concerns, Harry said as a large black ball built up on Harry's wand. Harry shot the ball towards Voldemort, who hit it with a spell when it was halfway to him. The ball exploded, and Harry quickly reacted, waving his wand and sending the flames from the explosion towards Voldemort. Voldemort disappeared from Harry's view, but Harry was sure that the man had blocked the flames. Harry would have honestly been surprised if he hadn't. Harry quickly cast several destructive and explosive spells in the direction where Voldemort should be. Once Harry was done, he quickly took a defensive stance, ready to shield against any further attacks. Up here, Potter, a voice said. Harry's looked up and his eyes widened when he saw Voldemort flying up in the air. He wasn't perched on a broom, he was just hanging in the air like a Muggle superhero. Before Harry could say anything, Voldemort fired several spells towards Harry. Harry shielded against most of them but was caught when one spell struck the ground near him, causing a small explosion that knocked him backwards. As Harry was in the air, he felt a piercing hex pierce through his left shoulder. Harry let out a pained scream as he landed painfully on the ground. Harry looked towards his shoulder and saw the blood pouring out of it. Fuck, Harry hissed. What did I say about language? A voice said. Harry looked up to see Voldemort standing in front of him with his wand aimed at Harry. Crucio, Voldemort said in a calm voice. He was too close for Harry to do anything. There was no way he could have brought his wand up in time. Harry let out a very loud scream when the curse struck him. Harry was not a stranger to pain. The first few years of his life had basically been spent getting used to it. But this was far worse than anything Harry had ever experienced. It felt like white-hot knives were piercing every inch of his skin. His head was pounding, and Harry really wasn't sure if his head would explode or not. He was screaming more loudly than he'd ever screamed in his life. Harry didn't know how long he had been under the curse. It could have been a minute, maybe even a few seconds. It had felt far longer than that. Harry coughed violently. Every inch of his body was sore, and he struggled just getting up enough to lean on his elbows. The Cruciatus curse, a particular favorite of mine, Voldemort said with a smirk. You saw me flying, Harry. I could teach you how to do the same. Unassisted flight, the mind arts, dark curses, these are only a few things I can teach you, Harry Potter. Join me. I'm not going to join you, Harry said stubbornly, coughing violently. One way or another, you will join me. Perhaps another round of torture will help loosen you up to the idea, Voldemort said before he hit Harry with the torture curse again. What do you think is going on? Daphne whispered, biting her lip with worry. I don't know, Angela admitted, looking far more worried than Daphne could ever recall the girl looking. Harry should have been back by now. The fact that he's not is worrying. Until we find a way to do something to help, the best thing we can do is stay together with the Tonks family. Like it or not, we're all leverage that can be used against Harry. We need to stick together. She's not wrong, Tonks agreed, looking far more calm than she appeared. There were thousands of thoughts shooting through her mind, thoughts on what could be happening to Harry right now. You are stubborn, more than I thought, Voldemort said in a surprised voice after releasing the torture curse. Many men would have been begging me to stop by now, he said. Harry spat up some blood but didn't say anything. Truth was that he was coming close to begging Voldemort to stop. Harry just wanted the pain to stop. The only reasons for that to happen would be for Harry to escape or for him to join Voldemort. Part of Harry was admittedly quite scared, though it was slowly becoming eclipsed by the part of Harry that was angry about the whole situation, angry that Voldemort was putting him under the torture curse, angry that his only options were to beg to the man who killed his parents and join him or die. Harry didn't beg. He wouldn't let himself die, but he would not let himself beg. Especially not to Voldemort. Voldemort raised his wand, ready to hit Harry with another torture curse when he saw lightning dance on the tips of the boy's fingers and his wand. The lightning shot up Harry's body and started encasing all of him. Voldemort quickly apparated away, just as a large bolt of lightning shot out of Harry. Harry got to his knees through pure strength of will and began firing lightning everywhere. His emerald green eyes were filled with a growing rage. For the Death Eaters, all they could do was try to get out of the way, try to avoid the raging storm that was Harry Potter. Unfortunately for them, at least one of them was hit. Once Harry's lightning died down, he looked around and saw that the graveyard had pretty much been destroyed, or at least the parts that weren't covered in clouds of dust were destroyed. Harry looked around and spotted the cup that had brought him here. He quickly rushed towards it, hoping that he could reactivate the portkey on it. Harry's hands touched the cup when he felt something crash against his back. The crowd at Hogwarts all cheered when they saw Harry Potter came back, standing with the Triwizard Cup. That cheering slowly died down when a few people noticed how bloodied and bruised he was. It damn near stopped when Harry dropped down, crashing face first onto the floor. The judges, along with several other people, quickly rushed forwards to see what was wrong with Harry. They saw the blood coming from his shoulder and the shaking from his body. What they also couldn't help but notice was the blood coming from Harry's lower back. When he had grabbed the cup, he had been hit with another piercing hex, this one thankfully missing his spine. Boy, what happened? Lord Black demanded as he knelt down next to Harry along with the other judges. Voldemort, Harry breathed out. Voldemort's back, Harry shouted out loud enough for many people nearby to hear. He's back. Harry repeated just before he lost consciousness. His vision went black just before everything nearby descended into chaos. Chapter 76. Harry softly groaned as his eyes slowly opened. He blinked repeatedly before seeing a white ceiling above him. It took him a few moments before he was able to realize that he was in the hospital wing. You choose now to grow some balls, an incredulous voice demanded. It took Harry a moment, but he was able to realize that it was Lord Black speaking. You stupid, fucking, arrogant, dumb wanker. You stupid waste of stupid sperm. Fuck you and your stupid hat. You'll doom us all. He's not back, a voice hissed before the sound of doors slamming was heard. Before Harry could hear any more, his vision blacked out again. I am not going anywhere, a voice said as Harry's eyes half opened. Nymphadora, you are tired. Let someone else take over watching him. Another voice replied. I'll be fine, Mum. Really, I will be. Nymphadora, please. I am fine, but 1 more hour. He's awake. What the fuck is happening? Harry coughed, letting everyone know he was indeed properly awake. He opened his eyes and once again found himself in the hospital wing. "Move, dibs," was all Harry heard before somebody pulled him into a hug. The pink hair was a good indicator of exactly who it was. Unfortunately, Harry's body was far from ready for that, and he gasped in pain, causing Tonks to let go. "Oh, Merlin, I'm so sorry, Harry," she said quickly, and a bit too loudly for Harry's taste. "Nymphadora," Andromeda hissed quietly after seeing Harry wince. "Remember what Madame Pomfrey said, no rough handling and no loud noises." Tonks looked down, too upset to even tell her mother off for calling her the forbidden name. "What the hell is going on?" Harry coughed once more as he tried to sit up. He felt a pair of soft hands help him to a sitting position. He looked to his right and saw Angela. She was looking quite relieved. "Master," she breathed in a soft voice. "Angela," Harry said before he looked around and saw the Tonks family, along with Lord Black, Professor Dumbledore, Sirius, Remus, Angela, Tracy, and Daphne. "I'm so glad you're okay," Daphne said as she pulled him into a passionate hug, a gentle one, but a passionate one. Once she had let go, she softly kissed him on the lips, remembering that there were other people in the room and that Harry needed his rest stopped her from giving him a longer one. "What's happening?" Harry asked, shaking his head slightly after Daphne let him go. "You are in the hospital wing," Dumbledore began. "No shit, Beardlock. How about other than the obvious?" Harry responded impatiently. "It has been 3 days since you returned from the final task," Dumbledore continued, as if Harry had not spoken at all. "What?" "Yes, Madame Pomfrey has been spending quite a lot of time making sure you were healed. We all heard your words when you returned, but unfortunately Minister Fudge was not convinced," Dumbledore said with a sigh. "What the fuck do you mean he is not convinced?" Harry demanded. "The flabby bastard didn't see me fight him on the mirrors." "No," Dumbledore said, choosing to ignore Harry's language for the time being. "The mirrors have a range limit. I tried to use the fact that you were out of the range limit as evidence that something had happened, but he refused to believe me," Dumbledore said with a disappointed sigh. "Explain everything," Harry said, a scowl on his face. Everyone began explaining to Harry what he had missed. The basics of it were they had tried to convince Fudge about Voldemort's return while he had been denying it like a prostitute would deny a poor person. Dumbledore had, against Fudge's wishes, told everyone in all 3 schools what he knew. Fudge's denial was so strong that he had actually stood up to Lord Black. Well, not stood up as much as just not crying and running. "That is horribly bad news," Harry finally said, rubbing his face with his hands. "Yes," Lord Black growled. "Wait until I get my hands on him, then he'll really see some bad news." "Come on, Harry, keep up. You've achieved first blood. Not even your father was able to do that. Join me and rule the world. Up here, Potter. Crucio. 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 I could teach you how to do the same. Unassisted flight, the mind arts, dark curses. These are only a few things I can teach you, Harry Potter. Join me." One way or another, you will join me." "Crucio." "Madame Pomfrey," Angela called as she rushed into Madame Pomfrey's office. "Something's happening to Harry," she said. It was currently night time, and Angela had been the only student given permission to stay and watch Harry, thanks to being his vassal. As soon as the clock had struck midnight, Harry had shot awake and found that he couldn't breathe. "I'm coming," she said before she rushed out along with Angela to Harry was in his bed. His face was covered in sweat and panic, and he let out strangled gasps as his chest kept heaving up and down. The Tonks family were next to him and looked incredibly worried and were doing their best to calm him down. Madame Pomfrey quickly waved her wand over him a couple of times. Eventually, Harry's breathing came back under control. After several long and short breaths, he went back to sleep. "What the bloody hell was that?" Ted demanded once Harry had gone back to sleep. "He had air in his chest." Madame Pomfrey frowned as she began casting diagnostic spells on him. "If you are overly anxious, you may get trapped wind in chest. Many people suffering from anxiety gulp air during a panic attack. Trapped wind in chest can be a painful condition. People often mistake this for a heart attack. What had happened before this? She asked. He had been muttering something. He wasn't awake, Andromeda replied. He must have been dreaming. Which caused the panic attack, Ted concluded. 3 guesses at what he was dreaming about, Tonks replied, looking down at Harry with a worried expression on her face. A day later, Harry was sat in bed in the hospital wing with Daphne sat in a chair on his left, while Tracy was sat on his right. Jet was curled up on Harry's lap, while Thor was resting on Harry's shoulder. Harry had had many visitors, including Professor Babbling, Roman, and Ginny. A few reporters tried to get in, but there was always someone to stop them. We've only got a few minutes before we have to go make an appearance at dinner, so I am going to be blunt. How are you feeling, Harry? Tracy asked in a soft voice. I don't know, Harry admitted, one hand casually petting Jet. I've lost duels before, I've been injured multiple times, and I've nearly died before. Once again, multiple times. But this was different. How? Daphne asked, holding Harry's free hand in her own. I suffered from his torture curse, I suffered repeatedly, and I came far closer to begging than I ever wanted to. I felt like I was something that I haven't felt like in a long time. I felt weak. I am weak. Weak? Daphne asked. Harry must have missed the disbelief in her voice due to how quiet it was. He continued speaking after giving a small nod, looking down at his lap while he did so. For years I've done my best to be strong, to learn as much magic as I could. Harry sighed. I studied, I practiced, and yet I lost. He had me. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted me to join him, then I would have been dead right there and then. Harry, you're not weak, Daphne told him in a firm voice. Daphne's right, Tracy agreed. If anything, the situation has proven just how strong you are, she added. What are you talking about? Harry asked, looking up at her. Harry, first think about all you've done already, all you have achieved, Tracy said. Exactly, look at you, Harry, Daphne spoke up. Best in your year, arguably the best student in school, you regularly practice advanced magic. You are the youngest known animagus. You're the youngest chaser in a century. You defeated Quirrell. You defeated Slytherin's monster. You've mastered the Patronus charm. You can defeat wizards and witches much older than you, and now you can even add the youngest Triwizard champion ever to your impressive list. Exactly, Tracy said with a nod. And you know who knows all of that? That's why he wanted you to join him instead of killing you like he would any other wizard. And Harry, despite remembering all of your very impressive achievements, there is something that you have forgotten to think about. What? Harry asked in a quiet voice as he replayed her words in his head. You're still just a 14-year-old, Tracy said, giving him a brief smile. A 14-year-old against a wizard with decades of magical experience. One who is incredibly feared by other wizards who are at least 3 times your age. A man that's been reported to only have Albus Dumbledore as his magical equal. Both of them are considered to be the greatest wizards alive. So for you to fight him, to actually damage him and escape him, means that you're a great wizard, Harry. Harry, Daphne spoke up. People have lived in fear of him for a very, very long time. For him to think you're worth recruiting, well, like it or not, it's a compliment. You're not weak, Harry, you're just feeling weak. We've all felt weak and scared at some point, Tracy nodded. I remember the incident in my first year's first flying class. You were there to save me and help me, Harry. Now I want to return the favor. Please, it's all right to be scared, but don't let that fear control you. You're better than that, not because you're the boy who lived, but because you are Harry Bloody Potter, one of the greatest wizards of all time. She finished with a small grin. Harry didn't say anything. He instead looked at her intensely. He was about to speak when suddenly he felt his mind be assaulted with images of himself smiling. Please listen to me, Harry. Please believe me. I want my Harry Potter back. Harry blinked and looked at Daphne, who was giving him an encouraging smile. He looked and saw that she clearly hadn't been able to hear the voices that he had heard. Either that, or she was just pretending not to have heard. Tracy is right, Harry, and we'll both keep saying the same things over and over again until you believe us if that's what it takes, Daphne said, her blue eyes locking with Harry. Once again, Harry experienced an odd sensation in his mind. he saw himself looking up into the green eyes of himself. "Listen to us, Harry. Please believe us. I'll do whatever it takes to make you better." It took Harry a moment, but he realized exactly what was going on. He was somehow reading their minds. He had somehow learnt legilimency, the art of mind reading, and the exact opposite of occlumency, the art of protecting your mind. Andromeda had been teaching Harry occlumency ever since he had first started living at the Tonks family home. Andromeda, along with all members of the Black family, had been taught it since they were children. The art not only helped protect your mind, but was also able to help a person deal with their emotions and increase their memory recall, thinking speed, and just about every other mind-related thing. Harry had been a natural at the art, much to his and Andromeda's delight. It also helped that Harry had a familiar. Those with knowledge in the mind arts knew that wizards and witches with familiars were more resistant to mental intrusions, thanks to their connections with their animals. Now that Harry had two, he had twice the resistance plus all the stuff he had learnt from Andromeda. But that didn't answer the question of how he suddenly had learnt legilimency. Andromeda hadn't taught him that yet. It took a few moments of silence, in which Tracy and Daphne were giving him concerned looks due to how quiet and still he was being, when the answer hit him like a ton of bricks. If Voldemort had known about legilimency then, he would have most definitely done his best to master it. He would probably be one of the best in the world at the art. Now that Harry thought about it, he remembered Voldemort mentioning that he could teach the mind arts to Harry. During the ritual, Harry had willingly given his blood. He wasn't sure if there would be any affects because of that, but now. Daphne, Tracy, and both of Harry's familiars were more than surprised when Harry suddenly started laughing. Not a small laugh either, a large and undeniably happy laugh. "Miss Davis, Miss Greengrass," Madame Pomfrey hissed as she rushed over. "I specifically said not to disturb Mr. Potter's rest. What is happening? Mr. Potter, get back in bed," she added when Harry threw the bed covers off after picking up Jet. He placed both of his familiars on the bed before he stood up and took his wand. He saw some of his clothes laid out an empty bed next to his. They were a simply pair of blue jeans and a gray shirt. Harry performed a switching spell, swapping out his Hogwarts hospital clothes for his own. "Mr. Potter," Madame Pomfrey quickly said when Harry began putting his shoes and socks on, "you need to stay here and rest." "I'm tired of resting," Harry said as he picked up his familiars once he was ready. Jet curled around one of his arms while Thor chirped happily from his position on Harry's shoulders. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to talk to the student population," Harry said before he paused and looked at Daphne and Tracy. Thank you both. You were right, I'm not weak, and I'm only getting stronger," he said in a sincere voice before he turned and walked out of the hospital wing at a fast pace with Madame Pomfrey following after him. Daphne and Tracy exchanged confused looks, but quickly followed. The Great Hall suddenly went very silent when the doors opened, and Harry Potter calmly walked in with both of his familiars riding atop of him. Madame Pomfrey was following after him and insisting that he stop and return to the hospital wing, while Tracy and Daphne had stopped by the Slytherin table, standing behind Angela so they could watch what was going to happen. Harry walked on top of the stage where Dumbledore was stood. It looked like the old headmaster was about to make a speech. "Excuse me," Harry said in a polite voice as he gently placed a hand on Dumbledore's chest and pushed until the headmaster had taken several steps back. Dumbledore's eyebrows had risen up, but to his credit, he didn't say anything and merely gestured Harry to continue once he was far enough away. "Potter," Snape spoke up, "what are you doing?" "Look, I'm not really in a great mood right now. I'm kind of trigger happy at the moment, and I have something very important that I need to do. So please, for the love of Merlin, just be quiet for the next 5 minutes," Harry said in an irritated voice before he cast a sound amplification spell so everyone could hear him. Unfortunately, Snape focused more on Harry's tone of voice, rather than his words. "Potter," Snape barked, "you arrogant brat, watch your tone, get down and—" "Oh, shut up," Harry shouted as he turned and glared at Snape. The entire hall was now deathly silent. "You are so fucking pathetic. You clearly hadn't finished your education if you're still not able to understand that a boy is not an exact copy of his father. I would have thought all of the stuff I've done throughout all of the years here was proof enough, but you're either deaf and blind or willfully ignorant. I don't know what my father did to you. Maybe he bullied you or refused to take you to the ball or rejected you because of your stupid hair, but I am not him. I've tried for years to be a behaved student, but you can't seem to alternate between restrained hatred and completely ignoring me. You're a fucking grown man teaching at a premier school. Would you grow up? James Potter is dead now. He was dead 13 years ago, and he is dead for the rest of his life. Get over it. Harry finished before casting a throat-soothing charm on himself. I did warn him. Harry quietly added to the other teachers before they could tell him off. Harry turned to the students who were divided between looking at him like he was a madman and staring at him like he was a hero. Listen up, Harry spoke up. I claim that Voldemort had returned, Harry said, ignoring everyone's flinches. I said so right before passing out and being taken to the hospital wing. You all know how strong I am, so you might want to think about how odd it was for me to be so beaten up. While I was there, I was treated for bruises, cuts, a piercing hex to the midsection, and repeated exposure to the Cruciatus curse. Is that right, Madame Pomfrey? Harry asked her. All eyes in the hall turned to look at her. It is, she frowned. But those were only some of the things I had to fix, she said. Many gasped. The students in the hall began whispering to each other. Lovely, Harry said in a dry voice before continuing to speak to the rest of the hall. Despite my word and my injuries, the Minister of Magic has refused to even investigate my claim. He's buried his double-chinned head into the sand because he's too scared of the possibility that Voldemort is back. Some of you may not believe me. You might think I'm a lying fraud who is desperate for attention. In that case, have fun with your beliefs. Think about this. If I'm wrong, then nothing beyond some panicking, unneeded preparations, and worrying will happen before everything dies down. But if I'm right, then what happens? I'm willing to submit memories, swear oaths, and even take truth serum to prove my claims. Believe me or don't, that's up to you. Just don't come crying to me if Voldemort or his goons show up in your house at night. I know that every word I am saying will reach Voldemort's ears, so I want everyone to pay attention because I want what I am about to say to be spread all across the country until he hears. Listen up, Voldemort. You won our last fight, I admit that. But I'm not done. I'm not out. I don't bow and I won't break. The next time we fight, I won't be the one running. I'm ready for a rematch whenever you are. Even if I lose, I'm going to make sure to take a piece of you with me. You started this war. I'm going to finish it. Harry finished before he canceled his spell. He shrugged his shoulders and walked down from the stage, past Madame Pomfrey, and walked out of the hall, not paying any attention to any of the students, though he did send a wink at a select few at the Slytherin table.